It was an eyeball with flesh-colored tentacles, its pupil dilating and contracting restlessly, scanning everything around it. And right now, it was being held between the fingertips of a hulking brute who had just dropped from the sky, inching closer and closer to my lips. "Open up and take your medicine." The man's fingers gripped my jaw like iron pliers. "This pill will make you forget all the monsters you saw today, and your world will remain beautiful." I struggled desperately, my face smeared with tears and drool. That was no medicine, that was a living, breathing eyeball. But against the man's absolute strength, my struggles were meaningless. He pried my teeth apart roughly and shoved that foul-smelling eyeball down my throat. The sensation of tentacles sliding down my esophagus made me want to retch. I collapsed to my knees, staring intensely at the man who called himself a national hero. It has been 3 years. I have been diagnosed with severe mental illness for exactly 3 years. I thought the eyes growing in the sky, the skyscrapers turning into mushrooms and buses transforming into giant fleshworms were all just hallucinations in my head. Until today, when this man leaped from a building dozens of meters high, stuck incense into a moving graveyard and forced me to swallow this eyeball. Turns out I am not the one who is sick. It is this world. Before you dive in, having tentacles does not mean it is Lovecraftian. This story is filled with mystery, the unknown, terror, and despair. It is not a feel-good power fantasy you will need to use your brain. My name is He Anzai. It was not until that eyeball slid down my esophagus that I truly became convinced of the madness of this world. But before that, everyone thought I was crazy, and even I thought so myself. I could only rely on medication to hold onto my crumbling sanity, struggling to act like a normal person. Let us turn the clock back a few days. In the exam hall for the college entrance exam, students were writing furiously, but He Anzai was staring blankly at his test paper. The characters on the paper were twisting, growing limbs and limbs to fight each other, even sprouting sharp teeth and jumping up to bite his fingers. Even though he knew it was a hallucination, the prickling pain in his fingertips felt incredibly real. He endured the pain, struggled to decipher the question, and filled in C for a true or false item. The day after the college entrance exam ended, He Anzai went out for a graduation party. He had not wanted to go. His classmates all had bright futures, while he would likely end up spending the rest of his life in a mental institution. As he sighed and looked up, an airplane streaked across the sky. One of its wings was actually a massive, flapping, fleshy membrane wing. He Anzai was deeply shaken as the sky suddenly turned blood red. A giant eye split open in the center of the firmament, staring straight at him, and the dripping crimson blood instantly stained the entire world. He Anzai slammed his head down, squeezed his eyes shut, and his whole body shuddered violently. He fumbled through his pockets for his medicine bottle, his hands trembling so hard that the pills spilled all over the ground. He frantically dropped to his knees to gather them, shoving the pills mixed with dirt and gravel into his mouth until his body finally stopped shaking. After a long while, he finally dared to open his eyes. The world had returned to clear, cloudless blue. It is just that a high-rise building in front of him had turned into a giant mushroom. Compared to the blood-red eye from moments ago, the mushroom felt incredibly friendly. He Anzai picked up the pills from the ground and put them back into the bottle, along with a few pebbles he scooped up as well. A bus pulled up and he waved to hail it. As the bus pulled to the curb, he saw it clearly. The back half of the bus was a wriggling, giant fleshy worm, and the open doors were actually half of a massive mouth filled with fangs. He Anzai did not dare get on. He leaned in to peek, and all he saw was scarlet flesh and viscera inside. "Hey, are you getting on or not?" The driver's roar interrupted him. He Anzai recoiled and shook his head repeatedly. "If you are not getting on, why the hell did you wave? Are you sick in the head, idiot?" The driver slammed on the gas and sped away. A taxi immediately pulled up in front of him. A driver with a perm leaned out. "Hey kid, where to?" But in He Anzai's eyes, the car's undercarriage was covered in a dense mass of centipede legs and the roof had a ladybug-like shell. Although the driver looked human, his voice and the engine sound were hideously distorted. He shook his head again and decided to walk to the rendezvous. His condition was getting worse. At first, the medicine could suppress the hallucinations, but now even the sky was growing eyeballs. The medication could only barely drag his perception back to the bottom line, skyscrapers becoming mushrooms, roads turning into swamps. The entire world was on the verge of collapse. Whoosh! A chilly gust of wind swept through the street. It carried a bone-piercing cold despite the summer heat, making his hair stand on end. He Anzai shivered. Around the corner ahead, a figure in a black trench coat was walking towards him. The person's face was hidden by a hood, and they were bundled up tightly, not even a hand showing. But in He Anzai's eyes, the environment around the person kept shifting with every step. Dirt mounds, tombstones, and even a dead tree with a corpse hanging from it appeared. Everywhere that person passed, a 5-meter radius turned into a graveyard. High up in an office building beside the street, a burly, square-jawed middle-aged man was watching the scene below and reporting via his headset. Tracking subject 187, code name the Gravedigger. Monitoring indicates the current radiation range is only 5 meters. Before he could finish, he suddenly paused. In his field of vision, He Anzai was walking straight toward the person in the black trench coat. He cut into another channel and shouted sharply, "What is going on? Was not this area sealed off? How is someone approaching the Gravedigger?" An anxious voice came through the headset. "Officer Zio, the perimeter is definitely sealed. We have no idea how he got in." "Zio Yufeng, what is going on?" Higher-ups forcibly cut into the channel. "Report, a civilian has stumbled into the exclusion zone, estimated 30 seconds until he enters the Gravedigger's radiation range. Requesting instructions." Zio Yufeng gritted his teeth. There was a dead silence on the other end for 10 seconds. "Are you sure you can handle it?" "No," Zio Yufeng replied firmly. Another moment of silence followed by a sigh. "Fine, do what you must." Zio Yufeng stared at the boy below and grabbed a bundle of incense from the table. "If I do not return, Lu Yu takes full command here. As a national guardian, one must be ready to die for the cause." He scrambled onto the windowsill and leaped from the dozens of stories up. Midair, he tore off a sleeve from his shirt, tied it tightly around his head, and pulled out 3 incense sticks. As they caught fire in the wind, he jammed them directly into his headband. Then he gripped 3 more in each hand. Not enough time. At that moment, He Anzai stepped into the 5-meter radius. The temperature around him plummeted. He had just entered that graveyard, and before the cold could fully crawl over his body, a burly man dropped from the sky. The commotion was far more terrifying than any hallucination he had seen before. Zio Yufeng landed heavily. The tiles that should have shattered instead turned into a grave mound. He blocked the space between them, his movements smooth and practiced. He clamped a hand over He Anzai's mouth and shoved the ends of the 3 incense sticks he was holding into He Anzai's mouth. With his thumb hooked tightly under He Anzai's jaw to ensure he bit down on the incense, Zio Yufeng exerted force with his palm, pushing him hard outside the 5-meter radiation circle. Immediately, Zio Yufeng turned to face the figure in black, dropped to his knees, bowed heavily with the incense held high over his head, and slammed the sticks into the graveyard ground. After receiving the bow, the figure in black instantly shriveled, turning into nothing but a flimsy, empty set of clothes, and the surrounding graveyard radiation dissipated along with it. That simple, Zio Yufeng wondered to himself. However, in He Anzai's eyes, the graveyard had not disappeared at all. It had broken free from that black trench coat. It did not stop and it did not retreat. It just kept moving forward, creeping straight toward him. That shifting graveyard was closing in on He Anzai. The black trench coat he saw flying through the air had landed. It turned out that the graveyard, capable of altering the environment, was the true Gravedigger. "What did you see?" Zio Yufeng turned around and stared intensely at He Anzai. He Anzai's brain completely shut down. The physical sensation of being shoved aside by Zio Yufeng just now had felt incredibly real. This man who dropped from the sky, was he not an illusion? Or had his condition worsened? After visual and auditory hallucinations, were his tactile hallucinations now severe enough to physically shove him? He fell into a panic. No matter how bizarre his past hallucinations were, he could always see through them. But if he lost the ability to distinguish illusion from reality, he would truly fall into the abyss. He bit through the 3 incense sticks in his mouth, chewing desperately, his palate flooded with bitterness. Then, in a panic, he pulled out his medicine bottle and swallowed the remaining pills along with the pebbles inside. He Anzai collapsed to his knees in agony, clutching his head tightly and squeezing his eyes shut. When he opened his eyes again, the graveyard was right in front of him, and Xiao Yufeng was walking toward him. At that moment, the gravedigger was between the two of them, less than 10 meters away. However, the gravedigger stopped right in front of He Anzai. Instead of dragging him into the graveyard, it suddenly made a 90-degree turn, crossed the road, and retreated the way it had come. He Anzai glanced at the graveyard on the other side of the road. The sharp-eyed Xiao Yufeng followed his gaze but saw nothing. Seeing that the hallucination had not faded, He Anzai pulled out an unopened bottle of medicine. Just as he was about to unscrew the cap, Xiao Yufeng lunged forward and clamped his hand firmly over He Anzai's jaw. Xiao Yufeng fished out a transparent glass bottle with one hand and with a flick of his wrist poured out an oval white pill. "This pill will make you forget everything you just saw," he said, reaching out to hold the pill in midair. But in He Anzai's eyes, the moment the white pill was shaken out, it transformed into an eyeball covered in tentacles. The eyeball was held between Xiao Yufeng's fingertips, its pupil rapidly dilating and contracting, darting around before locking dead onto He Anzai's face. "But before that, tell me, what did you see? Hallucination or reality?" He Anzai struggled frantically, but his head felt welded in place by iron tongs, not budging an inch. He threw a punch at Xiao Yufeng's arm. The man did not dodge or flinch, and the impact left He Anzai's knuckles feeling like they were cracking. It was definitely reality. "Report, there is a young man here who has lost his mind and gone insane," Xiao Yufeng said, tucking the pill into his palm and tapping his earpiece. A woman's voice came through the earpiece, trembling. "Sir, you are holding his jaw, he cannot speak." "Oh, sorry, I am too tense." Xiao Yufeng let go and once again offered the pill to He Anzai. "Do not be afraid, be sure to tell me what you saw. This determines whether you need to take this pill." He Anzai stared at the tentacled eyeball just inches away, his scalp tingling. He said, "This medicine causes memory loss, so if I just stick to my story that I did not see anything, I will not have to eat this freakish thing." "I did not see any." Before he could finish, Xiao Yufeng clamped his jaw shut again and forced the pill into his mouth. "Better that you did not see it, the world remains beautiful," Xiao Yufeng said, waiting for He Anzai to swallow before letting go. "It will make you forget me and everything about today." "Damn wrong answer." He Anzai fell to his knees and clawed at his throat, trying to vomit the tentacled eyeball out. But even after clawing until his fingers were raw, he could not even manage a dry heave. It was not until his phone rang abruptly that he stopped and slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Xiao Yufeng was nowhere to be seen. The empty street was completely deserted. The ringing stopped and started again, so he finally slid to answer it. The earpiece was filled with the sound of men and women laughing and clinking glasses. A man's voice urged him, "Hello, He Anzai, where are you? The food is all here, why are not you?" He Anzai took a deep breath and cleared his throat. "Be there soon, be there soon." "Then hurry up." "All right." He hung up, stood up, and brushed the dust off his knees. The bizarre black trench coat, the eyeball he had swallowed, everything was still fresh in his memory. His memory was completely intact, had the medicine not taken effect yet. It was not that he did not want to lose his memory, he just thought that eyeball was absolutely disgusting. Something's wrong. This medicine takes too long to work, and leaving someone unmonitored after taking it is a massive bug. He Anzai immediately opened his phone and began typing at lightning speed to record the whole process. He wanted to see exactly when he would forget. As he walked and typed, the streets around him gradually filled with people. What just happened? Why was it under lockdown? I heard a celebrity was filming a movie over there. The people pulling the caution tape looked like military personnel. Since when do celebrities get that kind of treatment? Everyone in the building was evacuated. Could it have been a terrorist attack? Does not your family live over there? What is going on? I ran out after getting an earthquake warning, then just followed the evacuation instructions. This is the third time this month. They say experts are predicting a major earthquake soon and they are just running drills. Passers-by were chattering away. He Anzai did not hear a word, his focus entirely on typing into his phone's screen. Jiangyuan Hotel, a top-tier establishment in the city, is owned by his classmate Jiang Tianfeng's family. He Anzai was late. He politely declined Jiang Tianfeng's offer to have someone pick him up and pushed open the door to the private room under the waiter's guidance. The spacious room was set with 3 tables, one for the men, one for the women, and one for the couples. Seeing him walk in, his classmates stood up and teased him, insisting he toast each table as a penalty. He Anzai did not find it troublesome. Being late was a letdown, and a self-imposed penalty was only fair. He started with the men's table. "We have already had quite a lot, so you will need to catch up drink for drink later." "I will do my best," He Anzai said, lifting his glass. "Better take it easy," Jiang Tianfeng interrupted. "We still have a second and third round ahead. How can you have fun if you get drunk now?" "Young Master Jiang is right," the others echoed with a laugh. After downing a glass of beer, He Anzai poured another one and headed to the women's table. Only a few talkative girls made some jokes, the rest just lifted their glasses casually and took perfunctory sips. Someone like him now was not very popular with the girls. Finally, he arrived at the couple's table. His gaze swept around and landed on one of the girls. Their eyes met. "Let me toast you all." Without any unnecessary small talk, having finished the 3 toasts, He Anzai sat down. The atmosphere in the room remained the same, whether he was there or not made no difference. He Anzai focused on eating, but his eyes darted several times toward the couple's table, looking at the girl held in the arms of another man. "Old He, stop looking," Liu Chuanjing whispered nearby. "Chen Xiaoqing is Wang Xing's girlfriend now." "Just eat and drink," He Anzai said with a laugh, picking up the glass of fruit juice in front of him and downing it. Wait, you cannot drink it like that." Liu Chuanjing hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. The glass was already empty. "You cannot drink liquor like that, it could kill you." "Liquor?" He Anzai was stunned. He smacked his lips. There was no taste of alcohol, only a lingering, sweet, fruity flavor. He picked up the empty glass and sniffed it, finding only that same sweet scent. "When you went to toast earlier, Jiang Tianfeng poured you a glass of hard liquor. The bottle is right here." Liu Chuanjing held up the Wuliang'ai from the table, 56% alcohol. He Anzai took the bottle and sniffed it. It was definitely liquor. He poured himself another full glass and sniffed it again, detecting no alcohol. He took a small sip. It was still sweet fruit juice that left a pleasant taste on his tongue. The liquor poured into the glass had turned into juice. Suddenly, he thought of the eyeball he had eaten before. He had downed a glass of 56% liquor without feeling the slightest bit drunk, because to his senses it was just juice. Just like that white pill that was supposed to make him lose his memory, which to his eyes looked like an eyeball. Eat more," Liu Chuanjing said, putting food on his plate. No one cared that he had gulped down a shot of high-proof liquor. That was how low He Anzai's presence was. But before he fell ill, he was not like this. In middle school, He Anzai excelled in character, intelligence, and sports. He was a top student whom the school prioritized, and he should have gotten into the best high school in the city. Until 3 years ago, during the middle school entrance exam, his illness broke out. Chen Xiaoqing was his classmate in middle school. Back then, although he was plain-looking, he was highly sought after for his all-around excellence. He had received many love letters, one of which came from Chen Xiaoqing. Chen Xiaoqing was the class beauty. Although only He Anzai knew about the love letter, her daily little gestures of affection had long spread gossip among the students, and everyone teased that they were a match made in heaven. He Anzai did not respond, and Chen Xiaoqing remained reserved. The relationship never went beyond the students' gossip. It was not until He Anzai fell ill during the entrance exam and failed to get into a top school that he accidentally ended up in the same high school as Chen Xiaoqing. Everyone spread rumors that He Anzai had risked his future just for Chen Xiaoqing. That summer, the class group chat exploded. Even the school believed the rumors, taking the easy path by placing them in the same class and making them desk mates, hoping to produce a top student in the future. Chen Xiaoqing felt the same. She thought He Anzai had sacrificed himself to be with her and looked forward to their 3 years in high school developing like a romance novel. But not long after school started, Chen Xiaoqing noticed that He Anzai had changed. His eyes were strange, his behavior lewd, and he had even followed her into the girls' bathroom once. He Anzai was indeed staring at Chen Xiaoqing, but it was absolutely not because he was lecherous. Ever since he contracted that strange mental illness, the world in his eyes had turned into a freak show of dancing monsters. His new classmates were all grotesque, sometimes growing scales on their faces, sometimes horns on their heads. Only Chen Xiaoqing still looked like a normal person. The strange illness blurred his emotions, and he constantly stared at her only because she was the only familiar straw he could clutch in his collapsing perception of reality. But after being beaten out of the girls' bathroom as a pervert and receiving a school-wide reprimand, He Anzai completely retreated into his shell. He stopped socializing and stopped joining activities. Aside from going to the bathroom, he even stayed in his seat during meals, doing his best to minimize his presence. What was more torturous than the strange illness was not being able to understand or hear this distorted world. He sat in that corner, not communicating with anyone for 6 semesters on end. What kind of classmate bond? It is nothing more than mimicking the youth without regrets we see in movies and TV shows. Just like these 3 tables gathered here, they each have their own circles and do not care about anyone else. Except for Chen Xiaoqing, He Anzai does not even know what the others actually look like. Just yesterday, after walking out of the exam room, Wang Xing confessed his love to Chen Xiaoqing in public, right in front of her parents. Wang Xing is good-looking, a sports student, tall, and a basketball star. When he sweats in the sun, he often draws screams from the girls. He has many fans and pursuers. Even Chen Xiaoqing has brought him water on the court. His family background is decent. His father is the secretary to the municipal party committee secretary, and his mother runs a company. Yesterday, he walked out of the exam room with style and knelt on one knee in front of Chen Xiaoqing. Chen Xiaoqing agreed, and her parents did not object. In the end, amidst the roaring cheers, they hugged each other. Compared to that, He Anzai looked as pathetic as a stray dog. Someone as excellent as Wang Xing cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes, and He Anzai's repeated glances infuriated him. Plus, because of the scandalous rumor between He Anzai and Chen Xiaoqing 3 years ago, others now jokingly call him the second He Anzai. This caused his pent-up emotions to explode under the influence of alcohol. He stood up with a gloomy face, carrying a bottle of beer he had just opened, and walked over to He Anzai. Wang Xing grabbed the back of He Anzai's chair and yanked it hard, creating a jarring, screeching sound. "Wang Xing, what are you doing?" Jiang Tianfeng, the host, stood up. He was the one who arranged this gathering. Anyone causing trouble was a slap in the face to him. Wang Xing ignored Jiang Tianfeng. He leaned over slightly, shoved the beer in front of He Anzai, and growled, "Chen Xiaoqing is my girlfriend now, so stop looking at her. Chug this bottle and we will call it even, otherwise just wait." Even a clay figurine has a bit of temper, let alone He Anzai, who was once no less capable than Wang Xing. He was just trapped by his mental illness, and there was a fire inside him that he had been suppressing for 3 years. He was like a lion roaming the grassland that had suddenly been locked in a cage 3 years ago, so he spent these 3 years napping in that cage. But a lion is a lion after all. Even if locked up for another 300 years, he remains a lion. He might nap in his cage, but that does not mean anyone can stick a wooden stick into the cage to provoke him. He Anzai stood up calmly, pulled a napkin from the table, dipped one corner into the glass filled with 56 proof liquor, grabbed a lighter, lit the alcohol-soaked napkin, and threw it at Wang Xing's face, making him stumble backward in fright. Just as Wang Xing steadied himself and was about to curse, he saw He Anzai pick up the glass of liquor and knock it back in one gulp. After finishing it, he did not touch any food or drinks. Instead, he smacked his lips and said with a look of contempt, "You just graduated high school and you are already acting like a big shot? If you cannot hold your liquor, go sit at the girls' table and stop making a fool of yourself here." His voice was soft and his expression was mild. As he spoke, He Anzai poured another glass of liquor, then cleared some space and slammed the glass down right next to Wang Xing, causing the liquid to spill and making Wang Xing's heart tremble. Wang Xing has seen a bit of the world thanks to his father. He has seen people down a glass of 56 proof liquor in one go, but those were seasoned alcoholics who had spent years in the drinking scene. For someone their age to dare to do that, they are usually just reckless, hot-headed fools. But even those alcoholics would start to get woozy after a shot like that. Yet looking at He Anzai, his expression did not change and he was as calm as if nothing had happened. Clearly, He Anzai was not just showing off. Wang Xing was now in a difficult position. He had deliberately pulled the chair to make a scene and embarrass He Anzai in front of everyone, but now he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own feet. Everyone was watching, including his new girlfriend. He could not back down, but he did not dare to knock back that glass. If he were to pass out after drinking it, it would be even more humiliating. Just as he was hesitating, He Anzai picked up the glass of liquor. For a split second, Wang Xing was terrified that it was being offered to him and he would not be able to refuse. But He Anzai drank it himself, another clean shot. This terrified the crowd, especially the host Jiang Tianfeng. If something went wrong with He Anzai here, he would be directly responsible. Before anyone could stop him, He Anzai had already put the glass down. So hesitant, yet you still act like a tough guy looking for a fight and trying to drink. From start to finish, He Anzai never really looked Wang Xing in the eye because there was no point. He would not see anything worth looking at anyway. He pulled his chair back, sat down, and poured himself another glass. The others wanted to intervene, but they were intimidated by He Anzai's presence and did not dare to move a muscle. He Anzai sat there slowly pouring his drink, yet he gave off a feeling of being incredibly distant. Chen Xiaoqing felt as if she had been transported back 3 years. The feeling He Anzai gave her then was exactly the same, incredibly distant. But the difference now was that the distance back then was sunny and aspirational, while today's distance was oppressive, gloomy, and filled with a sense of terror and unfamiliarity. He Anzai placed the full glass aside and everyone shivered at the sound. He spoke slowly. If you can drink, then drink. If you cannot, go back to burying your head in your food and stop making all this noise. Some of the girls who had looked down on He Anzai before suddenly thought he looked incredibly cool at this moment. Wang Xing did not drink, he chickened out. He did not dare to make any more threats, so he simply picked up his bottle and left the way he came. The man who had been so radiant earlier, cuddling his new girlfriend and chatting about the future, now looked like a frostbitten eggplant, wilted and pathetic, having to rely on Chen Xiaoqing to comfort him on the side. Wang Xing could have ground his teeth to dust, his cheeks trembling with rage. He took today's events to heart and vowed secretly that one day he would get even. A moment of bravado meant nothing. He Anzai was ranked near the bottom of the grade and surely would not get into university. After 4 years or maybe even sooner, he would definitely make him pay. Meanwhile, He Anzai felt secretly exhilarated. He had not felt this good in 3 years. For the first time in 3 years, he felt that his mental illness had actually brought him some benefit. The thrill only lasted for a moment. As the adrenaline wore off, he began to think about the situation seriously. Have my hallucinations become so severe that they are deceiving all my bodily functions? Or is this current state of clarity the real hallucination? Knocking back 3 glasses of 56 proof liquor, I truly wonder what kind of reaction my body will have once it realizes what happened. He Anzai did not dare to drink a 4th glass and no one else dared to persuade him, so they let him go back to eating his food. The first round was over. Everyone was tipsy and wanted to go for a second round, except for Wang Xing. Having lost so much face, Wang Feifei was too embarrassed to tag along any further. He tried to pull Chen Xiaoqing away with him, but she refused. Chen Xiaoqing was not just his girlfriend, her 3 years of high school were not just about him. The entire group present was what made up her 3 years of youth. He Anzai had originally intended to go home right after the meal, thinking it would be a clean and proper farewell to his classmates, but as he watched Chen Xiaoqing's figure in the crowd, a hint of reluctance stirred in his heart. He had not interacted with her much, let alone stayed in touch privately, and he feared that after today they would likely never see each other again in this lifetime. So He Anzai decided to follow her to the end, wanting to catch a few more glimpses of this girl. Their second stop was at an amusement park. This amusement park happened to be a family business owned by one of their classmates. Her name is Xiao Wenjun. She is not very tall, a very petite girl with mixed heritage from several countries, looking just like an exquisite doll. Her maternal grandfather is a major overseas tycoon and her mother was his youngest daughter. After her mother married here, her grandfather built this amusement park specifically for her. But after she was born, her mother fell out of favor and the unfinished amusement park was directly transferred to her name as soon as she was named. People often joked that she was a princess who owned a castle the moment she was born. Xiao Wenjun's father works within the government system. It is said that because he married a foreign wife, he was never given any significant responsibilities. Her mother is a pampered socialite for whom love might just be a flower and family merely a pot, so she spent her years chasing her own life elsewhere and was rarely home. Though Zhao Wenjun owns an amusement park, her life is not as affluent as outsiders might imagine. According to her, her grandfather wanted her to receive an overseas education from a young age, but her father would not allow it, insisting she be educated domestically to serve the country in the future. Because of this, there was some friction between the two sides. Although the park is under her name and she can play there however she wants, the management rights are not in her hands and the profits all go to her grandfather. He intends to save it all for her, provided she gives up everything here and moves abroad to join him. Rumors had long circulated that Zhao Wenjun was leaving the country. She did not even review for the college entrance exam and just went through the motions. While others were racing against time and were incredibly nervous, she was still busy selling amusement park tickets to junior students. It is said that her grandfather had already arranged everything, and she could choose any of the world's top universities. As for the specifics, no one knows. She never said it herself and others could not get it out of her. She was solely focused on selling her tickets. Selling those tickets was her primary source of income, and it was only through this that her classmates discovered she owned an amusement park. He Anzai was the first client she connected with during her high school years, and also a client she tried to pursue for 3 years, though she only managed one sale in all that time. The other classmates went off to play, leaving He Anzai sitting alone on a park bench. He was deep in thought about the white liquor and the eyeballs. So much time had passed, yet he had not forgotten a thing, and even downing 3 cups of 112 proof liquor had not caused his body the slightest discomfort. His conviction about his own illness was beginning to waver. He fell into a long period of self-doubt. If that was not fake, then were everything he had seen, heard, and felt over the last 3 years actually real? For 3 years, he had never dared to stare closely at those strange, patch-like anomalies stitched into his world, because gazing at them for too long made reality feel increasingly bizarre. But today, he decided to look at one head-on and peer into the truth. He Anzai squeezed his eyes shut and took deep breaths to steady himself, still remembering the hysteria of that summer 3 years ago. Do not be afraid, do not run away. College is out of reach, his life is effectively ruined. Face it, see it clearly. It would not be in vain for all the torture it caused him for 3 years, making a mess of his life. Even if he were to die, he had to see what that thing was. He Anzai's eyes snapped wide open, staring intently at the roller coaster filled with continuous screams. Under He Anzai's gaze, the roller coaster began to twist. It sprouted a snake's head, a centipede's body, and the legs of a house centipede. As he kept staring, it continued to deform. The corners of the snake's mouth stretched up to its head, which was covered in a mass of vertical pupils. Scales emerged on the centipede body, vibrating rapidly like insect wings and emitting a piercing screech that only He Anzai could hear. He Anzai's sanity felt like a balloon losing air, plummeting into a deep and endless ocean. The ocean was still at first, but as the balloon touched the surface, a wave rose, dragging the balloon into the deep. It continued to sink as if countless tentacles were wrapping and enveloping it, pulling it down into a lightless abyss. Just as the balloon was being crushed and on the verge of popping, countless tentacles surged from the ocean floor, dragging it back toward the surface. He Anzai watched the grotesque monster speed up, then stop abruptly. It turned its head and the massive eyes on it stared directly at him. Leg. He Anzai slid off the bench and knelt on the ground, retching. Deep in his throat, a few tentacles seemed to be wriggling. Are you okay? A gentle female voice sounded by his ear, and a hand rested on his back. It was the class monitor, Yao Yangxi. Only she, as class monitor, could look after every single classmate in the midst of her busy day. He Anzai had emptied his stomach and started dry heaving. He felt like there was a blender in his head, turning his brains into mush. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Now you are suffering, are not you? Let this be a lesson to you. Do not ever drink like that again. I heard people can die from doing that. He Anzai did not hear a word of what Yao Yangxi said. He knelt on the ground for a long time, and only when he finally lifted his head did he see that the roller coaster was just a roller coaster again, not some bizarre monster. It was not just the roller coaster. Everything had returned to normal, and the entire world was back to normal. I'm okay, I am fine now, He Anzai exclaimed in wild joy. You will feel better now that you have got it out of your system. Yao Yangxi misinterpreted, thinking he meant he felt better from throwing up. Get up and sit down, I will go buy you some water. He Anzai was helped back to the bench by Yao Yangxi. He smiled foolishly, greedily taking in the world with his eyes. A short while later, Yao Yangtze returned with water and signaled a staff member to help clean up the mess. "Here, have some water." Yao Yangtze handed him the mineral water and he reached out to take it. After 3 years of being classmates, this was the first time he really saw her face clearly. She was so pretty, he had seen her features before, but this was the first time he saw them all together on her face at once. "Thank you. Water here is quite expensive, so I had to ask Xiao Wenjun for it. I do not mean you owe her money, I just mean you should thank her." He Anzai rinsed his mouth with the water, his eyes darting around despite the dizzying headache. "What happened over there?" He Anzai pointed toward the crowd gathered under the roller coaster. "Over there," Yao Yangtze said, still shaken, "there was a problem with the ride. I do not know what happened, but the roller coaster suddenly accelerated and then stopped dead, like an emergency stop. I heard some people broke their ribs and the ambulance has already been called." Upon hearing this, He Anzai's pupils shrank. That monster from before, it also suddenly accelerated and then stopped dead, and it looked at him. "Here, this is for you." Yao Yangtze handed Hisu a matte black card with gilded edges. In the center, there was an image of a wide-brimmed pointed hat with a row of unintelligible characters underneath it. "What is this?" He Anzai took the black card and studied it carefully. It was unexpectedly heavy. On the back, a sturdy, massive tree was printed in the same black color as the card itself. On both sides of the tree were golden symbols resembling the sun and the moon. Seeing the serious and puzzled expression on He Anzai's face, Yao Yangtze's smile turned into a smirk as she rolled her eyes. "I am not even jealous." Yao Yangtze turned her head away in annoyance. He Anzai was confused. He truly had no idea what this card was. "Class monitor, what exactly is this?" He Anzai asked. Yao Yangtze turned back, seeing that his expression did not look like he was joking. She suddenly understood. People who are drunk cannot see what is right in front of them. Apparently He Anzai was already dead drunk. Yao Yangtze reached out, pointed at the text on the card and said, "Golden Holiday Amusement Park Couples Pass Cardholder He Anzai." He Anzai watched her pointing and listened to her reading. He took a deep breath, his heart as calm as a deep, still well. This did not seem too surprising. "It is a real shame you did not end up with Chen Xiaoqing. Xiao Wenjun said she always wanted to see you bring her to the amusement park. She probably felt bad for you too, so she gave you this. She said once you found a girlfriend, you should bring her here. It is valid forever." Yao Yangtze pulled out an amusement park membership card. "This is a graduation gift from Xiao Wenjun for all of us, but ours are single-person passes valid for 1 year. We get to play for free within the year, but yours is special." He Anzai looked at the membership card in Yao Yangtze's hand. It was basically the same as what she had read earlier, just a different type of card, and the last line was not for the cardholder but an expiration date. "Chen Xiaoqing not being with you is not just a regret for you, but for Xiao Wenjun too. She spent 3 years trying to sell you those amusement park couple tickets. She dreamed of you two getting together." He Anzai fell into deep thought as he looked at the card in his hand. He was not thinking about Chen Xiaoqing, he was thinking about the card, his illness, and the world itself. Just then, Yao Yangtze took a phone call regarding the next activity. Because of the sudden trouble with the roller coaster, other facilities had to be checked for safety hazards. The classmates were heading elsewhere and called to inform Yao Yangtze and also asked how He Anzai was doing. Yao Yangtze started a video call so the classmates could see that He Anzai was fine. He Anzai looked at himself on the screen, his eyes locked onto the card in his own hand. In the video, the card he was holding was a regular membership card with the text just as Yao Yangtze had read, but when he looked down at his hand, it was still that mysterious black card. He Anzai checked repeatedly. The video captured a regular membership card while in reality he saw the mysterious black card. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him like lightning. He felt he had discovered the truth. Just as animals can hear sounds and see spectra that humans cannot, his eyes, ears, and senses could perceive information that ordinary people or machines could not capture. "I am not sick, none of that was a hallucination. Everything was real, that bloody sky opening its eyes." As he thought this, he spiraled into a manic state. His rationality began to slip, descending from the surface into the deep sea once again. The video call was still ongoing, and He Anzai began to retch wretchedly in front of his classmates. Yao Yangtze quickly hung up and leaned over, patting He Anzai's back. She then sent a voice message to a classmate. He is not doing so well. You guys go ahead. I will stay here to help him recover and we will join you later. Yao Yangtze put away her phone and could not help but tease, see if you dare to drink again next time. The ambulance came and went. The amusement park closed for inspection. He Anzai and Yao Yangtze were escorted out of the park by the staff. To thank Yao Yangtze for her help, He Anzai offered to buy her bubble tea. Sipping her drink, Yao Yangtze asked He Anzai. They went for karaoke. Are you still going later? I am going, He Anzai replied without hesitation. He had to go? This time it was not just for Chen Zioking. While the world he saw was still relatively normal, he wanted to see what the classmates he had spent 3 years with really looked like. This was something he should have done on his first day of high school, yet he had waited until the very last day to have a chance. Why do not I send you home instead? Yao Yangtze said with a troubled look. It is not that I mind taking care of you. I am the class monitor and taking care of every classmate is my responsibility, do not get me wrong. You showed off at the gathering and vomited like that just now, it was really embarrassing. Are not you afraid of feeling awkward if you go? Awkwardness was heaven compared to those bizarre things. He would rather be mocked by a group of smiling, laughing people than be watched silently by a monster with a centipede body, millipede legs, and a snake head covered in eyeballs. Let us go, we might not see each other again anyway. He Anzai smiled sheepishly. He would just act like nothing had happened today. Tomorrow, he was due for a follow-up at the psychiatric hospital where his attending physician was his own uncle. His uncle had told him that patients with hallucinations were common, but ones who saw them so clearly and in such detail were rare. This meant his condition was serious and only conservative treatment was possible, requiring hospitalization for observation and a long-term psychological preparation for treatment. His mother had originally planned for him to suspend his studies in his freshman year, but as a top student, he had his pride, so he kept pushing through his studies even when he could not understand or hear what was going on. Even though attending classes was like sitting in prison and he could not learn a thing, he only used his spare time to receive treatment. Because of this, he and his mother had had a massive fight, his hysteria resulting in his mother breaking down in tears. His father, however, respected his choice, planning to stabilize his condition first and wait until he failed to get into university or could not attend. Then he could settle down for treatment, and once cured, he could take the college entrance exam for adults. Slurp. He Anzai took a large sip of his bubble tea, finishing it. He tore open the top, looking at the pearls and coconut jelly at the bottom. They were so beautiful. He poured every last pearl and piece of jelly into his mouth, while they were still just pearls and jelly. After the eyeballs and the liquor, He Anzai was cautious. He no longer dared to eat anything outside his understanding. Who knew if the next tea he drank would have something else disguised as coconut jelly? Let us go to the KTV. Oh, all right then. In the KTV, they had opened 2 large private rooms. He Anzai's arrival caused them to pause the music, and they all stepped forward to exchange some polite remarks. A classmate handed him a microphone, asking him to sing one, but He Anzai waved his hand, turned away, and walked over to sit at the edge of the booth. The classmates went back to their high-spirited fun, while He Anzai sat quietly, observing everyone in the room. Men and women of all kinds, these were his high school classmates of 3 years. Only now, after graduation, did he truly see them clearly and hear their voices. After staying in this room for a while, He Anzai got up and headed to the room next door. People often moved between the 2 rooms, yet He Anzai's arrival caused those in this room to look on with surprise. He Anzai did not greet anyone and the others only glanced at him. Some turned back to their singing immediately while others turned their attention toward Chen Zioking in the booth. Chen Zioking was surrounded by people, and her gaze lingered briefly on He Anzai. Zioking, is he here for you? A toad lusting after a swan, how could he possibly be worthy of our Zioking? With whispers coming from left and right, Chen Zioking remained silent in the middle, just smiling and singing along softly. When it was time for the song Chen Zioking had picked, she took the microphone and stood up. She looked graceful and elegant, her white dress reflecting the colorful lights in the dim room. As soon as Chen Zioking parted her lips, she drew applause and cheers from everyone. She sang a nostalgic song. The soothing melody and melancholic lyrics delivered in her gentle voice, combined with the emotional weight of high school graduation, moved everyone to their hearts, and the more sensitive ones even shed tears. Do you think He Anzai feels like Zioking is dropping hints for him? Yeah, Zioking too, picking now of all times to sing this. That beggar must be full of himself. He Anzai did not overthink anything at all, because he did not even know what Chen Zioking was singing. He was hallucinating again, suffering from a severe auditory hallucination. It felt like a harsh backlash after a moment of clarity, not the usual fuzzy buzzing or tinnitus, but a very aged voice whispering a single sentence into his ear over and over. Do not speak of this to outsiders, do not speak of this to outsiders, do not speak of this to outsiders. Amid the whispering, the classmates in He Anzai's vision lost their human forms again, leaving only Chen Zioking, who was surrounded by a cluster of monsters. For a moment, he wanted to rush forward, take Chen Zioking's hand and lead her away from this place. But the fact that Chen Zioking was already dating Wang Xing made him abandon any thought involving her. He Anzai kept his head down and covered his ears tightly, but the more he did, the clearer that aged voice became. Do not speak of this to outsiders, do not speak of this to outsiders, do not speak of this to outsiders. The girls who had been whispering about Chen Zioking earlier either showed looks of disgust and annoyance or covered their faces to hide their laughter. What is he doing? What else? His middle school syndrome is acting up. Is he trying to get Zioking's attention this way? How pathetic. I am getting second-hand embarrassment just watching him. I could claw out a hole in the floor with my toes. Someone raised their voice on purpose, using sarcasm to draw everyone's attention to He Anzai. He Anzai's mind was in total chaos. It felt like he was instantly ascending to the peak of a high mountain, then soaring into the sky while the sudden pressure crushed his internal organs. He felt short of breath, oxygen-deprived, and his heart was pounding uncontrollably. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he seemed to see a sharp peak, piercing the clouds with a scorching sun behind it. For a single glance, like a static frame, the aged whispering slowly faded. Everything he perceived blurred into a thick, sticky paste. He felt like he was floating in the clouds, unable to move or struggle until he was completely drained and listless. He Anzai lowered his hands and lifted his head, regaining his senses. Everything was back to normal in the cramped KTV room with over a dozen classmates, most of whom were looking at him. He looked incredibly gaunt, his complexion sallow, his eyes bloodshot, and blood was even flowing from his nose. In the dim light, the classmates could not see the pallor of his face, but they could clearly see the dark fluid dripping from his nose. Yao Yangxin hurriedly borrowed a pack of tissues from someone nearby, got up to pull He Anzai from his seat, and led him out of the room. In the corridor outside, Yao Yangxin opened the pack and pressed a tissue to He Anzai's nose. Are you feeling very unwell? Yao Yangxin asked with concern. A bit. He Anzai held the tissue under his nose and wiped it repeatedly. Class monitor, thanks, I should get going, you go back and enjoy yourself. Will you be okay on your own? My place is not far, it is about a half-hour walk. Take this. Yao Yangxin stuffed the tissues into He Anzai's hand. Should I find someone to walk you home? No need. He Anzai put the tissues in his pocket and turned to leave. Goodbye, class monitor. Be careful on your way, and send me a message when you get home. Sure. He Anzai raised his hand to make an okay sign. He turned the corner and entered the elevator. As he reached out, he vaguely remembered that the building had a rooftop, so he pressed the button for the top floor. The way to the rooftop was a bit winding. After the elevator, you had to climb a flight of stairs. Someone had brought him here before, and later he brought classmates to hang out. Back then there was an arcade on the top floor, but it closed down. Rumor had it was because they were involved in gambling. Actually, the owner had rigged the machines to prevent anyone from winning prizes, and when discovered, people smashed the place up. He Anzai had been there at the time. The top floor now was a complete mess covered in dust. People said the feng shui here was bad and sinister, that everything failed here. After the arcade, a cat cafe opened, but all a dozen cats died within 3 days. It had been empty ever since. There was also a rumor that after the building was completed, someone committed suicide by drinking pesticide on this floor. People coming and going did not notice, and the corpse was only found rotting in the corner when they started renovating the floor. It was just a rumor with no official announcement. No one knew if it was true or not. He Anzai climbed the dark stairwell, the light fading until it was pitch black. He pushed open the door to the rooftop and a breeze brushed his face. He saw a massive blue moon hanging high in the starry sky. He Anzai felt the breeze as he looked down at the entire city, which had twisted once again. Under the moonlight, skyscrapers turned into giant trees and the city was interspersed with forests. He even saw that monster with eyes all over its snake-like head in one of the trees. He Anzai pulled out his phone to check the time. It was not even 4 p.m. yet, but all he saw before him was a blue moonlit nightscape. He Anzai put his phone away but suddenly heard the rooftop door open behind him. He spun around quickly, only to see that the person arriving was Chen Zioking. "The class monitor asked me to see you off. I saw the elevator going up, so I figured you might have come here." Chen Zioking walked over and said softly, "Remember when we were in middle school, we loved running up here whenever we had free time? Actually, only you liked the rooftop, the others were just here for the arcade." Amidst her soft words, He Anzai was drawn back to that summer. Many of their classmates had come that time. He Anzai had wandered around the arcade several times before eventually drifting up to the rooftop. Chen Zioking had been playing the coin pusher with her classmates, but her heart was not in the game. She saw the person she cared about slip into the fire escape, so she followed him and discovered the way to the rooftop. That was the first time they were alone together. He Anzai could not remember what they had talked about back then, but Chen Zioking remembered it clearly. Chen Zioking had asked him why he was not playing games, and why he kept wandering around the arcade. As she spoke, she was clutching a few game tokens in her hand, wanting to invite him to play together. But He Anzai had said that happiness bought with money felt a bit less meaningful. It was still happiness, but not quite enough. Chen Zioking did not understand what he meant until He Anzai took her to experience it for herself. When He Anzai crooked his finger at her, her heart skipped a beat. In that moment, she felt there would be a story between them. So she followed him back to the arcade. They wandered around for a few turns and finally stopped in front of a coin pusher. They waited in front of the machine, watching as 2 coins on the edge finally fell. He Anzai gave 1 coin to Chen Zioking and he put the other into a fishing game. He got lucky, caught a dolphin on his first try and won 60 coins, with which he took her to play through the entire arcade. The very last coin he put into the fishing game again, but this time he was unlucky and did not even catch a single clownfish. To this day, Chen Zioking still remembers that stunning shot when the coin was dropped, and the gloom after the last coin was put into the machine. She felt it was a destiny given by fate, only a pity that it came as suddenly as it ended. The fruitlessness of that final coin seemed to have foreshadowed their future. She had not had her fill of fun, but she could not bring herself to continue that connection. The coins that have fallen can never go back. Chen Zioking took a game token out of her handbag. It was the very one He Anzai had given her back then. It was stamped with the words "Colorful Paradise," the name of that arcade. She took He Anzai's hand and placed the token in his palm, as if to completely conclude that chapter. He Anzai looked at the token in his hand. The words "Colorful Paradise" filled him with infinite nostalgia, though only a small part was about those days. More of it was about the token itself. Why had not it changed into anything else? Was it because Chen Zioking was the one who gave it? He Anzai tightened his grip on the token and looked up at the bizarre city, seeing a skyscraper morph into a giant tree, then into a tentacle, while the searchlight beams turned into crashing waves. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Chen Zioking continue. "I hope you find the girl you love." As she spoke, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, but it was not an ear, it was something like a fish fin. He Anzai stared at that fin, unable to snap out of his shock until she spoke again. "Goodbye, He Anzai. Having you in my youth is something I do not regret." After saying this, Chen Zioking turned and walked away. The corners of He Anzai's mouth lifted slightly. He felt relieved. It was not that Chen Zioking had not changed, it was just that the changes were in places he had not noticed. She was not unique, nor was she the most special person in his life. His feelings for her had been like a misty cloud which had slowly condensed into solid droplets over the past 3 years. But in this very moment, those droplets exploded back into mist, returning to obscurity. He Anzai did not see her off. He murmured with a smile, his gaze shifting from the distant city back to what was right in front of him. "You are the one who cannot go back. This is a coin pusher after all. If nothing goes in, how can anything come out?" In He Anzai's eyes, a coin pusher appeared out of thin air, right there on the spacious rooftop in the blink of an eye. The name of the machine was 11 Dimensions, playing a cheerful jingling background melody. The pushing tray below was moving back and forth, the jackpot was full of glittering coins, and the slanted surface above was actually a 3D pinball game with mysterious characters. Without a second thought, He Anzai inserted the colorful paradise token that symbolized the end of his past relationship. The coin landed on the 3D pinball surface and started bouncing. On the third bounce, one of the lights in a row lit up at the bottom and the world flickered accordingly. On the fourth bounce, another light lit up and the world flickered again like a cryptic frame inserted into a blink-of-an-eye video, making him feel deeply uncomfortable. As the coin bounced around, more lights lit up and the sense of discomfort grew stronger, worse than being watched by a multi-eyed monster. Fortunately, it only lasted for that single flickering frame. The coin bounced 10 times, and 8 out of the 9 lights in the row lit up. The coin fell onto the pushing tray, moved back and forth with it into the jackpot area, and then was pushed by the tray against the other gold coins, causing one on the very edge to fall off. In the moment the coin fell, the world turned upside down, day and night swapped places repeatedly, and the city collapsed. To be precise, the building He Anzai stood on shot upward. The flat rooftop turned into a craggy mountain peak, and looking out there was nothing but a vast sea of clouds. The white clouds rolled like waves. It was wind he could see, but he could neither feel nor hear any sound of it. He Anzai's sky had become strange before, and the world had turned bizarre, but never this thoroughly. There was not a trace of reality left in the entire world. Luckily, the coin pusher was still there. He Anzai was concerned about that gold coin that had been pushed off. He bent down to look at the coin payout slot but did not see the coin. He reached into the slot and felt around in every corner, but there was no sign of it. Did it swallow the coin? He Anzai stood up, feeling slightly annoyed. I miss the old-school coin pushers. They had guards on both sides, the slot was just a slot, and when it fell, they never swallowed coins. It must not be told to outsiders. Just then that old, raspy whisper came from behind him. Hearing the voice, He Anzai's heart gave a violent jolt. Trembling, he turned around to see an old man with white hair, a white beard, and white robes sitting cross-legged on a nearby blue stone. The white-robed old man looked solemn and wealthy. Though his face was wrinkled, his complexion was as vibrant as a blooming flower. Do not speak of this to outsiders. The old man's face was expressionless, his eyes dull, and his lips trembled slightly as he repeated this phrase over and over. Do not speak of this to outsiders. He Anzai was filled with questions, yet he dared not take a single step forward. The white-robed old man appeared benevolent, yet he triggered an indescribable sense of dread in him. If the gaze of the eyes on the snake's head felt like a blow to the face, then the way this old man looked at him felt like a rope slowly tightening around his throat. Do not speak of this to outsiders. What is not to be spoken of? Is he saying this to me, or is he just repeating it mechanically? Just then, the words from the old man's mouth changed. It is all true, it is all true. Do not look, do not listen, do not think, do not speak of this to outsiders. As the old man's voice faded, the entire mountain instantly collapsed, as if an island sinking into the sea, except this was sinking into a sea of clouds. But just as He Anzai looked up at the cloud sea, everything returned to normal. The rooftop in the city, there was no coin pusher. He Anzai lowered his head, which had been raised to gaze at the clouds, and looked out at the city. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, rested his hands on the railing, and let out a long sigh as he stared at the normal city he had been separated from for so long. Sigh. The sudden transformation of the world just now was even more intense than the eerie sky this morning, yet his heart was incredibly calm, a feeling he had not experienced in the past 3 years. If everything I have seen and heard is real, then what kind of world is this? What am I supposed to do? As he whispered, He Anzai suddenly felt his breathing quicken and panic rising in his heart. Within his consciousness, a spinning gold coin appeared. At first glance, the characters on the coin seemed familiar, and he felt as though he understood their meaning. But as the coin spun, the characters became increasingly alien. Even though they had not changed, he could no longer recognize them at all. That coin, He Anzai pulled out his medicine bottle, took a large gulp, and then crouched on the ground, clutching his head. It is that coin. The spinning coin collapsed, and the moment it fell, it vanished from his consciousness. He Anzai did not know what was going on with that coin, how it had appeared in his consciousness, or what it had brought him. He only felt the shift in his own sanity, much like the medicine he had been taking, which allowed him to maintain a sliver of clarity in that eerie world. He Anzai looked at the medicine bottle in his hand. There were no labels on it. It had been prescribed by his uncle. He did not know the exact effect of the medicine, only that taking it reduced the hallucinations he saw. If everything I am seeing is real, then its purpose is not to stop my hallucinations but to blur my vision so I do not see those truths. He Anzai stood up, the city in his eyes began to shift again. I have a follow-up appointment tomorrow, I must ask about this properly. He Anzai hummed a little tune, turned around and left the rooftop. Everything he had just experienced was too profound, forcing He Anzai to ponder it, but the old man's warning still rang in his ears. He did not dare to dwell on it, to think deeply about the coin pusher and the old man, so he used humming to keep his focus on something else. I stand in the howling wind, wishing I could sweep away the endless heartache. The world is filled with charms and beauty. Your deep tenderness is carved into my bones in exchange for my untamed, heroic spirit. On his way home, He Anzai hummed all the way until the sky turned dark. He checked his phone, it was still afternoon. If everything I am seeing is real, then this starry sky. Farewell to Beatty and the colorful clouds. A lone city stands among 10,000 mountains. Mountains and rivers repeat, doubting if there is a way through. A cowherd points from afar to the apricot blossom village. Xiao Yufeng was walking toward him. He was merely passing by and had not expected to encounter this teenager who had been caught up in an abnormal event once again. Listening to the jumbled poetry from the boy's mouth, Xiao Yufeng was deeply puzzled. Logically, the medicine should only cause logical gaps in memory within a 30-minute window. It should not make someone lose their mind, and there had never been a precedent for it. Could it be? Has he set a new precedent? That is right, coming into contact with a gravekeeper carries a risk of bad luck. I am unlucky, so he must be even unluckier. Huh, Xiao Yufeng noticed He Anzai's eyes, his pupils. Why are they so dilated? They were normal this morning, and even when I scared him, they were not this wide. Could it be because of the B0 medicine? The yellow river rises high among the white clouds. A line of white egrets flies up to the blue sky. Outside Gusu City stands Hanshin Temple. A light boat has already passed through 10,000 mountains. He Anzai did not seem to recognize Xiao Yufeng approaching him. Perhaps in his eyes, Xiao Yufeng had already turned into something inhuman. It is the boy from this morning, a girl following behind Xiao Yufeng whispered. He seems to have cognitive errors. Is it caused by high-dimensional influence? Lu Yu, what do you think? The girl looked at the student named Lu Yu beside her. Lu Yu spoke coldly. I advocate for people to realize their current situation clearly. I oppose the use of B0 medicine. It is, after all, a high-dimensional product. Since we cannot guarantee it is 100% safe, accidents are inevitable. The three passed by He Anzai. Xiao Yufeng said to the two girls behind him, Lin Ning, go investigate the boy's information, where he went today and what he did. Lu Yu, go follow the boy home, observe him, and see if this is his nature or if it was caused by the B0 medicine. Yes, National Scholar Xiao. The two girls set off, while He Anzai remained completely unaware that he was being investigated and tailed. After separating from the two girls and before Xiao Yufeng had walked very far, Lu Yu's voice came through his earpiece. National Scholar Xiao, he vanished into thin air. As she finished, Xiao Yufeng was shocked and hurriedly turned back to rush toward them. Just a moment ago, He Anzai was rambling poetry while crossing the street when he was hit by a large truck speeding from afar. In the world of perpetual night he found himself in, he could not see the vehicle approaching without headlights. Coffee. He Anzai felt something strike his waist, a true blow with critical damage that sent him flying. It felt like his kidney had been shattered. Although he did not know what it was, he was certain it was not a truck. He Anzai lay on the ground, clutching his waist. For 3 years he had been plagued by mental disturbances every moment, yet he had never suffered such severe physical harm from those bizarre events. This is insane. He Anzai rolled on the ground in pain. It is getting more and more insane. While rolling, He Anzai caught a scent of damp earth and mushrooms. He used the moonlight to look around and realized he was in a mushroom forest. The giant mushrooms were no longer scattered in the city like they had been in the morning. They had grown into a vast, connected forest. He Anzai hurriedly looked toward the direction of the strike and saw a girl in a black tight-fitting dress standing there. She wore a wide-brimmed, pointed hat, the shadow of which obscured her expression and features. She was holding a mushroom in her arms. The mushroom was longer than a billiard cue and thicker than a utility pole. This must have been what had struck him in the waist. He Anzai clutched his waist with one hand and held onto a mushroom with the other, struggling to his feet with a tremulous effort. His waist was throbbing with intense pain, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably, yet a strange sense of relief welled up in his heart. It was not that he was a masochist. It was just that after 3 years of mental torture, this kind of tangible physical pain felt oddly familiar. Living life inevitably comes with bumps and bruises, and knowing exactly what hurts and how to treat it was far more comforting than the psychological agony he had endured. However, this feeling lasted only for a moment, as he was still trapped in a situation that was anything but physical. Just like the mountain peak and the old man from before, this forest and the young woman were completely otherworldly, showing no trace of the reality he knew. He Anzai was reaching his limit. He no longer cared whether this was real or fake. It happened far too often. If this occurred once every 10 days or half a month, perhaps he could still feel a sense of awe. But this was the second time in just one afternoon. Though his mind and sanity had taken a massive hit, everything was still within the realm of his comprehension. There were no bizarre horrors like snakes covered in eyes, so he could just barely accept it. "Excuse me, miss," He Anzai tried to speak tentatively. He wanted to stand up straight, but his injured waist made it impossible, and he knew he must look quite pathetic. He Anzai remained vigilant toward the woman in front of him. He was more wary of the face hidden beneath the shadow of her wide-brimmed hat than the mushroom she might swing at him again at any moment. In this pitch-black forest, he could only see his surroundings by the pale moonlight. If the girl's face turned out to be some indescribable, hideous monstrosity, he really would not be able to handle it. A wide, pointed brim, that mysterious black card. He Anzai thought of that mysterious black card. It had a hat just like that on it. Could there be a connection between the two? Did his appearance here have something to do with that mysterious card? And if his being here was linked to that card, then what about the white-robed old man on the peak? What was he related to? A coin pusher? No, that is not right. He had heard the old man's voice even before he saw the coin pusher. He Anzai felt a sudden shock and hurriedly stopped those thoughts. Do not think, do not think, do not think. Sunlight hits the incense burner, rising purple smoke. Mountain breezes drift through the idle days. When shall we trim the candles by the west window? Across the river they still sing the late court song. It worked. After a few attempts, He Anzai was deeply stunned. As long as he did not let his imagination run wild, he would not be affected by that mysterious, sinister influence. The girl in the black dress held the thick mushroom in her slender, lotus root-like arms with visible effort. The bright moonlight gave her arms the appearance of flawless white jade. She hugged the mushroom tight with one arm, then reached up with her other hand to lift her brim, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. The girl's classic, stunning appearance did not match the clothes and hat she wore. Paired with waist-length black wavy hair, the sight made He Anzai's heart skip a beat. Moonlight danced in the girl's pitch-black, starry eyes. With slightly upturned cherry lips and delicate features, even the mud from the mushroom smeared on her face could not hide her ethereal air and look of surprise. "Hello, hi, hiss." He Anzai ignored the pain and suddenly stood up straight. "May I ask where this place is?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a jolt of panic and bent his waist back down immediately. That was close, almost got distracted by her beauty. She was the one who nearly incapacitated him with that mushroom just moments ago. The girl held the mushroom tighter, parted her cherry lips, and let out a soft exclamation, "A human." Those two simple words raised a mountain of questions. But He Anzai dared not think about them. Like someone with a cognitive disability, he focused only on the most superficial meaning. To stop his mind from wandering, he even started playing inappropriate X-rated mental movies, imagining himself pinning the girl to the ground and bullying her. It worked, but it was so shameful and embarrassing. He had not felt this awkward even when his classmates were pointing fingers at him at the party. The implications behind the words "a human" were like a loose thread on a sweater. They made him want to pull at it. He Anzai used lewd fantasies to suppress the urge to investigate further, but suddenly the girl in the black dress stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Before he could react, he was being dragged away by her. He Anzai stumbled and fell, but he was held fast by the girl, who kept pulling him along. Wait. Though the girl was wearing a tight-fitting long dress, she walked with impressive speed. He Anzai could not get up and wanted to tell the girl to slow down, but from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something moving deep in the dark mushroom forest. He Anzai squinted into the depths of the darkness and saw, to his horror, a huge mass wriggling. Do not look. He Anzai quickly averted his gaze, but the moment he did, a flash of silver streaked past in his peripheral vision. Swish! As the silver light flashed, He Anzai was suddenly tossed high into the air by the girl to dodge the strike. He Anzai flew straight out of the mushroom forest. In midair, he saw that the silver light was a vertical slash. The moonlight reflected off a jagged, broken blade, and the wielder was a small, brownish-green creature with pointed ears, a pointed nose, glowing red eyes, and sharp fangs, making a strange, chattering noise. The goblin He Anzai felt a brief shock. Although goblins were legendary creatures, they at least existed within his framework of understanding. Compared to those indescribable horrors, this felt almost friendly. But was this the power a legendary goblin should have? A slash that carved a trench, he could not make out its length or depth in the dim light, even with the moonlight. And that wriggling mass in the darkness was actually a huge swarm of goblins. He Anzai stared at the goblin, lost in thought, and as he did, the creature began to look increasingly hideous. He Anzai stopped thinking immediately. He suddenly realized that both this goblin and the snake-headed monster were just manifestations based on his own perceptions. If he kept staring at them, he would eventually see what they truly looked like. After tossing He Anzai into the air, the girl in the black dress leaped up herself. In midair, she threw the mushroom to block arrows flying at He Anzai from the darkness, then tore her long dress, revealing her fair, slender legs under the moonlight. The dress was torn into a cheongsam, and the monsters in He Anzai's mind were kicked out by a pair of beautiful legs. He had seen all sorts of monsters before, but this was his first time seeing such long, white legs. The girl caught He Anzai and the mushroom in midair, hoisted them onto her shoulders with her slender arms, and landed on a mushroom. She began to leap and bound across the mushrooms, heading toward a cliff. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, the girl tossed He Anzai and the mushroom over the side. He Anzai screamed as he tumbled into the void. In his panic, he caught a glimpse of a blue moon, a massive glowing tree, and a flash of skin revealed as the wind blew the skirt of her torn cheongsam. He Anzai stared at the glimpse of skin visible beneath the fluttering cheongsam. In a daze, amidst the whistling wind, the dress transformed into a plastic bag, and that subtle beauty turned into a price tag. The plastic bag slapped against He Anzai's face, the price tag sticking right before his eyes. It read 9 yuan and 9 jiao. Why now of all times? Then the cliff morphed into a highway, and the sensation of falling turned into the inertia acting upon his side. Falling from the cliff, He Anzai rolled along the road, tumbling more than 10 meters until his clothes were shredded. He Anzai finally came to a stop and sat up, dazed for a long while before checking the abrasions on his body. After that tumble, he was covered in bruises and scrapes, but luckily, there were no serious injuries. He Anzai stood up slowly, moving his joints one by one to make sure he did not need to go to the hospital. He looked around, confirmed his location, and headed home as if nothing had happened at all. He chose not to think about what just transpired, nor to recall the grim sights and the glimpses of beauty. It felt as though he had merely had a shallow dream, and upon waking, he remembered nothing. Early the next morning, a series of knocks woke Mother He from her deep sleep. "Who is it, so early in the morning?" Mother He grumbled as she went to open the door in her pajamas. She opened the door to find a young girl standing there. She was tall, with a gentle smile on her lips and delicate features. She wore no makeup, her long black hair hung loose, and she was dressed in the loose uniform of He Anzai's school, carrying a backpack and holding small steamed buns and soy milk. "Hello, Auntie, I am He Anzai's classmate. My name is Lu Yu. Sorry to bother you so early. I brought some breakfast for you and He Anzai." Lu Yu held up the breakfast. Lu Yu was the same girl who had been behind Xiao Yufeng yesterday, the one tasked with sending He Anzai home, only to witness him vanish into thin air. She was not his classmate. The uniform was borrowed to make it easier to get close to Mother He. Mother He, who had been a bit grumpy from being woken up, beamed with joy upon seeing such a pure-looking young girl. She quickly took the food and invited her in, saying, "Oh, you are Anzai's classmate, please do come in." If He Anzai had not fallen ill, Mother He would never have shown such a welcoming face. To her, any girl was just a seductress, a stone on her son's path to a successful future. But now that He Anzai suffered from a strange illness, her attitude had done a 180. In her eyes, it did not matter if it was mental illness or a nervous breakdown, her son's mind was broken. He had gone from being first in his studies to the very bottom, which to her meant he had turned simple-minded. The fact that a girl did not mind her slows on made her overjoyed, so much so that she even decided to go out, leaving the two young people alone. "Anzai, your classmate is here. Please sit, dear, have some water and help yourself to the fruit." After calling out to her son, Mother He went to her room to change and left for her morning exercise. Once Mother He had left, Lu Yu, sitting on the sofa, shed her pure and innocent air with a faint smile. She crossed her legs and the movement revealed black silk stockings beneath her school uniform track pants. A short while later, a neatly dressed He Anzai walked out of his room. He paused in the living room, looking at the girl who claimed to be his classmate sitting on the sofa. He recognized her, though not from school. She was by the roadside yesterday with that large man who had given him an eyeball to eat. Ever since he ate that eyeball yesterday, his condition had been fluctuating, which was also linked to whether or not he let his imagination run wild. On his way back yesterday, when he was clearing his mind to avoid random thoughts, he ran into Xiao Yufeng, Lu Yu, and another girl. That was when he saw them clearly. And when he saw Xiao Yufeng, he could not help but let his imagination wander, which caused the world to become strange again, eventually turning entirely into another reality. Now seeing Lu Yu again, he found himself having similar aimless thoughts. Fortunately, since he was at home, he simply closed his eyes, feigned sleepiness, and fumbled his way to the bathroom to wash up. Lu Yu did not say a word, just watched him and waited quietly until He Anzai, looking groggy, sat down across from the coffee table. "Let us be direct," He Anzai said first. He opened his eyes, realizing with a start that his thoughts seemed to influence the world he saw. "Let us get straight to the point." When his mind turned fantastical, the world became bizarre. When he focused on reality, the world became incredibly realistic. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking about his bleak future and his parents who had sacrificed so much for him over the years. He was supposed to be their pride, but now he could not even pass his college entrance exams. His father worked tirelessly on business trips, his mother took care of his every need at home, just hoping he would make something of himself. But he could not see a future, he did not know how he could ever support himself, let alone provide for his parents. He realized his own uniqueness. If he were taken for study and cooperated actively, perhaps he could get some money. He would not say it was repaying his parents for raising him, but at least he could contribute to their retirement. With these thoughts, the world became immensely grounded. It was the same world, the familiar one from 3 years ago, but he felt as though his eyes were no longer burdened by nearsightedness or haze, and the entire world had become crystal clear. Lu Yu smiled slightly, took an envelope out of her backpack, and handed it to He Anzai. He Anzai received it in a daze, noting the words "admission notice" handwritten on the cover. He opened it to find a simple, folded a sheet. It was actually his own medical record. Seeing He Anzai holding it upside down, Lu Yu kindly flipped the page for him. It turned out that the back of the medical report was the main content. It was a handwritten admission notice containing his personal information, along with the signatory's name and a seal, Xiao Yufeng. It was very sloppy, not just the handwriting, but the whole idea of an admission notice. There was no school name, just a random piece of paper, his own medical history. It was clear that Xiao Yufeng had written this in his uncle's office. "I do not understand what this means," He Anzai said, setting the so-called admission notice aside. "Besides, it is only the day after the college entrance exams. The scores have not even been released, so where would an admission notice come from?" Lu Yu flicked her wrist, and the paper made from his medical record lifted into the air and floated gently into her hand. Lu Yu looked at the report and explained, "I do not know if you have noticed your own special nature. In fact, someone should have made contact with you 3 years ago. But because your uncle was your attending physician and never reported your case, and the records were never uploaded to the system, it was delayed for 3 years. Seeing Lu Yu's extraordinary display, He Anzai remained indifferent. Telekinesis and calling objects with a gesture truly magical, but compared to the anomalies he had seen, it was not worth mentioning. Lu Yu continued, "Hospital regulations clearly state that special patients like you must be reported immediately. Your uncle violated these rules and should be dismissed and punished, but for your sake, I can waive the disciplinary action." "Do I have that much influence?" "You certainly can." Lu Yu flicked her finger and the admission letter flew back to He Anzai. "Take it and register. You will get an official government position upon enrollment. By your second year, you can join a special task force and accompany a national scholar on missions where you will have supreme command over local police forces. National scholar Zhao Yufeng, the person you met yesterday, is currently handling the special operation codenamed Gravekeeper. You have had contact with the Gravekeeper, so if you join the task force in your second year while the scholar is still working on it, there is a 100% chance you will be sent to assist. When that happens, city leaders will line up to welcome you and the mayor himself will toast you. Wang Xing's father, whom he is so proud of, would not even be qualified to sit at the table." After listening to Lu Yu, He Anzai gulped. Threats of his uncle losing his position, and the promise of an official government position that no one in Dingjiao could refuse, plus the glory of a triumphant homecoming with officials lining up to greet him. This was just in the short term. He did not dare imagine the future, but just having that position meant an unlimited future. It would bring great honor to his ancestors. Even if he were just a guinea pig for experiments, they were offering a government position. "It seems you know me better than my parents now," He Anzai put away the admission letter, signaling his acceptance. "Could you start by introducing me to this world?" Lu Yu's expression remained calm, unmoved by He Anzai's actions. "You were a top student, you must know about the pioneer plaques, right?" Lu Yu asked. He Anzai replied, "Humanity's business card to the universe, carrying messages from Earth." 2 gold-plated aluminum plaques were launched into space on Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11 in 1972 and 1973 respectively. After hearing his answer, Lu Yu snapped her fingers and said, "Over 300 years ago, humanity claimed to have received pioneer-like gold plaques from a higher dimension. Scientists named them the celestial canon based on the identifiable pictographs. After years of study, scientists began to recognize and understand the content, and this understanding was not just a research result but an evolutionary one." Lu Yu touched the water in the cup. It rose and mimicked shapes, vividly reenacting a scene from over 300 years ago. 300 years ago, after the celestial canon appeared, a tiny fraction of humanity evolved and awakened special abilities. People called this evolution dimensional ascension. Ascended humans possessed higher cognition, allowing them to see, hear, and understand things and information from higher dimensions. That is how humanity came to understand the celestial canon. The celestial canon recorded beings from an even higher dimension, existence beyond human comprehension. At the same time, they realized that the dimensional invasion had begun long before the celestial canon appeared. It was just that ordinary people could not perceive it and therefore could not see those higher dimensional entities. Facing a threat to their species, humanity became unprecedentedly united. The first group of ascended humans formed a united front to resist the higher dimensional invasion. But no one knows what happened afterwards. A massive catastrophe occurred. The entire high-dimensional research center, along with all the data, most of the ascended humans, the world's top scientists at the time, the celestial canon, and even the 330 meters of Earth beneath the facility, all vanished into thin air. The water in the air condensed into a sphere and dropped back into the cup. Lu Yu took a sip and continued. Ordinary people do not even know such a disaster happened on Earth, but it was a devastating blow to governments worldwide. Humanity's understanding of higher dimensions reverted to how it was before the canon appeared. The remaining ascended humans have been using their limited knowledge to fight the invasion ever since. He Anzai was deeply shocked by her explanation. "So everything I have seen is real, all beings from higher dimensions?" Yes, Lu Yu nodded. Even though he had guessed it and prepared himself, hearing that what he saw was real was still incredibly shocking. He could not imagine what would have happened if those terrifying monsters he had seen had actually come for him. It felt like using a firecracker as a poker, only realizing it was a firecracker after it was burnt and being lucky that it had not gone off. You know very well what kind of torture that is for the mind and sanity. To avoid panic, the world government has kept it a secret from the public from the start. But as time has passed, more than 300 years since the celestial canon appeared, more people have ascended. While those who awaken special abilities remain a tiny minority, more and more people have experienced cognitive enhancement, allowing them to see higher dimensional things. More and more supernatural events are occurring worldwide. Just as humans cannot see ultraviolet light or hear ultrasound, yet they still affect the body, the impact of higher dimensions is gradually increasing. The dark night will eventually fall. By the time humanity realizes it, it will be too late. Our understanding is based on the celestial canon, which went missing 300 years ago. Ever since, humanity has been like blind men feeling an elephant until you appeared yesterday. What do you mean? What does that have to do with me? He Anzai was completely confused. Lu Yu took a tablet out of her backpack and played the surveillance footage from yesterday, showing He Anzai disappearing into thin air. Even though he had experienced it personally, seeing it from a third-person perspective made his eyes widen, his mind reeling with profanity. He Anzai had never known he could just vanish like that. You are like a bug in this world. If used correctly, you are a feature. Lu Yu uncrossed her legs, leaned forward, rested her arms on her knees, and cupped her chin with her hands. Call me Senior and I will show you a bright path. Senior, He Anzai did not hesitate to say it. At this point, forget calling her Senior, he would call her whatever she wanted. Good boy. Lu Yu leaned back into the sofa with her arms crossed, crossing her legs once again. My awakened ability is obvious, object manipulation. The scope of these objects is quite broad, encompassing anything I can perceive and understand, including human beings. As Lu Yu spoke, He Anzai felt his body grow light. He looked down to find himself actually floating and could not help but marvel at the wonder of it all. Compared to me, those who control water or fire are nothing. That is why I have a high ranking and enjoy generous benefits. As He Anzai landed back on his seat, Lu Yu continued. As I mentioned earlier, human knowledge of the higher dimensional world is based on the Shen Huang Lu. In the 300 years since it went missing, human exploration of the higher dimensional world has been like blind men feeling an elephant, simply because we lack the ability to explore it. But you, my junior, your awakened ability is extremely special. It is preliminarily judged to be dimension-related, which is exactly what humanity desperately needs right now. Lu Yu flashed a mischievous smirk. They are desperate to recruit you, so you can demand whatever price you want. It may concern the survival of the entire human race, so do not be afraid to ask for the moon. They will meet your terms. He Anzai looked embarrassed. Are you testing me, Senior? Lu Yu shook her head. I have read your file. Your father is away for work all year round, and your mother quit her job 3 years ago to become a full-time housewife and take care of your daily needs. Though your family is not exactly wealthy, you have managed to get by better than many working-class families. Yet your daily life is very strained because you have too many worries, including your future. And the truth is, you most likely have no future at all. He Anzai understood what she meant and could not help but laugh bitterly. I will be a pioneer for humanity stepping into higher dimensions. And when facing an unknown higher dimensional world, the dangers are far greater than the visible universe. As a pioneer, I am destined never to return, just like the Pioneer spacecraft that carried the golden aluminum plates into the universe. In a sense, he was not fighting for benefits, but for a survivor's pension. And he really truly needed that. He was an only child. Without the ability to live a normal life, he no longer had a future. Not only would he be unable to support his parents, but he would also become an eternal burden to them. Over the past 3 years, he had thought about many things. Whenever he felt pessimistic, he would imagine that he could recover and everything would return to normal. It was not until after the college entrance exam, having muddled through such a major turning point in life, that he realized the truth. His recovery had always been a self-deception. His condition would only get worse. To keep his family from worrying, he had never dared to tell them the truth. Whenever his family asked, he would always say he was doing much better. How he would provide for his parents in the future had become a worry that kept him awake at night. Mental illness is hard to define. It is something you can neither see nor touch. He could not prove the unique nature of his condition, making it difficult to attract the attention of doctors or become a lab rat for research to trade for the benefits needed to support his parents. Now that someone had come to him, no matter who they were, as long as the pay was enough, he would not refuse. It is like a deathbed confession, He Anzai continued with a bitter smile. Pretty much, if not for the thought of how much my parents would grieve if they lost me, I would not have been able to carry on. I do not ask for great wealth, just a way to solve the issue of my parents' retirement. Something ordinary is fine, having enough to eat and a stable life. I also want a good reputation. My parents have been proud of me since I was a child. I want to be their pride once again. Lu Yu said calmly, do not be so pessimistic. You are the only spark humanity has discovered before the darkness descends. They will ensure you do not go out, and after the darkness fully falls, you will be humanity's only beacon. As for becoming your parents' pride again, there is an opportunity right now, a privilege of your enrollment. Since our academy is special and not officially registered, it has no name. Therefore, you can choose any university in the country to affiliate with, and your file will be placed under that institution. Hearing this, He Anzai slapped the table and stood up, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Really, any school in the country, even the top-ranked Kingbei University, not officially registered. No name. This suddenly sounds unreliable, like I have met a scammer. It does not cost money, right? Is that object manipulation some kind of string trick or visual magic? Could you demonstrate it again, senior? He Anzai suddenly became cautious. Heh, Lu Yu chuckled, explaining, once bitten, twice shy. There was a mysterious great cataclysm 300 years ago that taught us not to put all our eggs in one basket. The academy has no name and is divided into 4 campuses, each conducting different research with data shared in real time. Considering your grades over the last 3 years, in order to convince your parents, we will contact the local education bureau after you agree to enroll, and they will personally deliver the admission letter. Have you decided on Kingbei University? While speaking, Lu Yu took out her phone and drafted a message, waiting for He Anzai's nod to send it. He Anzai swallowed hard and nodded tremblingly. This feeling of finding a way out when all seemed lost felt truly unreal, even more unreal than the strange sky itself, just like a scam. The admission letter from Kingbei University will be sent via express delivery and should arrive by this afternoon. Lu Yu sent the text message, put her phone away, picked up her glass again, and took a sip of water. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As your senior, I will tell you everything I know without holding anything back. He Anzai sat back down and asked the question that had weighed most heavily on him since learning the truth about the world. You have read my medical records and know what I have seen before. Is everyone who undergoes dimensional ascension in the same condition as me? Lu Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and shook her head. Think of the world as a channel and humans as radios, televisions, or walkie-talkies. Everyone is on the same frequency. But for a rare few, a malfunction occurs, causing crosstalk and receiving signals from other channels. These are the dimensional ascenders. That is for other people, but you, my junior, your awakened ability is essentially massive channel crosstalk. You can receive signals from every channel. For now, I will call your ability Dimension Observer. This is your initial ability, the mental illness that has plagued you for 3 years. Recently, your ability has shown signs of ascending to the 5th dimension. To be precise, you are now between the 4th and 5th dimensions, which is the cross-dimensional ability you have displayed. I call it Dimensional Leaper. It is incredible. Without any guidance, you ascended to the 5th dimension. You could say that you were born for this era. He Anzai offered a bitter smile as he had many times before. Besides that, he did not know what other expression he could possibly wear. He had hoped to find many like-minded people who would understand his pain, thinking that if everyone suffered together it would not be quite so agonizing, a way of finding some comfort in the misery. But human joys and sorrows are rarely truly shared. When you are able to freely perform dimensional shifts, you will have officially ascended to the 5th dimension, Lu Yu said. Lu Yu's words ignited a spark of hope in He Anzai. He knew exactly what a dimensional shift felt like. If he could control it freely, he could control what he saw before his eyes. And if he wanted to shift dimensions at will, he first had to master the control of his own vision. Does human ascension mean evolving into a 4-dimensional or even higher life form? He Anzai continued to ask. Lu Yu replied, human ascension is an evolution toward higher dimensions, but it is not an evolution into a 4-dimensional life form. The terms we use today, like 5th dimensional ascension or the 4th dimensional world, are just for the sake of distinction. In reality, we have not truly reached the scientific definition of 4 dimensions. Some scholars suggest that the high-dimensional world humans currently contact is a parallel world existing between the 3rd and 4th dimensions. What was that thing you fed me yesterday? It was B0 medicine. 300 years ago, after the high-dimensional invasion, it became humanity's top research priority. It was the first high-dimensional product developed, and it is the only one that remained completely intact during the Great Cataclysm 3 centuries ago, with all its data preserved to this day. The raw material for B0 comes from a high-dimensional life form indexed as B in the Divine Records, codenamed Peach Salamander. It is a salamander-like creature that dwells in streams and marshes. Its skin secretes a special mucus. Mere physical contact causes the victim's memory to distort and forces their mind to construct a self-consistent logic. This mucus dissolves in water and evaporates with it, forming a protective layer in its habitat that makes intruders and those who stumble upon it delete the memory of their arrival and fabricate their own explanations for their presence. The first discovery of the peach salamander happened when a team noticed discrepancies in the log reports of a single mission, where different members recorded different environments for the same location. After humans captured the first specimen, they extracted its body fluid, diluted it, and researched it to create the drug that causes memory confusion and logical self-consistency. That is B0. B0 causes memory confusion for an hour or two after consumption for normal people, leading to self-consistent false logic and occasional bouts of déjà vu, but the subject never notices anything abnormal. B0 was designed specifically for ordinary people and only affects them in this way. If an ascender takes B0, they only experience brief memory confusion without the ability to rationalize it. And since you are currently in the stage of ascending to the fifth dimension, B0 is ineffective on you. Perhaps the reason B0 was ineffective on He Anzai was that what he had eaten was not B0 at all. He Anzai fell into deep thought. His intention was never the medicine but that bizarre eyeball. He knew that everything he saw was real, they were objects from higher dimensions. Therefore, the eyeball he had swallowed the previous day was definitely real. Ascenders are capable of perceiving and understanding higher dimensional objects. But Xiao Yufeng, a man known as a national scholar who forced that eyeball into his mouth, was holding B0. Xiao was clearly no ordinary ascender, and if even he could not perceive or understand it, that meant the strange eyeball came from a much higher dimensional world. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, it is unavoidable. It was already in his stomach, so being afraid was useless. He would just have to take it one step at a time. He Anzai continued to ask, is keeping it secret from the public really just to prevent panic? 300 years have passed. That is long enough to write a whole history textbook. Would not it be better for everyone to work together for the sake of current development? Lu Yu gave a faint smile and replied, I also advocate for letting the world realize the truth. Whether we work together does not matter, but at least we would not be so restricted when dealing with high-dimensional events. The secrecy stems from the lack of confidence nations have in their own people. A high-dimensional invasion would undoubtedly shuffle the entire world. We could work together, our people have the cohesion of 8,000 years of culture, but other nations cannot. Their leaders worry that their citizens would seize power in the chaos, so they decided to keep the public in the dark. In that special period, we could not stand out alone, so we signed the secrecy agreement along with the other nations. Lu Yu paused for a moment and continued, preventing panic was one of the goals too. Before we talk about that, we have to mention the divine records. The divine records refer to the gilded aluminum plates from the pioneers of the high-dimensional world. Before they disappeared, humanity only understood a small part of them, so we ordered them by danger level with numbers and assigned simple code names. Later generations collected these records of high-dimensional phenomena under the name divine records. They used prefix letters to distinguish danger levels, C for harmless, B for usable, A for dangerous, and S for unknown or legendary. There might be overlap since human understanding is still limited. If there is any ambiguity, the gilded aluminum plates from the pioneers will be the final authority. Over 300 years, more and more people began to ascend. Not all of them served the government. A large portion formed private groups to explore higher dimensions. Among them, some became obsessed with the unspeakable and started committing all sorts of anti-human acts. I am sure you know what they are, that is right, cults. The S prefix, representing the unknown and legendary, refers to high-dimensional mysteries explored, discovered, or worshipped by these private groups that have yet to be defined. The government has no detailed data on them, their danger levels are unknown, and no one can say for sure what they are. They could be ignorable, or they could be extremely dangerous. And the things worshipped by a group of madmen, those are beyond being described as merely dangerous. In this age of information, how many people base their values on the internet, blindly following the crowd? A few words are all it takes to manipulate their emotions, turning them into tools for those with ulterior motives. They lack the most basic ability to discern information, and it is hard to say they will not be attracted to something strange and fall into becoming new cultists. Do not think I am just fear-mongering. If people can treat vulgar, disgraceful, and morally bankrupt nobodies as idols, then it should not be strange if someone starts worshipping a flying noodle as the creator of the world. Perhaps I would have to spend more effort convincing others, but not you. You know what those things are because you have seen them. He Anzai still wore a bitter smile. He could not describe what those things were, but he knew clearly that the education he had received was no match for them. Though they were overwhelming, he had somehow survived. Was it because of his strong willpower? I have seen more than the average ascender, so I should have been crazier than anyone else. I have suffered mental torture for 3 years and been on the verge of collapse, yet I have not lost my sanity. Why is that? He Anzai asked. Lu Yu counted the reasons off on her fingers. This is what National Scholar Zio was worried about. He feared you had already become a cultist. Fortunately, you have been in school for the past 3 years with a traceable track record, so that suspicion was ruled out. There are passive and active factors. Those lunatics actively sought out those bizarre things, but you were passive. You consciously tried to escape, so you never got fully sucked in. There are cognitive factors. It is like how humans can hear a dog barking but cannot understand the meaning, while someone who knows dogs can interpret the intent from their body language and sounds. Ascenders can initially observe higher dimensional beings but cannot comprehend them. Your awakened ability is dimensional observation. It is not just seeing higher dimensional entities, but having a certain level of cognition about them, so they appear to you in forms you can understand. So that is it, He Anzai suddenly realized, feeling a sense of clarity. You are a filial child. I have seen too many ascenders lose their minds because they could not bear the mental torture, leading them to sink into depravity or even commit suicide. From our conversation just now, I can tell that you are concerned about your parents. They are the faith that keeps you going. In this regard, National Scholar Zio thinks very highly of you, and the authorities will surely like you too. A person with attachments and beliefs, someone with a moral bottom line and principles, is worth trusting, relying on, and entrusting with important responsibilities. Hearing you say that, senior, I really have been walking on thin ice these past 3 years. Then you should also understand what a grave mistake your uncle has made. To put it mildly, it is a loss of talent. To put it broadly, it concerns the destruction of the world and the survival of our race. Is not that a bit too mysterious? Do not underestimate yourself. Every ascender has infinite possibilities and your starting point is quite high. It is equivalent to a legendary talent, which undoubtedly has a higher ceiling than ordinary ones. Because of this, we specifically set up S, A, B, and C grades to categorize the abilities awakened by ascenders. If my uncle had reported my situation 3 years ago, what would have happened? A second-year student from the academy would have come to contact you and guide you. That is the field mission for most second-year students, to contact, guide, and observe ascenders everywhere, judge their character, and decide if they are fit for admission. Not everyone is as steady and full of belief as you. Most people satisfy their inner desires after gaining superhuman abilities. What if they cannot be admitted? It depends. Usually they are sent to the military or assigned to non-core units to assist with high-dimensional events. If their character is bad or truly vicious and guidance fails, we take measures like containment, imprisonment, or humane liquidation. Do not think it is cruel. This is a lesson written in blood over the past 300 years. That is enough for me to process for a long time. My last 3 questions: what is the grading of my ability? It is not yet finalized, but based on a preliminary assessment, it should be a grade. You made me sound so powerful, calling me a beacon of humanity and talking about racial survival. I thought it would be S grade. Lu Yu chuckled and comforted him. Although your ability is special, the rules dictate that only conceptual or rule-based abilities are classified as S grade. Those are truly heaven-defying. Explaining them is complicated, so I will not go into detail. You will naturally learn about such things after you enroll. Do you have any other questions? Where is the academy? When is the enrollment date? The academy's East Campus, where you belong, is located on the Yingzhou Peninsula. It is a top-secret military site, so you will not find it on any map. Someone will come to pick you up when the time comes. As for the enrollment date, when does defending one's country have a fixed schedule? There are no weekends or school breaks for our duty. If you want, you can enroll today. The summer break has not even started, and my college entrance exam results are not out yet. If I enroll now, it will be hard to explain to my family, right? I'm not trying to pressure you morally. You can also wait and enroll on September 1st. Your health is the foundation of the revolution. The first academic year focuses on physical fitness and ideological education, which does not require centralized teaching, but it will be very exhausting. If you finish the courses early, you can take the exams. If you pass, you will have a break until the second year. If you enroll now, you will have a 4-month vacation next year, but if you fail your exams and keep failing for 4 months, you will have to repeat the grade. I am not complaining. Vacations mean nothing to me now. I cannot enjoy them like a normal person. I am just thinking about how to explain this to my family. I cannot tell them the truth. It is just too unbelievable, whether it is about high-dimensional invasions or that a bottom-of-the-class student like me got an admission notice from a top university. Do not worry about that. The authorities have a way of handling it. As long as I can explain it to my family, I will go register. He Anzai, who was worried about having no school to attend yesterday, was naturally eager to go now that he knew he could continue his education. Can I invite you to go shopping, senior? I have not been shopping like a normal person for 3 years. Before I leave this city, I want to experience it like a regular person again. It was the first time in his life He Anzai had invited a girl shopping, yet he did it without blushing or racing his heart. It felt like the sense of ease he had with family, as if he were asking his own sister. I cannot feel normal when I am alone or with friends. I feel a sense of tranquility from you, senior. I think only with you can I feel like a normal person, He Anzai explained. Lu Yu did not tease or joke. She simply smiled and nodded, accepting the young boy's invitation. Perhaps it is because we are of the same kind. To be blunt, the gap between you and your mother is greater than the gap between you and a gorilla. Perhaps one day in the future, ascenders will no longer be defined as human. Lu Yu picked up her phone and exchanged contact information with He Anzai. Do I need to go back and change my clothes? He Anzai shook his head. Let us just go like this. It will make up for the regrets of my 3 years in high school. I actually had an appointment for my uncle to see a doctor today. Senior, do you think, is there still any point in going? Your uncle violated regulations, so he has been sent away for re-education. Oh. Late last night, outside the Dingjiao psychiatric hospital, the duty leaders who received the sudden notice had already formed a line at the main gate, and the dean, who had already gone to bed, was also on his way. The culprit behind all this, He Anzai's uncle, He Kaiming, was currently in his office cleaning up without a clue, assuming it was just a special surprise inspection. The leaders waiting at the gate whispered to each other, many of them already breaking into a cold sweat. This is a psychiatric hospital, not a military camp. What kind of inspection would be held in the middle of the night? It would disturb the patient's rest and severely violates regulations. Even if the superiors had lost their minds, they would not do it at this hour. Therefore, something major must have happened. A black sedan drove in from a distance. It did not stop or pay any attention to the crowd of hospital leaders at the gate, driving straight into the compound instead. Blinded by the headlights, the group could not see the license plate or identify the visitor, and they were hesitant about what to do. Fortunately, as the sedan passed them, the passenger window rolled down and someone gestured frantically at them. The group quickly straightened their posture and jogged to keep up, clapping in welcome as they ran. The car did not head to the parking lot but drove directly to the entrance of the main building. A city official stepped out from the passenger seat and ran back to give instructions to the person in charge, who was sprinting towards them. Many people present had seen this official from the city before. In the past, he was always surrounded by people, walking in the center with his head held high. But at this moment, he looked like a mere errand runner, hunched over and no longer relaxed as usual. Without even giving the hospital administrator a chance to exchange pleasantries, he issued a series of tasks. Then Lu Yu stepped out of the back seat and went to the other side to open the door. Xiao Yufeng sat steadily in the back seat, holding a tablet that was loading a video. He had intended to get out, but just then Lin Ning's voice broke into his earpiece to report on the progress of their work. National Scholar Xiao, this afternoon, while the drone was tracking the gravedigger, it captured that young man on the roof of a building. I am sending the video to you. In the video, Chen Xiaoqing returned a game token to He Anzai. He Anzai then raised that hand and his entire behavior became bizarre. He Anzai was shocked when he saw his own missing surveillance footage, but seeing this video left him feeling bewildered. The mountain peak and the old man, the forest and the girl. He had gained a new understanding of the world and himself, learning that he had undergone a dimensional shift in the forest with the girl. But what about the mountain peak and the old man? He had not disappeared from the real world at that time. So what was that? A hallucination. Lin Ning's voice said, simple movements yet completely irrational throughout. I cannot interpret his confusing behavior. It seems like he saw something. The coin in his hand disappeared, Xiao Yufeng said in a low voice. Suddenly, Xiao Yufeng's eyes widened. He hurried out of the car, tossed the tablet to Lu Yu and rushed into the building in a frantic state. Investigate the girl's information. Do not rule out the possibility that they are a group of cultists. Xiao Yufeng was only speculating. If He Anzai were a cultist, he would not be swaggering in front of them after their contact yesterday. Where's He Kaiming's office? Xiao Yufeng grabbed a passing nurse and asked for the location of He Kaiming's office. Although the He family's records were clean and traceable for generations, the threat posed by cultists was too great to be careless. Xiao Yufeng stormed into He Kaiming's office. He Kaiming was wiping a fish tank on the windowsill and was so startled by the burly man bursting in that he almost knocked the tank off. You! He Kaiming frowned, looking at Xiao Yufeng, just about to start complaining and scolding. Xiao Yufeng lunged at him. Before He Kaiming could react, a large palm hit his face. His brain went blank, he lost his balance, and by the time he regained consciousness, he had already been pinned to the floor. By now, the office was crowded with people. Several security guards were about to step forward but were stopped by the hospital leaders who had rushed over. Lu Yu watched the video of He Anzai on the rooftop, walked through the crowd with measured steps, entered the office and closed the door behind him. National Scholar Xiao, perhaps you need to take a good break, Lu Yu said softly. Xiao Yufeng slowly calmed down but did not let go of He Kaiming. The next time I take a break will be when I sacrifice my life for the country. Do not be like this, National Scholar Xiao, Lu Yu said dismissively while rummaging through the patient files in the bookcase. You are becoming increasingly radical and irrational. If you fall into madness, you will be more dangerous than those lunatics, and you might even destroy with your own hands the things you have guarded your whole life. For example, the person under your command, without definitive evidence, he is also one of the things you are protecting. Xiao Yufeng was silent for a long time, carefully reflecting on Lu Yu's words. I never thought that at my age, nearing 50, I would still be lectured by a young girl. You are right, I know it myself, but I simply cannot control it. This is a sign of falling into madness. You really should take a break, go accompany your daughter to an amusement park and watch cartoons. Lu Yu found He Anzai's medical record and began reading it to herself. Xiao Yufeng helped He Kaiming up from the floor and said to him, I am very sorry, Dr. He. You have violated very serious regulations in your professional career and are suspected of being involved in an even more serious incident of cultist brainwashing. We are investigating you according to the law. Based on the fact that He Kaiming had not reported He Anzai's case, Xiao Yufeng concocted a story about a cultist using their position as a psychiatrist to brainwash and harm people. When He Kaiming heard that the accusation was related to his own situation, he quickly confessed for leniency. His situation was at most a violation of regulations. He definitely did not want to be associated with anti-human, anti-social cultists. I did fail to report it and I did not upload the case to the system, but this is the only one. The patient is my own nephew and his parents did not want him to be labeled at such a young age. That is why I did not report it. It absolutely has nothing to do with any cult. Xiao Yufeng questioned He Kaiming briefly, but he could not determine whether He Kaiming was a cultist just from the interrogation. It would still have to be handed over to more professional personnel to decide. Although you are not a cultist, you have indeed violated regulations. Your medical license is temporarily suspended. You need to go to the provincial level for retraining, after which your license will be restored. According to regulations, the medical license should have been permanently revoked, but since they still wanted to win He Anzai over, they could not be too ruthless. In front of the bookcase, Lu Yu looked at He Anzai's medical record, her fingers tapping lightly on it repeatedly, as if she were hesitant about something. Late into the night, the lights were already out in He Kaiming's office. Lu Yu leaned against the window, the dim, faint moonlight spilling over her profile. Xiao Yufeng sat at the desk, his hands clasped under his chin, repeatedly watching the two videos of He Anzai. He Kaiming had stayed directly at the hospital. Someone would come to pick him up tomorrow morning to study in the province, though the real purpose was to further rule out the possibility that he was a cultist. At that moment, Lin Ning arrived. She pushed the door open excitedly, but was startled by the dim room and Lu Yu, who was half lit by the moonlight. Why are not the lights on? Lin Ning held a thick stack of documents and carefully delivered them to Zai Yufeng, saying happily, the girl is also clean. This is the information on her entire family. We can basically rule out the possibility that the boy is a cultist. That is a space-jumping ability, after all. If there were no conditions attached, it would definitely be an S-rank level capability. Lin Ning's voice came to an abrupt halt. She seemed to notice that something was wrong with the atmosphere. It was truly eerie, as if they had entered the radiation range of some high-dimensional entity. Lin Ning stepped back quickly, raising her guard. What is going on? Two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Yu said calmly. Oh my, hearing this, Lin Ning broke into a cold sweat and complained repeatedly. Is there something you cannot just say directly? And not turning on the lights, are you doing this on purpose to scare me? Lu Yu did not answer, just stared straight at Lin Ning. Lin Ning felt a chill run down her spine under Lu Yu's gaze. She shrugged, put away her complaints, and pouted the good news. Lu Yu began, He Anzai's ability is related to dimensions, which is exactly what humanity urgently needs right now. What? Lin Ning was shocked at first, then confused. This is wonderful news. If we bring him back, we will definitely get extra credits. What is the matter then? Is there really a problem with his uncle? Are we unable to recruit him? What is the bad news? Lu Yu shook her head several times before slowly speaking. National scholar Yi Shu has sacrificed himself. Lin Ning was even more confused upon hearing this. She took several steps back, feeling as if her logic had failed, like an experience from a dream, disjointed and nonsensical. She asked, what do you mean? How is this related to National Scholar Yi Shu? Was not National Scholar Yi Shu missing? Have they found the remains? See for yourself. Lu Yu went to the desk and handed He Anzai's medical records to Lin Ning. Lin Ning carefully took the medical records, then felt around the wall, failing to find the light switch, so she simply pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight. Lin Ning scanned He Anzai's case file rapidly. Her eyes widened, her pupils dilating to the extreme. She staggered against the wall, then slumped powerlessly to the floor, whispering to herself, how can this be? How can this be? For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely heavy. On a night with lightning and torrential rain, He Anzai was heading home after evening self-study. While passing by the public toilet next to the community square, he suddenly felt exhausted, and an inexplicable urge to go inside and hide from the rain arose in his heart. So He Anzai entered the public toilet. The sensor light in the toilet did not turn on. He could only see the darkness of the narrow space by the flashes of lightning. The wet floor felt muddy, and the foul smell in the air turned into a raw, bloody stench. When the lightning struck again, the original toilet stalls had turned into something else. For an instant, he could not see clearly, only a flash of blood red passed before his eyes. The disgusting smell grew stronger, like a pig full of fat that had rotted away. He Anzai covered his mouth and nose, dry heaving, and rushed out of the toilet without looking back. He did not even open his umbrella before dashing into the heavy rain. By the light of the lightning, He Anzai saw an eerie, muscular man in the rain, as tall as the statue in the square. He appeared naked, wearing only a tattered leather apron with patches. He had no face, his head was a safe wrapped in barbed wire. He walked with a limp, lopsidedly heading toward He Anzai. The eerie, tall, muscular man brushed past He Anzai. At that moment, 5 lightning bolts struck the sky in succession, and He Anzai saw a scene that shocked him to his core. Its right hand was dragging a leg. This leg was fair and slender with red painted toenails. The knee, ankle, and other joints were severely twisted and deformed, and half an abdomen with a navel was still attached to the top of the thigh. Even more shocking was the other hand, which was dragging a naked woman. It had no left hand, only the hook of a pirate captain from a movie. The hook on its left hand had pierced through the flesh of the woman's chest, dragging her along the ground. The woman was missing a leg and part of her abdomen. Her intestines and other internal organs had spilled out and were being dragged along the ground, trailing even further behind than her legs. It looked as if she had been grabbed by both legs and forcibly torn apart. The woman had burgundy-dyed wavy hair, and the crystal necklace on her neck reflected the lightning. Her head hung low, her wide-open eyes staring fixedly at He Anzai, sending a chill down his spine. Her mouth was slightly agape as if she were still breathing. He Anzai's gaze could not help but follow the dragged woman backward, only to see that the public toilet had turned into a huge, dilapidated wooden house. A lit, rusty old oil lantern was hanging at the entrance of the house. It dragged her into the wooden house. As the house door closed and 5 muffled claps of thunder echoed, He Anzai blinked and everything returned to normal. It was still just a public toilet. Shen Yuenglu Sequence 37, codename Butcher. He saw the butcher. Lin Ning said distractedly, National Scholar Yi. He Anzai's medical records contained his oral account of the hallucinations he saw in the early stages. This was one of the pages. Based on the physical description, as well as the time and location, we can confirm that the woman dragged away by the butcher was National Scholar Yi, Lu Yu said in a heavy voice. Just as recorded in the Shen Yuenglu on a rainy night with lightning, the butcher appears when there are 3 lightning strikes but only 2 claps of thunder, and disappears only after 5 lightning strikes and 5 claps of thunder. However, the Shen Yuenglu makes no mention of that eerie wooden house. At this point, Xiao Yufeng, who had been silent, spoke up. He took off his headset and said in a low voice, because everyone who has witnessed the butcher has died. He is the only one who has witnessed the butcher and survived. He not only brushed past the butcher but even entered the butcher's house. The reason the lights were off in the room was to hide his pale face and the sweat dripping down. He, who was already struggling to stay composed, had lost the calm demeanor of a national scholar. Perhaps the butcher radiates outward from that wooden house, and its radiation range is the butcher's area of activity. While this issue is heavy, we must discuss it. Xiao Yufeng stood up, walked over to Lin Ning and took He Anzai's medical records. First, the relationship between the wooden cabin and the butcher. Did the butcher come out of the cabin, or did it just disappear after entering? Does the butcher use the cabin as a center for its radiation and activities? This is crucial for determining if we can use this to ambush the butcher, as Vanguard satellites cannot detect high-dimensional entities ranked high on the Shenhuang register and can only accumulate experience through blood. Second, the Shenhuang register records that on stormy nights with lightning, the butcher appears when only 2 claps of thunder follow 3 flashes of lightning. He Anzai witnessed the descent of the cabin, and when he walked out of it, the butcher had already returned. Therefore, we have reason to believe that the cabin might only be related to the butcher's disappearance. Third, why was He Anzai unharmed when he brushed past the butcher? Fourth, we cannot yet determine if He Anzai is a cultist, nor can we be sure that these medical records are not a trap set for us, because this is all simply too bizarre. If the things we face daily can cause panic among the general public, then any single page pulled from this stack of records could cause panic among our nation's top scholars. Xiao Yufeng threw the stack of records onto the desk and sat back down in his original position. Lin Ning, who was slumped on the floor, could no longer contain his curiosity. He stood up, rushed to the desk, and reached out to flip through He Anzai's records. Just then, Lu Yu, who had been leaning against the window, also rushed forward, pressed his hand firmly onto the records, and said urgently, "Do not look, you cannot handle it." Lin Ning looked at the side of Lu Yu's face, illuminated by the moonlight, and saw firm resolve in his eyes. "Why?" Lin Ning asked with a trembling voice. "Why have I felt uneasy and panicked since just a moment ago?" For those indescribable high-dimensional existences, one cannot speak their names, so we use code names to refer to them. Lu Yu turned to look at Xiao Yufeng. Lin Ning's ability is transcendental perception. These records contain detailed descriptions of the high-dimensional entities He Anzai saw. Lin Ning only felt uneasy and panicked after touching these records because he perceived their presence. From this point of view, these are all real and were not fabricated by cultists. Xiao Yufeng remained silent for a moment and then said, "I have just received instructions from above." Through discussions among the top brass, it was decided that if He Anzai's awakened ability is indeed related to dimensions, even if he is a cultist, we must recruit him. This shows both the attitude of our superiors and the urgency of the situation. Humanity is in desperate need of eyes that can clearly see the world. If that bunch of madmen could clearly see their gods, they would not be here playing games with us. Lu Yu pushed Lin Ning aside and continued. Regarding the second point you mentioned, looking at He Anzai's other records, he differs from standard ascenders who remain constant. If a regular ascender is a telescope that can see stars in the sky through a lens, then He Anzai is a radar for the star field. He cannot just look directly, he needs an energy supply to see the entire starry sky. In other words, he needs to trigger a certain condition to see it. Back then, he must have triggered it in a public restroom, which is how he saw the butcher's cabin. Xiao Yufeng nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. That is true, but what is the condition? For 3 years, he has been completely unable to control it, which is extremely dangerous. Lu Yu continued, it is the frequency of brain waves. Whether it is vision, hearing, or smell, they are all pieces of information received by the eyes and ears and processed by the brain. Much like how a device does not receive signals when turned off, when He Anzai's brain is in a dormant state, it does not receive these signals. You can tell from the medication He Anzai prescribed for him. They were all sedatives and calming agents, and they were effective. When we encountered him yesterday, he was rambling nonsense, likely trying to relax his brain and lower his mental activity. He has already found a way to self-regulate. Genius Xiao Yufeng's breathing grew rapid. Whether it is him or you, I am getting old and useless. You have the potential of a national hero. I will recommend you to the superiors. If I live to see you take office, I will act as your subordinate and enforcer in the future. I hope that years from now, you will not be like me, gradually losing your sanity under the erosion of those bizarre entities, becoming less and less suited for intellectual work. Continue. Thank you, Scholar Xiao. Lu Yu helped Lin Ning sit down, then pulled up a chair to the desk and resumed flipping through the records. The severe hallucinations were all in the early stages. In the later stages, the symptoms almost disappeared. It is not that he was cured, but that it became so severe that he dared not speak of it, or perhaps he could no longer see, remember, or describe those things. He claims he is better, but his medication dosage has increased month by month, showing that he has developed a resistance. Moreover, he is currently ascending. What? Xiao Yufeng slammed his hand on the desk and stood up. Lu Yu explained, you have already reported He Anzai's situation, and I believe there will be an answer soon. As for his ability, I suspect it is cognitive. He can perceive things that even the dean himself cannot. The fact that he sees so clearly means he possesses cognition that transcends everyone else. That is his ability, a capacity for dimensional observation, and his sudden disappearance is an ability gained after ascending. Ascending to the fifth dimension is based on an enhancement of one's original ability. The ability he awakened is the perception of high-dimensional entities, so his sudden disappearance must be closely related to dimensions and cognition. I suspect it was a dimensional leap. Xiao Yufeng's breathing became increasingly labored, and the sound of his quick, shallow breaths echoed throughout the entire room. He will not only become the eyes of humanity, but also our pioneer and trailblazer, Xiao Yufeng said excitedly. Please, calm down. Lu Yu set down the records. These are only our deductions and speculations. We have yet to make contact with him. Becoming the eyes, pioneer, and trailblazer for humanity is still too far off. Let us not get our hopes up too high. Then what about yesterday? Xiao Yufeng recalled the moment he first met He Anzai. Lu Yu said in a deep voice, your sudden appearance must have startled him, causing a surge in his brain activity which allowed him to receive the message from the Gravekeeper. If his brain is kept in a hyperactive state, even if he has not entered the Gravekeeper's radiation range, the moment the Gravekeeper appears in his field of vision, he has already seen that graveyard. Only observation? Just then, Lin Ning, who was sitting to the side, suddenly blurted out as if his tail had been stepped on, interrupting Lu Yu and Xiao Yufeng. Regarding why He Anzai was safe after brushing past the butcher, his dimensional observation must have the property of being strictly observational. Maybe it is like an ornamental fish in a tank. Although it is right before your eyes, it is separated by glass. Similarly, for He Anzai, the higher dimensional world is the fish tank, and higher dimensional beings are the fish inside that tank. He can see the fish through the glass, which is trans-dimensional observation. He sees these higher dimensional beings, but he is separated from them by dimensions. Just like how ordinary people are not affected by higher dimensional entities because they cannot perceive them, that is why he could brush past the butcher and remain unharmed, Lin Ning said excitedly. What is the evidence? Xiao Yufeng asked. Lin Ning became even more animated. The Tombkeeper's debuff. After you came into contact with the Tombkeeper, I could sense a cold, ominous aura on you, but He Anzai, who also came into contact with the Tombkeeper, does not have it. This proves his ability is purely observational. Even after entering the Tombkeeper's radiation range, he remains separated by two different worlds. And his dimension upgrading is essentially breaking through that layer of glass, breaking the dimensional barrier and achieving a leap. Exactly, Lu Yu confirmed. He Anzai's hallucinations record this entire process from being able to see to being able to smell and then to being able to touch. The dimensional barrier is gradually being breached. He achieved a dimensional leap at some point without even realizing it. He always thought he was experiencing hallucinations. Yesterday, he was able to enter the blockade silently because he likely performed a leap in a blind spot, crossing past the blockade personnel through a dimensional jump. Xiao Yufeng let out a long sigh. He reached out to grab the most insignificant first page of He Anzai's medical record, and on the back he handwrote an admission letter. Lin Ning, carefully sense my current state. Lin Ning sensed Xiao Yufeng, then organized his words. Dark, damp like bread covered in mold in a leaky basement. If you touch it, it sticks to your hand. Perhaps you should get out in the sun more. Xiao Yufeng handed the signed and stamped admission letter to Lu Yu. This mission is your third-year final exam. I will give you both an excellent rating. The rest is all up to you too. Lu Yu, you will contact and recruit He Anzai. Lin Ning, you are to monitor the Tombkeeper at all times. I really need to rest. Contacting the Tombkeeper too early has left me tainted with this omen. I can feel my reason becoming harder and harder to control. According to the records of the divine scripture, I have at most 2 more opportunities to encounter the Tombkeeper. After the third, I will be devoured by it and sent to that world. Perhaps I really can cleanse the omen off me by basking in the sun. If it works, that would be a major discovery. Back to the present. He Anzai went out with Lu Yu. He Anzai was also wearing a high school uniform, a black and white one, with the words Dingjio No. 4 Middle School printed on the back of the top. However, as soon as they stepped out, He Anzai began to sway and stagger, looking like he was trying to take advantage of the situation as he fell into Lu Yu's arms. Sorry, I am sorry. I did not mean to. He Anzai struggled to explain. Maybe I should just stay home instead of going shopping. Lu Yu did not mind He Anzai's rudeness. She supported him and walked him to the elevator. Inside the elevator, Lu Yu said, "You are very excited. Is it because of a bright future ahead or because you are taking a girl shopping?" Both, I guess. He Anzai closed his eyes and gave an awkward smile. Then he asked, "Why do I often feel dizzy?" Lu Yu continued, "We call it a field of view. Within this field, we then assign cognition to the visible objects. Unlike the stable field of view of ordinary dimension upgraders, your range, whether wide or narrow, is inconsistent. It is determined by your brain, so you must learn to control yourself." She told He Anzai everything they had discussed the previous night regarding his condition. Because your field of view is not constant, your cognition is being challenged every single moment. For example, it is like when you go to a supermarket and see a promotional advertisement. No matter the size, color, or font of the text, if you look closely, you can understand it. But then you see a spinning lottery wheel rotating at high speed, obstructing your cognition. If you keep staring at it and try to force yourself to understand it, naturally you will feel dizzy. This is just an analogy. Since it is you, you only feel dizzy. If it were someone else, they would probably go insane immediately. He Anzai kept his eyes tightly shut, trying to grasp what Lu Yu said. Meanwhile, his nose caught a whiff of a fishy stench, and he heard the faint sound of something squirming nearby, like the friction of sticky mucus. He truly did not dare to open his eyes. Because my emotions are too intense, the things I see are incredibly chaotic. He Anzai kept his eyes closed and covered his ears as well. Emotions are the root cause affecting my brain. I must learn to control my emotions, not just to keep a poker face or hide my thoughts, but to reach a state where I am truly unmoved by external things or personal gains and losses. That is the theory, yes, but it is incredibly difficult to achieve, especially for people like us, for this world is constantly challenging our sanity. If you can remain calm even when the sky falls and Mount Tai crumbles before you, the whole of humanity will build a statue in your honor. You would be a saint of the era, and even the sages of old could not compare to you. Before that, you can try reciting the heart-cleansing mantra to calm your mind. Do you know it? Then repeat after me. The heart is as water, the clear water is the heart. The breeze does not rise and the waves are undisturbed. The heart is as water, the clear water is the heart. The breeze does not rise and the waves are undisturbed. He Anzai recited along with Lu Yu. The elevator ride seemed exceptionally long. As he recited the mantra, He Anzai's inner emotions gradually calmed down. The fishy stench in the elevator faded away, replaced by a faint, clean fragrance. After the mantra ended, the elevator finally gave a ding. For the past 3 years, I have tried hard to pretend to be a normal person. It was not because I was afraid of being different from others. I was the model student in the eyes of my teachers and parents since I was a child, and I was always different. The elevator doors slowly opened. He Anzai did not open his eyes. He walked out using his intuition and, guided by his memory, stepped toward the light. Because of certain family reasons, I did not dare to just let myself fall. I was not afraid of them looking down on me. I was afraid of them acting hypocritically and pitying me. For 3 years, my parents only expected me to be healthy, but I was not willing to just settle for that. I have to regain my pride, and as for those weird, messy things, I will go and hack them to pieces. Following the light, He Anzai pushed open the main door, walked out of the hall, stepped into the sunlight, and finally opened his eyes. Strolling through the streets like a normal person, He Anzai had managed to do it. Although he could not control his emotions perfectly, he could keep them within a normal range. He could still see strange things, but they no longer affected his daily life. To put it in the new terminology he had learned, his cognition was now fully capable of understanding his current field of vision. Those strange things he could still see did not seem harmful at all. They were likely the ones indexed with C or B in the Shen Huanglu. He Anzai tried to ask Lu Yu, but just as he opened his mouth, a sudden memory flashed through his mind. It must not be spoken to outsiders. Immediately after, his thoughts scattered. Do not look, do not listen, do not think, do not speak of it to outsiders. In that momentary mental explosion, He Anzai's brain surged with activity. Mountain peaks, an old man, a forest, a young girl, everything he had seen in the past erupted at once. In that short instant, the sun and moon inverted and the world turned upside down as if a heavy hammer had struck his head. Clear your heart like water, the clear water is the heart. No breeze stirs, no waves rise. He Anzai hurriedly recited the heart-clearing mantra to calm his emotions. At the same time, he resolved in his heart to be himself, only himself, simply himself, and to never speak of these things to outsiders. What is wrong? Lu Yu asked. Nothing, I just lost control of my emotions for a second, He Anzai answered truthfully. They spent the whole morning shopping, and that was all they really did. He Anzai wore an earphone playing the heart-clearing mantra on a loop. Whenever his emotions fluctuated, he would recite it along in his heart. The world of ordinary people had not changed much in 3 years, but He Anzai felt a bit out of sync with his peers. His peers were now adults who had finished high school while he still felt like a child in middle school. Lu Yu accompanied the young boy with great patience, braving the June sun without a single complaint or grumble, as if wearing that school uniform had transported her back to those innocent years. I remember back in middle school there was a jagged shaved ice stand at this intersection, an old tricycle cart. I would visit it every Friday after school. I loved that taste, it brings back such memories, He Anzai said, pointing to the sidewalk by the road. He still vividly remembered the crowds gathered around that old tricycle. Lu Yu tugged on He Anzai's sleeve and pointed to a gorgeously decorated storefront nearby. Is that the one you mean? Jayahui cold drinks. He Anzai looked in the direction Lu Yu pointed. His nostalgic smile froze on his face and he managed to force out a sentence. Is selling shaved ice really that profitable? The two went into Jayahui cold drinks. Apart from the students in middle school uniforms, nothing was the way he remembered it. An unfamiliar server enthusiastically asked what he wanted. He Anzai found his favorite shaved ice from back then on the menu. It had no name before and it still did not have one now, just a picture. He Anzai sat by the window with Lu Yu, eating their shaved ice. Compared to the high school uniforms, the middle school uniforms feel more intimate to me. The school I graduated from is right over there. He Anzai reached out and pointed to the red flag waving in the distance outside the window, but his peripheral vision caught something strange along the street. That is yesterday's gravekeeper. The gravekeeper moved through the crowd, dragging people into that world of graves, though no one else could see it. They were laughing and playing, and someone stumbled after entering the gravekeeper's radius of influence, though it was hard to tell if it was from the playfulness or the graveyard itself. He Anzai did not make a scene. Instead, he asked Lu Yu some questions about the gravekeeper. Lu Yu was acting like a little girl, blowing bubbles in her drink. The Shen Huanglu is classified information. You have not enrolled yet, so you do not have the clearance to know. But since you bought me shaved ice, I will tell you secretly, but you are not allowed to tell anyone else. Shen Huanglu Index 187, codenamed Gravekeeper. Lu Yu pushed her bubble-filled drink toward He Anzai, explaining that the contact surface between two bubbles was equivalent to the Gravekeeper. Lu Yu used her straw to stir the bubbles in the cup. As they rotated and moved, it symbolized their relationship. The two bubbles represent us and the graveyard, and the Gravekeeper is the contact surface between those two bubbles. Sound is invisible and intangible, but when sound is strong enough, it creates sonic waves. Similarly, even ordinary people who have not undergone dimension elevation will accumulate a debuff after entering the Gravekeeper's range. The officials call it ominousness and folk call it bad luck. It causes many negative effects on people. And when that bad luck piles up enough, one gets swallowed by it, taken into the world of graves, never to return. Through understanding, cognitive processing, and decoding of the Shenhuang Lu, people have obtained several pieces of basic information and coping methods. Every time one enters the gravekeeper's range, there is a probability of being swallowed. It carries a curse of bad luck. For those who have undergone elevation, 3 times is a guaranteed swallow. There is no data yet for ordinary people. As for the way to handle the gravekeeper, wait for the gravekeeper to stop moving, then enter its range, offer a stick of incense and plant it in the graveyard. Once the incense burns out, the gravekeeper will vanish. You have to realize how dangerous it was yesterday. To save you, Scholar Zio bypassed standard procedure and no one knows what the consequences will be. He Anzai felt ashamed, thinking to himself that there was no need for that at all. It was not that he was arrogant because of his awakened ability, but as he watched the so-called gravekeeper moving through the crowd outside, it just did not seem that dangerous. The gravekeeper. As the name implied, He Anzai suddenly understood. The gravekeeper Lu Yu spoke of was the person in the black windbreaker. In their view, the graveyard was the so-called range of influence. The person in the black windbreaker existed in the present dimension, visible to ordinary people, but they could not see the graveyard. Elevated beings could see the graveyard after entering the range, but He Anzai could see the graveyard without even entering the range. He suddenly realized that the man in the black windbreaker might just be an inexplicable way of manifesting. The graveyard did not depend on the man in the black windbreaker, so the graveyard itself was the true gravekeeper of the Shenhuang Lu Index 187. Elevated beings who could not see the graveyard without entering the range seemed unable to detect its existence if it did not manifest as the man in the black windbreaker. Even an elevated being like Lu Yu, when standing right in front of it, could only let it pass through the crowd. Thanks Scholar Zio for me. He Anzai turned his head with a smile, ignoring the gravekeeper passing by outside. His smile was meaningful. He no longer saw the gravekeeper as a graveyard but as an infinite future. Influenced by the rule of not speaking to outsiders, he could not talk about it, and he could not sit behind the lines as a commander. In the future, he would have to handle these things himself. Danger comes with massive rewards, and his future would be boundless, provided he did not die for his country. In the afternoon, Lu Yu decided to take He Anzai out for karaoke. They went to the same karaoke bar where He Anzai had his class reunion yesterday. Because they were both wearing high school uniforms, they were stopped at the door for being minors. It was only after Lu Yu showed her ID that they were allowed to get a private room. Since he did not get to have a good time yesterday, he was going to make up for it today. Although Lu Yu always wore a gentle smile, she carried an icy aura that kept people at a distance. But once they were in the room, she instantly transformed into a lively girl, singing and dancing away. After they finished singing, they got into the elevator. Just as He Anzai raised his hand to press the floor button, Lu Yu smiled and said, "Since we are already here, are not you going to take me to the rooftop to have a look?" Hearing this, He Anzai's heart skipped a beat. He realized instantly that his movements yesterday had been under surveillance, and that today's trip to the karaoke bar was definitely not a last-minute whim. Karaoke was just a cover. The real goal was the rooftop. Might as well go then. Just like yesterday, He Anzai led Lu Yu to the top floor, shared his memories about this place with her, and even took her to see the abandoned coin pusher in the fire escape. Senior, do you think the deaths of the cats and dogs could have something to do with the higher dimensions? Lu Yu nodded. There has been a saying since ancient times that cats and dogs can see things humans cannot. Combined with the higher dimensional invasion, maybe it really is because they saw something within their line of sight. He Anzai led Lu Yu to continue through the fire escape toward the rooftop. In a daze, a flash of light reflected from the coin return slot of the abandoned coin pusher and caught the corner of his eye. He Anzai felt his heart skip a beat again. He stared at the coin pusher that had reflected the light. Not to mention the dim lighting in the fire escape, this coin pusher had been abandoned for years and was covered in dust. The glass was not even reflective anymore, so what could possibly be shining? He was sure it was not an illusion, so he tentatively walked toward the machine. He reached out to where the light had reflected and pulled a game coin out of the thick, dust-covered coin return slot. "What is wrong?" Lu Yu asked. "I hid a game coin here a long time ago. I did not expect it to still be here after all these years." He Anzai lied without a second thought, making up a lame excuse. He had not learned much in his classes over the past 3 years, but he had become a natural at making things up. He looked at the dusty coin in his hand, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The environment here did not allow for any light source, so that beam of light had likely come from a higher dimension. This could not help but remind him of the coin pusher from yesterday, so he could not wait to lead Lu Yu up to the roof. On the empty rooftop, the coin pusher from yesterday was nowhere to be found. He Anzai told Lu Yu about his time here in junior high, but in his mind, he was planning to come back alone tomorrow to look for that machine. In an instant, he abandoned that thought. He had just come into contact with them yesterday and was already being monitored. Anything he did tomorrow would surely be under their watch. Besides, anything involving higher dimensions was extremely dangerous. It would be better to wait until he had more experience before trying again. Lu Yu strolled around the rooftop as if searching for something. After circling the area, she leaned against the rooftop railing and stood at the edge. Your admission letter from Kingbei will arrive tomorrow. When do you plan to report to the academy? The wind picked up, blowing Lu Yu's long hair and scattering her soft voice. Because he could not hear clearly, He Anzai leaned closer to her. I will pack my bags tonight, and as soon as I deal with my mom tomorrow, I will go report. Then I will not go to see you off. Senior sister will give you a piece of advice. Once you get to the academy, if you do not understand something, you can look for someone named Sankey. Sankey, I will remember that. Is he an academy leader? He is just a guy who has been held back for 7 years and failed the exam 3 times without managing to graduate. He Anzai was speechless. Lu Yu explained the structure and system of the academy to He Anzai. There are no specialized teachers to give lectures, it is all about seniors providing guidance. Graduating from the academy is difficult. Those who successfully graduate will carry out missions alone or lead a team, accumulate contributions, and gain higher authority and status. Those who accumulate enough contributions and handle major incidents are awarded the title of National Scholar. Some who cannot graduate need to accumulate credits by guiding newcomers. These credits reduce the difficulty of the final exam. Those who graduate this way usually take administrative roles, conducting research and theory on higher dimensional phenomena, and those with outstanding contributions are awarded the title of scholar. Lin Ning sensed the ominous stain on National Scholar Xiao and suggested sunbathing. If that works, it will accumulate contributions as a scholar. And you, my junior, your medical record is more exciting than their thesis. Good luck. Once you graduate, you might be directly awarded the title of scholar. The Academy's guidance mission is to lead you onto the right path. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but your progress depends on your own efforts. Your guides are just a bunch of students who could not graduate, and Sankey is the master of those who could not graduate. He is an old senior. I hear he's given up on graduating and started slacking off. If you have questions, just go to him. He can answer anything. You can even mention my name. Thank you, Senior Lu. He Anzai thanked her sincerely. Sankey is a nickname, right? Would it be rude to address him by his nickname? What is the senior's real name? Lu Yu turned and looked into He Anzai's eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. Shi Ting. His nickname is Sankey. Shi Ting, the guy they call Sankey. After they enjoyed the wind on the rooftop for a while longer, Lu Yu took He Anzai home. When they arrived at his doorstep, Lu Yu greeted He Anzai's mother and returned him safe and sound. Lu Yu said goodbye and left, while He Anzai's mother asked him nosy questions with a smile, trying to find out all about Lu Yu. As for Lu Yu, He Anzai could not be bothered to make up excuses to fend off his mother, so he just played dumb and pretended to know nothing, which was actually true. You go out to play with a girl and do not even tell your mom or ask for money. Do you even have any money? Do not tell me you did not even buy the girl a bottle of water. His mother nagged on and on. Oh, by the way, did not you go see your uncle for a follow-up today? I called him and no one answered. Oh, my uncle? He told me in advance he is going away for training. It is a very important training and he cannot be contacted during this time. He Anzai blurted out. He Anzai did not let his mother know anything about his upcoming journey, instead returning to his room to quietly pack his luggage. The next morning, early, his mother received a call from someone claiming to be from the city's education bureau, asking her to bring He Anzai and their household registration to pick up his admission letter. His mother smiled and agreed repeatedly, but the moment she hung up, she spat out a sarcastic scoff. What kind of nonsense is this? The college entrance exam results are not even out yet and they are talking about admission letters. They are trying to scam me. These scammers, if they were smart, they would know when the results come out. If they were not, they would not know my name or that my kid took the exam this year. Scammers these days, tusk. Mother He was pleased with herself for seeing through the scam call, and as she replayed the situation in her head, she realized something did not feel right. This is not right, she thought, sitting up abruptly from the sofa. He did not ask me for a transfer, nor did he ask me to pay for delivery. Instead, he told me to take my child and our household registration book to the Education Bureau to pick up the admission letter. What could he possibly gain from this? To make the act convincing, the academy had deliberately refrained from sending the admission letter to their home, choosing instead to have her collect it in person. No amount of verbal proof could compare to having her visit the Education Bureau herself. Mother He realized this a moment too late, thinking that at the very worst, it would just be a wasted trip. Son, wake up, get up. Mother He was too flustered to tidy herself up, but He Anzai had been ready all along. He had woken up to a message from Lu Yu saying his admission letter for Qingbei University had arrived, and telling him to set a time so the Education Bureau could call his mother. When the mother and son arrived at the Education Bureau, there was even a banner hanging in the lobby. Congratulations to student He Anzai on receiving the admission letter from Qingbei University. Very precise, it did not say admitted nor did it say recommended, just that he received the admission letter. Mother He froze at the sight of the banner, tears welling up in her eyes. She smiled, and as she kept smiling, she started to cry. She felt like she was dreaming. She dug her fingernails deep into her palms. It hurt, but it still felt like a dream. 3 years ago, she had dreamed countless times of her son getting into Qingbei University, returning to their hometown to find the elders hanging banners, while relatives who used to look down on them beat drums and gongs. But ever since He Anzai developed that strange illness, Mother He stopped having those dreams. She even once thought that his illness was caused by the pressure she put on him. Since then, the best dream she could ever hope for was that he would get better, stay healthy, and live like a normal person. Son, am I dreaming? Mother He turned to look at He Anzai, who was standing below the steps, her voice choked and mumbled. That is right, He Anzai was not standing side by side with his mother. Mother He stood before the entrance of the Education Bureau, while He Anzai had stopped at the bottom of the steps outside the hall. Was this not the very scene he had dreamt of 1,000 times? He had just learned to use the heart-calming mantra to steady his emotions, and everything right now, including his mother's tears, was heavily stimulating his nerves. He dared not step forward to see her face covered in tears, for if he did, the eerie entities would shatter this moment. This was a good thing, tears of joy. His mother had suffered for 3 years, so let her release it all. He Anzai stood there feeling helpless and not knowing what to do. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Yu's number. Hello, student He, did you receive the admission letter? Lu Yu's lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Thank you. He Anzai crouched on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, covering his mouth and nose as he kept whispering his thanks, ignoring the crying mother and the ever-shifting world around him. His experiences over the past 3 years had given him a powerful ability to accept things. Yesterday's events had changed his entire perception of the world, and it was because of that he could accept this so calmly. But he could not do so today. Even if everything today was a script, he was still overwhelmed when facing the play itself. Things like higher dimensional invasions, protecting the country, and the survival of the race were too distant for a commoner like him. The phrase that every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the nation, the person who said that was definitely not a commoner. All he had sought through a dozen years of hard study was that single piece of paper. And that admission letter was merely a new starting point. He Anzai's mindset shifted in that moment. Yesterday, he was still flattering and faking his way through just for that admission letter, thinking only of himself. But at this very moment, watching his mother weep with joy, he understood his responsibilities and obligations. He understood what it meant to be a hero of the nation. A true hero is someone who, even if just an ordinary person, can act without hesitation, disregarding life and death. It is standing in the shadows to face the unknown, protecting the world under the sun. It is the hope rekindled from the ashes of despair. Only after experiencing it can you know what that means. Only then can you understand what kind of feeling that is. And he was just a piece of firewood for humanity facing the flickering embers. Either burned to ash or burned into a crimson flame, becoming a lighthouse. They had given him a new beginning, allowing his small, ash-like family to relight the flame. Then he would start from this point, heading toward the unseen direction, walking this endless path to become that hero and protecting more families. At the entrance of the Education Bureau, Mother He watched her son crouched on the steps, arms wrapped around himself, pinching his own flesh hard. It was painful, but this dream simply would not end. The representative from the academy and the leaders of the Education Bureau, followed by a group of staff, trotted out to welcome them. Today, the protagonist of this play was Mother He. A large floral wreath was placed around her neck, and the Education Bureau leader shook her hand, offering words of congratulation. As for He Anzai, the one acting as the protagonist in this play, no one approached him. Due to He Anzai's special circumstances, Lu Yu had already instructed the academy staff not to disturb him. He needed time to calm down on his own. It is not a dream. Mother He was surrounded and pushed toward the reception room that had been prepared overnight. She still thought of her son crouching on the steps, but when she was pushed into the hall, she could no longer see him when she looked back. "My son, please rest here for a moment. The teachers from Qingbei University have something to discuss with student He privately," a staff member said. In the reception room, the education leaders showered her with praise and congratulations, leaving Mother He feeling somewhat at a loss. The academy staff used the pre-prepared script to talk to Mother He about He Anzai's enrollment. Student He has great potential and ability, but when we arrived in Dongjiao, we discovered his medical records regarding his illness. Mother He's heart sank at these words. Just as she was about to defend him, she heard the staff member continue. "Please do not be anxious. Through extensive inquiries, we have understood the situation. We have reported this to our superiors. Their intention is to bring him to Qingbei University first to attempt treatment. If there is improvement before the semester starts, he can enroll smoothly. If not, we will be very regretful. We need your consent. What do you think?" In that single sentence, Mother He's heart rate soared to 200. Her emotions fluctuated violently, and she wanted to kneel and kowtow to the staff. Before they could finish, Mother He was nodding her head in constant agreement. Standing at the foot of the steps outside the Education Bureau lobby, He Anzai finally calmed his emotions and stood up. During this time, a man had been waiting by his side. After he stood up, the man said respectfully, "Hello, classmate He. My name is Zhang Feng, and I am the driver sent to take you to the academy. When do you plan to leave?" Zhang Feng had his hair slicked back and was dressed in a sharp black suit. He was very polite and even performed a hand-over chest salute. "Let us have lunch first, Senior Zhang. You do not need to do that. There are no academic credits for anything beyond the basic duties of a driver." He Anzai did not want to point it out, but Zhang Feng was being overly dramatic. As a student from a traditional public high school, he found these formal displays a bit much. Oh, Zhang Feng, who had been smiling kindly a second ago, saw his expression darken instantly. "How did you know I was a senior?" He Anzai explained. "Senior Lu Yu told me that the seniors at the academy are very enthusiastic, so it had to be a senior who came to pick me up." Lu Yu had actually put it this way: "Those useless people who cannot graduate will scramble to do menial labor just to earn credits, especially during the current graduation season." "You're quite lucky, Junior." Zhang Feng's tone shifted from his previous deference to a solemn, cold demeanor, the way a senior should act. "Lu Yu is the flower of our East Campus, and she outshines the beauties of the other 3 campuses. She is known as the head of the 4 great beauties of the Academy and the Academy's #1 beauty." Hearing this, He Anzai's expression remained indifferent. Zhang Feng did not see the surprise or excitement he had expected on He Anzai's face. Feeling bored, he shrugged and stopped pursuing the topic. As He Anzai regained his composure, the conversation in the reception room came to an end. His mother was both happy and worried, happy that her son could receive better treatment, but worried that she could not go with him. After all, the whole idea of going to Qingbei University was just an excuse. His mother insisted on accompanying him to Qingbei University. The academy staff naturally tried to dissuade her, but she was willing to pay the high rent near the university just to be with her son. "Classmate, he is already an adult. It is natural for a son to rely on his parents, but he must cut the umbilical cord. We are training talent for the country, not raising overgrown infants. Since you insist on following him, we regret to inform you on behalf of the school that we must rescind this. No, 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 I will not go, I will not follow him. Hearing that the admission notice would be revoked, his mother quickly shook her head and waved her hands, no longer insisting. A mother always worries when her child travels far. On the way home, his mother talked the whole time. This was the first time her son had ever left her side. If he were a normal boy, she would not be like this, as it was time for him to go out into the world anyway. But He Anzai was not a normal person, and she could not set her mind at ease. After returning home, his mother kept talking. She could not revel in the joy of receiving the Kingbei University admission notice because nothing was set in stone yet. He Anzai had to undergo 3 months of treatment first. According to the customs in their village, when someone is admitted to college, they hold a banquet. In the past, when times were tough, if the village finally produced a college student, they would invite relatives and neighbors to help out. Over time, the meaning had changed. It became more about showing off how good a university the child had gotten into, and mainly about recouping the gift money they had spent on others over the years. Kingbei University, that was the top university in the country. His mother really wanted to go back to the village and brag about it, but she could not. Even though she cared about appearances, she remained rational. If something is not settled yet, the higher you hold your head, the more humiliating it is when you get slapped in the face later. At lunchtime, his mother cooked many of He Anzai's favorite dishes, but unfortunately his father was not home. In order to cook one last meal for her son before he left, she had not even had time to notify his father of the big news. Son, cooperate well with the treatment. When you come back during winter break, we will hold the banquet then. He Anzai nodded on the surface, but inside he was wondering what kind of excuse he should make up when that time came. He would not have a winter break this year. He had already learned about the freshman curriculum from Lu Yu. If one scored full marks on the final exams, they would get a few days of year-end vacation. However, there had not been a single freshman who achieved full marks and got that vacation in years. Lu Yu had high hopes for He Anzai because he had 3 months more than the others, and she promised to treat him to a meal once he got full marks. If Mom is just saying if you find you cannot accept the treatment methods there, then we will not treat it there, we will come home and treat it slowly. It does not matter if it cannot be cured, Mom and Dad will take care of you. He Anzai just nodded again. He wanted to say something to comfort his mother, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. The path he was about to take was dangerous and he could sacrifice his life at any moment. Since his parents had already accepted that he was suffering from a serious illness, it was better not to give them too much hope. In case he really disappeared one day, they would not be as devastated. He could only take it one step at a time. After lunch, He Anzai set off with Zheng Feng for the academy's East Campus. They traveled across the Yingzhou Peninsula, through the bustling and crowded city center, into the rugged mountain ranges, and through blocked, abandoned tunnels. At first, it was desolate and cluttered with debris. After driving a few hundred meters, lights began to appear. After a few more miles, the car was no longer visible. There was an endless stretch of lights as bright as day. The end of the tunnel is the East Campus of the Academy, Zheng Feng said. It is really remote. He Anzai could not help but complain. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening and his backside was numb from sitting. Does Junior know about the great catastrophe from 300 years ago? I have heard a little bit about it. After that great catastrophe, the human alliance disintegrated and countries stopped sharing information. Anything related to higher dimensions became classified. Our East Campus has the best environment among the 4 campuses, nestled between mountains and the sea. People call it the Shanghai Academy. The West Campus is in the desert, a man-made city-level oasis known as the Oasis Academy. Is it inconvenient for daily life being so far from the city? It is a small place, but it has everything one needs. Although our East Campus is the smallest of the 4, it covers over 2,000 acres. Rather than an academy, it is more like a luxury estate. Dorms for 1st to 4th year basic students are detached villas. Those of us who have not graduated after the 4th year live in collective dorms. Those with fewer credits are packed 6 to a room. There are no studies or walk-in closets, just a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. There are no big bathtubs, just 24-hour hot water. Zheng Feng reminisced about his campus life before his 5th year and complained about his current cramped living situation and having to work hard to earn credits from dawn to dusk. Amid the seniors' chatter, the two drove out of the tunnel. Before them was the Academy East Campus, known as the Shanghai Academy. The undeveloped deep mountains are untrodden, a forbidden zone that even drones cannot fly over. The vast campus emanated a dim light, especially in contrast to the bustling metropolis just after exiting the brightly lit tunnel. The open-air lights on campus were dim like old incandescent bulbs, but they were just right for these deep mountains. Zheng Feng only dropped He Anzai off at the campus gate and helped him unload his luggage. Junior He, I still have many credits to earn, so I can only take you this far. Please forgive me and feel free to come find me if you need anything in the future. Here is my business card. He Anzai took the card Zheng Feng handed him and tucked it into his pocket, but he did not really take Zheng Feng's words to heart. Because he felt that someone who still had to earn credits this late at night would likely be impossible to find. Thinking from another perspective, if it were himself who could not graduate, he would surely be even busier than Zheng Feng in order to finish. So he did not complain, waved goodbye to Zheng Feng, and entered the campus carrying his bags and luggage. In the security office at the campus entrance, under a yellowish light, the elderly gatekeeper was reading a paper newspaper, with steam rising from the teacup on the table in front of him. The newspaper blocked the man from view, so He Anzai could not see him, and likewise the gatekeeper could not see He Anzai. He Anzai simply pushed open the small side door and walked in. After walking in, He Anzai looked back at the security office and saw that the gatekeeper had not noticed him. He Anzai continued forward, but after only 2 steps, he turned around and went back to the security office. "Hello, sir, I am a new student here to report. Could you tell me where I should go?" He Anzai gently knocked on the glass of the security office. Yes, for no other reason than simply asking for directions. He did not know where to go. With a campus covering over 2,000 acres, a dim night, and the fact that it was not the start of the term, there were no signs or upperclassmen around to welcome him. The gatekeeper inside put down the newspaper. It turned out not to be an old man, but a handsome young man with long hair tied in a low ponytail, likely another senior student who could not graduate and was doing odd jobs to earn credits. Hello, senior," He Anzai quickly corrected himself. No, the mysterious senior raised a hand to stop him. "Just call me old man." He Anzai was speechless for a moment. "Why?" The mysterious senior smiled knowingly and said, "Since you are a new student reporting in, you should know that you cannot judge a book by its cover. How can you judge people by their appearance? You should know that the dean of our East Campus looks like he is in his early 20s, but he has actually lived for over 300 years and is someone who has experienced the Great Cataclysm." Hearing this, He Anzai gasped. The dean of the East Campus, looking like he is in his early 20s, living for over 300 years. Immortal. "That is right, exactly what you are thinking," the mysterious senior said with a smile. "The ability the dean awakened is immortality." "Could you be the dean?" He Anzai was shocked. The mysterious senior hugged his knees and leaned back. "No, calling me old man just makes me sound senior, and it is easier to take advantage of others." He Anzai was speechless. "What is your name, Junior? Who is your advisor? I will contact them for you." The senior picked up his teacup, shook his head to blow away the rising steam, fully embodying the persona of an old man. "My name is He Anzai, and my advisor is Mei Xinyu." Oh, the senior put down his cup with a look of surprise. "Junior He, your potential is extraordinary." Mei Xinyu fought for the advisor qualifications for high potential talents, and the new students assigned to her have at least a B-grade initial evaluation for their awakened abilities. However, the senior clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Come inside and wait." He Anzai entered the security office with his bags, and the senior got up to pour him a cup of tea. "Thank you," He Anzai said quickly, taking the cup and asking, "However, what?" Senior said, "Advisor qualifications are fought for by senior students. There are regular classes and potential classes, and advising a potential class earns more credits than advising a regular one. Therefore, most seniors advise just for the credits, and your advisor Mei is one of them. She has even declared that she will graduate by next year at the latest. Since she is busy with graduation, she probably will not have much time to guide you all." As he spoke, the senior dialed the landline phone in the security office. "This is the security office. There is a new student here to report." After saying this, the senior hung up and turned to He Anzai. "It is already June, the graduation season. One new student is worth 0.01 credits, so she will be here soon." He Anzai was shocked by the academy's educational model and was curious why there were no resident teachers to provide guidance. Although I had some prior understanding, I am still shocked to hear a senior speak so bluntly. Can one really learn well like this? Why is not it a normal university education model? Does the academy not even have a single resident teacher? Senior took a sip of hot tea and said, I do not know if you can learn well, but at least you will not learn anything bad. The academy would also like to have senior experts and scholars teach students, but because they have been in contact with higher dimensions for a long time, their minds have been eroded by those dimensions, leaving them more or less paranoid. But as for the students who have not graduated yet, their eyes are the clearest and their reasoning is the most lucid. I see, He Anzai suddenly understood. Master leads you into the door, but the practice is up to the individual. This was not the first time He Anzai had heard this phrase. Under cognitive impairment, there is no such thing as truth. Humanity no longer has only science as a direction. What experts or scholars say is not necessarily correct. Stick to your own ideas and only you can deny them. Before you question them, they are correct. The senior chatted with He Anzai, quite like an old leader guiding the grassroots, introducing the East Campus to him. Our East Campus is located between the mountains and the sea, on a peninsula that is half mountainous and half plains. There is a golden beach behind the campus. Now that it is the season to let loose your youth, if Junior He is interested, you can go take a look in the evening. Influenced by the first-year courses, the junior female students have hot figures. Once they put on those tiny bikinis, it is scorching. He Anzai was not curious about the beach where youth is let loose, but he was curious about how this senior could say such things with such clear eyes and a straight face. He even suspected that the senior had ulterior motives. Could he really be the dean? Is he hinting at something? Could there be some opportunity on the beach behind the campus? Senior Lu Yu said, I am highly valued and will be a beacon for humanity in the future. Could the dean be pretending to be a hidden master waiting for me here? I should have a chance to see the beach behind the campus. He Anzai thought to himself. The senior chatted with He Anzai for a long time, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening when He Anzai's advisor, Mei Xingyu, finally arrived late. Mei Xingyu had finally arrived. If she had not, He Anzai would have started to wonder if the senior student in charge had even bothered to notify her. Mei Xingyu was a pure academic, a sixth-year student who had already extended her graduation by 2 years. Relying on her exceptional theoretical knowledge, she had fought to secure this year's role as a mentor for promising freshmen. Just 2 hours ago, she had been studying in her long-awaited private dorm room. Because she had secured the mentorship position, she was reallocated a single room. Although it was still in the building for senior students, the advantage was having the room all to herself. To finally graduate, she had been working herself to the bone, studying day and night, desperate to earn her degree this year. She had lost track of how many days and nights she had spent struggling, which had left her looking utterly haggard. Her hair, which had not been washed in who knows how long, was greasy, and the shoulders of her plain black pajamas, chosen specifically so they would not show the dirt, had become shiny from being rubbed by her hair. She rarely went out, and when she did, she just threw a paper bag over her head. The girl who loved being chic 2 years ago was long gone, consumed by the need to graduate. If she did not graduate now, she would have to squeeze into a 6-person dorm room and pay out of her own pocket for living necessities in this remote place that were more expensive than those in tourist spots. Basic food and living expenses were free for students, unless they failed to graduate after 4 extended years. In this June graduation season, Mei Xingyu hoped to catch a bit of good luck. She was racing against time, not daring to slack off, not even wanting to waste time on a shower when she suddenly received a call from the reception desk that night. This is the reception desk, a freshman is here to report. It was only June, high school seniors had just graduated, juniors were still studying, and yet a freshman was already here to report. Mei Xingyu grabbed a paper bag from the table to put over her head but then reconsidered, deciding to pull herself together. She took a shower, put on new clothes, and even applied makeup, a thick layer of foundation to cover her haggard complexion, so she could greet her freshmen in her best state. Mainly, she just wanted to soak up some of the good fortune surrounding this year's graduates. With her long hair flowing, wearing glasses with one lens higher than the other and a white floral dress, the well-dressed Mei Xingyu was quite striking in the dim night, sure to leave an impression. Mei Xingyu drove an SUV to the reception desk. She stepped out and hurried inside, smiling broadly like a grassroots official welcoming superiors on an inspection, and rushed forward to shake He Anzai's hands. Hello there, fellow student. I am Mei Xingyu. You can call me Mentor Mei. What is your name and what was your entrance exam score? Hello, Mentor Mei. My name is He Anzai. As for my entrance exam score, I suppose it is 0. The entrance exam results had not been released yet, but there were no surprises. It would definitely be 0, as every exam and test He Anzai had taken over the past 3 years had resulted in a 0. Upon hearing 0, Mei Xingyu immediately let go of He Anzai's hands as if she had just touched something terrifying. She retreated in fear, lamenting her misfortune in her heart. It is over, this is destiny. A freshman with a 0 score reporting during graduation season, this is heaven telling me that I will not be able to graduate this year again. He Anzai, Mei Xingyu mused. You are the He Anzai admitted just yesterday by Scholar Zio. I only know your name, the academy has not given me your files yet. Let me take you to your dorm first. Mei Xingyu helped He Anzai carry his luggage and loaded it onto the car. Thank you, Mentor Mei. He Anzai expressed his gratitude. The senior student helped out as well. The senior student waved goodbye to He Anzai and Mei Xingyu slammed her foot on the accelerator. The engine sounded like it was crying. Mei Xingyu was in a rush to get back and shower. She did not fear the dirt even with her hair matted, but she feared the bad luck of that 0 score. She needed to bathe and burn incense immediately. If she started crying, the sound would surely be louder than the engine. The intense G-force made He Anzai somewhat uncomfortable, and he silently recited the mind-clearing mantra. The trip was silent. Soon, the SUV pulled up in front of a villa. Mei Xingyu hurriedly got out and took He Anzai's luggage off the car. She did not help him take it inside, but instead left it on the side of the road. This is your dorm, here is the key. Be at the playground tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock for the first class. Mei Xingyu threw the villa key to He Anzai. Before he could even catch it while the key was still in midair, she had already jumped into the car and floored the accelerator, wishing she could drive it right through the floorboards. He Anzai wanted to ask her where the playground was, but the car had already vanished. He would have to ask senior student Lu Yu later. He Anzai used the key to unlock the villa door and carried his bags inside himself. Afterward, he finally had a moment to call home. Son, did you arrive in Xinji? He Mom's worried voice came through the phone. Mom, I have arrived and just settled in. He Anzai had come to Yingzhou by car. If he had taken the high-speed train, he would have just reached Xinji, where Qingbei University is located, around this time. He Mom gave him a few reminders she had already repeated countless times, and He Anzai responded to each one. After reporting his safe arrival to his mother, He Anzai hung up and was just about to unpack when he noticed someone standing on the stairs, which gave him a huge fright. The person had medium-length hair and a pair of listless, dead fish eyes staring fixedly at He Anzai. The person emanated a strange and gloomy aura, full of despair, as if they had just crawled out of a television screen. Even though He Anzai had seen his share of wild events, he was still startled by the person. He thought if they are human, they should not look like this. Should he say hello? For a moment, the two just stared at each other. Just as He Anzai was hesitating, the other person spoke first. Can you see me? The person's voice was just as gloomy as he was. It felt like his yin energy was even heavier than a gravedigger's. He Anzai was bewildered by the question. The mind-clearing mantra could not settle his turbulent emotions. Can you see me? Why ask that? Cannot ordinary people see him? Is he not human, a ghost, a higher dimensional being? Ghosts are higher dimensional beings. This is the first time a ghost has greeted me. How should I respond to be polite? Should I ask how he died? Just as He Anzai was about to lose control of his runaway imagination, on the verge of a visual surge or even a dimensional shift, the person spoke again. Hello, my name is Yi Suifeng. My awakened ability is having no presence at all. I call it the invisible one or the ultimate introvert instinct. I do not owe you any money, so logically you should not have noticed me. Hearing this, He Anzai calmed down instantly. He told himself that the person was just a classmate and roommate and promised himself to be steady in the future. After all, if he could see ghosts, then a classmate turning into a ghost or something similar was not entirely unreasonable. Hello, my name is He Anzai. Perhaps it is because my awakened ability relates to sight, they named it Dimension Observer. I possess vision and perception far beyond that of a normal person, allowing me to see things that ordinary dimension ascenders cannot, He Anzai explained. I see, Yi Suifeng said, walking down the stairs with a look of sudden realization. Are you also a student of Instructor May? I thought I arrived early enough, but I did not expect someone to be here even before me, He Anzai said. Yi Suifeng nodded and said, yes, I have been here for a few months. My presence is so low that over time people even forget I exist. I have been sitting in on the previous batch's classes for months and I finally waited for a classmate. I thought I would have to wait until the start of the semester in 3 months. What do you mean by owe you money? I heard that even if it is just one person, classes start after reporting. Or did Instructor May forget about your existence? My presence is low, but I have not disappeared from this world. If there is a deep bond or cause and effect, people can notice me. My family cannot ignore me. People often value money highly, so I use owing money to describe the bond of cause and effect. Instructor May values course credits more than money, so naturally she cannot ignore me. She just uses my ability as an excuse to pretend she forgot about me so she can focus on her exam preparations. I see, He Anzai gave a dry laugh. He already felt the dim prospects of his academic career. I was just on the balcony upstairs and I seemed to hear Instructor May say the first class is at 5 tomorrow morning on the playground. Yes, that is what she said. Finally, we get to have classes, rest early, and we can talk about anything else tomorrow. There are 2 bedrooms on each floor and the keys are still in the doors. I suggest you stay on the ground floor first and move to the 2nd floor after 3 months. Is there a reason for that? He Anzai asked while moving his luggage to the room next to him. Or is there some inconvenience? Yi Suifeng helped He Anzai move. No, the first-year freshman curriculum is a full academic year of high-intensity physical training. The previous batch of freshmen is still drilling. For students who spend all day memorizing books in classrooms, even the transition period of training is hard to adapt to. After a day of drilling, you will not want to climb stairs. This is all from experience. When you adapt, you can make room for future classmates. You can also stay downstairs forever if you want. After all, it is first come, first served. He Anzai thought it over carefully, and it really was true. He remembered back in military training, after a day of drill, some weaker students could not even climb to the upper bunk without others pushing them from below. The higher the floor, the better the view. If he could, he still wanted to live upstairs. Then he had to adapt to high-intensity training as quickly as possible before the next newcomer arrived. All right, you can handle the rest yourself. Okay, thank you. You are welcome. From now on, we are classmates and roommates under the same roof, so it is only right to help each other. I will head back now. Let us go to class together tomorrow morning. Yeah, sounds good. Yi Suifeng pulled the bedroom door shut for He Anzai as he left. He Anzai busied himself alone until 10:30. After washing up and lying down on the bed, he could not help but sigh. A 4-person dormitory in a detached villa with an en-suite bathroom in every bedroom. With this treatment, who among the people at the party the day before yesterday could claim such a thing? Yet these were not things he had earned through his own efforts. More than 10 years of hard study had gone down the drain. He could not help but feel that this world was truly absurd. What was the point of him working day and night all those years? How annoying. Senior sister, are you asleep? Feeling restless, He Anzai began to silently recite a mantra for clarity while sending a message to Lu Yu. Not yet. Did you arrive at the academy? Lu Yu replied instantly. Yeah, I arrived, but it is a bit different from what I imagined. What happened? How is it different? What did you imagine it to be like? Senior sister told me so much, saying how valued I am, that I would be a beacon for humanity. I thought I would be greeted by academy leaders or that the student union would pull up a banner. But I was just dumped in a dorm by an instructor who is obsessed with exam preparations. It seems I am not as valued as you said. The academy does not have a student union. As for why you do not feel valued, that is a long story. Human ascension usually occurs between the ages of 3 and 16, much like physical growth. Humans can still ascend after 16, but it is extremely rare. And humans before 16 are at a naive age, which can be described as reckless youth. They are inexperienced and unreliable. They lack stability. They might be talented and brilliant, but they lack wisdom and perspective. In some situations, they are unable to handle things correctly, and in some matters, they are too childish. This is a lesson learned over 300 years. A leopard cannot change its spots. Lu Yu had also said that the academy does not immediately recruit potential ascenders. Instead, it goes through contact, guidance, observation, and finally, evaluation for admission. It is like being able to cut off a braid on your head but not the one in your heart. A person who lacks stability is not worth cultivating, no matter how talented they are. 220 years ago, a 15-year-old child awakened a very heaven-defying conceptual ability, cutting anything. The slashes he swung could cut through anything on a physical level. He called himself the Azure Lotus Sword Saint, arrogant and reckless. Under the Academy's education, he was well-behaved in normal times, but once he left the campus to carry out missions, he began to act as an individual hero, refusing to obey orders, and saying things like a general in the field is not bound by the monarch's orders. Since then, the Academy began to refine admission requirements and set a minimum age. For those who ascend at a very young age, the Academy contacts, guides, and observes them without interfering in their lives, leaving them to complete their compulsory education. If no admission evaluation is given by the time they graduate high school, they are not recommended for enrollment. For those who ascend after reaching adulthood, the process is relatively simpler. The Academy investigates their past personal experiences and then provides an admission evaluation. Being able to cut through anything on a physical level is a pity, but what we face is mostly spiritual fear. He died only a year and a half into his enrollment, which was a real shame. If he had continued to ascend, perhaps he could have cut through more than just the physical level. Before you, he was humanity's hope. I understand. So, awakened ability is only one aspect. What truly decides whether you are valued is your inner character. In this increasingly chaotic world, maintaining your inner self is the most important thing. And in this increasingly chaotic world, no one can tell you how to walk your path. Everyone is crossing the river by feeling the stones, and the stones in different sections are different. The experience others paid for with their lives might be worthless to you. I understand. Thank you, senior sister. You are welcome. I will try my best to answer your questions and point you in a direction, but the way you walk the path depends on you. It is getting late. Rest early. Good night. Good night. At 4:30 a.m., He Anzai had already arrived at the playground for assembly. The high-pressure, sleep-deprived life of his school days meant He Anzai was still quite used to the rhythm of late nights and early mornings. Very good, very punctual. Mei Xinyu was wearing a gray tracksuit, her hair pulled back into a neat high ponytail, and her distinctive glasses sat slightly lopsided on her face. She was staring at some documents in her hand with a grave expression, gnawing on the thumbnail of her other hand. At ease, attention! The first lesson for new students is about the ability ranking after ascension, which determines your treatment here, but student He's records already show an S rating, Mei Xinyu said in a deep voice. Your ability is actually an S rating? Yi Suifeng seemed shocked, though neither his tone nor his expression betrayed it. If there was any change, it was that his deadpan eyes had opened just a fraction wider. Having an S-rated ability means it is a conceptual level power. They say the last one to be rated S was 11 years ago. Instructor Mei, is there a mistake? He Anzai remembered Lu Yu saying his rating should be A. Mei Xinyu shook her head and said, no, I have already asked the Academy leadership. Although your ability is rated as A, you enjoy S-class benefits, so it is marked as S in the files. Yi Suifeng turned to He Anzai and asked with confusion, why would you get A-rated ability but enjoy S-class benefits? Perhaps it is because humanity needs a pair of eyes that can see the higher dimensions. Oh, I see, that makes sense. Cough. Mei Xinyu cleared her throat, then used a lighter to burn the documents in her hand. At the Academy's request, your awakened abilities and other information must remain confidential. From now on, do not tell anyone what your ability is. He Anzai felt a cold sweat, wondering if it was a bit too late to say that. Fortunately, he was not a blabbermouth and had only told Yi Suifeng. What should I do if I have already told many people? Then that only proves you are fickle and arrogant and therefore not worth cultivating. Mei Xinyu babbled on, repeating exactly what Lu Yu had said to He Anzai the night before. Mei Xinyu lived up to the title of instructor, explaining things in even greater detail. But rather than a lecture, it felt more like gossip, even revealing obscure historical tidbits, like how the Green Lotus Sword Saint had 4 girlfriends at the age of 15 and had already left behind an heir before he died at 17. The more Mei Xinyu spoke, the more outrageous it became, straying further and further from the topic. Cough. Realizing she had gone significantly off topic, Mei Xinyu gave a tactical cough to clear her throat. Since the Academy has already provided the evaluation, we will skip the first lesson and move on to the second. The second lesson was a warm-up. But even for a warm-up, the workload was more than an entire month of high school exercise combined, leaving He Anzai's jaw on the floor. The body is the capital of revolution, and physical fitness is the foundation of everything. Do not lose your strength in the face of hope, or we will lose you forever. Mei Xinyu assigned the training tasks to He Anzai, and then prepared to leave to go back and continue reviewing for her own exams. Keep it up. As the first student to report, you are now our class monitor. Do a good job. After 2.5 years, He Anzai was a class monitor once again. Just then, Yi Suifeng suddenly stepped forward to block Mei Xinyu's path. Mei Xinyu continued to pretend she did not see him, deftly sidestepping around him. Yi Suifeng made a grab for her clothes, but Mei Xinyu continued marching in place, still acting as if she were oblivious to everything. Instructor Mei, ability ranking affects individual benefits. I let it slide when you pretended not to see me before, since it is hard to bother you for just one person. But now that there are 2 of us, you still want to pretend you do not see me. According to the Student Instruction Manual, Chapter 4, Article 7, an instructor who prioritizes their own studies over teaching during their assigned hours shall have double the credits they earned during that period deducted. As soon as he finished speaking, Mei Xinyu did a 180-degree turn, her warm smile even brighter than when she first met He Anzai yesterday. "Oh, Student Yi, what are you doing here? Come, the instructor will take you for your ability ranking. Make sure to do your best." Mei Xinyu took Yi Suifeng away, leaving He Anzai alone on the playground facing the rising eastern sun. "Fine then, let us get started. From today on, I will trade the books for blades. No more being a scholar from now on. If I run into trouble, I will let my fists do the talking instead of arguing." Half the morning passed, and he had not even finished a tenth of today's tasks. Maybe I should just stay a scholar and use my mouth to talk my way out of trouble. He Anzai lay under the locust tree by the playground, his chest heaving violently. "Are you all right?" Yi Suifeng had returned, appearing beside He Anzai out of nowhere. He Anzai gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "Is Instructor Mei messing with me? This is just a warm-up, right?" Yi Suifeng nodded. "I have been training with the previous batch for a few months, and by comparison this really is a warm-up. You do not have to finish it all. Everyone's physique and situation are different, so just do what you can handle. The instructor should have customized the plan to your fitness, but our instructor. Perhaps it is because school has not officially started yet. We arrived way too early. To be precise, we are the next batch of first years, and the current first years are still in class." "Where are they having class?" "It is half the morning, and I am the only one in this huge playground. They are nearing the end of the term, preparing for exams. Their training is much harsher, climbing mountains to steal bear cubs, going into the sea to catch sharks. I have sat in on their classes. You better prepare yourself mentally. If you do not have the strength to crush an elite soldier by the end of the term, you probably will not pass." "All right, I got it." He Anzai struggled to sit up, needing Yi Suifeng to give him a hand, and leaned against the locust tree. "What was your rating?" "It is a B rating for now." Yi Suifeng sat cross-legged beside him and explained the result. "It is just like a talent show. You have to display your ability as best as you can. My ability is a passive skill beyond my control. The academic judge called it a useless ability. I focus on hiding myself and my sense of presence disappears. But as soon as I have a physical intention, like an urge to attack or steal, my presence returns immediately, even before I have actually acted." The national judge just went silent and said my future is promising. "The main reason I got a B rating is that my presence vanishes from surveillance. When I am captured on camera while my presence is gone, people simply do not notice me." By the way, have you ever heard of a peach salamander? Peach salamander, a higher dimensional life form listed as B in the Shenhuang record. He Anzai felt a flicker of self-satisfaction in his heart. It had been a long time since he felt this way. As a top student, he could finally show off again. The mucus secreted by the peach salamander's skin can cause memory distortion in humans and create a self-consistent logical loop. Yi Suifeng nodded. "My ability seems to carry some characteristics of the peach salamander. When I am caught on surveillance, I make the person watching it ignore my existence and create a self-consistent logic. It is not unsolvable. If the person watching the monitor has strong logical skills, they will find loopholes in the logic and discover my existence." Hearing this, He Anzai was secretly shocked. He originally thought Yi Suifeng's lack of presence ability was nothing special, but listening to this, Yi Suifeng felt to him like a high-dimensional, mysterious existence that should be recorded in the Shenhuang record. It is like a ghost right by your side, but you cannot detect it. You only notice it through photos or surveillance if you possess strong logical thinking. Is not that just like seeing a ghost? Having rested enough, He Anzai continued his physical training. Having one more person to talk to made it feel relatively easier. Regarding the treatment based on ratings adhering to the value of equality, everyone is the same in terms of privileges, with differences only in salary and benefits. The rating is an assessment of future potential, and this rating is not constant. For example, regarding Yi Suifeng's ability, the judge said that if he ascends to a higher dimension in the future and upgrades his passive skill to an active one, he could achieve an A rating. Ratings range from low to high, C, B, A, and S. The corresponding monthly salaries are 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, and 100,000. As long as you are alive, money will be deposited every month tax-free. If you die in addition to the pension, the salary will continue to be paid into your family's account for 10 years. S-rank salaries are very high. After all, it took 10 years to produce someone like He Anzai, and since his rating is only A, he receives S-rank treatment specifically because his ability is something humanity desperately needs right now. An S-rank ability is a conceptual level power, the ability to control certain rules. Take the Green Lotus Sword Saint, for example, who can cut through anything on a physical level, ignoring hardness and toughness, slicing through everything. Conceptual level abilities are not necessarily the strongest, but they definitely have the greatest potential. The extension of an ability after dimension elevation is the extension of rules. Just as Lu Yu said last night, if that Green Lotus Sword Saint elevates again, what he cuts might go beyond the physical level. A-rank abilities are those that are relatively practical for current humanity in resisting high-dimensional invasions and handling high-dimensional events. For example, Lu Yu's object manipulation and Lin Ning's keen perception. B-rank abilities are somewhat mediocre, like a chicken rib that is tasteless to eat but wasteful to discard. Just like Yi Suifeng's lack of presence, perhaps it can be ignored by high-dimensional beings, which is undoubtedly a god-tier skill for handling high-dimensional events, but he cannot generate any physical intent. That would be awkward. He cannot do anything, just stand there stupidly watching. A god-tier skill for handling high-dimensional events has become a god-tier skill for sightseeing, allowing him to enter any major scenic spot for free. As for C-rank abilities, they are truly chicken ribs. Like the fire and water control abilities Lu Yu mentioned, the initial rating is only C even if one's combat power becomes sky-high in the future. If no characteristics targeting high-dimensional entities are developed through dimension elevation, the rating remains C. After all, what they are tasked to resist and face cannot be summarized by mere combat power. He Anzai had just come of age and graduated from high school, 1 foot into university and the other already collecting a high salary of 100,000 a month. Just as they leave high school while others are just stepping onto a new track in life, he is already standing at a peak that most people cannot reach even after they reach their own finish line. Of course, he cannot compare to a wealthy second generation like Jiang Tianfeng whose family owns a large corporation, but 100,000 is just the base salary. There will be huge bonuses after handling high-dimensional events. Thinking of the 100,000 a month, He Anzai did not feel as tired while training. The 100,000 base salary is not the most important thing to him. What matters most is that he gets a formal government position upon enrollment. From now on, he is in the system. Heard that we get a formal position upon enrollment. What kind of position is it exactly? He Anzai panted heavily as he asked. We are a special confidential branch. The 4 years of study correspond to 4 grades of commissioners. We are first-year 4th grade commissioners. Yi Suifeng's breathing remained steady. Despite looking frail, he did not even pant after running 2 kilometers at a constant speed. No wonder he has been auditing classes for months. The warm-up training that nearly killed He Anzai was truly just a warm-up for him. Does it promote naturally as we advance in grade? Yi Suifeng shook his head. No, it is not. Being a first-grade commissioner is the prerequisite for graduation, and some people have been held back for years and are still third-grade commissioners, which is why so many fail to graduate. Promotion for commissioners requires accumulating contributions by going out on missions. You're different from ordinary universities. To move from the first year to the second, you need to pass exams. Only by passing can you move to the second year and simultaneously be promoted to a third-grade commissioner. As instructor May said, physical fitness is the capital of the revolution and the foundation of everything. If your physical fitness is not up to standard, it is like being a child who has not grown up. He Anzai knew that first-year students could be held back. Lu Yu had told him so. First-year students who fail the exam at the end of June will have 2 months for makeup exams. As long as they pass by the start of the new school year on September 1st, they can be promoted to the second year, otherwise they will be held back for a year. Therefore, there is only a deadline for new student registration. Since He Anzai arrived 3 months early, he has 3 more months of training time than others. Yi Suifeng has even more months than He Anzai. Asking why there is not unified military management and why they do not invite an instructor from the armed forces to guide them. This brings us to this strange and chaotic world. Yi Suifeng recounted to He Anzai what Lu Yu had said about how those not recommended for enrollment are sent to the military. First-year students have training intensity no less than that of special forces, but they are freer than military camps without as many rules and constraints. The reason for this is related to dimension elevation. To use a metaphor, it is like a gourd grown in a mold. Rule-based constraints limit the growth of one's natural instincts, thereby reducing the possibility of elevating dimensions. This is also why those not recommended for enrollment are sent to the military. And facts have proven that few dimension elevators sent to the military show signs of further elevation. As the saying goes, no rules, no standards. But in this era of mystery, we dimension elevators do not need square or round constraints. The potential of a dimension elevator is like a basin of clear water and we are a drop of ink spreading out. What we need to do is spread as much as possible. Because there are requirements for character and moral quality for enrollment, we are given freedom. The academy is only responsible for guiding us. Just like a towering tree, it does not need manual styling. The training was exhausting. The motivation He Anzai felt from the 100,000 yuan and the promise of a stable career position quickly evaporated, and he sat there hugging that locust tree to rest. The reason he was hugging it was because after such intense exercise, Yi Suifeng advised him not to lie down immediately. Yet as soon as he sat down, his waist could not support his upper body. Even leaning against the locust tree, he could not help but want to slump over to the side. Anyway, since Instructor May is focused on preparing for exams, let us just call it a day for the training. As for whether to train this afternoon, we will see then. Yi Suifeng finished his morning training alone and called out to He Anzai, who was hugging the tree like a monkey, to go to the cafeteria to eat. He Anzai shook his head. Even though he was hungry, he had absolutely no appetite and even less desire to move. He just wanted to rest. Yi Suifeng went to the cafeteria by himself and brought back a nutritional meal specially made by the academy for freshmen. The ingredients were confidential, said to be higher dimensional organisms recorded in the divine scroll, effective only for those who have ascended. This inevitably made He Anzai think of the eyeball he had eaten. The sky remained clear and the world remained normal. According to Lu Yu, what determined his vision was his brain wave frequency, or EEG. Emotions were just factors affecting that frequency, not the root cause of his visions. He Anzai finally understood what it meant when people said when you are tired, your mind goes blank, and realized that wild thoughts are just a byproduct of having too much time on your hands. He was so exhausted that his brain had entered a state of lethargy, seemingly shielding itself. It stopped accepting external signals, so no matter how active his mind was internally, he would no longer see those bizarre things. He Anzai was overjoyed. Finally, he had found a way to return to being a normal person. It was just that he had been too idle. If he had exercised more over the past 3 years, running around until he was soaked in sweat and out of breath like he did as a child, he would not have been plagued by those bizarre things for 3 years. This was just a temporary way to recover. While returning to normalcy, he had also lost all desire, no urge to move, no desire to eat, wanting only to rest and become a lazy slacker. Indeed, one must walk their own path. No one can tell you how to navigate it. He had something more important than training now, staying here to see how long this exhaustion from extreme exercise could shield him from those things. He Anzai slumped there, surrounded by empty mineral water bottles, staring blankly at Yi Suifeng as he ran laps around the track. Time passed quietly. He Anzai tried to recall those bizarre things, but in his state of extreme exhaustion he could not remember anything. It was as if his memory had hit a barrier. A shadow appeared in the distance, but when he tried to focus on it, it dissolved like ink in water. And when that crushing fatigue faded, his heartbeat returned to normal, the faint ringing in his ears and the slight metallic taste of blood in his mouth dissipated, and the ink spots in his memory began to coalesce once more. He Anzai immediately stopped recalling, maintained his current state without using the mind-cleansing incantation, stretched his body, and started playing with his phone. Reading novels and comics, he could use his brain to read long passages of text, carefully pondering their meanings. The text remained just familiar words that would not leap off the screen to bite his hand. It felt so good. The class group chat was very active, full of casual chatter and plans for where to hang out. The class chat was buzzing with activities all day, but after the first day's graduation party, no one had invited him to anything since. Although now, Xiao Wenjun was asking him to go to the amusement park tonight to watch fireworks. He Anzai had just exited the class group when he received the invitation from Xiao Wenjun, but there was no discussion about watching fireworks in the class chat. Clearly, this was not a group activity. He Anzai initially wanted to politely decline, but after hesitating for a long time, he chose to ignore it. This had been his style for the past 3 years, reading messages without replying or leaving them unread. He had even changed his screen name to absent. Since everyone had gone their separate ways, let everything just stay in the past. In the evening, Yi Suifeng took He Anzai to the academy cafeteria. Although it was called a cafeteria, it was actually a massive 10-story food court with over 1,000 shops, featuring flavors and cuisines from all over the world. The size of the cafeteria alone gave a glimpse into the scale of the academy. So many people, He Anzai remarked. If graduation is that hard for fourth-year students and many get held back, will not there be more and more students? Once the new semester starts in September, will we have to fight for food? Yi Suifeng nodded first, then shook his head. The academy is our country's term for high-dimensional research institutions. It is not just students here, there are also scholar researchers. The academy only recruits about 100 to 200 new students each year, and less than 1/10 graduate normally. Most of those who have their graduation delayed will choose to stay at the academy after finishing their studies to work in administrative research roles, following the scholar researcher path. Back in the dorm, He Anzai washed up and went to bed early. Yi Suifeng had invited him to the library. Given his personality and persona, he would usually go, but he was too tired today to feel any interest in anything other than resting. Yi Suifeng went out alone and He Anzai lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. It had been such a long time since he could enjoy using his phone this freely. All afternoon, he had not recited the mind-cleansing incantation, nor had he deliberately let his mind wander. He was just like the version of himself from 3 years ago, normal and ordinary up until now, with no signs of anything changing. He scrolled to Xiao Wenjun's social media post. It was a photo of her with Chen Xiaoqing with the amusement park and fireworks in the background. Wang Xing was not there. Sure enough, Xiao Wenjun had ulterior motives. Chen Xiaoqing already had a boyfriend, yet she still had not given up. He Anzai scrolled through his feed for a while longer and lurked in the class group. That once familiar middle school group had been silent for a long time. Indeed, everyone is just a friend for a certain season. Once they all go to college, the high school group will likely go quiet at some point too. He then called his mother to let her know he was safe. His mother had already told his father, who was away on business, about the family crisis. To avoid disturbing He Anzai's treatment, they had agreed not to contact him, but since he had called, his mother asked him to call his father to check in. He Anzai dialed his father's number. His father picked up, and although the background noise was faint, He Anzai could tell his father was socializing with clients again. His father traveled for business and often had to entertain clients. The family had reached a consensus not to initiate contact unless it was an emergency. His father also made sure not to worry them, calling home to report his status whenever he had a spare moment. After checking in with his father, He Anzai went to sleep. After a month of training, He Anzai had adapted to the current intensity and started trying to increase it. Yi Suifeng had sat in on classes for a few months and had the experience, so He Anzai followed his lead. As for their instructor Mei Xinyu, she had fallen into a state of self-isolation after failing her graduation exam again, so He Anzai and Yi Suifeng tactfully avoided disturbing her. Regarding the control of his own abilities, He Anzai seemed to have discovered a power switch. That is, when he was so tired he could not think of anything, his brain would shut down. When he recovered and tried to recall things, it would boot up again. Otherwise, it would remain in a shut-down state. Furthermore, after he slept, his brain would automatically reboot. Therefore, the first thing He Anzai did every morning when he opened his eyes was get dressed. Then he would go for a morning run to exhaust himself completely, wait until he recovered, and then return to the dorm to wash up. This allowed him to spend the rest of the day like a normal person. He Anzai had moved from the ground floor to the upper floor. Firstly, it had a better view, and secondly, as the class monitor, he needed to look after the students and set a good example. After adapting to the daytime training, He Anzai would go to the library for self-study with Yi Suifeng at night. Once the semester officially started, they would learn various professional skills at night, such as driving cars, piloting ships, and flying planes. They also learned to use various tools such as pistols, detonators, and rocket launchers. In the specialized practice area, there was a slogan, "All fear stems from a lack of firepower." Theoretical knowledge could be self-studied in advance, and one could also seek guidance from professionals for practical training. Once learned, one could sign up for exams ahead of schedule. Yi Suifeng and He Anzai first learned the simplest motor vehicle license. The test items were a bit different from those on the outside, including drifting around corners at over 100 kilometers per hour and overtaking on curbs with only 10 centimeters of clearance. Is this really necessary to learn? Even He Anzai, the straight-A student, felt uneasy the moment he sat in the driver's seat. Existence is reasonable, and having many skills will never weigh you down. Let us learn it. Yi Suifeng remained calm and composed as always. After only a month of training, He Anzai clearly felt the changes in his physical fitness. Through self-study in the library every night, He Anzai fully understood the gap between Dimensio Razors and ordinary people. A Dimensio Razor's physical limits are all increased, and their energy is internalized, remaining hidden in daily life, only manifesting its best lines and proportions when they exert force. Do not be fooled by Yi Suifeng's fragile appearance. In reality, all his physical stats surpassed those of professional athletes. During their night study sessions, He Anzai mastered a large amount of knowledge and gained a deeper understanding of this world. He used to be a straight-A student, and he still was. However, due to his level 4 agent clearance restrictions, there was very little information he could access regarding high dimensions. One night, over a month after He Anzai started school, he and Yi Suifeng were sitting on the living room sofa upstairs watching TV when suddenly, the doorbell rang downstairs. The two exchanged a look. "There is a doorbell," He Anzai asked. "This is the first time I have heard it." Yi Suifeng noted that he had been living there for months, and this was the first time the doorbell had rung. The doorbell rang urgently. Sensing something was wrong, He Anzai and Yi Suifeng both went downstairs to open the door. The person outside was none other than their instructor, Mei Xinyu. As soon as the villa door opened, Mei Xinyu rushed in, locked the door behind her, and collapsed to the floor, leaning against the door. She was gasping for air, her chest heaving violently. In the pin-drop silence of the living room, her rapid breathing could not even drown out the sound of her pounding heart. Although He Anzai and Yi Suifeng did not possess Lin Ning's keen perception, their intuition told them that something had happened. "What is wrong, Instructor Mei?" He Anzai crouched down to ask. Mei Xinyu flinched as if she had been startled, her eyes widening. She jumped up abruptly and cried out, "The windows! Are the windows closed? Close them quickly." They are closed, just calm down and tell us what happened." He Anzai reassured her while Yi Suifeng went to check the windows in every room, making sure all the open ones were shut and locked. "Let us go upstairs and talk about it slowly." He Anzai helped the shaken Mei Xinyu go upstairs. After checking the windows, Yi Suifeng returned to the upstairs living room and poured a glass of water for Mei Xinyu. They did not rush her but instead sat to the side, waiting for her to collect herself. After a long while, Mei Xinyu finally calmed down. She pulled at her collar and looked down at her lingerie, which was already soaked with sweat, and her body, still damp from a cold sweat. She smoothed back her greasy hair, appearing lost and vacant, with slow, sluggish movements. "I want to take a shower here, is that okay?" When Mei Xinyu looked up again, her eyes were already red. There was no trace of her instructor demeanor in front of her students. She looked entirely like a little girl. Use mine, I happen to have a brand new set of pajamas that are still unopened. He Anzai helped Mei Xinyu up from the sofa. She really needed the help, her legs had gone weak. He Anzai had thought she was already steady and that helping her up was just a formality, but he did not expect her condition to be so severe. He lost his grip and she stumbled to the floor. Yi Suifeng stepped in to help and together they lifted her up, surprised by how violently her legs were shaking. He Anzai and Yi Suifeng exchanged a glance. A month of living together had built up a silent understanding between them. Without saying another word or asking further questions, He Anzai helped her to the room, turned on the lights, drew the curtains and found the unopened pajamas. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng brought a fresh bath towel and the two left the room and closed the door behind them. In the upstairs living room, He Anzai whispered to Yi Suifeng, did she go crazy because she failed her exam and could not handle the blow? Yi Suifeng replied, maybe she is just under too much pressure and fell into a depression. The two only mentioned it briefly and did not continue the conversation, as they did not know what Mei Xinyu's ability was. If it were something like super hearing, it would be quite embarrassing. After a long time, the sound of running water finally started in He Anzai's room. Another half hour passed before Mei Xinyu stepped out of the bedroom wearing He Anzai's new pajamas. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, still dripping wet, and the shoulders and back of her pajamas were already soaked through. It was not just her hair, judging by the wet patches on her clothes, she had not even dried her body. I remember you gave her a bath towel, He Anzai said, tilting his head slightly and whispering without moving his lips. You remember correctly. Yi Suifeng's eyes flickered and He Anzai understood immediately. He Anzai went back to the room to get the bath towel, spread it out on the sofa and helped Mei Xinyu sit down. Yi Suifeng went to get a new towel to help her dry her hair. During this time, Mei Xinyu mumbled quietly, they escaped. They escaped. They are wandering through the academy. Do not go outside. What are those? What is happening? He Anzai leaned in toward Mei Xinyu and whispered. Mei Xinyu looked up slightly, her pupils suddenly constricting. Turn off the lights, turn them off quickly, turn off the TV. Yi Suifeng hurried to turn off the lights and the TV, then sat down on the other side of Mei Xinyu in the dark. I am sorry. After Yi Suifeng sat down, Mei Xinyu suddenly apologized, drawing her legs up to her chest as she curled up on the sofa. As your mentor, I do not even have your contact information. He Anzai was stunned upon hearing this, feeling a bit confused. He asked, do you not have the students' files? Is there no contact information in them? Mei Xinyu shook her head. Although I am your mentor, my primary status is still that of a student. Until the semester starts, my access permissions are not active, so I do not have authorization to view your private information such as addresses or phone numbers. She shrank back a little more. I have not even added you to the academy forum. In the darkness, He Anzai and Yi Suifeng exchanged glances, and Yi Suifeng spread his hands. At Shanghai Academy, one of the 4 major hubs for dimensional ascenders in the country, the two of them had always been on their own, neglected and unnoticed. Yi Suifeng had been auditing classes for months, and after that he just brought He Anzai along to study with almost no social life. They are high-dimensional existences contained by the Academy, Shenhuang Records Indices B, B, and C. What are those? Yi Suifeng asked. Information on the high-dimensional existences recorded in the Shenhuang Records could not be learned in the library, or at least, their current rank and permissions did not grant them access. He Anzai had a senior named Lu Yu he could ask, but Yi Suifeng, having only audited freshman classes for a few months, knew nothing about the Shenhuang Records. He Anzai had learned detailed information about the Shenhuang Records from Lu Yu. C-level meant harmless and B-level meant usable. If these were just the 3 Mei Xinyu mentioned, she should not be reacting this way. He Anzai was puzzled, and just as he was about to ask for the reason, he heard Mei Xinyu whispering about the Shenhuang Records. The Shenhuang Records are archives documenting known high-dimensional existences. After giving a brief overview of the Shenhuang Records, Mei Xinyu began to talk about the B, B, and C that terrified her. B Wings Together butterfly, named after the legendary Wings Together bird, is a semi-butterfly that can fly. It is phototactic and extremely sensitive to dimensional fluctuations, which is suspected to be related to its other half. The first hypothesis from the researchers is that the wings-together butterfly contained by the Academy might be an incomplete, single individual, and it feels a sense of attraction toward its missing other half. The second hypothesis is that the wings-together butterfly contained by the Academy is a complete individual, and it belongs to a massive species distributed across various dimensions. Two wings-together butterflies form a pair of wings, much like how animals are divided into male and female for mating. Animals secrete pheromones during the breeding season, whereas a pair of these butterflies are attracted to each other for some unknown reason. Regarding these two hypotheses, there is a common, terrifying theory. If the two wings-together butterflies from two different dimensions were to merge at the weakest point of their dimensional overlap, they would shatter the dimensional barrier, link the two dimensions, and lead to a high-dimensional invasion. So far, there is no record of a second wings-together butterfly, so all of the above are just hypotheses. There is a third hypothesis. The butterfly's sensitivity to dimensional fluctuations has nothing to do with another half. It is simply attracted to dimensional fluctuations, much like a moth drawn to a flame. The wings-together butterfly is viewed by humans as a dimensional seismograph used to monitor high-dimensional invasions. B. Nameless Covenant appears as a leather-bound book with a mouth. If it speaks your name, your destiny becomes known, though it is very difficult to get it to speak your name, and even harder to coax information about destiny out of it. C. Jack-o'-lantern, a flying jack-o'-lantern with a smiling face. The B and C indices in the Shenhuang records represent usable and harmless, so theoretically they should not pose a threat. "Why are you so afraid?" Yi Suifeng asked. Mei Xinyu buried her head in her knees and said in a muffled voice, "The indices are ratings given by researchers based on known information. If one day it is proven that the bee wings-together butterfly can break through dimensional barriers and connect two dimensions, it will be reclassified." As her voice faded, the living room fell silent. After a long silence, Mei Xinyu spoke again. "The requirement for normal graduation is the ability to handle high-dimensional events alone, and I cannot do that, so I have never been able to graduate properly. It is just like how some people know dogs do not bite, but they are still afraid of them. If a dog has sharp teeth or a size larger than a human when it stands up, there is no guarantee it is not a threat. Dogs can guard the home and are loyal partners to people. But what if one day it goes mad?" It also had something to do with failing exams again. Mei Xinyu poured out her experiences and grievances over the years like beans from a bamboo tube. Her theoretical knowledge was nearly perfect, but it was all just armchair strategy. When faced with an enemy on the front lines, even if they were wounded or weak, she would tremble with fear. To earn enough credits to graduate as a scholar, she needed to make contributions, but reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Lacking the courage to face high-dimensional existences and having only theory without practice, she could only curl up in her comfort zone, reading and reviewing, then trying her luck in the exam hall the following year. Legend has it that a long time ago, one could graduate by mentoring students and becoming a full-time mentor. But later, people discovered that even the most outstanding full-time mentors were merely engaging in armchair strategies within their comfort zones, lacking a true understanding of high-dimensional existences. Just as they could discourse at length on how to handle 187 Gravedigger, in reality, even someone who is a state scholar cannot resist the erosion of miasma and might falter in the face of battle. Facing a situation from which there might be no return, it is impossible not to be afraid. Yet no matter how timid they are, they will still press forward, and that is why they are state scholars. Also, the best mentors, after long periods of contact with high dimensions while enriching their experience, would also become radical and irrational. After a long period of development, the current educational and mentoring model was formed. We students who cannot graduate are just wasting resources without making any contributions. The Academy only gives us 4 years of extended time. If we still cannot graduate after 4 years, we must either pay for our own meals and rent to stay and keep taking exams, or drop out and work in auxiliary roles for high-dimensional event handling. He Anzai suddenly thought of Senior 37, whom Lu Yu had pointed out to him, a repeater who had failed to graduate after taking the exam 3 times in 7 years. This taking the exam 3 times in 7 years meant he had stayed back for 7 years after his 4th year and had taken the exam 3 times, meaning he had been paying his own way for 3 years. He really has perseverance. Lu Yu said that if he did not understand anything, he could go to 3-7 and mention Lu Yu's name. Clearly, the two had a good relationship. Mei Xinyu was fully focused on reviewing for the exams and left the students to fend for themselves. Thanks to Yi Suifeng, who had audited classes and joined him for study sessions, he had not encountered anything he did not understand that required troubling Senior 3-7 yet. The reason Lu Yu introduced Senior 3-7 to him was that he felt Mei Xinyu was unreliable, and even the old man who guarded the gate of the academy shook his head at her. He Anzai was just thinking about this when he suddenly heard Mei Xinyu say, "Except for Shiting." "Shiting, what is wrong with Shiting?" He Anzai had just been thinking about Shiting in his mind when he heard the name from Mei Xinyu. He could not help but be startled. He Anzai did not make a sound after hearing the name, instead choosing to listen as Mei Xinyu continued. Shiting, nicknamed 3-7, stayed back for 7 years and took the exam 3 times before choosing to drop out. But the academy would not let him go, they would not allow him to quit, so he just stayed at the academy, completely lying flat and rotting away. From then on he gave up on striving. Since the academy was supporting him anyway, he did not have to take exams or face pressure, nor did he have to go outside to perform dangerous missions. Because he possesses an S-level conceptual ability. He Anzai was slightly shocked. So Shiting was the one rated as S-level 11 years ago before him. Come to think of it, 4 plus 7 is indeed 11. Shiting wanted to drop out at the beginning of the year, but the academy would not let him because he is S-level. As for me, I am just a plain old C-level. The academy interviews me every year and gives me a countdown. The ability Mei Xinyu possesses is one that girls dislike. She can secrete a sticky, oil-like fluid from her skin, making herself feel like a loach. This layer of sticky fluid is odorless and forms a defense that can grant immunity to physical injuries like scrapes. It even wards off mosquito bites and is waterproof. Once you use the ability, the sticky fluid covering your body is impossible to wash off. To be honest, even Mei Xinyu does not know how to use this ability. As she spoke, Mei Xinyu's voice choked with emotion. Some people said my ability is suitable for pole dancing at clubs. Do not cry, do not cry. He Anzai and Yi Suifeng comforted Mei Xinyu on either side. Neither of them could really think of how her ability could be used. Since she had not figured it out herself after all these years, it was even harder for them to come up with something in such a short time. Who is it, such a loose tongue? Let us ignore them. Mei Xinyu was under too much pressure, coupled with failing this exam and running to find them in an academy that wanders through higher dimensional existence. She had completely broken down. People cannot truly empathize with each other. He Anzai did not feel there was anything special about Mei Xinyu's predicament, nor did he feel his own experience was anything out of the ordinary. I used to be the top student in my class and a role model for the whole school. Later, after my ascension, I awakened an ability that granted me a non-constant field of vision far beyond that of average ascenders, which made my world a chaotic mess. I fell from the pedestal of a top student and spent 3 years as an outcast, laughed at for 3 years. It was not until after the college entrance exam over a month ago that I came into contact with the academy and gradually found and learned ways to control my vision, allowing me to live like a normal person. Before that, the things you are afraid of, Instructor Mei, lived with me day and night. They were even in my bed when I woke up at midnight. Afterward, I specifically went to check my entrance exam scores. Unsurprisingly, they were all zeros. Before coming into contact with the academy, I could not see a shred of hope in my bleak future. I could not even manage to work in a factory. Compared to that, the things you fear are so cute. They are the path stretching out beneath my feet. Because of them, I did not starve to death. My parents' retirement is secure, and even if I am gone, the state will provide for my parents in their later years. Yi Suifeng sympathized with Mei Xinyu, but after hearing He Anzai's self-revelation, he felt that He Anzai was even more pitiful. After He Anzai finished speaking, Yi Suifeng also began to tell his own story. I used to be cheerful and lively too. Yi Suifeng was not actually introverted. He was not anxious about socializing, he was just relatively quiet. Because of a not-so-successful confession, I became a laughingstock. I did not care at first. There are plenty of fish in the sea and I went about my life as usual, laughing and chatting, but when she saw that I was fine, she was not happy about it. I do not know what women are thinking. Maybe I stole her thunder. Even though I was the one who suffered the rejection, it was as if she were the one who had been turned down. Anyway, things got very ugly later on. After that, I grew weary of social interaction and stopped drawing attention to myself. As time went on, I was ignored and forgotten. I do not know when I ascended and awakened my ability, but by the time I realized others could not see me, everyone had forgotten me except for my family. Blood ties are the only connection that cannot be severed. All other relationships will eventually fade. For instance, classmates and colleagues, periodical friendships are the easiest relationships to break. At the time, only a few teachers could see me because of the teacher-student bond, and they were the ones who taught wholeheartedly, what people call the hardworking gardeners. Those teachers who could not see me were just workers employed for a paycheck. It is laughable that even my head teacher forgot me. No matter how close classmates used to be, they are just classmates in the end. Among all my classmates, only she could still see me and still roll her eyes at me. This she clearly was the girl Yi Suifeng had confessed to. Yi Suifeng did not elaborate on the details, but He Anzai could piece together a rough idea based on the subsequent impact, transforming a cheerful and lively boy into the gloomily dead-eyed person he is now. How is that any different from killing him once? After awakening his ability, Yi Suifeng could not live like a normal person anymore either. Compared to He Anzai's helplessness and bitter struggle, he had automatically given up on his studies. Already weary of social interaction, even if he had gone to college, he would have had to proactively connect with others just to be noticed, continuing to struggle in the sea of people. So he simply left campus and did not even take the college entrance exam. During that time, he wandered like a ghost, visiting grand halls and quiet rooms, entering dark alleys, exploring high mountains, and crossing great rivers. He went to places ordinary people could not go and saw sights ordinary people could not see. At the same time, he realized the anomalies of this world very early on, but he did not care. When the academy appeared before him, it was to give him his admission letter. The academy had discovered Yi Suifeng during his travels early on. By that time, Yi Suifeng was already an adult, his mind mature and in no need of guidance. The academy established contact with him by tracking his phone signal, stealing his IP, and hacking his phone, all the while tracking his whereabouts and observing his movements. And during the observation period, the worst and only bad thing Yi Suifeng did was skip fair. A national hero named He Anzai personally delivered the admission letter to Yi Suifeng and gave his character a very high evaluation. You possess an ability that most people dream of, yet you have not committed any crimes and you have not even had a single moral lapse. It is a shame there was no wine, otherwise the three of them definitely would have had a drink. Sitting in the dimly lit living room, they only then realized how bright the moonlight was that night. The three of them each spoke from their hearts, chatting about their pasts. He Anzai spent 3 years as an outcast whom people called a freak. Yi Suifeng wandered aimlessly for 3 years like a lonely ghost. Mei Xinyu stayed back for 3 years, taking the exams every year and failing every year. They each have their own stories. Compared to those past confusions, the current predicament is not really a predicament at all, nothing more than 3 paths: graduating, dropping out, or repeating a year. At least there is a direction. Life is rarely all smooth sailing, and they are only about 20 years old. You need a balance between work and rest. Take advantage of the summer break to go out, travel, and refresh your mood, He Anzai suggested. Back when I was in middle school, I would go to the amusement park after failing an exam. Other kids only went when they did well, but I went when I failed. He is a straight-A student, listen to him, Yi Suifeng echoed. I am sorry, I am not a qualified instructor. I only took this mentorship for the course credits and I have delayed you all. It is all right, really? He Anzai winked at Yi Suifeng. Having adjusted to the dim light in the living room, they could now see each other by the moonlight. You were not here, but the two of us studied on our own without any issues. If you feel guilty about going out, just write up a lesson plan for us. We are all adults and do not need to be handheld. We can continue studying ourselves. Exactly, Yi Suifeng nodded vigorously. He did not want to audit other classes anymore. He could not keep up with the pace at all. Besides, it was already summer break, and trying to audit now would mean joining the students who had flunked, and their progress was even harder to follow. Since they had spoken so sincerely, Mei Xinyu could not refuse their kindness. After pondering for a long time, she finally nodded. Yi Suifeng started introducing places he had been to, recommending that she buy a train ticket to Tibet to see the scenery along the way. Follow your heart and go as you please. You do not have to stay until the final stop. If you like the scenery along the route, get off, explore, and get back on whenever you want. It is about clearing your mind, letting your heart lead the way. The train's final destination is not the end of the trip. The journey there is also part of the return. When you feel ready, just come back. He Anzai had never traveled far in his life, yet he felt no envy at all because he had a father who was always out on business trips. He Anzai introduced his hometown to Mei Xinyu, noting that while there were a few famous mountains, there was not much else to speak of. They all belonged to the East Campus and came from the East China region, so the culture and geography were much the same. The three chatted for a long time, and Mei Xinyu gradually started to smile and laugh, becoming one with them. Mei Xinyu was used to staying up all night, but He Anzai and Yi Suifeng had to wake up early for training every day, so after chatting for a bit longer, the three of them leaned back on the sofa and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, He Anzai heard someone sobbing beside his ear in a haze. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, steadied himself, and looked toward the sound, only to see Mei Xinyu beside him, clutching her head and sobbing. "What is wrong? Did not we agree not to cry?" He Anzai felt exhausted. He really was not good at comforting people. It was like being forced to do something completely out of his depth. Mei Xinyu raised her head. Her eyes looking at He Anzai were bloodshot and filled with tears which shimmered as they caught the moonlight falling down her cheeks. Her lips twitched and her nostrils flared, looking as if she had suffered some great grievance. "I will never be able to graduate in this life," Mei Xinyu sobbed. What do you mean by that?" He Anzai was completely confused. They had just calmed her down, so why was she having another emotional breakdown? Was it time for that already? "I cannot graduate. The nameless covenant told me I cannot graduate." As soon as Mei Xinyu finished speaking, He Anzai woke up instantly and quickly backed away. "What did you say? The nameless covenant? Is the nameless covenant with you?" He Anzai asked, alert. Mei Xinyu did not answer. She simply lowered her head slightly and raised her hands to unbutton her pajamas. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. Mei Xinyu opened her pajamas to reveal a book tucked against her chest. The blood-red leather cover looked as if it were oozing blood even in the dim light. There was a mouth on the cover, and that mouth was sticking out its tongue, licking frantically. Seeing this, He Anzai frowned, his expression tightening. Suddenly, He Anzai woke up from the dream, shaken, and quickly looked at the other two. Mei Xinyu was sleeping peacefully with her head tilted, while Yi Suifeng was lying with his head back and his mouth wide open. He Anzai subconsciously glanced at Mei Xinyu's chest, knowing full well it was just a dream but wanting to check if there was anything hidden there. It was just a dream, but why would he have such a dream? Was he scared by Mei Xinyu? Heh, He Anzai gave a soft, self-deprecating laugh. "What have not I seen before? It is just a book, is it really worth getting so?" He Anzai's voice stopped abruptly, because he saw the book from his dream sitting on the coffee table. The Nameless Covenant. It had the exact same grotesque, blood-red cover from his dream, and there was a mouth on it, a messy mouth sticking out a tongue looking absolutely disgusting. Suddenly the mouth stopped all movement, retracted its tongue and pursed its lips. Then, under He Anzai's gaze, the mouth opened slightly, the corners curling into what looked like a sinister smile, and it uttered a syllable. "Hey." Then the mouth opened wide. And finally the long tongue stuck out. "Zai." With the last syllable uttered, He Anzai woke up from his dream again. He instantly collected himself and stared fixedly at the coffee table in front of him. There was no grotesque blood-red book on the coffee table. "Are you alright?" Mei Xinyu asked softly. "I am fine." He Anzai shook his head and looked at Mei Xinyu. "I had a bad." He Anzai's voice stopped abruptly once more. He turned his head and saw that the Mei Xinyu beside him had no features, and then a slit split open horizontally across the middle of her face, sticking out a disgusting tongue. He Anzai. He Anzai woke up from his dream yet again. He sprang up from the sofa, backed away, and looked at the sleeping Mei Xinyu and the coffee table. He breathed rapidly, and only after a long while, when he saw nothing unusual, did he finally let out a sigh of relief. But as soon as he relaxed, his eyes, now adjusted to the dim environment, caught sight of a faint, flapping shadow under the moonlight. He Anzai slowly turned back and saw half of a butterfly pinned against the balcony glass. Damn, here we go again. At the same time, his left hand felt a strange sensation and warmth. He looked down and saw his left hand was holding the blood-red book. 4 fingers were stuck inside the mouth on the cover, and the long tongue that had poked out was wrapping around his wrist. Yo, that is disgusting. Seeing his 4 fingers pushed into that mouth, He Anzai realized the depth of the mouth was greater than the thickness of the book. Discovering this, an uncontrollable urge welled up inside him. He grabbed the book with his right hand and thrust his entire left hand into the mouth. The sensation was strange, indescribable. There was only a slight warmth, nothing too wet or slippery, so he just pushed it in further. The mouth reacted to the stimulation by dry heaving, and the long tongue thrashed around wildly. Deeper and deeper he went until his entire arm was inside, but he still could not reach the bottom. However, he seemed to have touched something. He Anzai pinched the foreign object and pulled his arm out of the mouth. His arm was covered in a liquid that looked like saliva, and the object pinched between his fingers was actually a coin. A coin. Holding the coin, He Anzai begins to make associations. Coin, a coin pusher, the 11th dimension. And imprinted on this coin are the words 11th dimension. His thoughts begin to wander and that familiar feeling rushes over him. He Anzai suddenly realizes that this is not a dream, all of this is real. He hurriedly stops his train of thought and begins reciting the mind-clearing mantra in his heart. But why would such a coin be inside the mouth of this crimson-bound book, the nameless Old Testament? He Anzai puts away the coin, takes the nameless Old Testament, walks to the balcony, and gazes at the half-butterfly clinging to the glass. The wing companion butterfly. It has wings like crystal sequins that change hue as they flutter, shifting through shades of warm red, sometimes light and sometimes deep. It really is just half a butterfly, as if someone had sliced it with a knife, with its internal organs exposed on one side. From a distance, it looks like half a butterfly, but upon closer inspection, this higher-dimensional creature resembling half a butterfly actually has human-like organs and even a spine with a visible spinal cord. Looking even closer, countless tiny tentacles on the organs and spine are holding onto blood, spinal fluid, and more. He Anzai closes his eyes. He cannot keep looking. If he does, he has no idea what other terrifying form it might take. He Anzai turns back to the coffee table, grabs a glass, opens the window, and traps the wing companion butterfly. Why would they appear here? He Anzai frowns. I could understand the wing companion butterfly. It has phototaxis and is currently in the stage of ascending from the 4th to the 5th dimension, making it an unstable source of dimensional fluctuation. But this nameless Old Testament, why would it appear out of thin air in this villa? He Anzai wonders to himself, but he does not dwell on the cause. Just as he closes the window, he spots a pumpkin on the path in front of the villa. He Anzai takes a deep breath, quickly turns and hides behind the curtains, feeling terrified while swearing, "Holy crap. Is that thing really something that starts with C?" He Anzai, feeling a lingering fear, peeks his head out slightly to look at the pumpkin outside. The smiling jack-o'-lantern is connected to a long, flexible black body with 6 human-like arms, behaving in a strange and exaggerated manner like a dragon or lion dance. There is no telling what it is doing. If you could not see the eerie body in the dark and only looked at the orange pumpkin head, it would indeed look like it was flying around wildly. But seeing that body changes everything. Suddenly, its body mimics something, its style shifting drastically. 4 arms curl under the pumpkin head, the body crouches, and the skin on its back covers the pumpkin head to form a hood. The originally massive body instantly shrinks to the height of a person, and the remaining 2 arms perform strange gestures, moving forward with a jerky, hobbling gait. Is it mimicking an elderly person with trouble walking? Without a close look, it looks just like an old person with a hunched back, and those hands must be imitating the action of holding a cane. This thing does not look harmless at all. He Anzai mutters to himself, but suddenly the pumpkin head slowly lifts and looks at him. He Anzai quickly ducks back behind the curtain. His heart is pounding so hard he feels like it might jump out of his chest. Through the mottled moonlight spilled across the living room, he can see the winding black body. It actually climbed up. Fear surges uncontrollably. His world is about to become chaotic once again. And the only thing that can defeat this magical weirdness is reality. He has improved a lot during this month of training and has found a way to act like a normal person, feeling full of confidence. But when truly facing the uncanny, some things originate from the bottom of one's heart and are uncontrollable. He recites the mind-clearing mantra in his heart, but it is already useless. His thoughts wander involuntarily, drifting toward that eerie madness. At the critical moment, it is reality that pulls him back to reality. Heh, waving your claws around, who are you trying to scare? I have seen things 10,000 times more terrifying than you. He Anzai slumps against the windowsill onto the floor. And the reality is, he might not be able to graduate. Those who advance to the second year are all elite soldiers in terms of physical fitness, yet too many of them fail to graduate. Being able to handle high-dimensional events alone is a prerequisite for graduation. As a former top student, nothing is more terrifying than being held back, failing, or not graduating. Damn it, He Anzai lets out a curse for the first time. What have not I seen? Has it done anything to me? Why am I afraid of it? He is not exactly terrified, he was just startled, which caused a huge surge of emotion, leading to his thoughts wandering and his field of vision expanding drastically. In that instant, even the mind-clearing mantra could not save him, and he almost transcended. Once he calms down, he is fine. Since learning how to control his vision after enrolling, he no longer carries suppressive drugs. This time, thanks to Mei Xinyu, it was the realistic problem that made Mei Xinyu break down that halted He Anzai's thoughts from drifting toward the uncanny. If there is a next time, he might not be so lucky. His field of vision is like a levee, he carefully maintains it daily. If a small hole opens, he can plug it, but if a large one opens suddenly, the current will only rush through and widen it until the levee collapses. If fear is a steady, never-ending stream, then being startled is like having a bucket of cold water dumped on your head. It is over. Do I still have to rely on drugs to suppress it? According to senior sister Lu Yu, as I ascend in dimension, the effects of ordinary drugs will be negligible, and even increasing the dose will not work unless it is a special medication developed by scholars using high-dimensional materials. But that could take forever. The winding shadow on the living room floor disappears, leaving only a ball-shaped shadow. He Anzai leans against the windowsill, deep in thought for a long time, watching with his naked eyes as the black shadow slowly moves closer to his position. It is now right above him, watching him. He Anzai slowly stands up, staring at the pumpkin head outside. The pumpkin head flies back and forth outside the window, like a happy puppy seeing its owner or a small bird fluttering on a spring branch. But He Anzai, having seen its body, knows it is swaying, and he imagines what it must look like right now. He Anzai taps his finger on the windowsill, looking at the flying pumpkin head outside, lost in thought. My field of vision is like a balloon. Because I was staring carefully at the wing companion butterfly just now, I inflated the balloon of my vision and saw the body hidden in a higher dimension behind this pumpkin. Now that I have calmed down, the balloon of my vision has deflated and I can no longer see it. If I cannot see it, I will not suffer physical harm, so it is harmless for now. Having seemingly made up his mind, He Anzai grabs the wildly twisting tongue sticking out of the nameless Old Testament, carries the book, takes the wing companion butterfly, and returns to his room. The pumpkin head follows him, flying outside the window of He Anzai's bedroom, just staring at him intently. He Anzai returned to his bedroom and rummaged through his suitcase to find the medicine. He went to the window with the bottle of medicine and locked eyes with the pumpkin head outside. The pumpkin head seemed to want to come in. It bumped against the glass, making muffled thuds. Scholars say that these things are projections from higher dimensions wandering in our world. Under normal circumstances, when we see them, they collapse into our dimension and achieve quantum locking, allowing them to affect us on a physical level. Dimensional worlds are like channels, and these are signals from overlapping frequencies. When our channel receives its signal, it becomes visible to everyone. The butterfly of twin wings, the nameless Old Testament, and this pumpkin head are all overlapping signals, meaning even ordinary people who have not ascended dimensions can see them. I hope its body is not overlapping too. He Anzai poured half the bottle of medicine into his mouth. Freshman physical training is for running away faster. We generally do not engage with them physically, and their true threat does not come from the physical plane anyway. But right now, with the pumpkin blocking the front door, where else could he run? 3 years? Do you know how I have survived these 3 years? Do you? He Anzai opened the bedroom window, and just as the pumpkin head was about to enter, He Anzai threw the nameless Old Testament at it, hitting it squarely and knocking it askew. Immediately after, He Anzai performed a flying kick and leaped out of the window, falling from the second floor of the villa along with the pumpkin head. For the current He Anzai, the height of a 2-story villa is nothing, as long as he does not twist his ankle. Tonight, He Anzai finally snapped. He had been tortured by these weird entities for 3 years, and tonight he finally found an easy target. He should not have vented his anger on a smiling pumpkin, but since that pumpkin was hiding a terrifying body behind it and had given him a scare, who else was he supposed to take it out on? He Anzai gripped the tongue of the nameless Old Testament again, swinging it around like a meteor hammer, determined to use weirdness to defeat weirdness. He Anzai swung the nameless Old Testament heavily against the pumpkin head, bashing it repeatedly. It looked ridiculous and funny at first glance, but it was actually incredibly dangerous, even if the terrifying monster was reduced to a harmless pumpkin head. Poof. He Anzai had underestimated the pumpkin head. Although it was just a pumpkin, it had non-pumpkin-like hardness and astonishing strength, directly sending He Anzai flying. I was careless. Just because it had a C-series designation, he thought it was a soft target, but even a mud figurine has a bit of temper. Although he was in the process of ascending to the 5th dimension, he had only been training for a month and his abilities were not combat-oriented, making this head-on confrontation very disadvantageous. He Anzai wrestled with the pumpkin head, looking exactly like he did back home as a kid fighting with the giant geese at the entrance of the village. That goose, just like its family, always held its head high, looking down on people through its nostrils and attacking passers-by for no reason. With that person, you try to reason and they get entangled, you do not reason and you get infuriated. As for the goose, why should such a thug be so arrogant? Years of accumulated resentment exploded at this moment. Do you really think a scholar has no temper? If you beat up a goose, people come after you, but beating up a flying pumpkin head, let us see what law covers that. After being sent flying once, He Anzai knew he could not fight it head-on anymore. With his current strength, he simply could not pin this pumpkin head down. And this was only a pumpkin head. If its body were here too, 10 He Anzais combined would not dare to do this. The nameless Old Testament had already retracted its tongue the moment He Anzai's grip loosened and kept its mouth tightly shut. No matter how he pried, it would not open. Bite it. The nameless Old Testament refused to open its mouth, so He Anzai had to hold it and use it like a brick, whacking it against the pumpkin head again and again. He Anzai made up his mind right then, he would get his firearms license tomorrow. The academy instructors never lied, all fear comes from a lack of firepower. He Anzai was retreating steadily. The weird pumpkin head did not feel pain, it was not like a goose that would honk when hit. With no health bar to see, he could not help but feel a bit desperate. If this continued, his stamina would eventually be drained. Should he call for help? But that would be so embarrassing. This is just a harmless C-series pumpkin head from the Codex. Harmless, He Anzai was sent flying 2 meters high again, so that is the kind of harmless it is. It can only cause physical damage, hence the name harmless. The pumpkin head's range of motion grew larger, clearly indicating its body was struggling violently. He Anzai did not dare to imagine it. If he received the signal from its body, today next year would be his Memorial Day. The firelight inside the pumpkin head grew brighter, even spilling out. He could actually see anger in that smiling face. Looks like it was pissed off. Compared to an angry face, being angry while smiling is even more chilling. The pumpkin head crashed around like a madman. He Anzai could not dodge in time and was rammed into a nearby street lamp. Before He Anzai could recover, the pumpkin swayed left and right, rushing toward him at high speed. He could not help but wonder what terrifying shape its invisible body had twisted into. Having taken its hits 3 times, He Anzai no longer saw it as a pumpkin but as a shot put, and worse. Before He Anzai could get up, the pumpkin head was already upon him. He Anzai closed his eyes, ducked his head, and crossed his arms to defend himself. However, nothing happened. He Anzai slowly opened his eyes to see the pumpkin head struggling back and forth in front of him, moving up, down, left, and right, but unable to advance. It seemed to be blocked by something. probing around while repeatedly retreating in an attempt to break through the invisible barrier in front of it. "What is going on? Is someone helping me?" He Anzai looked around but saw no one. After a moment, He Anzai understood what was happening. This pumpkin head is in our dimension, influenced by our world's environment. And its invisible body, located in another dimension, is influenced by the environment of that world. In other words, its body hid an obstacle over there. Since the pumpkin head probes the same plane in all directions, its body must have bumped into a flat wall. He Anzai did not have time to think. He looked at the street lamp pole behind him, then at the grinning pumpkin head, and quickly retreated to the villa entrance, grabbing a U-lock from his bicycle. Seeing He Anzai retreat, the pumpkin head struggled even more fiercely. Clearly, He Anzai had completely angered it. He Anzai rushed back and passed the U-lock through the pumpkin head's eye sockets, locking it to the street lamp pole. With the mad dog tethered, He Anzai could finally catch his breath. He used the nameless Old Testament as a cushion and sat shakily on the curb next to the street lamp. As a scholar, one should still be reasonable, cannot be too reckless. A good student does not smoke, otherwise he would definitely have one right now. He Anzai took out his phone from his pocket. During the fight, the screen had cracked into a spiderweb pattern and the body of the phone was bent. Fortunately, after 1 month of training, his base salary of 100,000 had arrived. In this special profession, tools like phones are consumables. By the time he is a sophomore and performing field missions, they would be issued standardized phones developed by the scholars. It was the middle of the night, but after a moment of hesitation, He Anzai decided to text Lu Yu. "Senior Lu Yu, are you asleep?" About 5 minutes later, Lu Yu replied. "What is it? Why are not you asleep so late? 3 containment subjects escaped from the academy. Are you aware of this, senior? I saw it on the forum. Why? Is our junior too scared to sleep? Do not worry, the academy will handle it. That half butterfly, a book, and a pumpkin are all in my hands right now." After a long silence, Lu Yu sent a string of ellipses. He Anzai dialed Lu Yu's number and recounted the events of the evening to her. He had intended to chat via text, but his phone's cracked screen made it unresponsive, so he switched to a voice call. "Senior, tell me, if I help the academy capture these 3 things, does that count as handling a high-dimensional event independently?" "I know what you mean. It counts, but we are not an ordinary university where you just drift along for a diploma. Think of it like a qualified hunter needing to take down a tiger as proof of skill. You are killing the tiger for her now, but she will have to face one eventually. What will she do then? You are not helping her, you are forcing her toward a death sentence." He Anzai fell silent because Lu Yu was right. Then is there no way for Instructor Mei to graduate? She can pursue the academic research track and you can help her with that. After all, you see so many things others cannot. Just a few pieces of information from you would be enough for her graduation credit requirements. He Anzai slowly turned his head to look at the pumpkin head he had locked to the lamppost. Knowledge related to high-dimensional entities is only studied in depth during the 2nd year, so for now, they are limited to self-studying the basics. Once they reached the 2nd year, he could conduct research on this pumpkin head as a project. If there were no prior precedents, he would help Mei Xinyu register the pumpkin head under a new classification. That contribution would be enough for her to graduate. "I understand. Do you need me to notify the Academic Affairs Office for you?" "Thank you, senior. Honestly, I really did not know what to do." "All right, then." Lu Yu shifted the topic to Yi Suifeng. "Regarding your roommate, having moral standards that are too high is not necessarily a good thing. No one is perfect. We are all ships sailing on a sea called madness, battered by wind and rain. It is inevitable that water will leak into the ship and we must bail that water out. If the ship were a solid sheet of iron without a single gap, the water inside would have nowhere to escape. It would just keep accumulating until the whole ship sank into madness. Everyone admitted here has passed the character background check. If you encounter strange classmates or unscrupulous colleagues in the future, do not be surprised. It is all out of necessity and the academy permits it. Whatever you do, do not let yourself be morally shackled. You might lack some virtue, but at least you will not go insane. Then you have overestimated me, senior. He Anzai chuckled. I am upright and principled. It is just that worldly affairs mean nothing to me. I do not care, but if I do decide to settle a score, I have never been one to play by the rules. Lu Yu smiled on the other end of the line. The academy knows about what happened back in your hometown. I am telling you this because I want you to realize that your goal here is no longer to be the good student everyone expects. He Anzai fell silent once more. I will leave it at that. I am going to notify the academic affairs office now. Get some rest after you finish up. Good night. Thank you, senior. Sorry to bother you tonight. Good night. There was no further response from her end. She simply hung up. After the call ended, He Anzai dialed the number for Instructor May he had just added. After a short wait, she answered with a lazy hello. Who is this? Wake up, listen, it is me. Get up right now, grab Yi Suifeng, go to the nightstand in my bedroom and bring down that glass jar. I am at the villa entrance. What, who are you, what happened? Yi Suifeng, wake up. The voice on the other end was groggy, followed by the sound of rustling. Then, both the phone and the villa behind him erupted with a shrill, piercing screech. He Anzai hung up feeling a mix of complex emotions. He had only met this instructor May 3 times. To be honest, he could not even remember exactly what she looked like, yet he wanted to help her this much. Was this a high achiever's pity for a slacker? Not a chance. He had been a class monitor and a study committee member before, yet he had never cared if others lived or died. He focused on his own studies and let others do as they pleased. He actually preferred when others were not as good as him. But after arriving at this academy, his mindset had changed. Plus, she was his instructor and he was the student. Perhaps it was because in this sprawling campus, those were the only few people he knew. He had always studied on his own, and for the first time he felt lonely for lacking classmates. Sure enough, a top student needs a slacker as a foil. Without a comparison, how can you show off how great you are? Just then, Yi Suifeng walked out of the villa carrying the glass jar containing the winged butterfly. Yi Suifeng squatted down beside He Anzai, looking at him, then at the pumpkin head struggling against the lamppost, but had not yet noticed the unnamed covenant that He Anzai was sitting on. Where is Instructor May? He Anzai asked. She is on your bed, shivering under the covers, Yi Suifeng replied. Then go get her down here. He Anzai took the winged butterfly from Yi Suifeng. Drag her down if you have to. Yi Suifeng went and carried Mei Xinyu down. Mei Xinyu would not cooperate, so Yi Suifeng simply wrapped her up in a bedsheet like a thief kidnapping a child, lugging her down like a sack. Should we knock her out? How do you know how? I have never learned that. I have only seen it in movies. What if I break something? The two consulted each other. Betrayal, this is absolute betrayal. Mei Xinyu struggled. She lacked physical exercise and was no match for the two of them. Why are you so insistent on bringing her down? You know she is scared to death, Yi Suifeng asked. By now, Mei Xinyu had calmed down. He Anzai and Yi Suifeng had her sandwiched between them just as they had in the living room upstairs. They left an opening in the sheet for her to breathe. He Anzai replied, if she wants to graduate, she has to face these things, regardless of whether she aims to be a national scholar or an academic one. Does not she want credits? Here is a credit waiting to be claimed. The academic affairs office will be here soon. So you called us down to share the credits? Yi Suifeng's expression remained steady, but Mei Xinyu, sandwiched between them, had her eyes wide open. There was no need to call us. This is something you did alone, Yi Suifeng noted. Mei Xinyu agreed with Yi Suifeng, but she could not bear to let the credits slip away, and bound by her conscience, she had no choice but to nod. He Anzai watched Mei Xinyu's expression, seeing the longing, the reluctance, and the high-minded moral approval on her face. He thought to himself that when he faced something he truly desired, he would never be plagued by such moral agony. The reason he could hand out these credits was simply because he did not care about them at all. In this academy, only those who cannot graduate need to earn extra credits. I have no use for them. His confidence was the absolute confidence of a top student. Although Mei Xinyu felt slightly looked down upon, she kept nodding vigorously, much more forcefully than before. Though she did not speak, her face and eyes were filled with nothing but worship and admiration for He Anzai. Take these credits, go relax properly, and when it is time to play, play hard. Do not think about your studies. He Anzai reached out and patted his instructor on the head, and instead of resisting, she leaned into it like a small dog. You're the top student, I will listen to you. The leaders of the academic affairs office arrived with a whole crowd of people, probably around a dozen or more. Some of them were even wearing hazmat suits. What is going on? This thing is not radioactive, is it? He Anzai and his two friends stood up to welcome them, and his casual question made the face of the leader instantly turn dark. He was a middle-aged man with hair as white as frost. At a glance, he looked to be in his early 40s, though perhaps he was older and just took good care of himself. He had neatly cropped hair, a well-groomed beard that looked like it was maintained regularly, wore gold-rimmed glasses, a crisp white shirt, and a tie while leaning on a cane. He radiated the air of a noble gentleman. However, what he did next was anything but gentlemanly. He turned around, raised his cane, and whipped it hard against the hazmat suit closest to him. "You embarrassing disgrace, you are not even as good as a freshman." His voice was thunderous, causing even the students who had not been struck to shudder. Hisk, just another local old-school master. When he turned back to look at He Anzai, he transformed into a kindly, sunny, middle-aged man again. "Hello, student He. My name is Zhuo Qiu, a professor at the academy responsible for the containment and management of high-dimensional objects. This was our negligence that caused you trouble, and the academy will provide you with compensation." Professor Zhuo said with a smile. "Could you please recount the sequence of events for us?" He Anzai was an incoming freshman, and since sophomores and below do not usually encounter these high-dimensional containment objects, he was entitled to compensation. Except for the recurring dream, which he did not mention at all, he embellished everything else. He claimed that something had been licking Instructor May in his dream, and when he woke up, he saw the nameless Old Testament. He rambled on and on about how, under Instructor May's wise guidance, he managed to capture the wings of a pair butterfly. When He Anzai mentioned his roommate Yi Soifeng, Professor Zhuo and the other students finally noticed Yi Soifeng's presence. It was only then that Yi Soifeng and Mei Xinyu realized that the nameless Old Testament was actually in He Anzai's hands. After that, he explained how he fought the Pumpkinhead, laying everything out clearly and honestly. It was not that he wanted to take all the credit, but he did not know if there were security cameras around. If there were, it would be awkward if his story did not match the recordings. If the academy was twisted enough to install surveillance in student dorms, he had nothing more to say. After that pumpkin slammed into me, it kept flying around in front of me as if mocking me, so I lost my temper and locked it there. He Anzai did not mention the strange body hiding behind the pumpkin or any further information. If humanity had not discovered it in 300 years, there was no need to rush. Regarding the recurring dream, He Anzai felt there was definitely something wrong with it. It was very eerie that he could clearly dream of the appearance of the nameless Old Testament despite having never seen it before. For recovering the three high-dimensional entities, the three of them each received 70 contribution points. Contribution points are a separate credit system superior to academic credits, accumulated through handling high-dimensional incidents. Academic credits are only for undergraduates and can be acquired in various ways. There is another point system called merit, earned through contributions made during high-dimensional exploration. 2 B-grade entities were worth 100 contribution points each, and 1 C-grade was worth 10. A total of 210 points were split equally among the 3 of them. When He Anzai learned that the Pumpkinhead was only worth 10 points, he felt deeply regretful. It was the most troublesome one, and yet it was the cheapest. If he had known, he would not have bothered with that pumpkin. Whoever wanted to deal with it could have had it. Zhuo Qiu directed the students to carefully recover the 3 high-dimensional objects. Seeing this, He Anzai realized just how reckless he had been earlier. Just then, the nameless Old Testament, sealed inside the special glass case, opened its mouth. He Anzai. Everyone was startled by the sound and looked over. Legend had it that if the nameless Old Testament spoke your name, your fate would be revealed. Everyone present, except for He Anzai, including Professor Zhuo, pricked up their ears, waiting for what the nameless Old Testament would say next. He Anzai, go to hell. Everyone was frozen on the spot. He Anzai, I. The nameless Old Testament started cursing wildly, its language growing dirtier and dirtier. It was even bouncing inside the glass case. Gibberish. Everyone's expression changed. The insults from the nameless Old Testament gradually shifted from words they could understand into something incomprehensible, even causing them to experience tinnitus and lose the ability to hear its curses. Its sound, its language, it had ascended in dimension. Oh no, activate the soundproofing. The student holding the glass case stood frozen, legs trembling, eyes dazed, pupils retracting. His hands loosened and the glass case dropped. He Anzai lunged forward and caught the falling glass case. Zhuo rushed over and activated the soundproofing on the case. As soon as the case was caught by He Anzai, the nameless Old Testament shut its mouth, clenching it tight, leaving no gap at all. Of everyone present, only He Anzai remained unaffected by the nameless Old Testament. First, he had taken a sedative beforehand, and second, for someone as experienced as him, as long as his brain activity did not cause his perception to collapse, everything was within an acceptable range. However, there was still something he could not handle for a moment. He Anzai looked up at the student who had been holding the case and felt a sudden chill in his heart. He saw that the student's pupils had vanished, leaving only cloudy whites. His facial features seemed twisted, as if an invisible, powerful hand had forcefully kneaded his head. Quick, send him to the infirmary. Zhuo personally took the glass case from He Anzai's hands. He Anzai stood dazed, his inner turmoil lingering for a long time. So this thing was that dangerous? No wonder Mei Xinyu was so terrified. The B prefix classification indicated it was usable, not that it was harmless. He Anzai felt conflicted inside. For the first time, he had felt the eerie power not belonging to this world so directly. Training his body had only been meant to help him run faster in such situations. It was a frustrating and helpless feeling of being a scholar meeting a soldier. At the same time, he felt a bit guilty. The nameless Old Testament was cursing me, and it was because of me. Do not blame yourself or let it become a psychological burden. No one can guarantee anything in situations like this. Zhuo comforted him. Is he going to be okay? Zhuo paused for 2 seconds and shook his head. I do not know. That was not a disease or physical injury. It is not something you can just fix with medicine or stitches. It depends on him and his slow recovery. The matter ended there, and Zhuo led the students and the 3 containment objects away. Before leaving, Zhuo gave Mei Xinyu a verbal warning because she was in the male dormitory area late at night with 2 male students in the same room, and as an instructor, it was considered unbecoming. Although the academy did not have many strict rules and everyone was an adult, there was still a need for basic dignity and decency. Regardless, this was an academy, a place for teaching and cultivating students. Fortunately, it was already summer vacation. If school were in session, it would have been more than just a verbal warning. Mei Xinyu did not argue back because she needed to take the exit provided to her. Even though she had reasons for being there, it was a result of her failure as an instructor. If she explained, not only would she have no standing, but she might even lose her eligibility to be an instructor. At the same time, a question arose in He Anzai's mind. How did the nameless Old Testament know his name? Dreaming about it is one thing, but in reality, how did it know his name? He Anzai recalled the details after encountering the nameless Old Testament, and neither he nor anyone else had mentioned his name. So how did it know? Could this be part of its ability? This question was destined not to have an immediate answer, so he stopped obsessing over it. If he kept digging deeper, he was afraid the residual effects of the medication would wear off. Early the next morning, as the sun rose, yesterday's events were put to rest. During morning training, it was rare for instructor Mei to join the students. Despite being a homebody who buried himself in books, he had passed the physical fitness test and was once capable of crushing the top soldiers. Although it is unclear how much of his strength remains today, it is more than enough to crush 2 freshmen who have only been training for a few months. Ah, that is contribution points. 70 points. I did not earn 70 points even after going out on missions for 3 years. Mei Xinyu was incredibly thrilled and jumped 3 feet high, truly 3 feet. He Anzai and Yi Suifeng looked on, unimpressed, thinking, with that cowardly look of yours, you must have been slacking off and fishing whenever you went on missions. Giving you those points is just compensation for your trouble. Even if there was no real achievement, you should not have made the trip for nothing. Thank you for the 70 points, even though they are useless to me. Yi Suifeng draped his arm over He Anzai's shoulder, but I am still going to treat you to a week of meals. He was nudging Mei Xinyu. Both turned their gaze toward her. Yi Suifeng had a calm expression while the corner of He Anzai's mouth was already uncontrollably curling upward. Mei Xinyu felt a chill run down her spine and could not help but slowly turn around, seeing the two of them staring at her with eyes gleaming. "I will treat you until I finish writing the teaching plan." Mei Xinyu gave a miserable smile. Mei Xinyu only took 3 days to finish the teaching plan, and then she packed her bags and went traveling. He Anzai's compensation also arrived, which was 3 times his base salary in a lump sum, totaling 300,000. Yi Suifeng also received compensation, but his rating was only B, and since his base salary was low, 3 times only amounted to 60,000. That is the gap in treatment based on ratings. He Anzai looked at the text message notification of the 300,000 arrival in his bank account and felt a mix of emotions. How far would his father have to travel to earn this much money, while he himself just had a fight with a pumpkin? He could not help but feel once again that this world is truly insane. On the night before her departure, Mei Xinyu gave He Anzai a private lesson to talk to him about something. It was about the 3 containment objects, which was information Mei Xinyu had heard from someone else. Although there had been cases of containment breaches before, they were always A-grade and extremely dangerous, with full preparation done beforehand. This time, with the B-grade and C-grade escapes, the Academy did not make such a big fuss. It was not that they did not fear the danger or consider it unimportant, but anything involving high-dimensional matters is treated as a classified issue. Besides, it is said that there are secrets behind this. Afterward, the Academy only conducted a simple inquiry with He Anzai, and then had no further follow-up. In exchange for the 70 points, Mei Xinyu told He Anzai all the gossip she had heard. Many in the Academy had noticed something unusual. Of course, He Anzai himself had noticed it too. 3 high-dimensional containment objects escaped from the Academy, and coincidentally they all appeared in front of him. The nameless Old Covenant even showed up in the villa without reason and bit his finger. He Anzai knew his own situation best. A month of plane training had not made him forget what Lu Yu had said to him. He had reason to suspect that this was a test from the Academy, though he could not be 100% sure. If it really was a test from the Academy, it would be quite intriguing. Was that pumpkin head meant to test if he could see the body hidden underneath? Every time he thought about the body of that pumpkin head, He Anzai felt his skin crawl. It mimicked the form of a hunched old man. You really could not tell the difference, and if you had gone to help it up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that it has come to this, there is no point in thinking about it too much. He Anzai wanted to ask for Lu Yu's opinion, but he suddenly remembered Senior Shiting, who held the title of 3-7. Lu Yu recommended Shiting to him and told him to go ask Shiting if he did not understand something. Clearly, she did not have much energy to resolve his trivial confusion. After all, Lu Yu was out on missions and she was not his official instructor anyway. Lu Yu was only just about to advance to the 4th year, while Shiting had already been at the Academy for 11 years. Regarding Academy affairs, asking Shiting would clearly get him better answers. Trying not to be too intrusive, He Anzai contacted Shiting through Lu Yu, saying he wanted to treat him to a meal to get to know him and ask about Academy matters. The free food and clothing in the Academy refer to the most basic necessities. If you want to eat better or dress better, you have to pay for it yourself. Junior is using Senior as a messenger, is that it? The text Lu Yu sent was practically radiating resentment from the phone screen. Sorry about that, Senior. I asked a few people, but none of them knew where Senior Shiting was. When you return to the Academy, I will treat you to a meal too. Junior is a little rich man holding 300,000 now, so make sure to treat Senior to meals every day when the time comes. You will not feel heartbroken about the money, will you? I will not. The news of He Anzai receiving a 300,000 scholarship from the Academy had already been pinned to the top of the Academy forum. A freshman who reported early received a scholarship from the Academy before his classmates had even started. This was a major headline. The report did not go into too much detail, simply stating that in the recovery and handling of 3 high-dimensional containment objects, He Anzai faced fear without hesitation and displayed excellence, making significant contributions. Thus, he was specially awarded. He Anzai had also joined the Academy forum, but browsing the forum requires permissions. A first-year level 4 specialist can only browse Academy announcements and reports. Second-year level 3 specialists can browse personal posts and discussions, and only third-year students or those with a level 2 specialist rank or higher can post or participate in discussions. Only upon promotion to a special level specialist can one unlock the sections for the other 3 campuses. It is said that some have been held back in the 4th year for several years and are still only level 3 specialists, having to borrow accounts from others just to participate in online discussions. For example, a certain instructor surnamed Mei. Only after receiving those 70 points was Mei Xinyu promoted to a level 2 specialist. Passing the exam from the 1st year to the 2nd year grants an automatic promotion to a level 3 specialist. Wanting to become a level 2 specialist requires accumulating 100 points. Level 1 specialist requires 500 points, and special level specialist requires 1,500 points along with the independent handling of a high-dimensional event. And being a level 1 specialist or having independently handled a high-dimensional event are the necessary conditions for normal graduation. Mei Xinyu meets neither. She is on a civil service career path, a different way to graduate. But they are in a special profession just like civil servants in the military. No matter how administrative the role, one cannot be completely powerless, so she still has to deal with high-dimensional matters. Earning credits can lower the difficulty of the exams, and the content of the exams is simulating the handling of high-dimensional events. At the appointed time, He Anzai had already been waiting in the reserved private room. This was a restaurant called Minju Ki, which only opened in the evening. Located on the 7th floor of the cafeteria, it featured an outdoor terrace designed into elegant small courtyards with rock formations, pine and bamboo plants, and even babbling brooks where fish jumped in the corridors. Whether the food tastes good or not is irrelevant. The main point is that it is expensive. Only by being expensive can the person being treated intuitively feel that they are valued. This was a piece of experience his father concluded after running business operations for nearly 30 years. If people want to nitpick, they can find bones in an egg. If people want to flatter, they can praise a pile of filth until it sounds like a flower. If it is cheap and they nitpick, it is a dig at you and you have no ground to stand on. If it is expensive and they nitpick, it is a critique of the restaurant or the chef. Either way, I have already spent the money. The waxing and waning moon, imperfect and incomplete, was not as bright as it had been the past few days. He Anzai sat on a square chair surrounded by pines and bamboo, looking out through the glass walls at the endless mountains. Without climbing high and gazing far, he almost forgot he was in the heart of the mountains. His view was blocked by the peaks, unable to see the city, but he knew that was the direction of home. The private room on the other side of the restaurant faced the sea. Moonlight spilled onto the waves, making them shimmer, and the distant horizon met a sea of stars, as if stars were pouring into the ocean or seawater was flying upward into the celestial dome like a closed Mobius strip. Though the sea had its end, it was not where his heart yearned. He still preferred the quiet seclusion of the mountains. Furthermore, one should not gaze too long at either the sea or the starry sky. Even without seeing anything specific yet, he already felt a deep sense of trepidation. "This way, please, sir." Hearing the waiter's voice outside, He Anzai was about to stand up to greet the guest when he saw someone walk in through the open door. He Anzai sat frozen on the square chair, forgetting to rise, staring blankly at the newcomer. He never expected to see a familiar face. "Senior Shiteng, it is me." The person who arrived was none other than the older senior he had met at the guard room on his first day of reporting. Well, considering the seniority, calling him old man would be appropriate. After all, compulsory education only lasts for 9 years. "Are you surprised? Did I catch you off guard?" Shiting sat down without ceremony and signaled the waiter to bring the food quickly. "Oh, you do not need to be so polite. Resolving confusion for my juniors is my duty. If you have any questions, you can come find me at the guard room directly. It would be even better if you brought some food along." He Anzai's rating was only A, but because his ability was unique, he enjoyed S-rank treatment. And Shiting was a genuine S-rank, possessing a conceptual level ability. This left He Anzai feeling somewhat baffled. An S-rank conceptual ability, yet he had been held back for 7 years and could not graduate. Each of these two labels was legendary on its own. And when combined, they were even more so. He Anzai was very curious about Shiting's ability and his inability to graduate after 7 years, but he had to suppress his curiosity, as asking directly would be rather impolite. "Senior, I wonder if Senior Lu Yu has mentioned anything to you about me." He Anzai did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Shi Ting leaned back in the square chair, crossing his legs just as Lu Yu had done when they first met. Even that calm gaze and the slightly raised corners of his mouth were exactly the same as Lu Yu's. He Anzai could not help but feel a tremor in his heart, sensing that things were not simple, and that the relationship between Lu Yu and Shi Ting was likely far from ordinary. Shi Ting said with a slight twitch of his lips. She told me everything. Everything. He Xiao furrowed his brows slightly, his confusion written all over his face. Shi Ting continued, your enrollment was recommended by me. Before Zio Yufeng, Lu Yu sent your medical records to me first to ask for my opinion. Hearing this, He Anzai covered his face and smiled in realization. So that day I came to report, you already knew who I was. Shi Ting did not speak, just smiled and nodded. Great, then I will not beat around the bush. I have a few questions I would like to ask you, Senior. First, I want to know if the escape of those 3 contained anomalies has anything to do with me. I hope you can enlighten me. This, Shi Ting smiled awkwardly, his previously upright posture instantly slumping. I actually do not know. If he could not answer the junior's questions after being invited to such a high-end restaurant, he would not be able to enjoy the meal in peace. Since you already know my situation, I will not mince words. My non-constant vision performs high-dimensional observation based on brain activity. I suspect the Academy is testing me, using those unstable anomalies to see if I can perceive higher-dimensional existences. He Anzai had no reservations about Shi Ting because he was introduced by Lu Yu, who was his guide. Based on what he just said, it seemed he was the one who was meant to guide him from the very beginning. Oh, hearing this, Shi Ting sat up straight again. So, what did you see? It is not convenient to say. These things cannot be spoken to outsiders. Lu could not say it yet, nor did he dare to. So you did see it, right? Shi Ting smiled knowingly. Yeah, He Anzai nodded. Just then, the waiter arrived to serve the dishes, explaining the fancy menu while narrating the inspiration and meaning behind each one. Shi Ting waved his hand, telling them to skip the stories and just serve all the dishes at once. Sorry, Junior. I found a substitute who was only willing to cover for me for an hour. I do not know if that is enough time to answer all your questions, so let us skip the small talk. If you want to hear the stories, you can have them tell you after I leave. They would be very happy to. After the waiters left and their footsteps faded away, Shi Ting continued. Your suspicion is likely unnecessary. With a national population of 1.5 billion and only 100 or 200 new students each year, everyone is more precious than gold. The Academy cherishes you all too much to jeopardize your growth. They might train you hard, but they would never let you come into contact with such uncontrollable things. He Anzai asked about the rumors Mei Xinyu had mentioned. He did not have the authorization to browse personal posts on the forum, so everything he knew came from her. But Shi Ting did. As a retired old gatekeeper, he browsed the forum frequently and was very clear about the current rumors. Whether they are fabrications or hearsay, there is no real evidence. It is all based on I heard or people say, and it is not credible. Shi Ting looked He Anzai straight in the eyes solemnly. Adults must have their own subjective consciousness and their own judgment. He Anzai nodded in agreement. Yes. Lu Yu had already told him this before, but he forgot it the moment he turned his back because he was confident he would not be fooled. But hearing it from Shi Ting again, it felt like an eye-opener. He had once claimed to be absolutely rational, that he would never be scammed, never blindly follow the trend. It was only because no one had ever touched a point he actually cared about. Once this matter involved him, he became just like all the examples he had heard of, believing every wind that blew and reacting to every shadow. He imagined if a fake Shi Ting had come just now and asked him to transfer 10,000 to get answers, he did not think he would have refused. After all, he had just received 300,000, he could afford to part with 10,000. It was a slap to his own face. It was chilling to think about. Thank you for the advice, Senior. He Anzai hurriedly toasted Shi Ting and finished his drink in one go. Please, Senior, take it easy. Although Shi Ting did not give a definitive answer regarding He Anzai's questions, he analyzed a possibility. That is, the high-dimensional incident simulation exam for students whose graduation has been delayed. The time and the serial numbers both matched up. It was highly likely that an accident occurred during a student's exam, leading to the escape of the Academy's 3 high-dimensional anomalies. As for why they all appeared before He Anzai at the same time, Shi Ting fell into deep thought. Regarding why they all appeared before He Anzai at the same time, even Shi Ting could not provide a reasonable analysis. One could only speculate and make assumptions. That half-butterfly is dimensionally involved and sensitive to dimensional fluctuations. Perhaps its owner possesses some unknown ability, and it carried the pumpkin lamp and the nameless Old Testament along with it when it appeared before you. To the twin-winged butterfly, your non-constant vision is like a light source flickering on and off. Or perhaps you yourself possess other characteristics that attract them. Humanity's current understanding of twin-winged butterflies remains one-sided, mostly based on unproven guesses and assumptions. It is like the unknown body hidden behind the pumpkin head. No one can give an accurate answer to what a twin-winged butterfly really is. Compared to those 3 escaped containment objects, everyone is more concerned about what you did to the nameless Old Testament. Shi Ting showed He Anzai his phone. Within the forum access he could browse, a pinned post was discussing He Anzai and the nameless Old Testament, specifically asking what He Anzai had done to make the Old Testament break into a verbal tirade. Shocking, new student He Anzai actually did something to the nameless Old Testament. The discussion was quite heated. After all, the nameless Old Testament had directly twisted a student's face. What started as a serious topic turned into an unserious direction, simply because the nameless Old Testament had sprouted a mouth and a very flexible tongue. I believe in the character of our junior. This incoming class has not even started school yet and has not had deep contact with higher dimensions. They are not like those upperclassmen who gradually become psychologically distorted. Shi Ting just folded his hands and leaned them on the table, but the moment his elbows touched the surface, he recoiled as if the table were electrified. His voice stopped abruptly and his body pulled back sharply. He suddenly remembered that He Anzai is different from the average new student. Even ordinary patriots have not experienced as much as He Anzai. You should not have done anything strange to the nameless Old Testament, right? He Anzai gave an awkward smile and handed the phone back to Shi Ting. Does grabbing its tongue and swinging it around like a meteor hammer count? It was quite handy, actually. Shi Ting took the phone and also gave an awkward smile, letting the topic pass. Since Shi Ting knew what his awakened ability was from the very beginning, and even saw his medical records before Patriot Xiao Yufeng and even Lu Yu had to ask for his opinion, He Anzai decided to consult Shi Ting about his own abilities. I can now control my vision to return to a normal life, but it is limited to the mundane. After that night, I realized that I am just like this wine glass held in my hand. He Anzai filled the glass to the brim, inserted a straw, and balanced it on his palm. I must hold it steadily. Occasionally, there might be a small tremor and I can spill some wine but still manage to stabilize it, but once the shaking is violent. He Anzai suddenly shook the glass, not only spilling a large amount of wine but also draining the rest through the siphon effect of the straw. The wine glass represents him, the shaking and flowing are brain activity, and the wine is his sanity. And that straw is the high-dimensional mystery. Once it passes a threshold, my brain activity surges uncontrollably. Even the mind-calming technique cannot keep it still, and I have to rely on medication to restore peace. Senior Lu Yu once said that I must walk my own path, but I have hit a dead end. I cannot pursue deeper study because studying and thinking inevitably activate my brain. I must stop immediately, otherwise my vision will collapse or I might even trigger a direct transition. In the 2 months since He Anzai enrolled, other than eating, drinking, and sleeping, he spent his time training. He learned that fatigue could make his brain shut down like a computer, so that mundane reality would no longer affect him. This allowed him to learn some professional skills and touch upon some basics of high-dimensional knowledge. But once he delves into high-dimensional knowledge, his brain reboots and becomes active, preventing him from truly crossing the threshold into understanding this world. I would like to ask you, Senior, what should I do? That question of yours? Shi Ting rubbed his beardless chin, his eyes wandering aimlessly. Perhaps you could try ancient breathing and meditation techniques. Ancient breathing and meditation techniques, how do I do that? I have no idea, it is just a guess. After all, we are all crossing the river by feeling the stones. It is said that mastering breathing techniques can allow you to connect your meridians through breath, regulate yourself, and thereby speed up metabolism or even trigger physical potential. It might just be able to regulate your brain activity. And meditation is like the depth of brain activity against the water pressure of crazed mysteries. If you dive too deep too quickly, the pressure will crush you, so you must dive slowly and adapt little by little. No one has reached the end of this road, so no one knows how deep humans can actually dive. An hour passed quickly. He Anzai saw Shi-Ting off and returned to his dorm, pondering what Shi-Ting had said the entire way. Compared to other dimensional climbers, his non-constant vision, which could cause him to lose his sanity and fall into madness at any time, also had one advantage. He could use medication to sedate himself and narrow his field of vision. In other words, when facing things he did not want to see, he could escape by lowering his brain activity and narrowing his vision. As long as you cannot see them, they disappear from the physical plane of your world. Just like that night with the pumpkin-headed figure, once he calmed down, he could not see its body. Other dimensional climbers, while not suffering his daily troubles, cannot escape once they face high-dimensional mysteries. I cannot take sedatives too often. Building up a tolerance will happen, so I must save them for critical life-saving moments. He Anzai asked Yi Suifeng, who was studying in the library, to help him check if there were any books on ancient breathing techniques. Yi Suifeng agreed. After hanging up, He Anzai was suddenly stunned, remembering that Yi Suifeng's breathing seemed a bit unique. He was always calm and collected, and after a whole day of training, he was not even red in the face or short of breath. Could it be that he had mastered a breathing technique? By the time He Anzai finished showering in his dorm, Yi Suifeng had returned with books on breathing and meditation. Have you mastered a breathing technique? He Anzai asked Yi Suifeng. Breathing technique? Yi Suifeng rolled his fishy eyes and pondered. I do not know. But I once stayed at the Liuxiang Temple on Daeyuan Mountain for a few days, and the old monk there said my breathing was special. He could not be sure if Yi Suifeng had mastered a breathing technique. After all, even Yi himself did not know. He was just told by an old monk that his breathing was unique. He Anzai began to study the books on breathing. After researching for a few days, he started to practice his breathing according to the methods described. He Anzai sat cross-legged, meditating, breathing in and out. First, he tried to think of the mountain peak and the old man. That was the most peaceful feeling he had ever experienced in his visions. On the peak of a mountain that pierced the clouds, an old man sat cross-legged on a piece of bluestone. He Anzai locked eyes with the old man, whose gaze was kind and gentle. Is this meditation? Is not it a bit too realistic? He Anzai looked around at the blue stones and vegetation, gazing out into the vast sea of clouds. No, I was only practicing breathing and using my memories to fuel my imagination. He Anzai immediately stopped imagining and thinking. Whether this was a fantasy or reality, he could not keep trying anymore. Though the old man seemed kind, there was something eerie about him, and this mountain towering over the clouds was beyond all reason. I cannot even guarantee my safety in the real world, let alone in this godforsaken place I know nothing about. Child. The old man spoke suddenly, and his calm voice drew He Anzai's gaze, locking it onto him uncontrollably. He Anzai was seized by terror. It was this same old man who had told him not to look, not to listen, not to think, and not to speak of these things to outsiders. Panicked, He Anzai tried every method to unfocus his eyes, but his gaze remained fixed on the old man's face, taking in every wrinkle and every whisker. At that moment, He Anzai felt overwhelming dread, and his brain activity surged instantly. However, nothing happened. He Anzai observed every single strand of the old man's hair, yet the man showed no change at all. What is going on? Is this not a higher dimensional world? Child, you and I are fated, why not become my disciple? He Anzai had been lost in thought, but the old man's words branded themselves into his mind, cutting off his train of thought. How is this possible? My vision has not changed at all, and my spirit feels no discomfort or wavering. What is happening? Where is this place? Who are you, Taoist, and what place is this? He Anzai asked the old man before him. He was the only one who could answer his questions. I am Qing Xuanzi, and this place is the peak of the Jianmu tree. The old man spoke in a calm, distant tone. Jianmu? He Anzai froze and blurted out the heaven-reaching Jianmu. Indeed, Qing Xuanzi nodded. This is not a mountain peak, but the summit of the Jianmu. Before He Anzai could collect his thoughts, his body knelt down toward the Taoist Qing Xuanzi. Confusion, bewilderment. He Anzai did not resist. The urge to become a disciple rose within him, nameless and without cause, but his physical actions preceded his will. Before the thought even fully formed, he had already knelt. Why is this happening? Why did I submit so easily? Master, the word escaped his lips. What can you teach me? Qing Xuanzi smiled and asked, what do you wish to learn? Thinking it might be a last-ditch effort, He Anzai voiced his current confusion, yet deep down, an uncontrollable excitement began to stir. I wish to see, to hear, and to think. Once again, his mouth moved faster than his brain, making him suspect this was a dream. Hee, Qing Xuanzi chuckled, then shook his head slightly. You are as stubborn as your fellow disciple. Then, as your master, I shall teach you the cultivation technique he created, Heart of Stillness. It will bring clarity to your mind, allowing you to think, perceive, see through the heavy mist, and hear the great Tao. The heart remains still amidst all appearances. Thank you, master. He Anzai was still pondering the old man's words when his body knelt down again on its own. Before he could process the sequence of events, Qing Xuanzi began his teaching. Strange incantations flooded his brain. He could not understand them, but it felt as if a pair of hands had reached into his ears, grabbed his brain, and was kneading it like plasticine into various shapes. He Anzai's spirit shattered, his reason fading rapidly, yet the old man remained the same and the sea of clouds showed no sign of mystery. But strangely, his own mouth opened and closed involuntarily, repeating those bizarre incantations. He Anzai felt like he was going insane. His spirit suffered unimaginable torture and he screamed in internal agony, yet his body did not seem to belong to him. He bowed respectfully to Qing Xuanzi and continued to recite those incomprehensible sounds. He felt his brain being kneaded smaller and smaller until the hands inside his head squeezed tight and his brain matter erupted through the gaps between the fingers. He Anzai jolted awake from his dream, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Are you all right? Startled, He Anzai looked at Yi Suifeng, who was speaking beside him. Yi Suifeng stood by his bed in a strange manner, his lifeless, fish-like eyes fixed intently on him. You scared me, why are you here? He Anzai asked, clutching his chest. Yi Suifeng was silent for a moment, then said in a flat tone, you were screaming horribly earlier. I could not wake you up. I wanted to notify the staff, but you stopped me. Bewilderment, intense bewilderment. He Anzai frowned in deep thought. Was that not a shift, just an eerie nightmare? Yi Suifeng took out his phone and played a short video for He Anzai to see. Seeing it, He Anzai's eyes widened. In the video, inside a dim bedroom lit only by a small yellow nightlight, He Anzai was twisting and screaming. It is not that I did not notify the staff, you did not let me. Do not let anyone. Yi Suifeng was filming from the doorway. In the video, He Anzai's body on the bed was twisting in an extremely bizarre way. His limbs were distorted to a disturbing and horrific degree and continued to twist. His neck turned nearly 180 degrees, his joints popping audibly, and his screams could not even drown out the sound of his joints snapping. His half-lidded eyes showed only the whites, his mouth was open and drooling, and he was muttering something unintelligible. He Anzai felt goosebumps, finding the sight of himself creepy and disgusting. I have 4 phases, no. Listening closely to the whispers in the video, He Anzai felt a jolt of alarm, his thoughts in disarray. I cannot take it anymore, I am going to notify the staff. Do not go. In the video, the distorted He Anzai suddenly lunged at Yi Suifeng, giving the real He Anzai a fright. The shout of "do not go" in the video was shrill and piercing. It was not a sound a human could make. The camera fell to the floor, followed by sounds of sheer terror. What are you doing? No, Yi Suifeng let out a blood-curdling scream. This was the first time He Anzai had heard such raw emotion from him. With those 3 no's, it was clear he had done something truly atrocious. What did I do to you? He Anzai asked Yi Suifeng, drenched in a cold sweat. Yi Suifeng raised his hand to wipe his face, his brows knitted tightly. It was rare to see such a dramatic change in his usually stoic expression. You lunged at me, wrapped yourself around me, and opened your mouth. You drooled all over my face and then you started vomiting, puking all over me, Yi Suifeng said, his brow still furrowed with lingering fear. The vomit went up my nose and almost choked me to death. It was so disgusting that I started vomiting too, and the moment I opened my mouth. I am sorry, that is enough, you do not need to say anymore, He Anzai quickly interrupted him, raising his hand to smooth out his own furrowed brows. Why did this happen? Why on earth? What exactly occurred? Qing Xuanzi at the peak of the Jianmu tree, the one of all appearances, the one of the four appearances. Did I really transcend, or did I just dream all of that? He clearly remembered everything before becoming an apprentice, but the teachings he received afterward were blurry, as if he had experienced a chaotic dream, especially that strange sensation where his will and thoughts could not keep up with his body. What is wrong with you? Should we not notify the academy? Yi Suifeng asked with concern. Can you control it? He Anzai shook his head repeatedly, dismissing all of Yi Suifeng's concerns. Then do you understand your own condition? I understand it to an extent, I just cannot make sense of it. As long as you know what you are doing, I will keep it a secret for you. Thank you. You vomited black fluid, thick and foul-smelling like sludge dug up from a sewer where dead pigs are thrown, mixed with aged waste from a rural latrine, all fermented in a chemical plant sewage treatment barrel. All right, you do not need to describe it anymore. Ugh. It is worth mentioning that this was truly bizarre. Even eating actual excrement probably would not result in something that disgusting. So what exactly did He Anzai vomit? It would have been fine if Yi Suifeng had not described it, but with that description, He Anzai could taste the phantom remnants in his nose and mouth, which immediately made him feel horribly sick. He Anzai rushed toward the bathroom, hugging the toilet and dry heaving. Yi Suifeng leaned against the bathroom door and continued, after you finished puking, you were like a face hugger from a movie, twitching on the ground, literally looking like a corpse. I washed your face and helped you rinse, but you did not wake up even when the water choked your nose. I cleaned up that black fluid for you. I wanted to keep some so you could understand your condition, but it was just too unbearable. Damn it, how can such a cursed sense of tenderness exist in a man? I took photos and videos of you. You need to be careful. If you cannot control it, report it to the academy. Yi Suifeng handed him his phone again. It showed photos of He Anzai lying like a corpse. His eyes were rolled back, half of his face was covered in thick black liquid, and his neck and pajamas were drenched in it too. How creepy, how disgusting. Delete it, please. Yi Suifeng deleted the photos. Do you want to see the video? He Anzai waved his hand. Delete everything, thank you. Yi Suifeng deleted the photos and videos completely and knelt down to stroke He Anzai's back. Compared to the black fluid He Anzai had vomited, the toilet smelled like roses. He Anzai sat hugging the toilet, deep in thought. It was real, all of it, the one of all appearances, the one of the four, it was all real, it works. He Anzai regained his composure. Ever since he woke up, his mind had been shocked repeatedly and his brain activity had undoubtedly soared, yet his vision had not distorted again. He tried to think and recall things, discovering that his thoughts were clear and unobstructed. However, this clarity did not last long. Whenever he recalled something terrifying or eerie, his thoughts would begin to blur, accompanied by dizziness and dry heaving. He Anzai dry heaved while laughing wildly. That one of the four appearances not only solved his inability to think and learn but also set a safety limit. Once crossed, it triggers dizziness, forcing his brain into a dormant state immediately, preventing his vision from collapsing further. This situation felt somewhat familiar. At Zhao Wenjin's amusement park, when the roller coaster turned into a monster covered in eyeballs, his vision collapsed, and he recovered only after a bout of dizziness and vomiting. Afterward, his vision remained fixed at a normal human level for a while. In the following period, whenever his vision attempted to expand, he would feel dizzy and nauseous. But back then, he had not mastered the wand of the four appearances. What was that about? Or is it unrelated to the wand of the four appearances? Could it be related to Qing Xuanzi at the peak of the Jianmu tree? Last time he saw Qing Xuanzi after the dizziness and vomiting, and this time, he was already vomiting when he saw him, but afterward his mind formed a restricted zone just like before, using the dizziness to force his brain into a dormant state. Regardless, there is definitely a connection. He had been thinking for so long this time without feeling the slightest discomfort. The wand of all appearances, the wand of the four appearances. Perhaps in the future, he can improve it further to unlock the forbidden zones his current mind cannot touch. About an hour later, He Anzai had adjusted his state and went for morning exercises with Yi Suifeng. He treated last night as just a strange dream. It was not that he did not want to dig deeper, but as time passed, he found that he could no longer recall Qing Xuanzi's face, and everything from that world was becoming blurry. let alone that one of all appearances he had not even heard clearly. Last night's experience was like a novel. Now, stripped of its flowery language and rich descriptions, all that remained was a lonely, skeletal outline. It was like a shallow dream, where everything in it became unreal. The more he tried to think about it, the less he could remember, yet the more distracted and indifferent he became, the more that feeling lingered in his heart. Isoifeng, can that video still be recovered? It only went to the trash bin, it can be recovered. Send me a copy. Alright. On an early morning in early August, the overcast sky offered no coolness, only an oppressive, humid heat that made one break into a sweat without even moving. He Anzai had just finished his morning exercises and taken a shower in the dormitory when he received a call from Shiting. "Good morning, Senior," He Anzai answered the phone. "Surely you are not calling this early just to say good morning." On the other end, Shiting said, "Junior, some new students from your class have arrived, but your instructor is not around, so I have to find you, class monitor He." He Anzai was surprised and intrigued. New students were arriving already. He had been here for 2 months and it had only been him and Yi Suifeng as early arrivals. He thought he would not see his classmates until September 1st, but he did not expect others to arrive early too. He Lu asked Yi Suifeng to join him in welcoming the new students, but Yi Suifeng refused. "I will not show my face and do not introduce me to the new students." Yi Suifeng expressed his intent to remain an invisible person without a presence. "I am used to not being noticed, this is fine." Besides, relationships require maintenance and so do the bonds he had formed. Everyone in their first year was busy with training and neglected that. When the time came, they might end up like the emperor's new clothes, making everyone awkward. Let us take it slow. He Anzai rode his bike to the cafeteria to grab breakfast for Shiting. Inside Shiting's cozy security office, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and dress slacks was chatting away with Shiting. The middle-aged man had broad shoulders and sat on the sofa, leaning forward with his arms resting on his knees. His short, partially gray hair was combed into a side part. His groomed beard and visible crow's feet added a sense of seasoned charm. With his chiseled face and sharp features, one could tell he had a strong bone structure without a hint of excess fat. He must have been a heartthrob in his younger years. "What a sophisticated gentleman." "Hello," He Anzai greeted him with a smile, then looked around the security office and craned his neck to peer outside. "So, where is our new student?" "Hello, Instructor Mei." The man shook He Anzai's hand firmly. "I am the new student, Wang Lu." What?" He Anzai was taken aback, completely caught off guard. This man looked no younger than his own father. "May I ask how old you are, sir?" "Just call me Little Wang, Instructor Mei. I am 45 this year." He Anzai never expected the new student to be a 45-year-old man, older than the sum of his own age, and even a year older than his father. Even though he was the class monitor and his senior, he could not help but feel constrained by such a significant age gap. "Haha," He Anzai let out an awkward laugh to break the tension. "I am the class monitor, my name is He Anzai. Instructor Mei is away on vacation. Haha, I did not expect the new student to be so senior. Haha, I thought you were a parent." "Ah, class monitor He, nice to meet you. Please take care of me from now on." With that, Wang Lu pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to He Anzai. He Anzai waved his hands repeatedly. "I do not smoke and we should probably all smoke less, it is not good for your health." He Anzai did not smoke and knew nothing about cigarettes, but he recognized the brand Wang Lu was offering, the highly praised soft Yujing, which cost over 20 yuan for a single stick. That might not be much to a rich person, but for a student it was beyond words. He still remembered back in middle school, the cool kids in class somehow got their hands on one and several of them shared it, each taking just one puff, and they almost got into a fight because someone took more than their fair share. "Class monitor, he is right." Wang Lu took back the cigarette, glanced at Shiting, gave an awkward smile and tucked the pack back into his pocket. He instinctively wanted to give the whole pack to the security guard as a gesture, but remembered he had already offered one to Shiting, who also did not smoke. Some people undergo dimension escalation late and some are discovered by the academy late. Shiting explained to He Anzai, so it is perfectly normal for there to be age differences within a single cohort. However, it is quite impressive to enroll at old Wang's age. To maintain the entry requirements after years of hard work in society shows true persistence and a pure heart. You are too kind, senior. Wang Lu rolled up his sleeve to reveal a corner of a tattoo on his forearm. I was young and foolish back then, but I have realized my mistakes and turned over a new leaf. A prodigal who returns is more precious than gold, right? Seeing this, He Anzai shivered inwardly. We have just admitted a gang boss. Uncle Wang, have you had breakfast? I brought some for you guys. He Anzai took off his backpack and took out the food. Class monitor He, please, just call me Old Wang. They were classmates, so calling him uncle did feel weird, but calling him anything else seemed disrespectful given his age. Regardless of status or seniority, the 20 extra years of life experience he had earned him respect. In the end, they decided to each use their own forms of address. He Anzai called Wang Lu Uncle Wang, and Wang Lu called He Anzai class monitor He. The three ate breakfast in the security office, and Wang Lu told He Anzai about his background. Wang Lu was born into a military family. Every generation before him served the country, except for him and his father. His father could not enlist due to a congenital health defect, and Wang Lu had been a rebellious youth, failing his physical due to his tattoos. Wang Lu's father was an entrepreneur, and Wang Lu followed in his footsteps. Before turning 40, he had already taken over his father's business, and his father had long since retired. Later, when the academy found him, he had no intention of enrolling. After all, his responsibilities were heavy, with a massive business to run and over 10,000 employees to support. But when his father heard his son could still serve the country, his stooped back straightened instantly. His blood pressure, blood lipids, and blood sugar all normalized. The old man, who was practically 1 foot in the grave, climbed right back out. The old man was so delighted that he took over the company again, proving he had not lost his touch, and even boasted about finding Wang Lu a stepmother. And so, after Wang Lu finished the handover with his father, he came to report for duty. After hearing Wang Lu's story, He Anzai could not help but shrink back, a sense of inferiority welling up inside him. He thought he was a gang boss, but he turned out to be a big-time entrepreneur from a military family, responsible for over 10,000 people. He Anzai felt proud earning 100,000 a month, but even if he worked until retirement, he would not earn as much as what Wang Lu paid his employees in a month. After breakfast, He Anzai took Wang Lu to the dorms. Compared to the piles of luggage He Anzai brought when he first arrived, Wang Lu just had a single suitcase, truly effortless. When you are out and about, you do not need to be so fussy, and I heard the academy has everything anyway. As expected of someone with 2 extra decades of life experience, truly unencumbered. He Anzai pushed his bike as he walked back to the dorms with Wang Lu, explaining the curriculum and plans for first-year students along the way. This walk would serve as a test of physical fitness to prepare for the training ahead. Wang Lu's physical condition far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He had been escalating his dimension for a long time and faced heavy workloads daily. Despite being a boss, his physique had long surpassed that of an athlete, so he could jump straight into training. Comparing himself to Wang Lu, He Anzai finally understood what it meant to be a useless scholar. After settling Wang Lu into his dorm, He Anzai took him for his ability rating. While Wang Lu surely did not care about the salary associated with the rating, it was mandatory for all new students except for He Anzai himself. Since He Anzai had never undergone a rating, he did not know where it was. Yi Suifeng led the way, and after declaring at the academic office, a staff member guided them to the venue, an underground space of unknown depth, roughly the size of 2 soccer fields. Your ability is a genius investor. The scholar in charge of the rating furrowed his brows. The evaluation of a new student's ability is conducted by 1 scholar and 1 state-level expert from the academy. This is a solo show for the new students, where they must do everything possible to showcase themselves and earn a higher base rating. Wang Lu's ability is quite unique. He named his power Genius Investment. Investment here does not refer to spending money, but to committing action to a particular matter. It might sound ordinary by name, but its essence involves the ethereal concept of fortune. He can support over 10,000 people, which is a significant contribution to society in its own right, and even though this world is strange and broken, it still needs to function normally. Yet he was still accepted into the academy, which suggests that the contribution his ability can make far exceeds just feeding 10,000 people. There is no unsuccessful investment, which made me realize I was different. I experimented, I researched, and I concluded that before it was just good luck. Since then, that good fortune has stayed with me constantly, so I became convinced of my uniqueness, and combining my previous experience summarized the ability I possess. Simply put, it is a game of chess between the goddesses of luck and misfortune. In essence, it means man proposes, God disposes. As long as you put in the effort, you will never have a truly bad outcome. Wang Lu's ability is very special. He possesses good luck, but he cannot rely on it, just like if an old fortune teller tells you that you are destined for great success, if you choose to lie flat and wait for it, you will still starve to death. No matter what it is, as long as Wang Lu puts in the effort, even if he does not succeed, the result will not be too bad. Wang Lu describes himself like a game character who has an extra energy bar compared to others, and his efforts increase the progress of that energy bar. However, relying on that ability, good luck, or destined success during the process will decrease the progress of the energy bar. Once the reliance becomes excessive and the bar goes into the negative, that good luck turns into bad luck, and whatever he seeks will inevitably fail. So I must downplay my awareness of the ability to avoid subconsciously relying on it. This bad luck is terrifying. During an experiment, I bought 100,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets at once and did not win a single cent. It even made the headlines later because of corruption among the lottery's top management. Upon hearing this, the scholar in charge of the evaluation opened her mouth in an O shape and widened her eyes. Her name is Luo Yueding, and she is responsible for the analysis and recommendations of new student evaluations for the East Campus. So it was you, that is what happened, Luo Yueding exclaimed, shocked. My husband likes to buy lottery tickets not for the grand prize but for the small surprise of winning something as a way to de-stress. But when he saw the news about a person spending 100,000 yuan and not winning a single cent, he stopped buying them altogether. Effort does not guarantee a good result, but no effort guarantees no good result, said the state-level expert conducting the evaluation. This expert, named Hong Feng, is at the Academy for Recovery. The experts responsible for evaluations are not fixed. Whoever is available steps in, using their own experience to project the new student's ability into their past experiences or potential future encounters to analyze its impact and assign a rating. Hong Feng and Wang Lu conducted tests through games, including but not limited to poker, dice, and everything else involving luck. The four of them even goofed off and played mahjong for the whole morning. In the end, Wang Lu received a B rating. Wang Lu's ability is very strong, but he faces the same dilemma as He Anzai. He cannot control it, and once it collapses completely. In the business world where he feels at home, he keeps his focus on his own actions, remaining steady as a mountain and never relying on good luck, so everything goes smoothly and every investment succeeds. But facing the unknown, eldritch threats from higher dimensions, Hong Feng, as a state-level expert, knows exactly what kind of emotional state that puts one in. Once Wang Lu feels the urge to survive out of fear, it only leads to more despair, which in turn leads to more bad luck, resulting in worse outcomes. A minor injury could potentially escalate into a total wipeout. That is why he was only given a base rating of B. Through evaluating Wang Lu, He Anzai realized that for abilities that cannot be self-controlled, they act like ticking time bombs. Wang Lu is definitely a genius. He sensed that ethereal fortune and researched it. If he had not been careful, he could have lost his entire massive enterprise, but he managed to control it. He Anzai only avoided exploding because of the purely observational nature of his ability. He dares not imagine how much longer he could have stayed stable if the Academy had not found him. His ability to ascend to the fourth dimension has purely observational traits. For entities of higher dimensions, he can receive signals in a certain way without forcing the observed target to collapse into the current dimension, thereby avoiding quantum locking. With his next ascension, he gained the ability of dimensional shifting. Not only does it quantum lock the high-dimensional observer, but it also shifts him into the observer's dimension, effectively crossing dimensions just to throw his life away. If we compare vision to a deep well, He Anzai's four-dimensional ability was just gazing down from the edge. The current phase of ascension is like stumbling into the well after a wave of dizziness while looking down. When he can finally enter the well through his own conscious effort, that is when he will have officially ascended to the fifth dimension. There are two primary goals right now. First, find He Anzai at the peak of Jianmu to at least understand what is happening, even if I cannot get the full story. Second, explore my ability to achieve autonomous shifting. These two goals could have been pursued together, but He Anzai at the peak of Jianmu is not a matter of dimensional shifting. Therefore, regardless of whether there is a connection between the two goals, they must be approached separately, or things will only become more chaotic. He Anzai tried to return to the peak of Jianmu, trying to breathe, trying to meditate, and trying to recall everything about that place. However, it was of no use. He could not return to the peak of Jianmu as if it were just a dream. Afterward, he began to study dimensional shifting. Although it is dangerous, now is the best time. First is the theory. Based on current knowledge, there are many higher dimensional worlds existing outside the world we inhabit. Each world is an individual channel with its own exclusive signal. High-dimensional invasions are like signal interference. When a person ascends to the fourth dimension, they receive signals that ordinary people cannot, and those signals are recognized as signals from the fourth dimensional world. And ascending to the fifth dimension would allow one to receive signals from the fifth dimensional world. He Anzai's dimensional shifting is essentially tuning into the channels of other dimensional worlds. Just like the signals that everyone can receive once they are accepted by the current world's channel, such as the Bird of Wings or the Anonymous Covenant, He Anzai needs to be accepted by another world's channel. His brain activity determines his vision and the signals he can receive, while his fourth phase Wuwang limits the ceiling of his signal reception. In this way, he can stabilize his brain activity at a frequency to maximize the ability to lock onto a world that is relatively less dangerous. Theory established, starting the experiment. Excluding the He Anzai of the peak of Jianmu, the forest and the maiden is the only dimensional shift He Anzai has ever been consciously aware of. But according to Liu Yu, he had performed a dimensional shift before coming into contact with the Gravekeeper, which allowed him to break through the blockade. And before that, he had no idea how many times he had shifted unconsciously and without any awareness. Before the experiment begins, I still need to learn about that world, and I need something from there to serve as a target for visualization. I will have to ask Senior Shitting for help. He Anzai went to deliver meals to Shitting morning, noon, and night, and for several days straight, he asked Shitting for advice on the fourth dimensional world. So eager to learn, you really live up to the name of a top student. You have not even officially entered the academy yet, and you are already eyeing second-year knowledge. The fourth dimensional world currently known to humanity is a parallel world quite similar to the present one. It is a wasteland where humanity is nearly extinct, a doomsday world destroyed by technological civilization. The pioneer plated aluminum plate from 300 years ago, the only way the world has to understand higher dimensions, known as the divine jade records, comes from that fourth dimensional world. I do not know if you have heard of internships, Shitting asked. He Anzai shook his head. The seniors I have met are all focused on graduating. I have not heard of any internships. After graduation, there is an optional internship, and the location for it is the fourth dimensional world. Shitting narrowed his eyes and took a sip of tea. What? He Anzai was so shocked he almost jumped off the sofa. Humanity can enter and exit the fourth dimensional world freely. His ability to perform dimensional shifts suddenly felt a lot less valuable. Shitting continued. About 150 years ago, a group of grave robbers who were part-time archaeologists discovered a gate connected to the fourth dimensional world in a lost ancient city buried by yellow sand in the heart of the Taklamakan Desert. It was not a gate built by human hands, but a supernatural phenomenon that appeared suddenly in a corner, a ripple in dimensional space called a dimensional gate. After nearly 100 years of research to confirm the stability of that dimensional gate, they finally opened up internships for graduates in the fourth dimensional world over the last 50 years. As more and more humans in the present world ascend, dimensional gates leading to the fourth dimensional world have begun to appear all over the globe. There are 3 known stable ones, one controlled by us in the ancient city deep in the Taklamakan Desert, one in Europa, and another in America. Scholars have predicted that when all of humanity ascends, it will be the moment the present world and the fourth dimensional world completely merge. So eager to understand the fourth dimensional world, why are you thinking of shifting to the fourth dimensional world? Shitting asked with an intriguing smile. He Anzai nodded. That is the plan. I cannot just shift passively every time. I must be active. I must master active dimensional shifting while I am still green. Fair enough. Shitting nodded as well. Better sooner than later. Take advantage of while you are still in the fifth dimensional ascension phase, or else once you truly ascend to the fifth dimension, you might end up shifting to the fifth dimensional world instead. The fifth dimensional world? What kind of world is that? I have no idea. This time, Shitting shook his head decisively. The fourth dimension is more or less like our world, while entities like the companion butterflies and the nameless Old Covenant come from even higher dimensions. Based on the exploration and research of scholars into the fourth dimensional world, they have found traces of the fifth dimensional world, and it seems to be a world filled with bizarre monsters. Bizarre monsters? That term is just too vague. He Anzai asked himself which of the higher dimensional beings he had seen was not a monster, which one was not bizarre. That is too far, too far. Let me just talk to you properly about the fourth dimensional world. Shitting struck a pose, but after a long time without saying a word, he finally grinned and gave an awkward smile under He Anzai's expectant gaze. I have not graduated yet, so I have never been to the fourth dimensional world. What if I give you some inaccurate information and it causes you trouble? Forget it, I will lend you my forum account and you can go look for it yourself. Do not blame me if something goes wrong. Shitting lent his Academy Forum account to He Anzai. So He Anzai spent the whole night searching for information about the fourth dimensional world, and the more he searched, the more he almost gave up on the idea of going there. The fourth dimensional world is like our world after countless years of moving toward extinction and meeting its end. It is filled with extreme weather, all kinds of viruses and zombies, various biochemical monsters, and nuclear radiation covering hundreds of miles. The native civilization of the fourth dimensional world has long been completely devastated. This is a headache. If I just shift there directly, I might turn into a zombie on the spot. Where am I supposed to get a nuclear radiation suit? I might have basic knowledge of firearms, but level 4 agents are not given carry permits, let alone guns. Hello, Senior Shitting, your junior has a favor to ask. It is about a series of equipment I need for going to the fourth dimensional world. Can you get your hands on them? I have never been to the fourth dimensional world either, so just tell me what you need. Nuclear radiation suit, firearms, ammunition, and so on. He Anzai listed the bare minimum of items for Shitting. Shitting told He Anzai to wait while he scavenged through the connections he had built up over 11 years. It only took one night for Shitting to collect everything. Junior, I am the boss. Come cover my shift tonight, come alone. After saying this, Shitting hung up the phone. When night fell, He Anzai acted like a thief, avoiding the main roads, carrying his bicycle through the woods, and detouring to the guard room. Do not panic, Junior. The surveillance in this area is all under my control. You cover for me here, I will be back in a jiffy. Shitting hopped on the bicycle He Anzai had brought and rode off into the distance. 3.5 hours later, a black SUV drove into the campus. He Anzai was anxious at first, but once he saw that the driver was Shitting, his heart finally settled. The black SUV stopped outside the guard room. Shitting beckoned to He Anzai, who immediately left the guard room and got into the passenger seat of the SUV. Shitting smiled and pointed to the back of the car, which was packed to the brim. It is all here, do not let anyone see you, and if you get caught, do not you dare sell me out. I understand. 1 handgun, 50 magazines, 1 fully automatic rifle, 115 magazines, all 5.8 caliber. How many? 5.8 millimeter caliber. The sentence before that. 1 handgun, 1 rifle, 200 magazines in total. 200 magazines, even when I cheat in games, I do not have this many. 200 magazines, what on earth has the senior or the academy been through? He Anzai's jaw hit the floor. This was just his first attempt at dimensional shifting, and he was only grabbing some gear to stay safe because he was afraid of dying the moment he landed. He had thought a few dozen rounds would be plenty. How many bullets are there in total? He Anzai asked. Hiss, Shitting scratched his head, looking troubled. I honestly have not counted. When you are out there, you measure by the magazine. Handguns take 20, I think, and rifles take 30, all in all about 5,500 rounds. Hiss, He Anzai let out a sharp intake of breath. He could not even fire 5,500 rounds in a whole day of playing shooters. Even though they are older, retired models, they are military grade, so the quality is guaranteed. No jamming or barrel explosions. Shi Ting promised, but watch out for overheating, make sure to let the barrels cool down. After the shock subsided, He Anzai started to worry about his wallet, wondering if the senior was trying to scam him. So senior, regarding this cart of gear, the price. Hey, talking about money is so vulgar, it hurts our friendship. As someone who manages the gate, I have a little bit of savings. Who else could be a gatekeeper making 100,000 a month? I am sorry, I was wrong. I judged a noble person by the standards of a petty one. I really deserve to die. I am no human, I am a villain. It is just that I have not graduated yet, and regarding high-dimensional exploration, there are merit points involved. Before Shi Ting could finish, He Anzai immediately gave him a thumbs up and cut in. As long as I earn a merit point, you get a merit point too, senior. You catch on quick. So senior, can you also help me get a shotgun and a few hand grenades? He Anzai flashed a wide grin. Since senior Shi Ting was so capable and well-connected, and most importantly, since he was not charging money, why not just put together a luxury wasteland survival set? Shi Ting thought for a moment. I will scrounge around, and if I find some, I will let you know. Thank you, senior. All right, head back. I borrowed the cart so you can take it for now. I will let you know when the owner needs it back. He Anzai dragged a cart full of weapons back to his dorm, his heart pounding the whole way. As someone from one of the few countries in the world with strict gun control, he had been educated on this since childhood. Just over 2 months ago, he was a model student in class, and now he had become a dangerous individual pulling a cart full of arms. The contrast was so extreme, even he found it unbelievable. However, compared to the dimension he was about to shift into, this contrast was barely worth mentioning. Back home, He Anzai changed senior Shi Ting's contact name to the almighty and great magical senior Shi Ting. While praising senior Shi Ting, he also praised senior sister Lu Yu. She had really pointed him toward a bright path. He loved them both. He Anzai began to experiment with how to perform a dimensional shift. He put on his nuclear radiation protective suit, brought his firearms and ammunition along with a radiation-proof backpack, and started to attempt the shift. Subsequent ability evolutions from ascending dimensions were all based on his original awakened ability. His ability was dimensional observation, the power to see things in higher dimensions. Therefore, the prerequisite for his shift was to see something from the target dimension and then stabilize his vision. Basically, keeping his brainwaves active at the frequency of the fourth dimensional channel and then waiting. With the dizziness effect from his four-phase unwavering state acting as a warning, he could keep his brainwaves stably active just before the threshold of losing consciousness. He just was not sure if this threshold represented the fourth dimension. He Anzai recalled mysteries to make contact with them, stabilizing his vision just before the threshold of the four-phase unwavering state. Gradually, his vision began to shift. Unlike before, this time it was not too exaggerated. He Anzai realized the truth, and with this realization, his brain activity surged. The shifting world instantly became distorted, and then he felt like he had been bludgeoned, losing consciousness for a few seconds before his world returned to normal. So the fourth dimensional world was what he had been seeing the most often all along. It was just so similar to the current world that he had always ignored it. Compared to those indescribable things, objects from the fourth dimension were mixed in, making them indistinguishable, and he never really looked closely at them anyway. After sobering up, He Anzai calmed his excitement and tried again. His bedroom environment began to change. The wall in front of him started to disappear, and an old desk lamp appeared to the side. He Anzai reached out to touch the lamp, but it vanished. He then realized that the scope of the environmental change moved with him, much like how some higher dimensional entities have a radiation range. The change in his surroundings was centered on him, but it did not start from the center. It seemed the center was the very last thing to change. Observation only. He Anzai understood now. This was a manifestation of his observation-only characteristic, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the high dimension while residing in the present world. Now it was time for the shift. The environment from the other dimension occupied more and more of his vision. Based on the fragmented pieces of the environment, he could infer that this was a dim, dilapidated room. He Anzai began to explore carefully. A wall appeared in front of him with a dark curtain hanging on it, and streaks of sunlight filtered through the gaps above and below the curtain. Seeing this, he could not control his excitement and his brain activity spiked again. Instantly, he felt that same club-like dizziness, and the curtain in front of him turned into a grotesque pile of flesh, though luckily it reverted to normal in a flash. By this point, He Anzai was no longer in his bedroom but had arrived in the living room outside his bedroom. Wall phasing. Oh, that is how dimensional shifting can be used. That makes sense. He had once used a shift to break through the crime scene blockade set by the gravedigger. He Anzai could not contain his excitement, but once it faded, his face fell with worry. To achieve a dimensional shift, one must keep brainwaves stabilized at a specific frequency. No, there must be a way. Using the previous forest and girl as a reference, he could surely find a method. At the very least, he had concluded that active shifting was possible. He Anzai returned to his room and continued to experiment. In order not to leave his equipment and supplies behind in the current world, He Anzai kept both guns and all 200 magazines on him. The magazines alone weighed nearly 100 pounds. All his training over the past 2 months had not been for nothing. This time, He Anzai did not walk around. He waited quietly for the environment in his vision to be entirely replaced by the dim, dilapidated scene. Only when the wooden floor he stood on turned into old, rotting, and creaky moldy planks did he start to take a step. He was now completely inside the dim and decrepit room. To be accurate, he was now completely within the fourth-dimensional world. The wooden floor creaked under his feet, and he picked up the old desk lamp. Shift to the fourth-dimensional world. Success. The eerie floral wallpaper on the wall looked plain at first glance, but when you focused on a single flower, it looked like a grotesque grinning face. And on the entire wall, covered in dust and cobwebs, there seemed to be a large stain. It was just like the marks left behind on the walls and ceilings back home due to rain or dampness. Only, the marks back home spread from the edges toward the center, while the marks on this wall were spreading from the center outward. The room, which looked cramped and dim, contained a large black Gothic-style bed. Its bizarre wooden carved legs had been gnawed beyond recognition by insects, and the bed frame and slats were also severely damaged. The reason the room appeared so cramped was that the long tattered bedding and pillows were piled up messily along with the rest of the room's original furnishings, all covered in thick dust. He Anzai swept his flashlight around the room and seeing the pile of debris seemingly blocking the doorway, felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly drew his gun and swept the room again. Blocking the door with debris clearly meant they did not want something getting in. So where did the person who blocked the door go? Judging by the dust accumulated in the room, there had not been any signs of activity from a person or anything else for a very long time. He Anzai searched the room thoroughly but found no human remains, no hidden compartments, and no secret passages. That left only the curtain. The dark curtain covering the entire wall, he had originally thought the bottom was just trimmed with tassels, but when the flashlight hit it, he realized it was actually shredded, as if clawed by something, perhaps a cat. Except for the very bottom, the rest of the curtain was not torn, but every thread had been pulled loose. The densely tangled mess of threads made it look like a worn-out rug. He Anzai turned off his flashlight, allowing him to determine the location of the window based on the intensity of the light filtering through the gaps. He did not rush to pull the curtain aside, but instead gently nudged one side open, intending to peek out at what lay beyond. But after just one glance through the gap, he recoiled instantly, retreated, and pressed his back against the corner of the wall. The window behind the curtain was boarded up. There was no way out. The door was blocked, the window was sealed, so where did the person who did this go? He Anzai was terrified. What he feared more than lacking firepower was having plenty of firepower but not knowing what to aim at. He Anzai grabbed the curtain and pulled hard, yanking it open. Light shone through the gaps in the boards, casting beams onto the floor where dust motes danced in the bright rays, creating a Tyndall effect. Oh my god. He Anzai cursed under his breath. This was not like anything he had seen on the forums. Where were the viral zombies, the biochemical monsters? With over 5,000 rounds of ammunition, he would not be intimidated by being trapped in a room with zombies. It was the unspeakable, mysterious entities that terrified him. This was the fourth-dimensional world, accessible only to those who had ascended. Were the humans here born as ascended beings? Did they wake up with abilities at birth, Could the one who blocked the door and window have been someone with special powers? Thinking this way did not ease his fear, instead it only grew stronger. If even an ascended being with special powers had to block doors and windows, then what on earth was out there? The radiation suit he was wearing was cumbersome and restricted his vision. He could not be sure if something was hiding in his blind spots. Activate environmental scanning. He Anzai activated the portable microscanner on his wrist to survey his current surroundings. The instrument loaded and ran for a moment before a green checkmark appeared on the display. This meant that the environmental data here was within the conditions for human survival. But right after the green checkmark, a red exclamation point appeared. Seeing the notification startled him. This roller coaster of emotions was worse than just getting a red X. A red X just meant the environment was unsuitable for survival, like radiation or toxic gas. But the red exclamation point was a warning from the bioradar. It had detected something within its range just while scanning the environment. There really was something here. The detection range of this portable microscanner was a 5-meter radius, which meant something had been within 5 meters of him just moments ago. And during the scan, that mysterious thing seemed to have sensed something and ran off, leaving the bioradar with less than 2 seconds of signal data. That was only what it could detect. The bioradar worked by capturing bioelectric currents, allowing it to bypass the interference that some strange entities had on biological perception. In other words, it could detect He Anzai had already tested that. However, there were too many mysterious existences that could not be detected. Perhaps those entities were not biological, or they were a form of life humans could not comprehend. The very first line of the bioradar's user manual was, "Do not rely on it." He Anzai kept the bioradar on and then focused on what came next. His trip was only an attempt at a proactive shift, and he had no intention of exploring the fourth-dimensional world yet. Therefore, his primary goal now was not to investigate what was in this room, but how to jump back to the real world. Once he mastered the ability to shift at will, anytime and anywhere, he could explore slowly. Then, if he encountered danger, he could just shift away to escape. As for how to jump back to the real world, He Anzai needed to reach the threshold of his mental state, then lower his perspective to return to reality. This was something he had just figured out, and he had almost failed to make it back. His mental state divided his brain into 2 active channels. It was like shifting gears in a car. His current mental state had switched him from automatic to manual. Before, he was on unlimited acceleration, flooring the gas pedal straight into speeding. Now he had to start in first gear. Even with the pedal to the floor, he would not exceed 20 kilometers per hour. To get into second, he had to pick up speed first, then shift up to reach 20 to 40. Shifting again required more speed. To shift down, he had to ease off the gas. His daily learning and thinking were like driving at a steady speed. Occasionally getting startled was just revving the engine while idling. It would not cause him to speed. But once he touched upon those mysterious entities, his mind entered another active channel that was shifting gears. The deeper, more mysterious, and higher dimensional the entity, the higher the gear he would engage. He Anzai's initial attempt to jump back was just easing off the gas without taking it out of gear, so the car had not stopped. He had almost thought he would not be able to return. After thinking it through, he tried reaching the boundary of his mental threshold. As soon as the things before his eyes changed, he lowered his perspective, and the transformed scenery turned back into the dilapidated room and then into his own bedroom. He Anzai had just returned to his room in the real world and let out a sigh of relief, only to notice something eerie in the corner of his eye. He aimed his flashlight and gun at the corner, only to find Shi-Ting crouched there, wearing a nuclear radiation protection suit. "Senior, what are you doing here?" He Anzai asked, astonished. Shi-Ting slowly stood up, stretched his back, and said, "There is something I forgot to tell you. I called you, but you did not answer. I figured you might have already jumped, so I came to wait for you. Fortunately, you did not jump somewhere else." "What is it?" He Anzai felt a shiver of dread. Shi-Ting rarely left his guard room, so the fact that he had come all this way showed just how serious the matter was. Shi-Ting held a radiation scanner and stepped forward, scanning He Anzai over and over. If you had jumped into a high-radiation disaster zone, the suit would have kept you safe, but it would be contaminated. If you jumped back, you would bring the radiation with you, and then both of us would be finished. After several scans, it was confirmed that He Anzai was not carrying any nuclear radiation. Thank goodness, looks like you jumped to a safe place. Shi Ting took off the radiation suit. Safe? It is worse than radiation, He Anzai said with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Oh, how so? Shi Ting asked curiously. He Anzai was about to speak, but he remembered the warning that some things should not be shared with outsiders, so he held his tongue. If he had previously taken that as a mere piece of advice, now he followed it as a golden rule, especially since Qing Xuanzi, the one who gave him that advice, had also taught him the invaluable technique of the 4 phases of voidless meditation. He Anzai continued to shake his head with a bitter smile, unable to tell Shi Ting what he had seen after the jump, and he felt deeply apologetic for it. I am sorry, senior, I cannot talk about it. Shi Ting did not seem to mind. He waved his hand and smiled. Do not force yourself. If you cannot say it, do not say it. If you cannot remember it, do not think about it. If you cannot see it clearly, do not look. Some bizarre and unfathomable entities can manifest or exist simply because people speak of them, think about them, or witness them. With nothing else going on, Shi Ting took his leave. He Anzai walked Shi Ting out of the villa and bid him farewell. Shotguns and grenades are too lethal and hard to come by, so it will take some time. I will let you know once I get my hands on them. Thanks, senior. I am not in a hurry. I was just worried about spawning in a dangerous spot after jumping. Now that I have verified the environment, everything is manageable. From then on, He Anzai spent his days on physical training, his evenings studying academic and professional skills, and late nights practicing dimension jumping in his room. Practicing once before bed was enough. After all, a person still needs their rest. With constant practice, He Anzai gradually became proficient and summarized his own experiences. The change in the scenery before his eyes was like a loading process. If he kept his vision stabilized on the frequency of the dimensional world's channel, then once the things in his field of vision finished shifting, the loading was complete and the jump was achieved. Before mastering the 4 phases of voidless meditation, He Anzai's unstable vision could not be fixed to a specific frequency, so he could not achieve a complete jump, only flickering through the real world like a glitch. It is clear that without using the 4 phases of voidless meditation to constrain himself, he would never have been able to achieve free-roaming jumps. If what Senior Lu Yu said was true, then being able to jump freely meant he had officially promoted to the 5th dimension. So now was he a 5th-dimensional being? He did not feel like anything had changed. There were still a series of questions left, all about the forest and the maiden. That particular jump was completely different from the way he currently mastered jumping. Was it caused by his own ability, or was it a special traversal event similar to a dimensional gate? If it was caused by his own ability, did his power possess other modes of jumping? Biting off more than one can chew is never good. Having just mastered free jumping, He Anzai simply noted down the other questions and did not dwell on them. For his practice jumps, He Anzai started traveling light without wearing his protection suit or carrying heavy weapons, only a pistol and 3 magazines. He left the portable micro-detection device in that dilapidated room. With his bioradar constantly monitoring, he would pay attention to the environmental data and radar readings on his display as he went through the process of jumping and loading. Only when he confirmed it was safe would he continue the loading process. If there was any danger, he would immediately abort. Fortunately, He Anzai had not encountered any danger yet, and that biological signal he had only caught for less than 2 seconds never appeared again. Still, He Anzai dared not let his guard down. It was better to be safe than sorry. One day, after returning from a jump and preparing to wash up for bed, he suddenly received 2 messages, one from his mother and another from Yao Yangxin, his high school class monitor. He did not have many contacts, and those he talked to regularly could be counted on one hand. His mother Yi Suifeng, Shi Ting, Wang Lu and Mei Xinyu, who would occasionally send him travel photos. He had not been in touch with Lu Yu for a long time since he met Shi Ting. She was away on missions and he did not want to disturb her. His mother asked how he was doing and if he needed money. He Anzai had told her that he had room and board covered here, that his condition was very rare, only a few cases worldwide, and that he was being compensated for assisting doctors with their research, which was why he sent her 2,000 yuan every month. It was not that He Anzai was stingy, but with his mother's temperament, if he sent too much money, she would start overthinking and assume the illness must be getting worse. So He Anzai sent 2,000 just to show he was doing well here. Parents worry about children who travel far. At first, his mother asked about him every day. Initially, he thought reporting to her every night was a good idea, but considering his uncertain future, he felt he needed to help his family adapt to a future without him. Thus, he made up excuses, saying the doctors wanted him to rest more and avoid his phone, and he began to space out his contacts with her, now checking in just once a week to say he was safe. The message from Yao Yangxin was about the final class reunion before the start of the semester. Yao Yangxin was a straightforward person who spoke her mind without any hidden agendas. Tomorrow at the Zhangyuan Hotel, as always. It is the last gathering before school starts. You really must come. We will all be going our separate ways after this and will not see each other often. Some of us might never meet again. By the way, did you get into college? They met several times during summer break, but they did not invite you. Since you never speak in the group chat, they did not intend to invite you this time either, but I felt it was necessary to tell you. High school class reunion. He Anzai recalled his high school days and instantly jumped to the fourth-dimensional world. High school days, dancing with devils. Reflecting on the past helped improve his focus, making his jumps more stable. Was such a high school life even worth remembering? He Anzai felt not a single shred of nostalgia for his vanished high school years. Not going. At noon the next day, He Anzai delivered lunch to Shiting on time. Just as the two were eating, Yao Yangxin called via video chat. Yao Yangxin had been calling He Anzai all morning. He had only responded once at the beginning and once at the end of training, and even that was just out of politeness. He Anzai had made his refusal clear and firm, but perhaps due to her sense of responsibility as the class monitor, Yao Yangxin persisted tirelessly, over and over again. He Anzai answered the video call. He Anzai, Yao Yangxin raised her voice deliberately as soon as the call connected, aiming to get everyone's attention. It has been over 2 months and you seem to have gotten more handsome. Yeah, He Anzai replied without a shred of humility, nodding while continuing to eat. What is wrong with you? I have called you so many times and you never come. Yao Yangxin panned the camera around, showing Chen Xiaoqing on her left and Xiao Wenjun on her right. Xiao Wenjun smiled and waved at the camera while Chen Xiaoqing acted as if she did not see it, staring straight ahead. I am not in Dingjiao, He Anzai said in a flat, indifferent tone. Then do you dare to share your location? I do not. He Anzai replied crisply and cleanly, without the slightest embarrassment or blushing that comes with being caught in a lie. Although he really was not in Dingjiao, he could not share his location because the academy was in a military zone that could not be tracked. Yao Yangxin went from a sense of smugness at exposing a lie to feeling awkward, then immediately turned red. If it was the other person who lied, why was she the one feeling embarrassed? Because she was the only one there who took it so seriously. No one else cared whether He Anzai came or what excuse he used. Everyone knew the truth and maintained an unspoken understanding. She was the only one who brought it out into the open. He Anzai did not blame Yao Yangxin, that was just her personality, and she was only trying to fulfill her duty as class monitor. With this video call, Yao Yangxin had fulfilled her duty as class monitor by bringing all her classmates together. Yao Yangxin flipped the camera and swept it around the private room, asking the students present to say hello to He Anzai. At the first class gathering, He Anzai arrived last, and at this final class gathering he was completely absent. Except for He Anzai, the whole class was there. He Anzai, what was your college entrance exam score? Which university did you apply to? Yeah, everyone else already posted which university they are going to in the group chat, but we still do not know where you are heading. The air grew heavy for a moment. Although they did not like He Anzai, they were all adults now and most were able to keep their feelings hidden, not showing malice toward things they disliked. But there were still some with a childish streak, acting in an overly immature way. Qingbei University, He Anzai said casually, almost as if he were humoring children. He was no longer on the same level or tier as his former classmates. Looking at these high school classmates now felt like looking at a bunch of kindergartners. He was already pushing forward for the survival of the human race while they were still arguing about who was the most well-behaved and quiet during nap time. They did not believe for a second that he had gotten into Qingbei. They joked, mocked, and made snide remarks. Even the classmates who had remained silent could not help but laugh at those taunts because He Anzai sounded far too arrogant. Their school was not a top-tier high school in the city, and their academic performance was only average to slightly above. Out of 40 students in the class, only one had gotten into Kingbei. Her name was Kyan Tangning, the class study monitor, who had performed exceptionally well on the exam and just barely touched the admission cutoff for Kingbei University. They treated He Anzai as a joke, while he remained distracted and indifferent to their snide remarks. In his mind, he was already planning to explore the fourth dimension that night. It had been so long, and it was time to move out of that dark, cramped, and dilapidated room. Parting today, I wish you all a bright future. Let us meet again on the road. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses, and He Anzai lifted his thermos in a symbolic gesture. The video call ended. Shi Ting glanced at him without a word, and He Anzai gave an awkward smile, not bothering to explain anything. Shi Ting was really like an NPC. If you asked him a question, he would answer, and if you asked for help, he would definitely assist. The key was that he was not nosy and would not press for details. He Anzai never mentioned anything about the fourth dimension, so Shi Ting simply reminded him to be careful and did not ask further. He Anzai did not go to self-study that night, so Wang Lu also took the night off, and since the other two were not going, Yi Suifeng stayed behind too to fit in. Wang Lu still did not know about Yi Suifeng's existence in the dorm. Wang Lu lived on the first floor, and since He Anzai and Yi Suifeng usually hung out in the first floor living room, Wang Lu never went to the second floor and would just shout if he needed anything, leaving him unaware of Yi Suifeng's presence. In the bedroom, He Anzai was fully armed and ready for action once again. This was a massive manor in the forest. Looking out through the boarded-up windows, one could see decaying gardens and overgrown weeds. Strange, lopsided stone sculptures were entangled in dead climbing plants. One sculpture reached toward the sky, and except for that hand, it was entirely covered by vines, as if being dragged into hell by demonic tentacles. It was strange that while the distant forest was lush, the vegetation here was all dead. He Anzai began searching the room and moving the debris that was blocking the door. Even without thinking, anyone would know something had happened here, but after that, something else must have occurred. The manor was abandoned and overgrown with weeds. The sealed windows and blocked doors were pointless now. The wooden furniture had been eaten through by bugs and ants, and pieces with poorer quality wood would crumble with the slightest pressure. And now the weeds were dead and the insects had vanished, which was truly eerie. He Anzai cleared the debris in front of the door with ease. While doing so, he searched through the pile and concluded from the objects that this must have been a little girl's room. The debris contained many dolls, and time had not faded their vibrant colors. There were wooden dolls, cloth dolls, and porcelain dolls. The porcelain dolls in particular did not fit the aesthetic of the real world. Was that grin reaching to the ears supposed to be happy? Their blood-like blush never faded, and their colorful eyes stared straight ahead. Were those eyes really staring straight ahead? There were so many colors, all cluttered, that it was hard to tell where the pupils were, so it was impossible to be certain what they were looking at. It was very unsettling. Just holding one in his hand, He Anzai felt a chill run down his spine as if it were about to bite him. The other dolls were each strange in their own way, and some were just inexplicably uncomfortable to look at. After clearing the debris, the dark cyan wooden door that had been blocked for who knows how long was revealed. He Anzai turned the handle, but the frame was as brittle as cicada skin and the handle came right off. Outside the room, there were two walls, neither with any windows, and on the other side lay a pitch-black corridor, devoid of even the slightest hint of light. It is way too dark. This defies architecture. How could such a massive manor villa be designed so unreasonably? The flashlight beam cut deep into the corridor, stretching far beyond sight. It appeared to be over 100 meters long. Judging by the decor and furniture in the room, it was easy to imagine the manor's former grandeur. But seeing this dark, narrow corridor, it felt more like a prison. He Anzai put on his tactical goggles, activated night vision and the creature radar, chambered a round in his rifle, and stepped into the pitch-black corridor. But just as he left the room, the portable micro-detection device he had left behind popped up a red exclamation mark warning. He Anzai had barely walked 10 meters before he turned around and headed back to the room. There was more than one way to leave the room. There was no need to walk into that bottomless darkness. Yes, he chickened out. As he moved further away and the light source behind him grew distant, the fear in his heart intensified. Haunted by the fear of the unknown, he was not sure if he could successfully jump back to the real world when facing a threat he could not handle, or if he would more likely jump to a higher dimensional world. He Anzai returned to the room, glanced at the portable detection device showing everything was normal, then kicked the wooden board sealing the window, burst it open and leapt out from the second floor. That is more like it. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun was shining bright. If he were to explore the fourth dimension, why do it in that dark, terrifying place where some unknown creature lurked? He Anzai jumped out of the villa and landed on the stone platform in front of it. When he turned back to look, he was utterly shocked. It was a wooden Gothic castle, massive and pitch black, but unfortunately it was in complete ruin. He Anzai looked up at the black castle, then turned to survey the overgrown manor and the forest in the distance. He decided to start his exploration by circling the castle. This castle corresponded exactly to his villa dormitory in the real world, so if he operated nearby, he would not stray too far when jumping back. He Anzai circled the castle, used his tactical goggles to measure its footprint at about 60,000 square meters, and performed an initial scan and modeling. This castle definitely held secrets. It was far from being just abandoned or neglected. At first, he used sonar detection, but strangely, the castle provided no feedback. The eerie black wood seemed to absorb sound. Later, using laser scanning to map the outline, he discovered based on the decay and damage of the wood that the castle had originally been stone, later reinforced with a layer of black wood, increasing the volume of the original stone structure by about 40%. The windows on the outside of the castle were all sealed. Unlike the room where he arrived, the windows on the ground floor were sealed from the outside. The trip ended here. He Anzai took his scan data and jumped back to the real world. After returning, He Anzai received an unexpected message. It was from Xiao Wenjun, inviting him to have a meal. Needless to say, she must have invited Chen Xiaoqing too. She really was persistent. "Sorry, I am busy," He Anzai replied bluntly. "I did not call Chen Xiaoqing, I only invited you. She is inseparable from Wang Xing now, and I know it is over between you two. I just wanted to ask you out for a meal alone," Xiao Wenjun replied instantly. "But I really am busy. High school was just a phase in our lives, and so is university. I will rarely return to Dingjiao in the future. We might never see each other again. Next time I am free, I will treat you to a meal." Xiao Wenjun had been playing matchmaker between He Anzai and Chen Xiaoqing for 3 years, and though it led nowhere, she wanted to draw a line under those 3 years. When she could not invite He Anzai, Xiao Wenjun invited Chen Xiaoqing instead, and from Chen's perspective, they talked about her views on He Anzai and the stories between them over the years. The story between Chen Xiaoqing and He Anzai was as pure as apricot blossoms in early spring with nothing to hide. Chen's past feelings for He Anzai were the most sincere. She faced up to her past love, and even with a boyfriend now, she could not deny that her eyes had truly been filled with He Anzai, and she did not regret having liked him. At parting, Xiao Wenjun gave Chen Xiaoqing a membership card for the Golden Holiday Amusement Park. The card was valid for 4 years, not for her university years, but for the 4 years she had spent liking He Anzai. Back to He Anzai. To gather more data on the castle, He Anzai upgraded his equipment with a palm-sized aerial drone, loaded with a multi-directional system that possessed all the features of his tactical goggles. After a few days, He Anzai had obtained general data on the castle. Once he scanned the castle's outline, he proceeded to scan the internal data. He tried to use the drone to perform sonar scanning from inside the castle, but the interior was also insulated by the black wood. It looked like a vampire castle from a movie, but it was a living hell for bats. The eerie black wood did not just soundproof, it absorbed sound, meaning the emitted sonar waves returned no feedback. Could it be for simple soundproofing? It must be very comfortable to sleep there during a thunderstorm. He Anzai remotely controlled the drone to explore the castle's interior, while the laser scan data was used to build a model via his tactical goggles. Suddenly, a red exclamation mark appeared on the drone icon on his goggles and his heart sank. Before he could react, the drone was attacked by something, lost its balance and went offline. It finally appeared, the mysterious creature lurking within the castle. He Anzai deployed 2 more drones, but they suffered the same fate, attacked by the creature and losing signal. Yet, from start to finish, he never saw what it actually was. The 3 drones were lost in 3 different locations. The consecutive loss of these drones only managed to collect data on the outer black wood layer, failing to find a path into the stone fortress. He Anzai felt ashamed to go back to Shiting for supplies. He had treated these drones as consumables. These drones, designed and developed by the Academy with various integrated systems, were incredibly expensive and impossible to buy on the open market. Although Shiting did not say anything, He Anzai felt embarrassed. He had not accomplished anything yet and had already lost 3 drones. Constrained by the rule of not speaking of it to outsiders, he struggled to exchange his findings for merits, and he did not know how to report back to Senior Shiting. With no other choice, He Anzai had to pay out of pocket for some ordinary drones. Until he saw what the creature looked like, he would not dare enter the castle. He had no desire to face an unknown entity. He Anzai modified his aerial drone and mounted a panoramic camera on it. Just as the mysterious creature appeared, he finally managed to capture a fleeting glimpse. It was a hairless, macaque-like creature. That was He Anzai's first impression. He could not see the creature's entire body clearly, but it had a flat nose, a protruding mouth, deeply sunken eye sockets, and sharp, outward-facing fangs. Wait, no, it had no eyeballs. Its eye sockets were pitch black, lacking the reflection one would expect from eyes. Had its eyes been gouged out, or is that just the nature of this species? Perhaps its eyes atrophied to evolve other senses like echolocation. Is it a local species, a rare case, or caused by something else like a bioengineered monster? Was the eerie Blackwood there to defend against it, or to imprison it? A series of questions surfaced in He Anzai's mind. He did not feel uncomfortable because of these questions, which meant they still fell within the scope of the 4th dimension, implying the mysterious creature did not originate from a higher dimension. He Anzai dared not advance impulsively, so he changed his strategy and shifted back to the real world. He did not need to conquer the ancient castle. It was just a training ground for him to practice his abilities. Under so many uncertain conditions, he did not dare to attempt a jump during actual combat. That could really get him killed. So he changed tactics and practiced his other ability, dimensional observation. The pure observation characteristic made him fearless of the dangers posed by the mysterious creature. Where the drone could not go, he would go himself. He Anzai conducted observations during his daily training. As the 2 worlds overlapped and interweaved, he walked through the cracks between them and gained a new understanding of his powers. The characteristic of pure observation was merely Lin Ning's guess. He Anzai did not even know if he possessed this trait. If he did, what were the conditions to trigger it? He Anzai summed it up in 2 points. First, when performing dimensional observation, the proportion of the dimension he was in within his field of vision could not be less than about 30%. Once it dropped below 30%, he would trigger a jump. Although he would not jump into a dimension until it occupied over 100% of his vision. If the current dimension occupied less than 30%, he would vanish from it and lose the pure observation trait, appearing instead in the corresponding position within his view like a cross-channel signal from a higher dimensional intrusion. For instance, if he were standing on a road and saw a higher dimensional rabbit in his vision, once the real world occupied less than 30% of his view, he would disappear from the real world and appear within the eyes of that rabbit, rather than entering the dimension where the rabbit was located. Just as the quantum locking experienced by dimension ascenders when seeing higher dimensional beings cannot affect ordinary people, his quantum locking with the rabbit meant only they could receive each other's signals, much like 2 people on a phone call. In theory, as long as he kept the dimension he occupied below 30% of his field of vision, he would become a dimensional phantom. Only the rabbit he saw would receive his signal and become aware of his presence. Furthermore, he could ignore terrain. If it were just a matter of passing through a wall, he would not need to enter the dimensional phantom state. As long as the wall was out of his field of vision, he could treat it as non-existent. It truly lives up to its A-grade status with S-grade benefits. The potential is limitless. He had only just reached the 5th dimension and had already developed so many uses. Second, concerning the complete, individual entity in his vision. For example, he still remembered that eyeball he had eaten. Taking that eerie eyeball as an example, although Xiao Yufeng was holding it between his fingers, it did not exist in the real world. He Anzai had seen that eyeball in a higher dimension. The eyeball was a complete single entity, and once He Anzai saw it in its entirety, he lost his pure observation trait over it. Just as a dimension ascender causes a higher dimensional projection to collapse into the real world upon seeing it, He Anzai's pure observation trait required that he not see the whole thing, in other words, not receive the full signal, thereby preventing quantum locking from occurring in the real world. He Zhang had confirmed this through experiments. After long periods of jumping and observing, He Anzai had become familiar with the castle in the fourth dimension and recognized some items there, such as lamps and cups. He experimented with picking them up and even brought a doll from that dilapidated room into the real world. Just as he could take things from the real world into the fourth dimension, he could also bring things from the fourth dimension into the real world, and this process did not require a full dimensional jump. He called this ability star picking, as if plucking stars from the sky, taking items from a higher dimension. He tried bringing living things with him during jumps, but whether it was an ordinary animal or the ascended Shiting, neither could be taken along. As for bringing living things from a higher dimension to a lower one, He Anzai had not tried it yet. He had not encountered any living things in the fourth dimensional world. For now, he knew that his star picking was limited to inanimate objects. Deeper insights would require future study. Additionally, He Anzai renamed his ability Ant. The academy required him to keep his ability secret, so if anyone asked, he would just say it was Ant. The reason he called it Ant was because ants cannot jump, and in the world of an ant there is no concept of height. They are known as two-dimensional creatures. Ants crawl on a relatively flat surface and look up to see height, much like He Anzai, who walks in the real dimension and observes the higher dimensions. However, ants belong to the order Hymenoptera, and they do have wings and can fly. During the breeding season, winged female ants are born, and for them, the world has height. This perfectly matches the conditions required to jump to other dimensions. Therefore, He Anzai renamed Dimensional Jumper to Reproductive Ant. During his daily training, He Anzai would observe the fourth dimensional world and keep records. Day and night in the real world and the fourth dimension were exactly reversed. When he trained and observed during the day, it was night over there. The nights there were terrifyingly silent and extremely eerie. He Anzai saw a hanged mummified corpse inside the castle, roughly in the main hall. The corpse was missing a leg, its eyes were hollow, and its mouth was agape. It had long since dried into something like jerky. He had been observing inside the castle for several days and had yet to find the eerie, hairless, macaque-like creature. However, his mastery over his abilities had become smooth and effortless. He Anzai did not feel smug. After all, training and actual combat were two different things. His current ease did not mean he could perform the same way in combat. As a top student, he knew very well how much anxiety during an exam could affect the outcome. If you do not push your limits, you will only ever stay in the same place. He Anzai decked himself out in armor at the supply pavilion, armed to the teeth, especially around his neck, since he was terrified of the beast's instinct to go for the jugular. He bought a 3,000-watt lantern, known as the Ghost Scourge, and an intelligent flying robot named Nano, the entry-level model, designed mainly for chatting and companionship. I am Nano, serial number Fa, happy to be at your service. The supermarket at the academy, despite its name, was actually a massive shopping mall where you could buy the most bizarre gear imaginable. Even if they did not have it, you could put in a request. Rumor has it that students failing to graduate would handcraft nuclear bombs just to earn enough credits. Determined to push his limits today, He Anzai finished a full day's training in just one morning. With his 5 dimensions leveled up, his body's potential had increased, and passing the upgrade exam was practically guaranteed. The freshman from his year had not even started school, yet he was already nearly done with his first-year curriculum. He spent the afternoon resting and recharging, then fully armed himself at night to storm the main entrance of the ancient castle. The 3,000-watt lantern, mounted on top of his head like a miniature sun, illuminated the gloomy interior of the castle. After several days of mental preparation, he was no longer afraid of facing the hairless macaque directly. He was only worried it would suddenly pop out and startle him. Even a perfectly normal person could be scared by a sudden jump, let alone such a bizarre creature. Following the route he had scouted, He Anzai headed straight for the main hall and saw the mummy hanging in the center. He ignored the mummy, continuing forward while using his tactical goggles to scan and build a model. The bioradar was monitoring constantly and had not yet issued a warning. Nano flew in front, talking to herself. It was He Anzai's setting: first, to dispel fear and loneliness; second, to use sound to lure the hairless macaque since it lacked eyeballs. Did you know there are 312 species of monkeys in the world, and our country is home to the only one that is a water monkey? He Anzai began to notice the anomalies in the castle. Upon entering the hall, although it was dilapidated, one could easily imagine its former splendor. The dust could not hide its inherent elegance and nobility. But as he delved deeper, he realized the castle was a total facade. Only about 10% of the entrance area and the rooms with windows on the outer layer followed a Gothic style. The interior, however, was like a prison, cramped, dense rooms that created a suffocating feeling. Is this a dormitory? He Anzai's thoughts were in chaos. Did the villa dormitory in the real world correspond to this manor castle dormitory in the fourth dimension? And what kind of dormitory was this? What did the people living here do? Was it to cover up some secret? He Anzai began to piece the clues together. There had originally been a stone fortress here. Later, someone used eerie, sound-absorbing black wood to build this dormitory disguised as a castle around it. Were the people living here meant to serve the stone fortress? He Anzai collected some tattered paper scraps from various rooms. He could not read the words, yet he could understand their meaning. This was the cognitive enhancement from ascending dimensions, just like how humans do not understand dog barks but can tell a dog's mood by the wagging of its tail. Mr. Cheshev saved me. I cannot repay his kindness. Although he said I do not need to return the favor, I have decided to stay and work for him in his manor without pay. I have been here for 3 years now. My child at home is already 2 and I have not seen them once. Mr. Cheshev rejected my leave request again. Although he treats me well, I miss my family. I have had enough. When will this kind of life ever end? I really do not understand why everyone wants to escape when Mr. Cheshev provides food and lodging. All we have to do is polish his precious stone carvings and drink wine to our heart's content. Life is truly comfortable here. The name was a proper noun. Based on the shapes of the characters, He Anzai decided to call him Cheshev. Cheshev was the master of the manor. The tattered papers held mixed reviews of him. Overall, he treated the workers very well, but he restricted their freedom, preventing them from leaving. Aside from that, there were no other complaints about him. But the content of the subsequent pages became strange. I want to escape this place, but no one can pass through the Black Forest except Mr. Cheshev. Cheshev will not allow anyone to leave the manor, but they have disappeared. I have not seen them in a long time. We were very close, and if they had escaped, they definitely would have called for me. Where did they go? What happened? Something came out from deep within the castle. I do not know what it is, but I saw it. I am scared. I must get out of here. The greenhouse, it is the greenhouse. Mad, it is all mad. No, Mr. Cheshev. It is Mr. Cheshev, for the sake of Mr. Cheshev. He Anzai. Boom. He Anzai picked up an unopened envelope, and the words on it struck his heart like a lightning bolt. To He Anzai. The characters for He Anzai were written in the Chinese script from the real world. He Anzai did not even have time to open the envelope. He was terrified. He wanted to jump back to the real world, but his trembling heart caused his field of vision to shift wildly, making it impossible to escape. Hurry, come on. He Anzai was panicked and could not calm down at all. Everything he feared belonged to the fourth dimension, beyond his reach. Meanwhile, his mental fog blurred his memories of higher dimensions. Without focus, he could not see through that haze, could not use his high-dimensional memories to touch the threshold of stability, and could not trigger the vertigo required to return to the real world. Just then, a red exclamation mark popped up on his tactical goggles, and another bolt of terror struck his heart. Look out, Nano warned. He Anzai felt a chill on the back of his neck and instinctively turned around, raising his rifle to defend himself. The fang-filled maw that lunged at him in an instant scared the living soul out of him. The 3,000-watt light illuminated the hairless macaque's empty eye sockets. It was terrifying. He Anzai held the gun horizontally to block it, but the creature bit right through the rifle, knocking him to the ground. As the four sharp fangs pierced the gun, He Anzai's eyes widened in horror. He had not even fired a single shot. The rifle was destroyed and his 150 magazines had become useless weight. Since it could easily bite through the rifle, he knew his armor would not stand a chance against those teeth. Fear left him frozen, and it was only the creature's violent struggle that brought him back to his senses. He felt like his entire body was no longer under his control. The hairless ape-like creature struggled wildly, its hands slapping at He Anzai. Luckily, He Anzai was armed to the teeth, otherwise he would have been torn to shreds. He Anzai gripped his rifle tightly to block its teeth. Its strength was immense, but He Anzai dared not retreat in the slightest. Once he did, it might bite through his skull right along with his helmet. He Anzai hoisted the rifle butt and gave it a forceful shove, pressing the muzzle against the corner of the wall to pin the hairless ape creature's head. Using his body weight to hold the butt of the rifle in place, he took the opportunity to pull out his pistol and fire a full burst directly into the creature's head. Brain matter splattered instantly, and the hairless ape creature stopped resisting. Before He Anzai could even catch his breath, the creature suddenly erupted with energy, broke free from the rifle and slapped his nano, which was perched on his head, to pieces, plunging everything into darkness. He Anzai scrambled to activate the night vision on his tactical goggles, only to see the hairless ape creature bite his nano to bits before leaping off the wall and fleeing. He Anzai breathed heavily, still in shock and unable to let his guard down for a second. With trembling hands, he changed the magazine and remained on high alert. What kind of monster is this? I put a whole magazine into its head and it still did not die. He Anzai cautiously went to pick up the envelope he had dropped. The creature had gotten so close that he had completely forgotten that the envelope itself was the most terrifying thing. He did not go anywhere else, just stayed right where he was, waiting until he had calmed down before warping back to the real dimension. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Wang Lu was on the phone. Although he had returned the power of the Enterprise to his father, the old man was getting on in years and should not be overworked, so some matters still required his attention. Boss Wang was almost constantly on the phone, even while training, which often made him lose his breath. He Anzai appeared on the mountain behind the dormitory area after warping back. He headed to the villa and rang the doorbell. He usually warped back from his dilapidated room, appearing directly in his bedroom, so naturally, he never carried a key. Hearing the doorbell, Wang Lu quickly hung up the phone and went to open the door. Squad leader He. After opening the door, Wang Lu was surprised to see He Anzai. He remembered that He Anzai had not gone out. Although he was often on the phone, he did not get distracted like an ordinary person. He had long mastered the ability to multitask, especially during calls where he never missed a detail of what was happening around him. Thus, he was certain He Anzai had not come downstairs after going up. What is with this outfit, squad leader? He Anzai waved his hand and said, this world is too dangerous and the others are even more so. Perhaps we need to change our training methods. He Anzai walked straight into the villa, leaving Wang Lu completely bewildered and scratching his head. Back in his room, He Anzai did not open the envelope immediately. He first took a shower and mentally prepared himself before finally breaking the seal. There was only a single sheet of paper in the envelope, with only one sentence written on it. Find me, slice open my stomach, and the answer you seek is inside. He Anzai felt like he had just eaten a piece of trash. Find him, who is he, where am I supposed to find him, slice open his stomach, this is. He Anzai suddenly remembered what he had seen on the page earlier. No one could leave the Black Forest except for Chekhov. If this letter was not written by Chekhov, then the person who left it must still be in the manor. He Anzai thought of the mummified corpse hanging in the main hall of the ancient castle. If he was told to slice open his stomach, that person was likely long dead, and looking at the envelope and the stationery, it had probably been there longer than his entire family's ages combined. He felt a chill run down his spine. Who on earth was this, and why did they know him? Leaving him a letter across time and space in a completely different dimension, it was too bizarre to even think about. If he wanted to find the answer behind this letter, he would have to return to the castle and find the person who left it. He would not be able to sleep or eat until he figured this out, but he was not in a hurry. Going back now would be torture. He needed time to recover. Compared to the fear of his heart exploding, he preferred to lose a little sleep. He Anzai put the envelope away and was just about to go to sleep when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He Anzai answered the phone, and before he could speak, the person on the other end began their introduction. Hello, student He. I am from the after-sales department of nanotech. Due to an oversight by our clerk, a defective unit with the serial number FA, which was supposed to be destroyed, was sold to you. We are deeply sorry. We have decided to recall the FA, refund your purchase price, and compensate you with a top-of-the-line nano. Would you prefer it delivered to your door, or will you pick it up in store? Oh, this He Anzai could not muster any interest. How about we just forget it? It is fine, there is no major problem, it still works. That nano had been bitten to pieces by the hairless ape creature, and the remains had been carried off too. He certainly did not want to dig it out of that creature's mouth. It had even bitten through his rifle. Speaking of rifles, he needed to get another one from Senior Shi Ting. He had 150 magazines and had not used a single round yet. The person on the phone fell silent for a moment and then asked, "Is there any inconvenience?" "There is a little." "Well then, how about this? We will not recall the FA and we will not refund the purchase price, but we will still compensate you with a top-of-the-line nano. Would that be acceptable?" "Oh, get a top-tier smart flight robot for free, why would not I?" "Fine, I will go pick it up tomorrow." "Very well. Are you open at 5 in the morning?" Yes, we open at 5. "All right, I will be there at 5 in the morning." At 5 in the morning, with the sky just starting to brighten, He Anzai went for a morning run to the nanotech retail store. The clerk explained the top-tier Nano's system and features, as well as future maintenance, servicing, and updates, all free of charge. You would not even need to visit in person, simply issue a command when maintenance was needed and the Nano would fly to you itself. He Anzai was stunned. This top-of-the-line Nano was actually equipped with a weapons system and even a nuclear reactor for power. It could even be used as a remote-controlled bomb in a pinch. This was basically a miniature nuke, for heaven's sake. "My name is Nano, serial number WD. It is a pleasure to serve you. You may call me Nano or WD. Or you may give me a custom name." He Anzai was not great at naming things, so he decided against it and just called it WD. From then on, He Anzai always had a smart robot flying beside him. "WD, play some music, single love song." "Beep, playing single love song requires a VIP subscription." "Beep, default music app uninstalled." "Beep, new music app downloading." "Beep, download successful, now playing single love song." Nano units come in different configurations, each varying greatly in both function and appearance. The Nano that He Anzai had before was just a simple spherical shape with a single propeller. Others are designed for high-altitude work and equipped with mechanical arms. Some prioritize speed, featuring a flat, streamlined design that ditches the propeller in favor of various flight modes powered by high-spec engines, reportedly capable of breaking the sound barrier. The WD, the top-tier configuration currently owned by He Anzai, keeps things simple with a spherical design about the size of a human head. It uses magnetic levitation for flight and contains 10 subsatellites inside. The main body wirelessly powers the subsatellites, and 2 of them provide the propulsion to keep the main unit aloft. And just 4 subsatellites are enough to enable it to perform all sorts of agile maneuvers. Shi Ting also got He Anzai another identical rifle, though this one came from a junior student, painted pink and featuring a decal that read, "The world's most beautiful girl." He Anzai shifted to the 4th-dimensional world, carrying the WD as he returned to the ancient castle. His primary target was the mummified corpse hanging in the main hall of the castle, but when he returned to the hall, he was shocked to find that the mummy was gone. He Anzai, who had been full of fighting spirit before coming here, could not help but feel his courage falter after discovering the mummy had vanished. This place is getting more and more bizarre. The mummy looked like dried jerky and must have been hanging there for years, yet the very moment he set his sights on it, it disappeared. Could it be that hairless primate ate it? He Anzai's heart raced, but the WD flew out on its own, scanning the room up and down. The scan data was synced to He Anzai's tactical goggles and compared with the previous scan, allowing it to calculate a movement trajectory. Is it really that insane? The WD calculated a movement path based purely on subtle changes in dust accumulation in the environment. Before He Anzai could even marvel at how ridiculous that function was, the WD used that trajectory to provide a judgment. The trajectory was unidirectional, meaning it was left by the corpse itself as it moved. It was alive. He Anzai widened his eyes. With his rifle loaded and encouraged by the calculations of the WD, He Anzai carefully followed the trajectory. The direction and the route were familiar. It was exactly the path he had walked yesterday. According to the WD's calculations, the corpse did not stop at all. It was moving with purpose, heading deeper into the castle. Soon, He Anzai arrived at the location where he had found the mysterious envelope. The traces continued without interruption, leading further ahead in the same direction the hairless primate had taken earlier. He Anzai took a deep breath, inhaling the dust and the scent of decay floating in the air, and continued to follow the trail. After walking a bit further, he suddenly heard strange noises, and the WD signaled a red warning icon. He Anzai did not dare to move forward. He had the WD go ahead to check the situation and project what it saw onto his tactical goggles. In the dim corridor, something seemed to be moving. Although the WD was equipped with high-definition night vision, the mass of matter was twisted and blurry, making it hard to identify its shape for a moment. The WD slowly approached the writhing heap, and that is when He Anzai finally saw what it was, the one-legged corpse lying on the ground, chewing on something. Suddenly, it whipped its head around, its hollow eye sockets staring at the WD. Its wide-open mouth had no teeth and it was chewing with its gums. He Anzai saw it clearly. It was the hairless primate. The resurrected mummy was devouring the hairless primate. The moment the corpse turned, the WD retreated at high speed and the corpse immediately chased after it, crawling in the shadows on 3 limbs. Then the WD made a turn and He Anzai saw himself in the projection on his tactical goggles. Damn it! He Anzai could not help but curse, then raised his rifle to aim at the corner at the end of the corridor, backing away as he did. His heart pounded violently. 200 magazines were enough to turn a living person into pulp. He wanted to see how many magazines this resurrected mummy could take. The corpse appeared from around the corner, but it was crawling on the ceiling. He Anzai kept retreating while firing his rifle. After just a few shots, the corpse fell from the ceiling. It struggled and twisted for a few seconds before going still. Fueled by the ammo plenty buff, He Anzai stepped forward and emptied another magazine into it to be sure. Only after the WD cleared the red warning icon did He Anzai dare to approach and take a look. This is insane. He Anzai felt a cold shiver. When he had passed through the main hall earlier, the bioradar had not given any warning, and the mummy had been hanging less than 5 meters away from where he stood. That meant either it really was dead at the time, or it could enter a special state that bypassed the bioradar. Either way, the reliability of the bioradar had just plummeted. Dead bodies coming back to life. Could this mummy do it again? Just as He Anzai was deep in his thoughts, the bioradar sounded again, and a red warning icon suddenly popped up on his tactical goggles, giving him a huge jolt. He Anzai backed up frantically and started to reload his magazine, but he was so nervous that his hands fumbled and he could not get the magazine in. Damn it! He Anzai cursed in rage. Panic took over, causing him to drop his rifle and the jammed magazine aside. He pulled his handgun instead and aimed at the corpse on the ground. His nerves led to preemptive thinking, making him focus on the corpse that might spring back to life at any moment, but the bioradar was not tracking the mummy. Something suddenly leaped out from the corner at the end of the corridor. He Anzai snapped out of it and raised his gun to fire. That thing was incomparably faster than the mummy. Before he could even empty one magazine, the creature was already right in front of him. Only then did He Anzai see what it was. It was the hairless primate. Its head had been blown apart by He Anzai earlier, and its neck had been chewed up by the mummy. It seemed like only one tendon was holding it on, and the whole head swayed left and right as it moved, hanging by a thread. Seeing this, He Anzai stopped firing. He pulled a combat knife from his waist, trying to cut through that single tendon. The hairless primate lunged at He Anzai. He Anzai stood ready with his knife, but just before the primate's mangled claws could reach him, he abandoned the attack and dodged the swipe, narrowly avoiding the claw with its worn-down finger bones. WD play anything at max volume. Warning, your body cannot withstand the WD's maximum volume. He Anzai froze for a second, then roared at the loudest volume my body can withstand. The music player started on random, and the powerful sound waves shook He Anzai's insides. Whether it was this hairless macaque or the reanimated mummy, both had hollow eye sockets with no eyeballs. Clearly, they did not rely on sight to lock onto their prey. The deafening volume emitted by WD had shifted in nature. It was no longer just audio, but a sonic weapon. Although He Anzai's full tactical gear mitigated some of the sound waves, it still placed an enormous burden on his body. His eardrums ached, and he felt as if his internal organs were dancing. After missing its pounce, the hairless macaque turned instantly and lunged at He Anzai again. He Anzai fired his gun, but the sound of the shots was like raindrops falling into a stormy sea. He Anzai dodged nimbly, but he did not expect the macaque to be even quicker. It actually anticipated his movement and changed direction first, forcing He Anzai right into its trap and pinning him hard against the wall. He Anzai felt a tremendous force pressing down on him, and he was grateful that the macaque's finger bones had been ground smooth, making it unable to pierce his armor. The pressure was immense and his movement was restricted, but fortunately that was the extent of the macaque's attack. With its head dangling behind its back, all the blunt force it could muster could not break through He Anzai's defenses. The tendon connecting the head to the body was right before his eyes. Just as He Anzai let his guard down and began to figure out how to cut it, the creature jerked its body violently, swinging its head like a meteor hammer. The head opened its massive jaws, baring fangs as it bit toward He Anzai. He Anzai was shocked. As he struggled in vain, he roared, "WD, hit it." His voice could not drown out the volume of WD, yet the machine still received his command. WD slammed into the hairless macaque, sending it flying and freeing He Anzai. Do not let WD's small frame fool you. Its body is made of a special alloy, and with the thrust from its nuclear-powered reactor, it is said it could collide with a 50-centimeter meteor in the atmosphere. The macaque picked itself up again. After the side impact from WD, its spine was broken, leaving its upper body slanted to one side. With its head now hanging by a single tendon, it looked just like a question mark. Stop playing. WD stopped playing, and He Anzai thought to himself how eerie this was. Even against a tiger, if one magazine does not kill it, two will. A health bar always eventually hits 0. But this hairless macaque, with its head almost detached and its spine broken, still would not die, and it had no visible health bar. The key is that it has no eyes and does not use sound to lock onto prey, so what does it rely on? Antennae like an insect, but it does not have a single hair on its body. Fear is born from the unknown. This sense of powerlessness cannot be overcome even with an abundance of ammunition. The hairless macaque's arms were longer than He Anzai's, so he could not safely get close enough to cut that tendon with his knife. It felt no pain at all, and its finger bones were worn down to nothing. Suddenly, He Anzai realized something. This monster had no blood. No, it had no body fluids at all. This hairless macaque was, in fact, also a dried-up mummy. They were all the same. He Anzai was certain the macaque's weak point was that tendon connecting its head, because in its entire desiccated body, that was the only thing that still retained a faint luster. That was its spinal nerve. Since he could not get close enough to cut it with a knife, he would use his gun. Even in this state, the macaque kept jumping about and moving side to side. It only charged in a straight line when pouncing on him, and He Anzai could only guarantee his aim when he was being attacked. He Anzai could have just told WD to knock its head off, but he did not. With its finger bones ground down and its head hanging, the macaque had lost its most effective weapons. As long as he stayed wary of the swinging head, the level of danger was greatly reduced. Therefore, He Anzai intended to use it to train himself and try to find the weakness of these things. Human mummies and macaque mummies are not the same species, so this should not be an inherent biological trait. The Academy Forum mentioned nothing about primates in the fourth dimension having such weird characteristics, so it must be that something caused them to end up like this. He Lu intuition told him there were definitely more than just these two here. Found scraps of paper record missing people, perhaps human intervention turned them into these weird creatures. Cheshev. Less than 1/10 of the castle had been explored, and deeper within, the hidden stone fortress must hold something more. So before going any deeper, he needed to fully master the method for dealing with these monsters. He first tried to run away while being pursued. Even though the macaque was bent into the shape of a question mark, He Anzai would still be caught and pinned to the ground even while running at full speed. After several attempts, he had not even made it out of the hallway. Though the creature could not break his armor, the impact of being tackled to the ground still made his internal organs ache. He drew a conclusion: he could retreat, but he could not run away. After multiple heavy impacts from WD, the macaque's body had become severely twisted. Although it could not feel pain, its shattered bones acted like stripped gears, preventing it from functioning normally, so it slowed down and its movements became weird and distorted. No pain, no fear. Destroying the joints can limit its movement then. He Anzai held his knife and approached the macaque. At this moment, the macaque was like an old dog at the end of its life, still possessing the instinct to guard the house but without an ounce of strength. Like a rusted machine, it could only make loud noises. He Anzai stabbed his knife into the macaque's wrist and twisted it, severing the nerves. The fingers, which had been twitching, instantly went still. It can be confirmed that this monster is controlled by its nerves. He Anzai picked up the rifle he had previously tossed aside, wiped off the dust, and polished the words, "the most beautiful girl in the world." He felt a pang of regret. The previous owner of this gun must have cherished it, yet he had just carelessly cast it aside. Close combat is too risky. I cannot precisely sever their nerves while fending off an enemy that feels no pain. I can only shoot them, aiming for their... He Anzai's eyes widened. He wanted to try headshots to destroy their brains and thereby stop the control over their nerves. But he suddenly realized that he had already pumped an entire magazine of bullets into the macaque's head, and its brain had already been destroyed. If the nerves are not controlled by the brain, then what is controlling the nerves? He Anzai raised his guard. He guessed that something must be parasitic inside the mummies, or perhaps that very nerve itself was the parasite. The theory of parasitism was bone-chilling to contemplate. He Anzai dared not continue the experiment. Instead, he made a clean cut through the nerve connected to the head. The severed head dropped to the ground, and the twisting, writhing body instantly reverted to a desiccated corpse. Before He Anzai could even sheath his dagger, WD issued another red exclamation mark warning. He Anzai was already accustomed to this. One trouble had barely subsided before another arose. He Anzai turned his gaze toward the one-legged corpse and watched it slowly begin to crawl upward. Sure enough, it had come back to life. He Anzai already had a working theory. Something was controlling them, and it could only control one at a time. That was why one would only revive after the other fell. Once controlled by this unknown entity, they emitted biological electricity, which was then detected by the bioradar. As the mystery gradually cleared, the situation felt less terrifying. He Anzai decided to use the dry corpse as his new test subject. Taking advantage of the moment it revived, he raised his gun to shoot, aiming for its neck in an attempt to destroy its spinal nerves. The neck. Previously, this corpse had been gnawing on the neck of the hairless monkey creature, biting it until only a single nerve remained connected. Why would it do that? A new puzzle emerged, leaving He Anzai frustrated. Having wasted over 5,000 rounds of ammunition, the most galling part was that the enemy was right in front of him, yet he knew nothing about it. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. The ancestors were right indeed. He Anzai gave up on shooting. He clenched his fists, drew the dagger he had just sheathed, and before the corpse could fully revive, rushed forward and drove the blade deep into the back of its neck, stabbing repeatedly to ensure the job was done. The corpse, which had not even fully risen yet, fell back to the ground. The red exclamation mark did not disappear, which meant the corpse was still alive. Though its body was motionless, nerves were still sending signals. He Anzai guessed it was the nerves in the head. He Anzai carefully reached the dagger into the corpse's mouth. The corpse instantly clamped its jaw shut, biting down so hard it sparked against the blade. He Anzai was shocked. He thought to himself that it was a good thing he had the bioradar, otherwise letting his guard down because its head was severed could have cost him a chunk of flesh at the very least. WD, take them and follow me. WD extended 3 mechanical arms to grab the one-legged corpse and the body and head of the hairless monkey creature. He Anzai backtracked, exited the ancient castle, and under the bright light of day, began to dissect the 2 corpses. He Anzai had zero knowledge of anatomy and had to perform the dissection under WD's guidance. However, during the process, WD's operating system encountered a small problem. The AI had to rely on calculations to barely maintain operations while instructing He Anzai. This was because this was not the real world and the subjects were not of this world. While humans of the fourth dimension looked like those of the real world, their internal anatomy was different. WD's database contained no information on these species, leading to a system crash during the procedure. Perhaps this human corpse was unique, or perhaps all humans of the fourth dimension were built this way. The organs inside this corpse were the mirror image of those in real-world humans. Everything was reversed, with the heart located on the right side. Regardless of whether humans in this world were special, for the moment, these two corpses shared a few common traits. They exhibited all the characteristics of a desiccated corpse, except for the nerves. Their nerves were fresh and thick, standing out starkly amidst the withered flesh. It was unclear if this was innate, but compared to real-world humans, the spinal nerves were 0.8 to 1.9 times thicker. The nerve endings were more than 10 times thicker, and other nerves were enlarged to varying degrees. Except for the cranial nerves. The cranial nerves were atrophied, suggesting something had replaced the brain to send signals to the nerves below it. He Anzai dissected the head of the hairless monkey creature and discovered the root of the issue. Its brain had been shattered by He Anzai, and there were even a few bullets remaining inside the skull. The key point was the thick nerve connected below the brain, which appeared damaged. After He Anzai inspected it closely and WD scanned it, a conclusion was reached. One of He Anzai's bullets had grazed this nerve and lodged right next to it. The subsequent movements of the monkey creature caused the bullet to compress the nerve, thereby cutting off the transmission of commands to the rest of the body. So was the corpse gnawing on the monkey creature's neck to remove the bullet that was compressing the nerve. Suddenly, it was terrifying to think about. How the unknown entity controlled the nerves without a brain was a mystery, but the fact that it could easily track his location meant he might be nothing more than a lab rat being observed in a cage. What on earth was that thing? Could it be some invisible, unspeakable entity from a higher dimension? Should he take a look? He Anzai shook his head violently. He must absolutely not look. Whatever it was far too bizarre. Even with the 4 phases of nothingness to prevent him from losing his mind, he had no desire to provoke something from a higher dimension. He wanted to give up if not for that strange letter. That letter, having crossed through time and space, compelled him to find the truth no matter what. The one-legged corpse had been fully dissected and there was nothing inside its stomach. Clearly, this was not the person who left the letter. He had to go deeper into the castle. WD suggested using a high-voltage current to destroy the nervous system, and He Anzai felt it was worth a try. He Anzai had WD test it on the 2 corpses first. As the voltage and current were gradually increased, the nerve reactions became increasingly violent, thrashing like a dying octopus. He Anzai retreated quickly, fearing another accident. The current and voltage were already higher than what would be used in a slaughterhouse, yet the nerve remained highly active. As the power was increased further, the entire wildly writhing nerve suddenly exploded into a mist, blowing the corpse into pieces. Its power was comparable to homemade explosives. Before He Anzai could summarize the situation, WD suddenly issued a warning. Warning, warning, your life force is draining rapidly. Error, error, unable to detect cause. He Anzai momentarily thought he had misheard. Red exclamation marks filled his tactical goggles, but they were no longer coming from the bioradar. WD scanned around He Anzai, continuously reporting error messages. Warning, warning, your organs are showing signs of abnormal failure, roughly 11 times the normal rate. No abnormal cause detected. WD continued to issue warnings while unable to detect the source, and He Anzai was suddenly overcome with anxiety. Eerie sinister. Compared to this undetectable, non-physical damage, that jumping, hairless monkey-like mummy actually seems quite amiable. Since WD could not detect the cause and He Anzai himself was helpless, he had no choice but to pin his hopes on modern medical technology. He Anzai dared not linger in the fourth-dimensional world. Uncertain if the loss of vitality and organ failure were reversible, he did not dare delay for even a second and immediately jumped back to the real world. Ding, detected that your life force has stopped draining, organ failure has ceased, and all parameters have returned to normal. Oh, it is better. He Anzai was completely baffled. He jumped back to the fourth-dimensional world and had WD scan him again, but no abnormalities were detected. Was it caused by the explosion of nerves earlier? Is it some kind of curse, limited only to this world? Other than that, He Anzai could not think of any other reason. I cannot wait anymore. I must find that person and cut him open to get the truth. Driven to impatience by the torture, He Anzai threw WD into the ancient castle. Using AI algorithms, WD zipped through the castle, completing a scan of its internal structure and building a model. It even scanned the content of tattered paper scraps left in the corners of the castle. Along the way, the alien biological radar gave no further alerts. The castle model marked the spot where He Anzai picked up the envelope, as well as the faint marks hidden beneath the dust that WD had scanned. They were directional arrows carved shallowly with a blade, and since they were buried in dust, they were hard to see with the naked eye. The arrows pointed all the way to the entrance of the stone fortress, which was, surprisingly, at the very top. Mr. Ketchev is right, I have become stronger. I feel like I could kill a tiger with a single punch now. There is a price for becoming stronger. I can feel my life force fading. I think I know something now. Strange, people here seem to have a habit of recording their daily lives. He Anzai sat cross-legged outside the castle, reviewing the tattered paper content scanned by WD, trying to find more useful information. Suddenly, he saw a line of familiar handwriting, the handwriting of the person who left him the note. This is not a good habit. Who keeps a diary? No, wait, even I have started recording things subconsciously. It seems something has changed my thinking habits, compelling me to record my daily life. Another page read, I cannot control myself. Writing a diary is as deeply ingrained as eating, making it impossible for me not to record my daily routine. If you skip one meal, you will eat more in the next. The diary is the same. I can force myself not to write once, but I will make up for it the next time. Damn it, I am an undercover agent. Who the hell writes a diary as an undercover agent? Seeing this, He Anzai froze. This person who wrote the note was different from the others in the manner he was an undercover agent. As for why he was undercover, He Anzai had already guessed the gist of it. Ketchev must have done something to the people in the manor. He wants to observe the changes in their daily lives. Their worship of Ketchev is almost like a faith, and they do not mind sharing their daily lives with him. But I am different. I am an undercover agent, and I cannot let Ketchev know what I do every day. I must hide my real diary and write a fake one to deceive Ketchev. He Anzai's furrowed brow relaxed. Through these few sentences, he deciphered several pieces of information. This person had both a real and a fake diary. The real one was hidden, likely inside his own belly. This scrap of paper was content from the real diary, and its purpose was to convey information to He Anzai. The person's identity was an undercover agent, likely an enforcement officer of this world. Ketchev used some method to alter everyone's thinking, giving them an uncontrollable habit of keeping a diary. Even the local agent did not know what that method was, so it was highly likely something from a higher dimension, recorded in the Shen Huanglu. The real diary was hidden, yet some pages were left behind, specifically the one involving the real and fake diaries. This was likely intentional. Perhaps he could not pass information directly, so he had to express it indirectly and obscurely. Almost like a faith, it is starting to sound like a cult. He Anzai recalled what Lu Yu had said about cults. Cultists are fanatically devoted to something. Then here, He Anzai's eyes widened sharply. Based on the known information, Ketchev might be a cult leader, and the people living here are like the sacrificial livestock used by cultists in movies. They are oblivious. They might have received favors from Ketchev and they worship him out of choice. But when some want to leave, they realize they can never leave. Greenhouse, right, the greenhouse. A specific term that appeared on the tattered paper, greenhouse. That person discovered the greenhouse and knew what it was. One could see his fear, but when he realized it was Ketchev's doing, the sentiment he expressed was madness. What is this greenhouse exactly? WD searched the scanned paper content for the keyword greenhouse. He Anzai selected the term greenhouse for WD to search. No relevant information found. Then search for this handwriting. He Anzai transmitted the person's handwriting to WD. Search complete. The results are as follows. Rainy day, sleepy day. Too bad it is howling wind and thunder outside, but inside the castle there is not a sound, nothing like a rainy day. Of course, the snoring from the inner room cannot be heard either. This castle is made of wood, after all. If lightning strikes, the consequences will be terrifying. He Anzai marveled at this. This seemingly trivial complaint was actually conveying vital information to him. The main material of the ancient castle, that eerie black wood, functioned exactly as He Anzai had guessed, to isolate. The information in this passage was clear. It was to isolate sound. Once sound was isolated, the things inside could not get out. If He Anzai had not just disrupted the nerves with an electric shock, he would have dismissed this as mere grousing. But having experienced the monster's nerves exploding under shock, and having suffered that strange debuff, he immediately understood this was a warning. Using electricity to attack that monster has terrifying consequences. He Anzai broke out in a cold sweat. If his dimensional jump had not eliminated that strange negative effect, he would likely have been drained to death, his vitality exhausted, his organs withered away, and he would have ended up as a mummy. He Anzai had an epiphany, especially when combined with the following sentence. He understood the secret. He understood what the greenhouse was. Damn it, I have been moldering away in this dark, gloomy castle for so long that even my gas mask cannot block out the stench of rot. My nerves are getting frayed, and I have even neglected Mr. Cheshev's beloved flower garden, causing all of them to wither and die. He Anzai utilized his top student abilities to conduct a deep analysis and reading comprehension of this passage. Damn, it serves as the opening remark. He began to summarize and grade the content of this message. Dark castle likely refers to the depths of the fortress. Only the outermost rooms have windows and get any light. The further one goes inside, the darker it gets. Mold, fungus. There is some kind of fungus in the castle. I am about to mold over rather than I have already molded, suggests it is not an immediate event but a gradual, progressive process. Gas mask hints at any and all protective measures, defenses, gear, and so on. Cannot block out the stench of mold, implying the fungus ignores all forms of protection. Frayed nerves can be understood literally as a long, thick nerve. My nerves are starting to fray, meaning his nerves are undergoing changes involuntarily. Withered and died likely refers to mummified remains. Neglected. Mr. Cheshev's beloved flower garden serves two purposes. First, to bridge the previous mention of frayed nerves to the final outcome of total death. Second, to tell He Anzai that it is not only humans who are dying. He Anzai glanced back at the withered, weed-choked estate behind him. The people who once lived here worshipped Cheshev with near-fanatical devotion. They would never have allowed his beloved garden to die just because one person lost their focus. Mr. Cheshev's beloved flower garden refers to the degree of importance. When combined with they all withered and died, it means that no matter how much something is valued, it cannot be saved. He connected all the pieces together. Damn it, I have been moldering away in this dark, gloomy castle for so long that even my gas mask cannot block out the stench of rot. My nerves are getting frayed, and I have even neglected Mr. Cheshev's beloved flower garden, causing all of them to wither and die. The situation is dire. Deep within this castle exists a fungus that ignores all protection. It can alter human nerves, erode the host's life force, and it is irreversible. It eventually turns the infected into desiccated corpses, and it does not just target animals. He Anzai immediately shifted to the real world, equipped all the protection he possessed, then shifted back to the fourth-dimensional world and summoned WD to electrocute the other nerve. Boom. Warning, warning, life force depletion detected at an alarming rate. Error, unable to determine the cause. He Anzai shifted back to the real world to purge the fungus, his heart heavy with complex emotions. If even a nuclear-grade hazmat suit cannot block the fungal infection, then exploring the truth requires enduring a constant, draining debuff. Is this truth even worth uncovering? Greenhouse. That unknown fungus is the greenhouse. He Anzai reached out his hand, staring at the lines on his palm. Perhaps I was infected the moment I shifted into this world. They are consuming me bit by bit. They are not detected by the technology of the real world, and not even the erosion of my body shows up on sensors. It was not until that nerve exploded and my life force began to plummet that WD finally detected it. Thankfully, my shifts cannot carry living organisms, so as long as I return to the real world, the fungus parasitic to my body remains in this world. This is truly terrifying. He Anzai had originally thought he had only shifted to an abandoned castle in the fourth dimension. He had not expected it to be a high-difficulty dungeon. Based on the properties of the fungus alone, there is no known way to clear it. You are as good as dead upon arrival. It is a dungeon-imposed debuff that persists after leaving. One day, it will drain the host into a desiccated corpse, and as it reproduces within the host, the rate of erosion accelerates, just like what happened to He Anzai a moment ago. That nerve was not a real nerve at all, but a mimicry created by the parasitic fungus. The mist created by the explosion was actually a colony of fungus. Electric shocks do not kill them, they only increase their activity. What seemed like killing the nerve was actually just forcing them to return to their most primal form. Another question flashed through He Anzai's mind, and the once-clearing mystery became obscured again. A keyword, sound. A massive castle built of black wood that absorbs sound, its importance is evident. If the black wood was meant to keep something inside the castle's depths from getting out, then what is that something? The fungus? No, that is not right. The fungus can thrive in the black wood layer. Whether it is the single-legged mummies or the hairless apes, they are all in the outermost black wood castle, and they do not rely on sound to navigate. To know what that is, I must go deeper into the castle. Damn it, the anxiety was gnawing at him, especially with that letter addressed to him, making him willing to risk his life force to uncover the truth. I have already observed everything observable from the real world, and there are no other useful discoveries. To understand the truth, I must enter the heart of it. He Anzai hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let us do this." The places where the notes were found were all along the route the arrows pointed to. They were intentionally discarded by him. And he is at the destination where the arrows point, and he might also be a highly aggressive, desiccated corpse. No wonder the castle is full of spiderwebs and insect rot, yet there is not a single ant. They were all parasitized by the fungus. He Anzai suddenly realized a very grave situation, the infectivity of the fungus. Cheshiv does not allow anyone to leave the estate, and there is the Black Forest as a barrier, but the fungus has more hosts than just humans. Could animals carry the fungus into the outside world, or does the outside world have a way to cure the fungal infection? He Anzai shook his head. That is not something he should be concerned with right now. Above the stone castle within the Black Wood Fortress was an empty room the size of a basketball court. In the center of the room was a locked square passage. The 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter passage was covered by a stone slab secured with 12 large metal locks, giving a clear indication of its importance. He Anzai originally thought about having WD open the locks and letting it face the danger alone, but considering the preciousness of WD, it being a miniaturized artificial intelligence nuclear device, he reconsidered. If there were danger, he could shift back to the real world, but WD would be left behind in this world. He did not know what kind of danger that would entail or if there would be risks in trying to retrieve WD with his star-picking ability later. Therefore, he decided to go in person, ready to shift with WD at the first sign of danger. He arrived at the empty room atop the stone castle. He Anzai had WD open the 12 heavy metal locks and then lift the stone slab. It was not a slab but a block 100 centimeters thick. One has to admit, WD is amazing. Beneath the stone block was a 50-centimeter platform and a 100-centimeter entrance. He Anzai stretched his head over to look into the entrance as WD flew down to light the way. His pupils dilated instantly as he witnessed something truly horrific. Through the night vision of his tactical goggles, He Anzai saw something squirming in the darkness, a dense, swarming mass. As WD lit up the area, He Anzai saw them clearly, dried-up corpses looking up at him. Although their empty eye sockets lacked eyeballs, they were all staring directly at him in unison. Damn, before He Anzai could even finish his sentence, the mummified bodies swarmed into motion, climbing up the stairs. He Anzai turned and bolted, running for his life, completely forgetting to warp. WD flew through the sea of corpses and returned to He Anzai's side. Warp, warp, warp. His mind was too panicked to focus on initiating the warp. Think of those indescribable entities. Come on, 4 phases of nothingness. He Anzai tried to summon the memories of those entities to trigger the technique, but his mind was flooded with the image of the corpses pouring out like a volcanic eruption. I am dead, I am done for help. There was no escape. He had tried that many times before. He turned to fire back, but the confidence he once had in his 200 magazines vanished in the face of that mountain of corpses. Beep, distress signal detected. Would you like to switch modes to escape your current predicament? WD suddenly prompted. Switch, just switch. He Anzai did not care about the details anymore. WD's 4 subsatellites immediately fired in reverse, charging straight back into the surging sea of corpses. Switching to war mode. 2 more subsatellites deployed from within WD, emitting blades of pure light. The 2 light-bladed satellites spun at high speed. He Anzai only saw flashes of light, and the encroaching sea of corpses was sliced at the waist. Then beams of light danced through the air, sending severed limbs flying everywhere. Damn! Again, before he could finish, a series of massive explosions erupted within the swarm, followed by a pillar of fire. The shockwave threw the corpses and He Anzai himself into the air. WD switch modes come back. Home and early education smart flying robot, Nano WD. Home and early education. WD was far too powerful. The already decaying Blackwood Castle was shaking violently. If it collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides, that man had hidden the truth within himself. If WD destroyed it all, what was the point of risking his life? WD was the last resort. WD returned to He Anzai, and along with it came one of the mummified corpses. He Anzai aimed at the head and blew it apart. Then another corpse rushed forward, and He Anzai did the same, blasting its head off. Then one more corpse charged at him. Gradually, He Anzai noticed something. It was not that the corridor was too narrow to fit more than one corpse. There was some other reason that only one could emerge from that room at a time. This significantly lowered the pressure on him, and his 200 magazines gave him back his confidence, even though there were now fewer than 200 left. When a magazine ran empty, WD would hold the corpses back while he swapped it out, then he would resume firing. Having regained his composure, He Anzai blasted the head off the last corpse and returned to the real world with WD. Dropping his firearms, He Anzai transformed from a violent thug back into a mild-mannered scholar in a second. He Anzai took off his gear and went to the bathroom for a shower. The sound-absorbing Blackwood Castle, and the corpses that could only enter the corridor from that room one by one. Under the shower, He Anzai formed a new hypothesis. Something deep inside the castle could control the corpses using sound, and it had other means of control, but it could only influence one at a time. This explained why the one-legged corpse and the hairless primate took turns coming back to life. The key to this control was that specific nerve under the brain, acting like an antenna picking up signals. The hairless primate's nerve was compressed by a bullet, preventing it from receiving signals, so it controlled the one-legged corpse to bite off the primate's neck and dig the bullet out. He Anzai had seen the dismembered limbs crawling around in that room. This meant that once the corpses were under the control of that sound, they would not lose mobility by damaging that specific nerve. Every nerve in their bodies could receive sound and function independently. The corpses were weak to fire. He could use fire to wipe them all out. Only, this castle is made of wood. If lightning strikes, the consequences will be terrifying. Accompanying the lightning was the danger of fire. This sentence contained another warning: beware of fire. Ignoring the loss of vitality and organ failure caused by the fungal infection, the corridor connected to that room was actually a great place for shooting practice. I should go get a full physical tomorrow. The next morning, He Anzai jogged his way to the sanatorium. The sanatorium was a center for treating abnormal injuries, and recuperation here specifically referred to medical care involving high-dimensional conditions. He Anzai went to the sanatorium and requested a full checkup. On the surface, everything was calm, but beneath the waves, currents were already churning. First-year students about to start school were not qualified to come into contact with the high-dimensional, so they would not undergo such recuperation. But He Anzai was special. The academy's top brass knew of his abilities and had already singled him out for special care. The moment he stepped into the sanatorium, they had already initiated an emergency online meeting. According to Jushi Ting, He Anzai has attempted to warp and has succeeded. For some reason, he is unable to speak of what he experienced during the warp. His application for a full physical at the sanatorium suggests he encountered something unusual there. What are the results of the checkup? Synchronizing now, currently everything is normal. Is his behavior a bit too rash? So what, everything must take its natural course. Our life philosophies are worth nothing to him and pointing fingers will only harm him. With shitting that master of caution guiding him, he will at least live longer than others. Humanity does not need to see the essence of the universe, just being able to look up and see the stars is enough. Therefore, all humanity needs him to do is to keep living. Agreed. Seconded. Then are there any other opinions? Are you really sure about leaving him to his own devices? In 300 years, humanity's exploration of the high dimensional is still like blind men touching an elephant. His perspective, without exaggeration, is 3,000 or even 30,000 years ahead of us. What he sees and touches is beyond our imagination. We do not know what those existences are, and we do not know if some terrifying force might use his vision to descend into our world. The meeting room fell silent. After a long pause, a young voice spoke up. He has not lost himself in the past 3 years. We should trust him. I have lived for 300 years, experiencing 3 centuries of helplessness. That desperate sense of powerlessness made me unable to see a future, but he is a turning point for humanity. Since it is a turning point, it could be for better or for worse, said another. Dean, this concerns the survival of our race, so we cannot treat it like a game. The fourth dimension world is a cautionary tale. 150 years ago, the discovery of the dimensional gate made me believe that humanity had finally reached a turning point and would no longer have to explore passively. I never imagined that the fourth dimension world would be another beginning, but also a certain end. The fourth dimension world possesses technology far superior to ours, yet it still could not withstand the invasion from higher dimensions. The Shen Yuanglu is the crystallization of their blood and tears in resisting that invasion. The youthful voice let out a long sigh and continued. Maintaining the status quo, being content with the current situation, the fourth dimension world is exactly the cautionary tale we should heed. Humanity's exploration of the fourth dimension world is not even 1 in a billion. We have no idea what that world has actually gone through. The youthful voice sighed again and said, let us vote. Those who agree to keep He Anzai, raise your hands. 3 seconds later, a narrow 1-vote victory, meeting adjourned. At the sanitarium, He Anzai finished his comprehensive medical examination. Student He, you are in excellent health. The organs, nerves, and cell activity you specifically asked to be checked are all normal. Your physical constitution is even far superior to that of the 2nd or 3rd year students. Is that so? Thank you. He Anzai left the sanitarium with his medical report. After experiencing the loss of vitality and organ failure, his physical condition was now far superior to that of 2nd or 3rd year students. Could this be because of ascending to the 5th dimension? The torn pages left behind by that person and the comprehensive physical exam gave He Anzai an idea. He could not say it outright to others, but he could drop hints. He just would not speak directly and would let others find out for themselves. After leaving the sanitarium, He Anzai took breakfast to see Shi Ting. Before leaving, he left a USB drive on the table. It contained a trimmed version of the video log recorded by WD, with the information about the mysterious envelope and the castle removed, leaving only the part about the greenhouse. The video stopped right at the jump WD initiated after He Anzai first blew up his own nerve and the warning sounded. At noon, Shi Ting sent 2 messages. Greenhouse, Shen Yuanglu sequence 368. In known human information, a greenhouse refers to a special environment. Humans placed in such an environment will see varying degrees of physical improvement at the cost of accelerated life consumption. That is why it is called a greenhouse. Once they leave the greenhouse, the physical gains disappear and the accelerated life consumption stops, but the life that has already been consumed will not be returned. If leaving the greenhouse stops the accelerated loss of vitality, does that mean those fungi would die if they left a certain range? A certain range, the radius of effect, that thing deep in the stone castle controlling the dry corpses. He Anzai suddenly understood. The range of the greenhouse is the range in which the fungi can operate, or perhaps the range where that mysterious and eerie existence can exert control. The scholars were also curious about what lies at the end of life consumption in the greenhouse. Is it just a regular dry corpse or some other kind of monster? Your video log answered their questions. Do you want me to edit the content and submit it in exchange for high honors and contributions? However, I noticed your video log has been edited. Was it to hide certain information or just to remove meaningless content? If we want to trade it for honors and contributions, the Academy will definitely demand the complete video. Junior, what do you think? Would that be convenient for you? He Anzai was stunned for a moment, then felt deeply guilty. Sorry, Senior Shi Ting. He Anzai typed these 7 characters and 2 punctuation marks with great difficulty. Investment requires returns. If he could not provide any return, He Anzai had failed his investor. It is fine, I will destroy the USB drive now and guarantee that no third person will ever know about it. He Anzai was very grateful for this. Shi Ting did not coerce him or lobby him for the sake of honors or contributions, he simply respected his decision. This left He Anzai feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude. Based on this attitude from the client alone, it was worth it for the service provider to go all out. For Senior Shi Ting, he had to produce some results. But that castle involved him with a mysterious envelope before it and who knows what after it. It was difficult for him to come up with results he could turn in. It made him feel too embarrassed to ask Shi Ting for equipment. Senior Shi Ting, are you there? Could I get 200 more magazines? To figure out the truth quickly, He Anzai abandoned his daytime training and spent his days and nights slaughtering in the sea of corpses. WD, go into that stone castle and conduct a detailed survey. WD flew over the group of corpses and then immediately flew back. Warning, an unknown magnetic field has been detected in the stone castle which may disrupt WD's system operation. Do you wish to continue? No. If WD went in and did not come back, it would be a dud nuke, and that would be even more heartbreaking than just detonating it as a bomb. Since WD could not get in, he would just have to fight his way in little by little. He Anzai had a strong body but no close-quarters combat skills, which was a waste of his physical gifts. He asked Shi Ting to find him a coach for physical techniques to learn some close-quarters combat. That coach turned out to be Shi Ting himself. I will teach you Tai Chi and Baji Quan, both flexible and rigid, combining softness and strength. Shi Ting modified his Tai Chi and Baji Quan based on his own habits, making them quite different from the traditional forms. He urged He Anzai to do whatever felt most natural and comfortable for him. When practicing martial arts, you must learn flexibly and apply it vividly. Do not be fixated on the form. A punch only counts if it lands. If it misses, it is just an empty show. He Anzai went to the guard room every morning with breakfast to learn martial arts from Shi Ting. After only 2 days, He Anzai was already daring enough to use them in actual combat. At least he had WD watching his back, so no one was around to mock him. With unpolished moves and agile reflexes, He Anzai rarely had to call for help anymore. When tired of practicing martial arts, he would practice shooting. He Anzai could now guarantee hitting the subcerebral nerve of a dry corpse within 3 magazines. As he kept changing magazines, He Anzai's movements became increasingly proficient and fast. He no longer needed WD to cover for him to reload, and he could even utilize the footwork he learned from Shi Ting to dodge and reload while fighting the dry corpses at close range. More and more dry corpses with blown-out subcerebral nerves piled up, gradually blocking the corridor. But the room inside was still full of dry corpses. He Anzai went outside the castle. It was not only spacious there, but after eliminating 1 dry corpse, he also had time to rest before the next one arrived. WD cleared an open area, built high walls on the edges, and set up a simple incinerator. The accumulated dry corpses were thrown into the incinerator by WD and reduced to ashes. He Anzai originally wanted to dissect the dry corpses again to obtain more detailed data to exchange for honors and contributions. However, the stone castle he opened was like Pandora's box. Dry corpses poured out endlessly, leaving him no time for dissection. Warning, severe damage to the castle detected. A model of the castle appeared in He Anzai's tactical goggles, with the room at the entrance of the stone castle marked in red. The mummies are destroying the Blackwood Castle from the inside out. No wonder those hairless ape-like creatures have worn down their finger bones. They must have been trying to dig through the stone walls to set the mummies free. Looking closely at the mummies, their finger bones show varying degrees of wear. It seems they have not had a moment's rest inside that fortress. Blackwood can absorb sound. Whenever the mummies get close to it, their sound signals are absorbed, which is why the destruction is so slow. However, constant dripping wears away the stone. At this rate, Blackwood Castle will eventually be destroyed. He Anzai does not care if Blackwood Castle is destroyed. He is not from this world to begin with. Besides, there is a barrier of the Black Forest outside the manor, and the fungi have a limited range, so they cannot travel very far. If it were not for needing something hidden inside one of those mummies, He Anzai would have burned this ancient castle to the ground long ago. In the blink of an eye, the start of the school term approached, and He Anzai received some tragic news. Mei Xinyu had gone missing. On her way back to the academy, Mei Xinyu suddenly vanished while the bus she was riding was passing through a tunnel. Everyone else on the bus was perfectly fine, only she disappeared and there has been no word of her since. The academy staff reached out to He Anzai to inform him of the tragedy and asked him, as the class monitor, if he needed a replacement instructor. He Anzai refused without a second thought. Mei Xinyu is just missing, not dead. She worked so hard to graduate. She only left the academy for a trip because of his own suggestions, otherwise she would still be buried in her studies and would not have vanished like this. We still do not know what happened to Mei Xinyu. That tunnel is a vital economic artery and cannot be blocked off. The academy has already sent people to investigate and we will notify you immediately once there is any news. The old man who came to deliver the bad news to He Anzai was one of the vice deans of the East Campus, named Yuan Jiang. Vice Dean, Instructor Mei gave me her complete lesson plan before she left, and I have asked senior student Shi Ting about things I did not understand. I am confident that I can act as an interim instructor to teach the freshmen. If Instructor Mei has not returned by the time they reach their second year, it will not be too late to change instructors then, He Anzai said. Yuan Jiang nodded and smiled, saying, "You are more outstanding than most graduates, having successfully contained B, and C for the academy. The academy respects your choice. Besides, with Shi Ting's guidance, there is no one more experienced than him." Afterward, Yuan Jiang handed the files of the new potential class students to He Anzai. This year's potential class has 12 new students, plus He Anzai, Yi Suifeng, and Wang Lu, making a total of 15. He Anzai was slightly shocked, fewer than I expected. He Anzai scanned through the new students' files and was shocked to find an acquaintance among them. He stared wide-eyed, checking the file again and again in disbelief, and could not help but sigh that the world is both small and large at the same time. Zhao Gyuqiang. As the school term began, He Anzai continued to slaughter mummies in the fourth-dimensional world, but because he had to take over Mei Xinyu's duties as an instructor, he would have no more time to come here to seek the truth. On the first day of school, He Anzai arrived early to bring breakfast for Shi Ting and practice his martial arts. He asked Shi Ting to keep an eye on the students and notify Wang Lu to come and pick them up once all 12 new students had arrived. That day, the academy hung up banners welcoming the new students. A large number of seniors who were held back lined the way to welcome and guide them, all because it earned them credits. And among those held back, Shi Ting was the most prominent. Shi Ting sat calmly in the reception room, reading the paper and drinking tea. He stood up to add some handwritten words in front of the freshman registration sign at the academy gate, regular class. Regular class freshman registration. He also instructed the enthusiastic juniors nearby to send anyone looking for the potential class to the reception room. Before long, a new student arrived and knocked on the glass of the reception room. "Excuse me, sir, I heard that the potential class freshmen are supposed to register here." She was a tall, beautiful girl with long, straight black hair, arriving all by herself without any luggage. Wearing loose sportswear, she had the vibrant spirit of a student. Her features looked like they were modeled for a game, especially those bright and clear eyes that were untouched by the world and incredibly beautiful. Compared to her, Yi Suifeng's dead fish eyes seemed far too deep. Shi Ting put down his newspaper. The girl's face flushed and she looked startled as she quickly said, "Hello, senior." "No," Shi Ting interrupted, pulling out the list He Anzai had given him. "Just call me sir. What is your name?" My name is Yan Zheqian." Yan Zheqian? Shi Ting checked her name off. "Well, go inside and wait. Your instructor will not be able to make it for a while." More than just a while, they might never make it at all. Shi Ting did not have much emotional attachment to this junior he rarely interacted with, let alone Mei Xinyu just being missing. Even among the students who had already sacrificed their lives, he could name far more than 10 off the top of his head. It is a special profession, so sacrifices are inevitable. "Better them than me? The world outside is too dangerous. I will just stick to watching the gate," Shi Ting could not help but mutter to himself. "What?" Yan Zheqian asked. "Nothing," Shi Ting said with a smile as he shook his head, then grabbed a cup and poured a hot cup of tea for Yan Zheqian. "Thank you, sir," Yan Zheqian asked hesitantly. Shi Ting laughed. Good girl, I will look after you from now on. Hearing this, Yan Zheqian gave a dry laugh. By noon, all 12 students of the potential class had registered, and Shi Ting's tiny reception room was almost full. Shi Ting called Wang Lu, who was training, and asked him to come to the reception room to pick everyone up. The class is all here, come get them. Still as concise as ever. A while later, Wang Lu arrived driving a bus that He Anzai had asked Shi Ting to borrow so Wang Lu could pick up the new students. They did not have an instructor and the class monitor was too busy to come, so they decided to give the new students some special treatment. Wang Lu pushed open the door to the reception room and suddenly someone shouted, "Hello, Instructor Mei." Then all the students stood up and greeted Wang Lu. "Hello, Instructor Mei." Wang Lu was startled at first, then stunned for a moment before giving an awkward smile. "Hello, fellow students. My name is Wang Lu and I am a student in your class as well. You can call me Uncle Wang." The students gave awkward laughs and were all left in a state of confusion. "Hi." At this point, Shi Ting explained, "Old Wang is a new student in your same year, just one who registered a month earlier than you." The new students all understood with an O. "Fellow students, it is getting late. I will take everyone to the cafeteria for lunch first and then we will assign dormitories. This is for you, senior." Wang Lu handed the lunch He Anzai had asked him to bring to Shi Ting. "Oh, Old Wang, you're thoughtful." The students said goodbye to Shi Ting and boarded the bus. On the bus, the new students were introducing themselves to Wang Lu, who was trying his best to memorize everyone's names. The ones who left the deepest impression were a pair of fraternal twins. They looked identical. The girl, beautiful with shoulder-length hair, was the younger sister named Zhu Jingjing, while the boy, handsome with delicate features, was the older brother named Zhu Bujian, who wore his hair down to his waist. He Anzai had only asked Wang Lu to take the freshmen to the cafeteria for a meal, but Wang Lu paid out of his own pocket to treat them to a seafood feast, featuring live bluefin tuna caught that very morning and filleted on the spot, along with all-you-can-eat lobster and king crab. Unfortunately, a student named Qin Kishu was allergic to seafood and could not enjoy the meal. Wang Lu felt terrible for making arrangements without checking everyone's dietary needs first, so he prepared a separate special meal just for her. Qin Kishu felt quite embarrassed, thinking she was causing trouble and making Wang Lu spend extra money. During the meal, Wang Lu tried to learn as much as he could about the new students. It was his way of being socially smooth. It was precisely during this process that he discovered the 13th person. Because Yi Suifeng's dead fish eyes radiated such an eerie aura, Wang Lu spotted the extra person at a glance. Yes, Yi Suifeng had come to mooch a meal too. He had actually been there ever since they boarded the bus to pick up the freshmen. Wang Lu invited the new students to eat, and since Yi Suifeng ate too, a causal connection was formed between them, allowing Wang Lu to finally see the roommate he had been living under the same roof with for a month. Although a roommate relationship also counts as a causal link, Wang Lu had been unaware of Yi Suifeng's existence, so the connection remained vague, and Wang Lu had not noticed any logical gaps in his daily life to trigger awareness of him. But things would be different from now on. "Who are you?" Wang Lu asked first. "Hello, Uncle Wang, my name is Yi Suifeng. I'm your roommate living upstairs and I arrived several months before He Anzai. Because of my ability you could not see me, but since you invited me to dinner we have formed a causal link, which is why you can see me now." Yi Suifeng held a king crab leg in his hand while another was clamped in his teeth. Perhaps due to his unique way of breathing, he could still speak clearly despite having something in his mouth. "I asked He Anzai to keep my secret, and now I ask you, Uncle Wang, to do the same. Please do not tell anyone else about my existence." After saying that, Yi Suifeng bit down on the crab leg in his hand, then grabbed 2 lobsters and a king crab before leaving the restaurant. Given Wang Lu's status, he did not care whether what Yi Suifeng said was true or false. Whoever was here was a student or a colleague, and even if they were complete strangers, it was just a meal. Wang Lu could certainly afford it. The 2 lobsters and the king crab Yi Suifeng took with him when he left were lunch for He Anzai. He Anzai had been staying indoors these days, only heading out morning and evening to deliver food to Shi Ting. In the 4th-dimensional world, inside a mysterious ancient castle. In just a few days, He Anzai's close-quarters combat skills had reached their peak. With a genius is talent, the enhancement from reaching the 5th dimension and relentless high-intensity combat training day and night, his progress was rapid, surpassing most so-called martial arts masters in the real world. Perhaps his martial arts attainments had entered a new realm, or maybe he had simply become accustomed to the habits of the mummies. The once lightning-fast creatures now seemed to move in slow motion in his eyes, allowing him to clearly see their movement trajectories and react accordingly. This reaction time was enough for him to execute the appropriate martial arts techniques. As a mummy lunged at him, He Anzai drew back his step, neutralized the force, and pushed his palm out. This was a move adapted by Shiting, combining Tai Kai's cloud hands and single whip with Baji's stamp and double palm strike. By pushing against the chin and striking the ears with an elbow whip, he named it the Overlord Break. He Anzai slammed a palm into the mummy's jaw, then executed a high-speed stomp, transitioning the palm strike into an elbow thrust. The move was so fast that the air popped, the mummy's head was knocked completely sideways. Nowadays, He Anzai could handle two opponents in close combat. If they came one by one, it just depended on when his stamina would run out. And this was against mummies that felt no pain and knew no fear. If it were normal people, he felt he could take on 20. Finally, the mummies were cleared out. WD counted 589 of them, but they still had not found the one hiding something in its belly. The mummies were not all gone, they had stopped coming out for some reason. He Anzai stood in a room atop the stone castle and looked down at the entrance. Even though WD had counted them all, he could still see a sea of mummies below, all looking up. Why are not they coming out anymore? He Anzai muttered to himself. WD analyzed, beep, two possibilities identified. 1. The entity controlling the mummies realizes it is futile. 2. The number of mummies is finite and the rest are there to protect the mysterious entity. Hearing this, He Anzai could not help but praise, "Not bad, your learning ability is so strong." WD continued, according to the programming, through continuous learning, WD can acquire something called humanity. Humanity, that is advanced. He Anzai was shocked, but he had no time to stay surprised. Do you think I should go down? WD does not recommend you go down. Everything below is unknown, full of danger and uncertainty. There is an unknown magnetic field below that WD cannot enter and therefore cannot protect your safety. But the truth I am desperate to know is down there. Still not recommended, WD's mechanical voice replied. Fine, fine, then tell me, if I throw a grenade down, could it blow up the stone fortress or collapse the Blackwood Castle? No grenade explosion data currently available, unable to calculate. He Anzai found a nearby window, kicked off the wooden board sealing it, and threw a grenade out. Boom! The grenade exploded. WD collected the explosion data and began calculations. Calculations complete. If you throw one grenade into the stone fortress, the probability of it collapsing is 0. The probability of the Blackwood Castle collapsing is 0.21% and the probability of damage is 100%. Just damage, as long as it does not collapse, that is fine. He Anzai turned away nonchalantly, returned to the room at the entrance of the stone fortress, and tossed a grenade into the opening. Boom! The grenade exploded, turning the mummies inside into scattered limbs and debris. He Anzai leaped down and started shooting at the still-twitching mummies and broken limbs. It was a small room, much like the narrow emergency exit in that building leading to the rooftop. He Anzai looked out into the corridor and saw the group of mummies slowly dodging and hiding. Seeing this, his heart sank with shock. Compared to beasts that charge fearlessly and lunge with ferocity, entities that are timid and evasive are truly terrifying. Are they afraid? Obviously not. They have no pain, no fear, not even consciousness. It was the presence behind them waiting for an opportunity. The ancient castle, sealed with stone and devoid of any light or airflow, felt even more suffocating than the Blackwood fortress on the outer layer. He Anzai's mood slipped back into the same anxiety and tension he felt when he first arrived in this world. It was a different kind of fear from seeing the fountain of mummified corpses. It was the fear of the unknown. He Anzai summoned his courage, raised his gun, and advanced into the corridor. At this moment, WD asked, "An unknown magnetic field exists beneath the stone fortress. Shall WD continue to follow?" No. WD issued a warning. The unknown magnetic field cannot be detected. Your tactical goggles may be subject to interference, including the night vision function. He Anzai, having just stepped forward, immediately retreated, cursing under his breath. WD not being able to follow was something he could endure, but how could it also interfere with the night vision of his tactical goggles? Would not that be like gouging out his own eyes? Was he supposed to go in holding a flashlight? In the darkness where no light shines, heaven knows what might be lurking there. Without the slightest hesitation, He Anzai gave up on venturing deeper into the stone fortress. He cared more about his own life than the truth. He Anzai stared blankly at the corridor in front of him. Even with the night vision of his tactical goggles, he could not see very far into the depths. It radiated an unparalleled temptation, luring He Anzai to go forward. Fortunately, He Anzai resisted. All his hard work day and night over these past few days had still failed to uncover the truth before the start of school. WD, you stay up here, scan and detect all the mummies that come out, and detain them immediately if anything unusual is found. He Anzai left WD in the fourth-dimensional world. These days, he often wondered if that person and the thing inside their stomach had been blown to bits when WD activated its combat mode. Or perhaps that person was not among the mummies at all. No, that person left a directional arrow. He must be among them. In the real world, after Wang Lu finished treating the students to a meal, he led them to their assigned dormitories. Among the 12 freshmen, there were 4 boys and 8 girls. Adding He Anzai and his 2 companions, the gender ratio in the class was relatively balanced. One boy was assigned to He Anzai's dormitory. His name was Chu Tianjiao, and he truly lived up to his name. As a prodigy, his initial ability rating was S-class. Once he completed his enrollment evaluation, he might become the next true S-class after Shi Ting. The other 3 boys were assigned to a villa dormitory next door. A boy named Liu Beiyi was assigned upstairs. Having seen his initial ability assessment, He Anzai felt he would not need to put in any effort to get upstairs. The remaining 2 lived downstairs. The 8 girls were assigned to an 8-person quadrangle courtyard in the female dormitory area. The courtyard featured pine and bamboo nurseries, rockeries, ponds, and pavilions. It was essentially a small garden. Compared to this, the boys' villa felt inferior. Wow. Walking into the quadrangle courtyard, the girls let out a collective gasp of amazement. They did not even care about their luggage left at the entrance, scrambling to pour into this garden that would be theirs alone for the next 4 years. This is so beautiful, but why is there such a big difference from the boys' dorms? Do girls get special treatment? They might all have had that question in their minds, but only one asked it. Her name was Wang Gukeyu, a girl with quite a story. Her father's surname was Wang and her mother's was Hu. Her parents divorced when she was very young and formed new families, and this name was chosen when they divorced. Her father called her Hu Keiyu while her mother called her Wang Keiyu. The intention was clear. Only some sympathetic relatives and neighbors just called her Keiyu. It was a strange name. Her classmates could not help but ask a few more questions, but when they heard her explanation, everyone tactfully shut up and did not pry further. Wang Gukeiyu's temperament was somewhat similar to Yi Suifeng's. Although she was not as gloomy or decadent as Yi Suifeng and her eyes were not as lifeless compared to the other 7 girls, she lacked the vitality and spirit of her peers, giving off a very sullen impression. Only at this moment did her eyes light up, unable to hold back an exclamation. The basic dorms provided for new students are the duplex villas you saw on the boys' side. If you want a better environment, you have to apply to the academy using your contribution points. This quadrangle courtyard was applied for by the class monitor using his own points for the girls in our class. Hearing this, the girls' eyes turned into stars and they were quite admiring of this monitor they had yet to meet, except for one girl named Feng Zai. Like He Anzai, Feng Zai had been a top student since childhood. Throughout the years, she had always stood at the forefront, leaving her peers far behind. People like them had their own inherent pride. Even after arriving here, Feng Zai still wanted to vie for the position of class monitor. Especially when she learned that enrollment eligibility had nothing to do with academic performance, she felt that with her past records, being the class monitor here was a sure thing. However, before she even had the chance to compete, the position was already filled, which naturally made her feel very dissatisfied and unconvinced. Some wanted to ask about this mysterious class monitor, but Wang Lu did not have much time to satisfy the curiosity of the new students. He had training in the afternoon, so he just told the curious girls that the class monitor was a sunny and energetic, handsome young man. With that, Wang Lu took out 8 keys. You handle the distribution yourselves. I will come to pick you up at 5 tomorrow morning to gather at the playground." Having said this, he left. He Anzai had considered that new students might not be used to things at first and would have sore legs after a day of training, so he had paid out of his own pocket to apply for this antique-style quadrangle for the girls. Returning from the fourth-dimensional world, He Anzai first went to the infirmary to apply for a full physical examination. Although he had spent days and nights in the castle without WD issuing any more warnings about accelerated loss of life force or organ failure, he constantly reminded himself that he was being eroded by fungi every single second. However, the results of the physical examination were beyond his expectations. His body's vital signs were, if anything, better than the last time, with no issues detected at all. This made He Anzai lose confidence. This was not at all in line with the data he currently possessed. Could it be that it was all wrong? Or perhaps, He Anzai felt fear. The fear was not about the discrepancy between the reality and the data, but about that letter from across time and space. "Find me, cut open my stomach, and you will find the answers you are looking for." If He Anzai wanted the answer, he had to find him. As he delved deeper, more mysteries appeared, and his craving for that answer grew stronger. It was a vicious cycle, trapping him deep within. This feeling was an unspeakable terror. It was like a frog being boiled in lukewarm water. By the time he realized the fear, he had already been consumed by it. "I thought you were a good person," He Anzai muttered to himself. "I had planned to give you a grand funeral once I found you, but I have changed my mind. When I find you, I will grind your bones to dust." After settling into their dorms, the new students had nothing better to do, so they decided to explore the campus together, spending a bright and sunny afternoon in high spirits. There were only 12 freshmen in total, so they got to know each other quickly and immediately started a group chat exclusive to the 12 of them. He Anzai did not get a moment to rest until nightfall. Checking his phone, he saw messages from his parents asking why he had not come home yet, even though it was September 1st, and whether he had been admitted. He Anzai replied that he had been admitted. Meanwhile, in their high school group chat, everyone had been showing off their new universities since morning. As if seeking some sort of ritual, they were all posting photos of themselves in front of their college gates. With very few exceptions, not everyone had managed to get into university as they had hoped. Someone tagged He Anzai, asking if he had arrived at Kingbei University and why he had not posted a photo yet. A wave of scoffing and teasing followed, but He Anzai did not reply immediately. The academy had an all-purpose student assistance platform where you could post requests, and enthusiastic seniors would help you out. He Anzai posted his request. He needed a selfie of himself at the gate of Kingbei University. No sooner had he posted it than a senior contacted him, asked for a selfie, and half an hour later sent him a perfectly photoshopped image. He Anzai examined the photo closely. There was not a single trace of editing. He immediately gave the senior a 5-star review. He had not gotten this photo to clap back at the people in his high school group chat. He had no interest in bickering with them. He got it to send to his parents, just to put their minds at ease. However, in the high school group chat, there was a photo with the exact same composition and lighting as his. It was clearly the work of the same senior. He Anzai felt lucky he had not posted his yet, or he would have been caught red-handed. Shocked, the whole class was in shock. "Hell, what is going on? How did you get into Kingbei? Were not you planning to study abroad?" The high school group chat was buzzing with speculation. He Anzai also created a group chat and added his classmate, Zio Gyukyang, into it. Just then his mother called. "Hello, Mom," He Anzai answered the phone. On the other end, his mother was choking back tears. "Son, your studies, your grades, they do not matter. Focus on your treatment first. If you can study, go ahead, and if you cannot, then do not. If the school expels you, just come home." "Mom, it is the first day of school. Why are you saying such depressing things? Cannot you be a bit more optimistic?" His mother laughed through her tears. "You silly boy, I am just afraid you are under too much pressure and it will delay your recovery." Recovery? His family thought he spent his days lying in bed with a nurse by his side. In reality, he spent them in another world slaughtering mummies where severed limbs were a common sight and heads and arms were twisted off at will. No terrorist or international fugitive was as savage as he was now. Is money enough? If not, tell mom. I found a new job at a factory back home, the kind that supplies products for live streamers. I pack the parcels, 20 cents per package. That is too tiring, you should go back upstairs and rest. I am idle anyway, so I might as well do something. It is not tiring, it is piecework, so the more I do, the more I earn. If I am tired, I earn a little less. 3 packages pay for a steamed bun, so I can at least earn my keep. Your dad is away all year and now you are gone too. At least I have people to chat with there. Your mom here is already looking forward to her night shift after dinner. He Anzai lay back on the sofa, covering his eyes with his forearm. Everything I need here is provided for free and I get a salary too. Life is not just about food and shelter. There are social obligations, classmates' birthdays, dinners with friends, or taking a young lady out. You cannot let her pay, right? I only have one son. Whatever your father and I earn will be yours sooner or later. By the way, since you are not coming back, I am thinking of renting out the place upstairs. I will just stay back home from now on. Let us not do that. It is not like I have immigrated. I am still coming home during the holidays. The two of them talked for a long time, only hanging up when his mother grew drowsy. He Anzai lay on the sofa, feeling heavy-hearted. Home was not all about happiness. The family relations back home were complicated. His aunts and uncles were often passive-aggressive and had sharp tongues. His uncles were either in politics or business, while his own family worked for others. They did not look down on them because of that. After all, they shared the same ancestors and blood was thicker than water. But the aunts were different. They were not exactly arrogant, but there was a certain coldness, a deliberate distance because their social circles were different. He remembered one incident vividly. When a distant cousin was getting married, the aunts were deciding on the wedding gift money. It was agreed to be 100 yuan, but they changed it to 200 without telling his mother. As a result, she was the only one who only gave 100. That 100 yuan difference made the whole situation incredibly awkward. They either pretended they forgot to inform her, or said the amount did not matter, or whispered, "Given your family situation, 100 is enough." Afterward, his mother cried bitterly and said many hurtful things, one of which He Anzai still remembered clearly. "They just wanted to embarrass our family. You never really know what is going on in someone else's heart." Back then, his mother suffered the most grievances, and now, with both of his father and son away, only his mother, who did not even share the family name, was left to face them back home. His mother did not own furs or gold, nor was she as refined as those aunts. He Anzai was her only claim to pride, the one thing they could not surpass no matter how much money or power they had. That is why she pushed him so hard in his studies, and he never disappointed her. He understood that only by being the best could he hold his head high and earn respect. So when he got sick, it was a massive blow to their family. His parents were devastated by his illness, while he was devastated by no longer being the best. From then on, his mother's mindset shifted. Perhaps it was just age, but she stopped caring what others thought or said. As long as they were well and the family was healthy, she stopped envying those who wore gold and silver. He Anzai took a moment to steady his emotions, his phone buzzing incessantly all the while. He checked his phone to find that the group chat he had just created was already filled up by Xiao Guoqiang, though it was entirely with high school classmates. He Anzai was speechless. Many people were tagging him or messaging him privately, asking what he was up to. He ignored them, finding it too much of a hassle to kick them out one by one. He simply disbanded the group chat. At 5 in the morning, He Anzai was already waiting on the sports field. Wang Lu drove 4 male students and picked up 8 female students from their dormitory before heading to the field together. This was a special arrangement for the first day of class, so that one person being late would not make everyone else wait. The bus did not drive onto the field. The students got off on their own and lined up by height in front of He Anzai. Because in the vast sports field, He Anzai was the only one there. "Good morning, Instructor May." Last time, no one knew who they were shouting to, but this time, everyone knew. His name is Yu Li, a tall man with a buzz cut and muscular arms. He looked very strong. "Good morning, Instructor May." The other 10 shouted in unison, except for Xiao Guoqiang. Xiao Guoqiang was stunned when she saw He Anzai, even wondering if she had recognized the wrong person, but they looked too much alike. Before Xiao Guoqiang could stop the storm raging in her mind, He Anzai spoke up. "Hello students, my name is He Anzai. I am your monitor and acting instructor." He Anzai's words shattered the storm in Xiao Guoqiang's mind. In that moment her world went dead silent. It really is him, it is over, it is all over, I am dead, I am dead. As for the other students, they cast resentful looks at Yu Li, as if to say, look at you showing off. The boys were fine, but the girls were devastated. This man in front of them was the mysterious monitor they had been discussing all night, and it was not just a slight gap from their conclusions, it was poles apart. It was not that their imaginations were too vivid. It was that Wang Lu had stated beforehand that the monitor was a sunny, energetic, handsome young man. Wang Lu's impression of He Anzai was indeed that, but that was in the past. The current He Anzai had an aura as gloomy as Yi Suifeng, if not more so, and his hostility was even more intense. Just by standing there he commanded respect without saying a word, causing some girls who were prepared to thank the monitor in person to shrink back, afraid to speak. Let us start the roll call. He Anzai opened the register. Zhuge Bujian. Here, Liu Bei. Here, Zhu Tianzhou. Here, Yu Lei. Here, Zhu Jingjing. Here, Yan Zheqian. Here, Dai Yuheng. Here, Jin Qishu. Here, Feng Zai. Here, Gong Chizhou. Here, Wang Gukeiyu. Here, the last one, Xiao Wenjun. He Anzai read a name that was not in the register. Xiao Wenjun did not respond for a long time. Everyone turned to look at her and she finally realized. Here present, I am Xiao Wenjun. Xiao Wenjun was never her real name, her name is Xiao Guoqiang. This was her biggest secret, and both her household registration and ID card stated Xiao Guoqiang. It was a name her father gave her and she hated him for it, but he refused to let her change it, fearing that if she went abroad one day, she would forget her roots, no matter how many times she promised otherwise. He Anzai closed the register. Wang Lu, Uncle Wang, I assume you all know him, and I am sure you have all become familiar with each other, so I will not do self-introductions, nor do you need to introduce yourselves to me. I will have time to get to know you all in depth later. Report. Just as He Anzai finished speaking, a female student raised her hand to report. It was Feng Zai. She stepped forward from the crowd. The student Feng Zai, have a question, He Anzai asked gently. May I ask where our instructor Mei Xinyu is? A heavy topic, it had been several days and there was still no news of Mei Xinyu. I have some very bad news for everyone. He Anzai took a deep breath. The profession we are entering is special. I believe you all understood that before enrollment. Instructor Mei encountered an accident recently and her fate is unknown, so until Instructor Mei returns I will serve as the acting instructor. You are a new student just like us, only arriving a few months earlier than us. Can you teach us well? Feng Zai was extremely aggressive. Some of the softer-natured students were already starting to get scared, and even the muscular hunk Yu Li subconsciously shrank his neck. They had not even started class after the roll call, yet she was already standing out to challenge the monitor and acting instructor. He Anzai had a good temper. Although his hostility had been heavy lately, he would not vent it on his classmates. Student Feng Zai must have been a top student before coming here. He Anzai smiled playfully. As a former top student himself, he understood Feng Zai. Feng Zai held her head high, neither humble nor pushy, and said proudly, I was the top liberal arts student in Heijin province this year. Once these words were out, everyone was shocked. Even He Anzai could not help but gasp. He thought, can I beat that? I have not tried, so I do not know, but as for this year's entrance exam scores, I definitely cannot beat it. How could his 0-point exam score compete with the provincial top student's score? He Anzai gave the top student the respect she deserved, but he also had his own pride and refused to lose. If it had not been for the inconveniences caused by Ascension, he might not have failed to win the title of top student himself this year. He Anzai said softly, perhaps. Instructor Mei will return tomorrow. The curriculum for the first year is very simple, mainly physical training. If you want to excel, go ahead as long as you do not kill yourself, push until you drop. Also, the assessment standards for the potential class and the regular class are the same. You can sit in on others' classes, the academy does not have many rules. As long as you want to learn, stealing knowledge is encouraged. Feng Zai was speechless, suffered a setback, and obediently retreated back into the ranks. Does anyone else have questions? He Anzai asked in a low voice. Report, another girl stood out. It was Xiao Wenjun. When did monitor he report to the school? 3 months ago, June 11th. He Anzai looked at Xiao Wenjun, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Another moment of silence. Xiao Wenjun also obediently retreated back into the ranks. Previously, she had some complaints about He Anzai because he did not reply to messages and was hard to invite. No matter how good-natured a person is, when they get no response and keep trying to warm a cold shoulder, they will not have a good impression. Now it seems that she was just too immature. One was thinking about the nation, the other was thinking about personal trivialities. The more Xiao Wenjun thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. Then the class group chat last night. The first class for new students is the rating of abilities awakened after ascension. Ability rating is linked to base salary and benefits. The base salary is 10,000 per month for C rank, 20,000 for B rank, 40,000 for A rank, and 100,000 for S rank. Hearing the base salary for S rank, everyone showed a flash of envy, but that was all. When they received their admission letters, they already had an initial assessment, so they had a rough idea of the range of their ability ratings. Except for Chu Tianjiao, his initial assessment was S rank, so being rated as S was already a certainty. He Anzai explained the rating rules to the students again, telling them not to pay too much attention to their ratings. In our potential class, the initial assessment is all above A, but it is normal to have an actual rating of B, so do not feel like it matters. A low rating does not mean your ability is not good, it just means that in the current situation, the utility of the ability is slightly weaker. He Anzai led the group of students to undergo their ability assessment. They went in one by one according to the roll call, and those who had not been called yet were arranged to wait in another room. The first to be assessed were Zhuge Bujian and Zhuge Jingjing. Their abilities were a bit special and required both of them to perform together. They awakened the twin swap ability. As the name suggests, they can swap their positions in space with each other. According to them, they can swap regardless of how far apart they are. The ability is not activated by just one person's whim. When one person wants to swap, the other can feel it. Using their own analogy, it is like the nose tickle you get before sneezing, and the other person can choose to stop the sneeze by rubbing their nose. In short, that is how it works. You can refuse if you do not want a swap. Both parties must agree for the swap to happen. This position swapping ability is currently a bit useless as it only swaps their bodies. They cannot bring any items with them, not even their clothes. At this moment, academician Luo Yuiding asked a classic question, so, does that mean you two often wear the same pair of underwear? The air froze instantly, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward, and Zhuge Bujian and Zhuge Jingjing blushed, not knowing how to answer. They indeed share the same pair of underwear, and there are many other inconveniences as well. Because of this, when they need to swap, they coordinate in advance to wear neutral, oversized, elastic clothing, and they have to wear briefs and sports bras instead of lingerie. They are fraternal twins who grew up together, and because of their unique situation, they never thought much of it, let alone felt disgusted by it. But now that it was brought out into the open, it felt extremely awkward. The two did not answer, and everyone present knew the truth. In the end, they were given a B rating. Current conditions do not allow for cross-dimensional testing. If their swap could work across dimensions, it would easily be an A-rank ability, even if they could not carry anything. Next, Liu Bei. Liu Bei's ability is 10-second levitation. It includes both hovering and acceleration. The hovering time is 10 seconds, during which the base speed is 1 meter per second, while the burst acceleration distance is 10 meters. The hovering time is inversely proportional to the acceleration distance. The faster the speed, the shorter the remaining hovering time. He operates within a range of a 10-meter radius and 10 seconds. He can dash forward 10 meters in 1 second, hover in midair for 10 seconds, or move forward at a constant speed of 1 meter per second for 10 meters. His ability has a cooldown. The base cooldown is twice the duration of the levitation time. Hover for 1 second and there is a 2-second cooldown. Hover for 10 seconds and there is a 20-second cooldown. Acceleration cooldowns are calculated separately based on speed. The faster the speed, the longer the cooldown. The cooldown for a 1-second 10-meter dash is about 100 seconds. Every 0.1 second reduction thereafter doubles the cooldown time. To be rigorous, it requires repeated testing. After testing, the limit of his body's ability to withstand instant acceleration is 10 meters in 0.7 seconds, with a cooldown time of 13 minutes and 20 seconds. After all, he has a flesh and blood body and it is an instant speed boost. Even though it is not faster than a bullet, it is faster than pulling a trigger. Liu Bei's acceleration does not stop instantly, it has inertia. The faster the speed, the greater the inertia, making it harder to control. Also, this acceleration is not just horizontal. The essence of his ability is levitation, so it is primarily vertical. 10 meters horizontally is just 10 steps, but vertically it is a jump 4 stories high. For this ability, in terms of practical application, there is no difference between 1 second for 10 meters and 0.7 seconds for 10 meters. It is mostly used for hovering and short-distance speed bursts. As long as he can master short-distance explosive speed and maintain a short cooldown, he will be very agile. With that, Liu Bei received an A rating. Zhu Tianjiao S rank, conceptual ability awakened. He possesses the ability of absolute stillness. When he stands still and puts his hands together, everything within a 5-meter radius around him, except for basic biological functions like breathing and heartbeats, will come to a complete stop. This includes sound and light. The lights in the facility were turned off, yet the 5-meter area around Zhu Tianjiao remained lit. Luo Yueding was incredibly amazed, even stuttering in disbelief. When Zhu Tianjiao activates absolute stillness, it is like turning on an absolute defense. Any attack entering his 5-meter radius stops instantly. It does not lose energy but rather gets paused or delayed. Once he deactivates it, everything resumes. If he cannot dodge in time, he will still be hit. Regardless of the drawbacks or whether it is useless in some situations, a conceptual ability is still a conceptual ability. Rating S. The big muscular guy Yu Li, his ability is beast morphing. Just as Liu Yu's object manipulation covers things like fire and water control, Yu Li's beast morphing is not limited to a single animal, it is all animals. That is what he claimed. Upon testing, his morphing is limited to chordates and only existing ones. He cannot morph into imaginary or extinct animals. He cannot perform a full body morph, only partial transformations, and he can only morph into one type of animal at a time. When he grows a wolf's head, he cannot grow fish gills. When he grows a fish tail, he cannot grow feathered wings. Luo Yueding asked Yu Li to show what he could do, and it felt like everyone was watching a circus act. When Luo Yueding questioned him, he did not know anything about his own ability. After discussion, they only gave Yu Li a B rating. Yu Li's morphing only replicates the appearance, he has not mastered the essence or the core traits. When he grows cat ears, he just uses them to act cute. Animals possess sensory abilities that humans do not: sharp smell, hearing, agility, or the ability to see things humans cannot. Yu Li's basic ability needs further development. Once he stops limiting himself to just growing cat ears and puppy paws to act cute, we can reassess and upgrade his rating. Next, Yan Zheqian. Yan Zheqian's ability is a personal storage space. Just like in novels, she can store any non-living item she touches into a mysterious space. And He Anzai saw that space. It was an irregularly shaped space surrounding Yan Zheqian, containing many things she had stored inside. He Anzai quietly tried to use his star-picking ability to take an item Yan Zheqian had stored, and he actually succeeded. He Anzai took out the phone Yan Zheqian had stored. He was not trying to pry into her privacy but simply wanted to see if the space had any signal connection. Yan Zheqian's phone was secretly taken out by He Anzai. After He Anzai pressed the power button, the signal icon on the top right of the screen showed it was connecting. Just as He Anzai intended to put the phone back, the signal connected and a message popped up. "You little brat, where did you hide the gold bracelet? Do not think that you." The sender's nickname is Life is Joy. You have to click on it to see the content that follows. After a brief moment of curiosity, He Anzai placed the phone back into Yan Zheqian's storage space, acting as if nothing had happened. The fact that he could retrieve items from it meant that Yan Zheqian's personal space was a parallel dimensional space. Yan Zheqian claimed the space was about 10 cubic meters, and she could store or retrieve items at will. This ability was already impressive, but it could potentially be even more so. That is, whether she could store high-dimensional occult entities and act as a container to contain high-dimensional intruders. Although those things possess biological characteristics or even intelligence, they cannot be defined as living creatures. If Yan Zheqian's personal space could contain high-dimensional occult entities, then her importance would be no less than He Anzai's, and she might even receive special S-rank treatment. Considering the danger and uncertainty of those contained objects, and the potential damage they might cause to Yan Zheqian and her space, Luo Yueding asked for Yan Zheqian's opinion, explaining the risks of future tests as well as the generous rewards for successful containment. Yan Zheqian refused further testing, yet she still received an A rating. Dai Yuheng calls her ability Ant Plane. When He Anzai first saw the initial assessment of Dai Yuheng's ability in the documents, he was slightly surprised. It was the same name he had given to his own ability. The two abilities have similar effects, but the difference is that He Anzai is an ant of a higher dimension. The name Dai Yuheng chose for herself is very fitting. Her ability is to change the direction of her own gravity, allowing her to go anywhere the surface extends, provided that a part of her body remains in contact with the extended surface. In other words, it does not work through shoes or clothing. For example, on a wall, if she walks on a wall, her bare feet cannot leave the surface, meaning she cannot run or jump. The limitations are significant. She is truly like an ant. Once contact with the surface is broken, the direction of gravity reverts. Dai Yuheng's change of gravity only affects herself, including her hair, but not her clothes. Her hair will hang in the direction of the altered gravity, while her clothes will hang in the direction of normal gravity. Dai Yuheng's ability was rated A, which surprised He Anzai. Despite its severe limitations, receiving an A rating can only mean that the Academy is in urgent need of her ability. Next up is Qin Qishu, whose ability is understanding beast language. It is not about communicating with animals, but only being able to understand what they are saying. To be precise, it is receiving and interpreting the behavior and information of animals. A dog wagging its tail or tucking it expresses different emotional information, and the message behind that behavior is translated into simple language for Qin Qishu to understand. Animals have their own ways of communicating and unique methods of exchanging information, all of which can be translated into simple language for Qin Qishu. The rating given was B. Next is Fengzai, whose ability works in much the same way as Qin Qishu's. She is quite arrogant and named her ability God's Eye View. She does not possess a true God's Eye View, but rather receives environmental information, constructs a 3D model in her mind and observes it, similar to a deity's perspective. It is an ultimate ability for information processing and discrimination. She is a human computer through and through. The range for receiving information is about 100 meters in a radius around her. The closer the distance, the clearer the feedback image. Conversely, the farther away, the more blurred the image becomes. I can receive a lot of information, but I can only process and reflect upon what I can cognitively understand. As long as it is within my range of cognition, I can see many things through the information I receive. For instance, there are actually 5 people here. That person has been following our group of new students since yesterday noon, but it seems nobody else can see him. As she said this, Fengzai turned her head to look at Yi Suifeng, who was standing beside He Anzai. Luo Yueding was in charge of the student evaluations and managed the entire venue. Since Yi Suifeng had entered it, he had created a causal link with her, so she was aware of his presence. However, the national scholars assisting with the evaluation were unaware, and they were utterly shocked. He Anzai looked at Fengzai's gaze and clapped in praise, saying, Uncle Wang lived under the same roof with him for a month without noticing him, yet student Fengzai saw him the moment she arrived. Let me introduce you, this is Yi Suifeng from our class. Fengzai ignored them and turned her head back to face Luo Yueding. He Anzai and Yi Suifeng exchanged a glance and a smile, saying nothing. Fengzai continued, but as for higher dimensions, information I cannot understand can be received but not processed. They act like a black hole, appearing in the model I built in my mind and devouring the known information. Fengzai's ability is very powerful if it were in a normal society. What humanity currently faces and what she will face in the future is exactly what she cannot cognitively understand. Once she receives such information, the known information will be devoured and the model she has built will collapse. Therefore, Luo Yuting only gave her a B rating. It was evident that Fengzai looked gloomy. She was clearly dissatisfied. Just a moment. He Anzai interrupted Luo Yueding, who was about to stamp the paper. He he asked Feng Zai, "If you receive information that is beyond your cognition and understanding, will it cause you damage? I mean the kind of irreversible, permanent damage." Feng Zai hesitated slightly as she looked at He Anzai, then looked at Luo Yueding. Seeing no objection to the question, she replied, "So far I have only experienced it twice. The first time I was reckless and tried to hold up the collapsing building, resulting in a coma. When I woke up, I was a little darling who could not take care of myself and babbled nonsense for nearly 3 months. The second time, I only dabbled and lost my 5 senses for a few minutes." Aside from undetectable mental damage, there was no physical harm. After hearing Feng Zai's account, He Anzai turned to Luo Yueding and suggested, "For student Feng Zai's rating, I suggest an A." Feng Zai was stunned at hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes as she looked at Luo Yueding. "Please state your reasons, class monitor, acting instructor He," Luo Yueding said in a playful tone. "Pioneer satellites can only monitor over a large range and cannot achieve precise positioning, and there are still conditions they cannot monitor. Student Feng Zai's ability perfectly fills this gap. Her 100-meter range and the negative impact caused by incomprehensible information make her a walking monitoring radar." After He Anzai finished speaking, the anticipation in Feng Zai's eyes grew even stronger. Luo Yueding smiled lightly and stamped the paper she had not managed to stamp before. Feng Zai's heart instantly sank. Feng Zai had always been competitive. In her life, apart from the 3 months she was forced to take leave as a child, during which she was temporarily overtaken by her peers, she never fell behind. Even after taking a year off, she managed to catch up through self-study and pass the entrance exam for a key city high school as the top student of her grade. But in this new semester, she not only lacked the qualifications to run for class monitor, but her ability rating was also a B, the lowest in the potential class. She had never suffered such a grievance before, and her eyes welled up with tears for a moment. He Anzai, the class monitor, wanted to step forward to comfort the proud girl, but a single glare from Luo Yueding stopped him in his tracks. Luo Yueding slowly revealed Feng Zai's rating file. The freshly stamped mark in red was an A. Luo Yueding showed the red A to Feng Zai and smiled lightly, saying, "My ability is quite similar to yours. You receive information from the environment, and I receive it from people. Not to mention your emotions are written all over your face. Even if you were skilled at disguising and hiding, you still could not escape my eyes. Tell me, what kind of grudge do you have against your class monitor? Let me mediate here, and once you walk out that door, focus on your training." Feng Zai rubbed her eyes and said in a low voice, "I am not convinced. We are all new students. Why is he the class monitor? We did not even have the right to run for it just because he arrived early." "Yes, just because he arrived early," Luo Yueding said with a playful smile. "Just because he could analyze your ability, offer suggestions, and give you validation, he deserves to be the class monitor. It was just a few months earlier. If I had arrived a few months earlier, I could do that too." Then Luo Yueding put on a troubled look. "Why did not you come earlier?" Feng Zai was speechless. It was true, she had never even considered arriving early. The notification that they could report at any time was certain to be issued, with September 1st being the final deadline, giving them a chance to rest after 10 years of hard study. Feng Zai became this year's top provincial scorer in the college entrance exam through diligence and effort. She was a top student, not a genius. Aside from her own hard work, the reason she achieved that status was also because the true geniuses did not take the exam. They had all been admitted through direct recommendations. Top students get tired too, and they need rest. The finish line she had striven for was, in reality, just another starting point. He Anzai had already seen through this. Feng Zai slackened off after her final sprint, whereas He Anzai was forced to report early due to the life complications caused by his ability. If not for those complications, he would have done just like Feng Zai and taken a good 3-month rest before reporting. "Child, the moment you step out of the school gates, you are no longer just a simple child," Luo Yueding explained. "You need to shift your mindset and begin anew. Here, being competitive is meaningless because there are no opponents, only teammates. There are many kinds of excellence, and here, what determines your worth is not your impressive grades or how you compare to your classmates." As she spoke, Luo Yueding's expression suddenly turned melancholy. She took a deep breath and continued, "Each stage of life has its own version of excellence. Being able to walk at 1 year old is excellence, and speaking in sentences at 2 is excellence. Here, as long as you are positive and moving forward, you are excellent. Once you graduate, staying sane and alive is excellent. And if you can have a peaceful end to your life, that is the greatest excellence of all." Cough, cough, the national scholar beside her cleared his throat, interrupting Luo Yueding and said, "Young lady, holding a grudge against a classmate just because of the class monitor position is, in itself, very far from excellent." Luo Yueding interrupted, all right. You are already an adult and should not be trapped in a childish mindset. I believe you can understand this. Since your instructors are away, the job of guiding you falls to your class monitor, He. In fact, you two should chat more often. Who knows, you might even become great friends. Your class monitor is a very excellent person. I can tell he does not like you very much either, yet he still stood up to advocate for a higher rating for you. For that alone, he is a qualified and competent monitor. The matter of He Anzai's rating concluded there. When leaving, He Anzai turned and bowed deeply to He Anzai, saying, "I am sorry." It was a resonant, sincere apology, not a perfunctory, hysterical outburst, but a genuine realization of her own mistakes. Next, Gong Chizo. Her ability is the morphological transformation of non-biological matter. She can change the form of inanimate objects by kneading them with her hands, just like playing with modeling clay. Steel bars can be easily balled up by her, and she can even tunnel underground using her hands, provided she does not dig into complex tree roots. However, just like kneading clay, while she can mold it into any shape, she cannot perfectly restore it to its original form. Because of this, she gave her ability a very domineering name, Invincible Destroyer. Her rating is A. Next, Wangu Keiyu. As soon as Wangu Keiyu appeared, everyone present, except for Yi Suifeng, looked at her, then glanced at Yi Suifeng. Wangu Keiyu was confused, while Yi Suifeng remained expressionless. Wangu Keiyu's ability is Curses, a very mystical power similar to Wang Lu's. Her curse ability does not take effect immediately, it requires a casting process. By continuously chanting during this time, a certain effect can be achieved. It is not that if she curses someone to die, they will definitely die. The curse is more like stripping away good fortune, increasing the target's bad luck to bring about unfavorable results. Wangu Keiyu has never tried truly malicious curses, nothing more than grumbling about someone tripping or getting sick. The cursed person might just stumble while walking or develop a canker sore. When everyone heard about the canker sore, they all shuddered, thinking it was vicious and that it would be better to just have a quick fever instead. During an on-site test while Luo Yueding was walking, Wangu Keiyu exerted all her power to curse her to trip. It took 23 minutes before Luo Yueding bored, lost focus and tripped over her own heel. As a professional scholar, she would never lose focus due to simple boredom. It was an unconscious mental lapse, as if something had swayed her, like a sudden wave of drowsiness, unexpected and uncontrollable. Next came the tests for a series of forbidden death curses. Because the casting process takes so long, a follow-up test plan lasting a full day was arranged for Wangu Keiyu, with repeating students assisting to supervise and record the results. Last one, Zio Wenjin. Before Zio Wenjin arrived, He Anzai whispered to Yi Suifeng, "Go notify Uncle Wang and have everyone go for breakfast first. After eating, they can warm up freely. We will meet on the playground at 8. Yi Suifeng left and Zio Wenjin arrived. Zio Wenjin was timid and did not even dare to raise her head while walking, a far cry from her usual lively and cheerful self. "Hello teacher, my name is Zio Wenjin." Zio Wenjin fidgeted, not daring to look up. Luo Yueding looked at the shy young girl in front of her, then at the file in her hand, and could not help but shoot a playful smile at He Anzai. "You know her?" He Anzai nodded, "High school classmate." "Wow, what a coincidence." Luo Yueding's smile was not just playful but also a bit devious. "There are only 15 people in your class and you still managed to run into a high school classmate. Did you change her file? I remember her name was not this before." He Anzai remained unfazed by Luo Yueding's teasing and replied calmly, "I had the amazing senior Shi Ting change it." "Shi Ting, huh? Even I have to call him senior." Seeing she could not get any more gossip out of He Anzai, Luo Yueding pursed her lips and returned to the point. "All right, little girl, start by introducing your ability." Zio Wenjin was taken aback, then quickly composed herself and said, "My ability is dream manifestation. It is an ability that can turn illusory dreams into reality, but unfortunately it can only manifest her own dreams, and the manifested dream dissipates once she wakes up. It is a very frustrating ability. It triggers passively only when she is asleep and dreaming and cannot be activated while she is awake." Zhao Wenjun could not demonstrate her ability on the spot because she could not fall asleep at all. As soon as she closed her eyes, all she could think of were moments of social embarrassment. If you really cannot sleep, then forget it. Even if you do, you will wake up quickly. Your initial assessment report notes that sleep aid medication does not allow you to enter a dream state, so let us postpone the rating. We will conduct it again tonight. With that, apart from Zhao Wenjun and Wang Guqiyu, the other 13 students in the elite class were officially rated. 1 S-rank Chu Tianjiao. 6 A-ranks He Anzai, Liu Bei, Yan Zheqian, Dai Yuheng, Feng Zai, and Gong Chizo. 6 B-ranks He Saifeng, Wang Lu, Zhu Bujian, Zhu Jingjing, Yu Li, and Chen Qishu. Next was the rating for the regular class, so He Anzai and Zhao Wenjun left together. The two walked one after another, neither speaking, just walking along the academy path like a young man and woman in a teen movie. When they were away from everyone, He Anzai finally spoke softly. Let us go. I am free now, let me treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? Hearing this, Zhao Wenjun hesitated in place, watching He Anzai's retreating back with no intention of stopping. She puffed up her cheeks and hurriedly chased after him. Not the free food provided by the academy. She had many things to say and many questions to ask, but she did not know how to start, and her mind was a mess. She did not know what she wanted to eat either. Most food and drinks at the academy were free, but she just wanted to make He Anzai spend some money, feeling like that would make her feel better. Okay. He Anzai made a call to reserve a table and order in advance. He was not very picky about food, but since he had not been able to show any results to Shi Ting, yet Shi Ting continued to help him without hesitation, he could only repay him through food. He would eat the free buns and fried dough sticks from the academy while bringing big fish and meat to Shi Ting. He even kept the contact information of everywhere Shi Ting praised. Before they arrived at the restaurant and took their seats, there was no conversation. Zhao Wenjun felt very awkward because she had run into an acquaintance. Just as Luo Yueding said, there were only 15 people in the class and one of them was a high school classmate. What kind of coincidence was this? The academy's admission process pulled household registration records directly, and Zhao Wenjun was registered as Zhao Guqiang. She had originally not cared. This was not Dingjio, there were no acquaintances here and it was a new start. She might not stay long, so she comforted herself by deciding not to worry about what she would be called during her future studies. However, she never expected that the class monitor in her new life would be a classmate from back home. Talk about dying of social embarrassment back home. The worst-case scenario was if He Anzai told others her real name back in Dingjio. Then she might as well move to another planet to live. Therefore, she made up her mind to get on good terms with He Anzai and ensure her real name never made it back to Dingjio. As for He Anzai, he did not even have the heart for small talk. All his focus was on the truth behind the other dimensional world. It had to be resolved as soon as possible or he could not focus on anything else. He was absent-minded in everything he did. Yet he was also terrified, afraid that he would sink deeper and deeper, afraid that he would never solve the mystery and never find the answer. In this cycle, he felt like he would eventually go insane. Every time he thought of this, He Anzai broke into a cold sweat. Before, it was all hearsay, but now He Anzai felt firsthand how easily those unspeakable, bizarre things could destroy someone mentally. Because of this, He Anzai set a yellow line target for himself and constantly reminded himself through video logs to reach the goal without crossing that line. Once the goal was reached, he would stop and never continue exploring. The two sat down in the restaurant. This was a Cantonese-style morning tea place with high-end, elegant European-style decor, quite classy, though because He Anzai usually got takeout, it felt no different to him than a roadside bun stall. Indeed, you have to dine in to get your money's worth. While waiting for the food, Zhao Wenjun stared fixedly at He Anzai, and He Anzai returned the gaze with an even firmer look. 3 years of high school and He Anzai finally saw this classmate's face clearly and imprinted it in his mind, then updated his 3 years of high school memories. From now on, when mentioning high school apart from those unspeakable monsters and Chen Zioking, there was also Zhao Wenjun. I heard she was cute. Before my vision was interfered with and later I saw her a few times through video, but I never looked closely. He Anzai carefully examined Zhao Wenjun's features, her slightly puffed cheeks, slightly pouting lips, and eyes like rippling autumn water with a hint of resentment. She looked like an exquisite porcelain doll, a classical beauty mixed with a touch of exoticism, especially those blue eyes like those of a Persian cat. Xiao Wenjun stubbornly locked eyes with He Anzai, refusing to lose. She did not know why, but at this point, whoever looked away first would be the awkward one. For a moment, I am not used to you not trying to sell me amusement park tickets. Xiao Wenjun was stunned again and again, the little balloon of her puffed-up cheeks instantly deflating. Looking back on their 3 years of high school until they walked out of the exam room, He Anzai and Chen Xiaoqing were the official couple. She had never spent time with He Anzai this leisurely. Staying even a second longer made her fear gossip and worried that Chen Xiaoqing would misunderstand. After high school graduation, Chen Xiaoqing became someone else's girlfriend. Her 3 years and his 3 years had become a joke. Now, the former protagonists had gone their separate ways to different places, yet she had ended up in the same place as the male lead. And even, she was in the same class as the male lead. Such a soapy drama, even TV shows would not dare to act this way. He Anzai's sudden remark completely disrupted Xiao Wenjun's train of thought, leaving her momentarily at a loss. You were admitted to the academy a long time ago, were not you? He Anzai poured a cup of tea for Xiao Wenjun. You are already in your senior year of high school, yet you are still busy selling tickets everywhere instead of studying. Rumor has it that your grandfather has already paved the way for you abroad. He Anzai had ordered a pot of tea. Perhaps he was born without the temperament to be served, or maybe as a true Dongjiao native, he was uncomfortable with a waiter hovering around to pour tea and water. He preferred to pour it himself. It was more comfortable and the tea did not burn his mouth. Perhaps precisely because she was a true Dongjiao native as well, Xiao Wenjun did not find anything improper about it. She lifted the cup and downed the warm tea in one gulp. It was not about tasting or elegance, she was simply thirsty. The walk to the restaurant had not been short and she had been holding back for a while. Are not you the same? You are such a legendary figure that I had already heard rumors about you even before high school started. Yet you do not study at all once you are in high school. You look attentive during class, but you get a 0 on every single exam. Xiao Wenjun pushed her empty cup forward and continued. My grandfather did pave the way for me, but I did not consider it. I promised my father that I would serve my country in the future. It is not the same. He Anzai shook his head slightly and filled the empty cup Xiao Wenjun had pushed over 2/3 of the way. Our situations are different. He offered no further explanation. It is indeed different. Xiao Wenjun picked up the teacup, nibbled at the rim, and took a delicate sip, thinking to herself, everyone goes through an adjustment period to some extent, and almost everyone has had a break from school. But you have not. Xiao Wenjun had spotted a blind spot. She wanted to ask something, but He Anzai's unfathomable gaze stopped the impulse in her heart. Did you take a break from school, and how do you know I have not? He Anzai asked. I started middle school a year late. Xiao Wenjun shrank her neck and turned her head away, finding it a bit hard to say. I started middle school a year late. Do not let my childlike appearance fool you. I am actually the oldest in the class. If you did not start school a year earlier than others, then based on your age you have not taken a break. Besides, for legendary figures like you and Fengzai, any situation would have spread long ago. Everyone knows Fengzai took a break from school. We are so close, yet I have never heard that you did. Xiao Wenjun was quite playful and cute, and she looked very beautiful too. Yet, she missed out on being the class or school beauty in high school, because high schoolers at this age are considered semi-adults, and their aesthetics shift from youthful towards a mature style, while Xiao Wenjun's aura was still like that of a middle schooler. Unless someone was paying close attention, no one would have guessed that the student who looked the youngest in the whole class was actually a year older than everyone else. You are pretty sharp, He Anzai complimented her nonchalantly. Did you know I was coming here all along? Xiao Wenjun asked, turning back with a hint of resentment and staring sternly at He Anzai. He Anzai replied, not long ago, Instructor Mei went missing and I took over the duties temporarily. Only then did I access your files. When I saw your information and compared the name, I was very surprised. All right, stop, do not mention my name. Xiao Wenjun quickly interrupted He Anzai. Her name was her trigger, she would explode on the spot if she heard it. Can you tell me about yourself? About your dimensionality, elevation, and abilities? I saw in your file that your initial rating was S, but it was lowered time and again. Because of its unique nature, you were able to stay in the potential class without dropping below B. Before He Anzai, Xiao Wenjun had been considered as a candidate for the Beacon of Humanity. Guided by the Academy, she once dreamed of the calculation formula for high-dimensional gravitational waves. However, dreams are whimsical. While she could dream of everything, there was no guarantee of accuracy. Even so, her initial rating was still an S. Xiao Wenjun was silent for a moment, then nodded. He Anzai was her class monitor and acting instructor. She had no reason to evade or refuse. Her ability was named Temporary Theater. Every one of her dreams could become reality, including the creatures, inanimate objects, and the environment she dreamt of. However, the radiation range of the dream was limited. Everything materialized from the dream could not leave that range. It was just like a stage play. Once the dream ended, the play was over. He Anzai understood from reading between the lines of Xiao Wenjun's file that the Academy, in order to guide her, had been far more involved with her than with others. This gave Xiao Wenjun a much deeper high-dimensional foundation than other freshmen. She understood this world much better than the others. Let me think about where to start. Xiao Wenjun herself did not know when her ability had awakened. At some point, her dreams became incredibly realistic, as if she had experienced them in person. She realized she was different during the summer vacation of the 6th grade. Before that, other than sweet fairy tale dreams, none of her dreams had deviated from reality. Until that day, she watched a horror movie during the day and had a nightmare at night. She woke up from the nightmare crying, and seeing her room in a mess by the dim night light, her crying intensified. Her father took her for treatment, and her vague memory only retained the pain and suffering of that period. She did not dare to sleep for fear of having nightmares. Initially, she was treated for sleepwalking as a mental illness. She did not know when the medical staff had all been replaced by Academy personnel who guided her bit by bit. When the Academy finally met her face-to-face, it had already been half a year since that nightmare. Although I was young then, I discovered what my situation was because every dream I had was very clear. Although clear, I could not control them. Every dream was unconscious. Only occasionally would I realize I was dreaming in the middle of it, and I would wake up shortly after. Before that happens, I can briefly control the dream. Within the radiation range of my dream, I am invincible. Xiao Wenjun gave a charming smirk, followed by a giggle. Theoretically that is the case. The Academy suggested I learn how to have lucid dreams to try and control them. However, I am a coward, and after that scare I found it very easy to have nightmares. For the past few years I have been using medication to help me sleep, and I do not dream when I use them. I have not dreamed in a long time. The Academy's guidance could not effectively change Xiao Wenjun's dreams, and infinite interference would have defeated the purpose. But leaving her alone carried too many uncertainties. Therefore, for the sake of social stability and safety, the Academy advised Xiao Wenjun to use medication to suppress dreaming until she enrolled, when they could study it slowly. Because my ability has major limitations. First, I cannot just fall asleep on command, and using medication to help me sleep means I do not dream. Second, I cannot control my dreams. If I die in a nightmare, the dream ends, but if others die within the radiation range of my dream, they really die. Xiao Wenjun's initial ability rating was S, as she can make dreams reality, but because this is limited to the duration of her sleep, her rating was lowered. Even if her ability were completely unconscious, the mere fact that she can avoid death by entering a dream would warrant an A rank. However, she often has nightmares and cannot control them, which makes it very easy to accidentally hurt her teammates. An uncontrollable ability carries significant risks, but because of its unique nature, it did not drop below B rank. Ability ratings only affect perks and benefits, not daily privileges, so do not take it too seriously, He Anzai said, offering some preemptive comfort. Xiao Wenjun shrank her neck again and said aggrievedly, "But I need money. You know the municipal government's finances have been tight these past few years, right? My dad even had to pay to get his job. Our whole family is counting on me." A base salary of 20,000 a month for a B rank already puts you ahead of 99% of the people in our city. Even if your dad is poor, he is still part of the system, and your special status puts you in the system too, which is better than 99.99% of families. My mom only earns 20 cents for wrapping a single package. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Is your mom really that hard-pressed? Should I ask her to come to my amusement park? Although it is hard work, the monthly salary is 12,000 with 2 shifts, 2 days off a week, and year-end bonuses. While dodging the question, He Anzai could not help but find it weirdly amusing. The girl who was crying about being broke a second ago was now offering a 12,000 monthly salary. You are the little princess who owns an amusement park, the famous little rich girl of our class. If you ever need money urgently, you can tell me. Whether as an old classmate or your new squad leader, I will help you, though I might not necessarily be able to solve it. He Anzai had some savings, which were a huge sum to him. It was the first time he had seen so much money, and before this sum could have solved almost all his problems except for his illness. But to Zio Wenjun, who owned an entire amusement park, his huge fortune was not even enough for the daily maintenance of one ride. If Zio Wenjun ever reached the point of desperately needing money, he believed her grandfather abroad would not just sit by and watch. Oh, Zio Wenjun's expression was indifferent, but she was a little touched inside. Thank you. You are welcome. You have already heard my story, now can you tell me yours? He Anzai lowered his head, took a sip of tea and shook his head. No. Hey, the docile Zio Wenjun from a second ago almost jumped up. She pointed angrily at He Anzai, knitted her brows and said, "Why are you like this?" After breakfast, He Anzai and Zio Wenjun returned to the playground. Along the way, Zio Wenjun wore a sour, bitter look, but her childish face made her seem far from intimidating. Her budding, favorable impression of He Anzai dropped right back down. She felt like she had met a jerk. She had laid her life bare for him, only to get a single word back: no. On the playground, except for Wang Hu and Kihyu, the entire class had gathered. Next was a standing meditation session that would last all day, 10 hours, without interruption. You may drink water and use the restroom without asking. You may talk, but you may not eat, He Anzai said calmly. The group exclaimed. Upon hearing the first few lines, everyone was pleasantly surprised. This was much better than stiff military training. Although 10 hours was a bit long, it was not impossible to stick through. But when they heard the last part, no eating, everyone wondered if they had misheard or if He Anzai had made a mistake. Report not eating on time is bad for your stomach. Feng Zai raised her hand. He Anzai said, "You are all dimension elevators, your bodily functions are superior to ordinary people's and you will not have those delicate problems. Today is to test your endurance. Hunger resistance and heat resistance are both forms of endurance. I will arrange future training based on your performance today. Now, if you have any questions, you may ask." Report. Feng Zai raised her hand again. I have looked into our curriculum for the next 4 years and there are almost no academic classes. Are we just going to stop improving our knowledge? That is an excellent question, He Anzai smiled. Although Feng Zai had argued with him before, he admired her more and more. They were both top students with similar thoughts. He Anzai had once wondered about this too, and now he could answer it. He Anzai explained to everyone, "I believe those of you who are observant have noticed that humanity once experienced a 300-year explosion of technological civilization, and now we have experienced 300 years of civilizational stagnation. This is because of high-dimensional invasion and logical chaos. Our world's original logic has been interfered with. 1 + 1 still equals 2, but it no longer equals just 2. Therefore, all logic based on 1 + 1 = 2 has become chaotic." He Anzai used a software version update analogy to describe their confusion. Ordinary people are version 1, while dimension elevators are version 2. Our primary task is version development, improving our knowledge related to 2. If you cannot participate in 2 development, you will be relegated to 1.2 or 1.5, participating in old version patch development. Everyone had a sudden moment of realization. He Anzai returned to plain language to explain the path they were to walk in the future. National scholars and academic scholars, martial and civil, fieldwork and office work. Both are equally noble, but fieldwork has a higher entry threshold and is extremely rare. Therefore, if conditions permit, we will prioritize assignment to fieldwork. Qualified honor students will be assigned as field specialists, while students who fail to graduate can choose to improve their knowledge to lower the assessment difficulty and join office work after graduation. As he spoke, He Anzai smiled and looked at Feng Zai. There are many types of knowledge, not just arts and sciences. Do you want to continue improving your original knowledge? It is simple. If you fail the exam and do not graduate, you cannot even get into office work and you can go back to version 1.1. As for version 1, from the moment you elevated your dimension, you can never go back. Feng Zai did not speak, she did not even look at He Anzai. She stared straight ahead with a resolute gaze. Are there any other questions? The others asked questions and He Anzai answered them one by one. Do not underestimate those 3 months he arrived early. In just 3 months, He Anzai was already a semester ahead of his peers. When no one had any more questions, He Anzai told them to begin their standing meditation on their own, while Wang Lu went for free training, and Yi Suifeng did free training while supervising every one of them. Xiao Wenjun did not disclose her relationship with He Anzai. She stood in an inconspicuous spot in the crowd, quiet and without asking questions. Until He Anzai left, Xiao Wenjun finally asked, "Are we really not going to eat at noon?" "Uncle Wang?" Zhu Jingjing turned her gaze toward Wang Lu, who was just about to leave. Wang Lu was the oldest and had the most authority in his words, perhaps even more than He Anzai, though he never interrupted when He Anzai was speaking. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wang Lu. He just smiled, his expression calm as he said, "Squad leader, he did not stop me from eating." The group was taken aback, left completely speechless. Then Wang Lu continued, "This is a test of endurance that will affect your future training schedules. If any of you cannot hold on, you are free to give up and your later training will be easier, however. That laziness today could very well lead to their death tomorrow. You are no longer just students on campus trying to get good grades. The instructor's task is merely to instruct, not to supervise. You could lay around all day if you wanted and no one would blame you. Compared to a mediocre student barely scraping by, someone who barely escaped death today because of yesterday's laziness might be better off staying in the comfort of school, perhaps never graduating at all." Everyone quickly withdrew their gazes, not daring to look directly at that face weathered by time. Wang Lu's words carried more conviction than He Anzai's, and at the same time more authority. "You do not need to push yourselves, this is just a test. 10 hours is the limit, but it is fine if you do not make it to 10. Everyone's situation is different. Squad leader, he intends to arrange preliminary warm-up training based on your individual conditions and will plan subsequent training based on your progress and improvement. Once everyone has adapted, he will arrange for group training." After finishing, Wang Lu saw that no one else spoke, so he went off to train on his own. The 11 of them stood tall with heads held high, but the silence did not even last 10 minutes. "Our squad leader is so cool." It was not clear which girl said it, but immediately the other 5 girls began to discuss it heatedly, excluding Feng Zai and Xiao Wenjun. Then the boys joined in, chatting about their first impressions of He Anzai and the vibe he gave off. "I think even boredom and monotony need to be endured," Feng Zai said abruptly, dampening everyone's spirits. Xiao Wenjun, who had been listening to everyone, spoke up to smooth things over and ease the awkwardness. She said with a sheepish smile, "Squad leader, he did not say we had to endure boredom, and he allowed us to talk. Maybe our later training will not be boring. We must persist as long as possible today so that we can have a more reasonable and sufficient training plan for tomorrow." Everyone echoed their agreement. Feng Zai did not argue back. She might be excellent at studying, but she was not very good at debating. Seeing that Feng Zai did not retort, the group resumed their chatter. Feng Zai did not speak again, neither to stop them nor to join in. "Kiyu's rating assessment lasts for a whole day. We can chat to pass the time today, but what about her? Alone, how boring must that be? Does anyone know what the squad leader's ability is? The squad leader is so mysterious. If I had known, I would have asked some personal questions like his contact info. By the way, does anyone have his contact? Seems like he is the only one not in the group chat." No idea. I saw Xiao with the squad leader all morning. Xiao, why were you with him? What did you two talk about?" We. Xiao Wenjun shrank her neck, unsure whether to come clean. It is not really convenient to say. You can ask the squad leader yourself." "Where did the squad leader go? Does not he need to train?" He Anzai was training, just not in the same way as they were. In the fourth-dimensional world, He Anzai was in the corridor outside the entrance to the stone fortress, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the charging dried corpses. During the time he had been away, more dried corpses had poured out of the stone fortress. WD was hiding in a corner on standby, scanning every corpse until it received a signal from He Anzai. It immediately activated, sealing the fortress entrance and trapping the corpses inside the room. He Anzai's hand-to-hand combat skills had hit a plateau, but he could clearly feel the progress he had made during this time. He was no longer like he was when he first arrived, being tackled by a corpse at every turn. Now he could tear them apart unscathed. He charged into the group of corpses unarmed, only to realize he had been overconfident and still had to rely on WD to save the day. "Target not detected," WD's mechanical voice reminded him. "Two fists cannot fight four hands. Against a horde of enemies, you still need modern firearms." Outside, there was the black wood that blocked the corpses, and inside, a mysterious magnetic field that interfered with WD. The two sides were deadlocked in the fortress room. These corpses were not like zombies in movies driven by a hunger for flesh. They were controlled by a mysterious entity behind the scenes. Based on his encounters so far, their goal was twofold: to break through the black wood fortress and to attack him. Restricted by the black wood and the strange properties of the entity behind them, the corpses could only attack one by one, rendering their overwhelming numbers useless. Now that He Anzai had slaughtered so many, the remaining ones retreated into the fortress. He Anzai could not figure out their true intentions. Or more accurately, its intentions. Just then, one of the dried corpses slowly walked out of the corridor. The subtle difference in the corpses was their skeletal structure beneath the skin. This one also had a withered, dried body, but its stomach was split open, with tangled, withered intestines tying something inside. Target detected, WD signaled. He Anzai's heart skipped a beat. He stared fixedly at the corpse's split-open stomach. Unlike the other corpses that moved with the speed of wild beasts, this one moved in a leisurely, uncanny way. Its hollow eye sockets still lacked eyes, but they seemed to see something else. At that moment, He Anzai felt as if he saw the corners of its withered lips curl upward. Similarly, the corners of He Anzai's mouth curled up uncontrollably. The truth was right in front of him, and he silently urged the corpse to keep coming out. However, the corpse stopped about 10 meters away from him. It just stood there dumbly, and for a moment He Anzai was stunned too. Then, the corpse turned around and slowly walked back into the darkness deep within the corridor. He Anzai threw his head back and laughed while clutching his forehead, a fierce glint in his eyes. That is it, why did I ever think its intelligence was inferior to mine? After the laughter died down, He Anzai's expression returned to normal. Trying to lure me in. The mysterious existence hidden beneath the fortress was likely a supernatural being from a higher dimension, the true architect of the greenhouse, possessing immense intelligence. I do not know its intent, yet it knows mine. He Anzai frowned, clenching his fists. He had thought of this as a training ground, but now it seemed he was merely a cricket being prodded in someone's coliseum. Let us wait it out, the truth is not worth my life. He Anzai turned coolly and transitioned back to the real world. Right after he left, the dried corpse slowly emerged from the darkness of the corridor, its empty eye sockets fixed on WD, which was hovering outside the corridor. The 11 people on the playground made it past noon, with no one giving up due to hunger. However, they could not withstand the scorching heat of the afternoon sun, and thoughts of quitting began to creep into their minds. After their dimensional elevation, they would not faint from heatstroke, but they would still suffer miserably from its symptoms. The first one to reach their limit was Gong Chaizhao, after 5.5 hours. I cannot take it anymore, I really cannot go on. Gong Chaizhao flopped onto the ground, not even caring that it was burning hot from the sun. Do not give up, we are already more than halfway through. If you quit now, you are just throwing it all away, urged Zhu Jingjing. Sitting on the ground for too long was burning his backside, so Gong Chaizhao struggled to stand up. Dragging his numb legs toward the shade, he muttered, I am done, I have hit my limit. There is no point in pushing myself unnecessarily. Today's test is just to better arrange tomorrow's warm-up training, so I will act within my capacity instead of being arrogant. Gong Chaizhao's words chipped away at the resolve of others. Yes, the test today was only for planning tomorrow's training. Everyone's physique and growth are different, whether you hold out for 5 hours or 10 does not really prove anything. Consequently, others began to give up one after another, including Qin Qishu, Dai Yuiheng, Zhu Jingjing, and Zhu Bujian, totaling 5 people. That left Chu Tianjiao, Liu Bei, Yu Li, Fengzai, Yan Zhaqian, and Zhao Wenjin still holding on. By the 7th hour, Liu Bei and Zhao Wenjin quit one after the other. Chu Tianjiao gave up at the 8th hour. In the 9th hour, Yan Zhaqian's stomach kept growling continuously, so she gave up quite easily. She figured that if it were not for the hunger, she would not have lost to anyone in a simple standing endurance test. Only Yu Li and Feng Zai made it through the full 10 hours. Standing to the side unnoticed, Yi Suifeng recorded everyone's performance. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, the naturally stubborn Feng Zai relied on sheer willpower to finish the 10 hours. After standing stiffly for 10 hours, her legs would not bend or obey her commands anymore. She had to be helped onto a bike by Qin Qishu and Dai Yuiheng to be taken back to the dormitory. Is it really worth pushing yourself this hard? Even the guys did not last that long. Feng Zai was too exhausted to say a word. In the cafeteria, He Anzai invited Xiao Wenjun to eat together, planning to head to the ability assessment after the meal. "Are you sleepy?" He Anzai asked. "Well, if I am too tired, I will just drop off to sleep instantly and probably will not even dream," Xiao Wenjun replied, devouring her food. She had not come to eat immediately after finishing the standing test, waiting instead for the meal He Anzai had promised for the evening. She did not just eat for herself, she also packed some dinner for Fengzai, who was surely exhausted and unable to even walk. After finishing dinner, Xiao Wenjun stopped by the courtyard dormitory to drop off the meal for Fengzai, then joined He Anzai to go to the ability assessment center. Wang Gukeryu's day-long ability test had ended. Her rating was B. She used a rather awkward and shy metaphor to describe the power's charging process. She could not fully describe the sensation, but she could feel the buildup and progression. Much like the metaphor, the process required non-stop concentration. If she stopped in the middle, she would clearly feel it fading and resetting. Therefore, she needed to focus intently on casting the curse. Any distraction or pause would lead to total failure. After numerous trials, Wang Gukeryu went all out, taking 3 hours and 17 minutes to finally curse a mouse into kicking the bucket. The mouse did not die but entered a state of shock and suspended animation. A perfectly healthy mouse with normal vitals simply slipped into a coma for no apparent reason under her curse. Wang Gukeryu described it as reaching a peak, yet she felt she could go further, though it was quite difficult. In her own words, she had no more energy to continue. The duration and effect of her curse are tied to causality. Right now, she can only perform minor, inconsequential curses. As she cannot even kill a mouse, let alone anything else. But there is promise for the future. At the Ability Assessment Center, Xiao Wenjun lay in a room that had been prepared in just one day, a one-to-one recreation of her bedroom. "We contacted the resident agent in Dongjiao, and her father went to her home to make copies and recreated her bedroom as accurately as possible to ensure a comfortable and cozy atmosphere for her," Luo Yuiding told He Anzai. Through a one-way mirror, they watched Xiao Wenjun sleeping peacefully in the room. Xiao Wenjun felt no comfort or warmth from this at all. She only felt shock and embarrassment. Fortunately, they only recreated the surface. The drawers were empty and the books were just covers. "Is this to make her have pleasant dreams? Would not nightmares be more dangerous? Should not we be testing for nightmares?" He Anzai asked. Luo Yuiding showed a sly smile and countered, "Do you think she could still have a pleasant dream after realizing her private bedroom has been recreated one-to-one? That makes sense, but is not that too cruel? Would not just showing her a horror movie for a day work?" "Tangible fear is the lowest form of fear," Luo Yuiding said while flipping through Xiao Wenjun's initial assessment files. "Her dreams fall into 2 categories. One has an environment that acts like a cage covering reality, where no matter what she dreams, it does not affect the real world. The other has no environment, meaning what she dreams manifests directly into reality, causing real-world consequences. The realm of dreams is a field humanity has yet to touch, and all research on it is just groundless talk. All right, she is asleep." Regarding Luo Yuiding's ability, it seems she can convert a person's emotions into information to receive them, allowing her to determine a person's state through their emotional responses. Xiao Wenjun was asleep, and now they were just waiting for her to start dreaming. As Xiao Wenjun entered her dream, the scene inside the room began to shift, twisting, fading, or changing in an instant. Luo Yuiding and another official named Zheng Qinghe gathered at the one-way mirror in amazement, watching the transition between dream and reality with disbelief. Beside them, He Anzai looked indifferent and unmoved. This sight was all too familiar. It was the process of his own vision shifting, something he had experienced every waking moment for the past 3 years. "Back up," Luo Yuiding gestured to them. "The radiation range of Xiao Wenjun's dreams is unstable. The largest recorded range was 12 meters in radius. Do not enter her dream area yet." The 3 of them backed away 20 meters. The makeshift room had not been swallowed by the dream yet, but when Luo Yuiding activated the hidden cameras inside, they were interfered with and provided no feedback. Luo Yuiding then used the most primitive method, a telescope, to observe the dream inside through the one-way mirror. "Well, what is she dreaming about?" Zheng Qing asked curiously. Luo Yuiding hesitated slightly. "She is dreaming about going on a date with He Anzai." Xiao Wenjun is dreaming about going on a date with He Anzai. He Anzai was stunned when he heard this. Xiao Wenjun dreaming about a date with him, that is absolutely impossible. Xiao Wenjun wishes he would just marry Chen Xiaoqing on the spot, so how could she dream of dating him? Could it be some kind of strange fetish? She really is dreaming of you, Luo Yueting said, continuing to observe through the binoculars. There is environmental turbulence, confirming that the dream has manifested into the environment with a radiation radius of about 1.5 meters. Luo Yueting put down the binoculars and approached the room cautiously, with Zheng Qinghe and He Anzai following closely behind. They arrived at the one-way mirror in the room, the same spot they had been observing from, without noticing anything out of the ordinary. At this moment, He Anzai was more concerned about Xiao Wenjun's dream than anyone else. He pushed ahead of Zheng Qinghe and pressed himself against the one-way mirror to look at the manifested dream inside the room. Inside the room, there was what looked like a strange bubble. The boundary between the dream and reality had no sharp edges. Instead, it was blurry and chaotic, like two colors of paint side by side on a palette with their edges stirred and blended together. The dream was only clear within a 1.5-meter radius around Xiao Wenjun. Beyond that, it extended infinitely into a blurred chaos. The principle was like two mirrors facing each other. No matter how you looked at it, there was no end, even though the actual space was only that 1.5-meter radius. It is hard to say whether one would see the reality outside the radiation range or the infinite blurred chaos upon entering the dream's sphere of influence. Xiao Wenjun is only dreaming about having a meal with He Anzai, which does not really count as a date. You know what they say, what you think about by day, you dream about by night, He Anzai explained. Seeing me today was quite a surprise for her, and I left a deep enough impression. Since I have treated her to 2 meals in a row, it is normal for her to dream about eating with me. Before He Anzai could finish his sentence, the dream in the room suddenly changed. The table and chairs turned into a bed, and the two people in the dream went from sitting face to face to sleeping in the same bed, face to face. He steadied his dropping jaw, feeling as if he had stepped into a mess that only got worse the more he tried to clean it up. You are both adults, just be open about it, no need to hide anything, Zheng Qinghe said with a motherly smile. He Anzai was completely shocked and dumbfounded. He watched himself sleeping face to face with Xiao Wenjun inside the room, feeling an indescribable sense of awkwardness. With Luo Yueting's abilities, she could naturally tell that there was no romantic intent between Xiao Wenjun and He Anzai, neither while awake nor in the current dream. She did not tease or joke but explained seriously, what you think about by day, you dream about by night. She is too tired and just wants to rest. He Anzai is a remnant from the previous dream that she has not cleared away yet. This time it was Luo Yueting who did not get to finish, as the dream in the room shifted again. A person appeared in the blur and chaos extending from the edge of the dream, a beautiful girl. She noticed, Xiao Wenjun had noticed He Anzai in her dream, which then spawned a new dream. The girl who appeared was none other than Chen Xiaoqing. After Chen Xiaoqing appeared, the whole dream turned into a scene of catching a cheating partner. The He Anzai in the dream jolted awake from the bed, and a sleepy Xiao Wenjun scrambled off the bed and continued sleeping on the floor. It was clear she was very sleepy. Your girlfriend? Luo Yueting asked He Anzai while looking at the Chen Xiaoqing in the dream. He Anzai shook his head and said, just a classmate, there were rumors about us. Luo Yueting could tell whether he was lying from the subtle emotional shifts in his demeanor. He Anzai was being very sincere, and Luo Yueting could not find any flaws. The radiation range of her dream is extremely unstable, Luo Yueting said, observing the boundary where the dream and reality intertwined. Instability means uncontrollable danger. It is necessary to arrange for her to have an independent dormitory far away from other people. It is about brain activity, He Anzai insisted, confident because this was his specialty. Her dream radiation range might be related to her brain activity level. Xiao Wenjun's dream radiation range, just like his field of vision, was determined by brain activity. When people dream, the brain remains in an active state. Using medication to help sleep prevents dreaming because the drugs make the brain sluggish and lower its activity. Her dream radiation range being only 1.5 meters tonight is because she was too tired today. This is just my guess. We can pick another time to verify it after she has rested and reached a more comfortable state. Luo Yueting did not speak, but began writing something down. The next step is to make contact with the dream, Luo Yueding said, putting down her pen and turning to look at He Anzai. You should not go, stay outside and wait. Oh, all right, He Anzai stepped back. He was able to be here participating in the assessment of the new students because of his status as a new generation mentor. Normally, a class monitor would need mentorship authorization to assist and record on the side. Earlier today, Yi Suifeng had been authorized by him to assist in recording. Luo Yueding and Zhang Qinghe entered the room on tiptoe, careful not to disturb Xiao Wenjun, and began their contact with the manifested dream. Xiao Wenjun was currently having a dream where she was being chased, and the person chasing her was Chen Xiaoqing. It was not hard to imagine how tired she must have been today. She could not even rest while dreaming. Even though she was extremely sleepy, she was running with her eyes closed, running in her sleep. Zhang Qinghe carefully reached his hand into the dream. After about 10 seconds, he stumbled back a step. This was what He Anzai saw from outside the room, and what Luo Yueding witnessed inside. As for Zhang Qing, the moment he put his hand into the dream, he was consumed by it. Since Xiao Wenjun was constantly moving, he was quickly left behind after standing still upon entry. Once the distance between him and Xiao Wenjun in the dream became too great, he was kicked out as if he had been pushed by something. Rather than marvelous, it was more eerie. Zhang Qinghe finished relaying his experience and feelings to Luo Yueding, and then prepared to enter Xiao Wenjun's dream again. Just then, He Anzai pushed the door open and called for Zhang Qinghe to stop. Wait, let us observe a bit more. Luo Yueding turned to look at the somewhat rash He Anzai, and caught a flicker of panic in his demeanor. Luo Yueding frowned slightly and asked, "What did you see?" He Anzai replied, "I have a bad feeling about this." Luo Yueding's brow relaxed. She had detected a lie from He Anzai. Or to be precise, concealment. He Anzai was lying. He was hiding something. He must have seen something in Xiao Wenjun's dream. Yes, He Anzai had seen it. From the blur and chaos extending from Xiao Wenjun's dream, he saw something flash by. He was not sure, nor did he want to take the risk, which was why he stopped Zhang Qinghe from entering the dream. Saying he had a bad feeling was not a lie. He really did feel a jolt of heart-pounding fear when something flickered past. He was still very familiar with this feeling. It was one he often experienced over the past 3 years whenever he saw something unsettling, which made him highly sensitive to it. Let us try with laboratory mice first, He Anzai suggested. He actually wanted to suggest ending the assessment immediately, but he could not come up with a proper reason. Furthermore, as the class monitor and acting instructor, he needed to know what that was, whether it posed a threat to Xiao Wenjun, or if it was merely his own hallucination. Student He, we cannot shrink back just because of a little fear and the unknown. If even we do not face it, no one else will, Zhang Qinghe said earnestly. I am not qualified to comment on a national scholar, but I do know that the best steel should be used on the blade. It was Luo Yueding who spoke. She did not press him on what he saw, but instead urgently contacted several assistants to bring in test mice. Courage is not recklessness. We must remain vigilant against all dangers and not take this lightly just because it is a freshman ability assessment. Especially, you know what I am talking about, National Scholar Zhang. Zhang Qinghe said nothing, and neither did He Anzai or Luo Yueding. They just watched Xiao Wenjun's dream from up close, waiting for the assistants to bring the mice. Soon, the mice were brought over. Luo Yueding immediately tossed one of the mice, cage and all, into Xiao Wenjun's dream, and then the mouse and the cage vanished from the observable range. After 10 seconds, the mouse and cage had not been expelled from the dream as they had been with Zhang Qinghe's experience, and after another 20 seconds, they still had not appeared. Considering the mouse was trapped in the cage, and the cage was an inanimate object. Luo Yueding then tossed another mouse, one that was not restricted in its movement, into Xiao Wenjun's dream. As soon as the mouse entered Xiao Wenjun's dream, it immediately ran in the opposite direction from her, disappearing from the observable field of view in an instant. And the moment the mouse was thrown into the dream, He Anzai saw that thing within the distant, blurry chaos move. It twisted or struggled like a fish on dry land, moving fiercely in the direction the mouse had run, and likewise vanished from his sight in a flash. He Anzai hurriedly looked around at Zhang Qing and Luo Yueding. Their expressions were calm and they did not seem to have seen the thing. Just then, Luo Yueting slowly turned her head and met He Anzai's gaze. "What is it?" she asked. Nothing at all." He Anzai did not say what he saw, thinking to himself, was that also dreamt by Xiao Wenjun? No, that was not dreamt by Xiao Wenjun. No matter how absurd her dreams were, they never strayed from reality but that thing. Luo Yueting and Zhang Qinghe did not see that thing, only he could, was it? A high-dimensional mystery. After another half-minute, the mouse had not run out of the dream, and Luo Yueting and Zhang Qinghe gradually began to realize the gravity of the situation. Neither Luo Yueting nor Zhang Qinghe spoke, and He Anzai just watched quietly from the side. In the dream, Xiao Wenjun was still running, stumbling as the scene changed over and over. The thing chasing her also changed. Within the radius of the dream's radiation, it was Chen Xiaoqing, but once it was pushed outside the range while still within the observable area, it became something else entirely. It was strange, blurry, and impossible to make out, but it definitely was not a person. And once that thing fell back into the dream's radiation range, it turned back into Chen Xiaoqing. He Anzai covered his mouth, unable to stop himself from laughing because this scene was too familiar. It turned out there really were others who could share in his joys and sorrows. "We cannot rashly enter the dream, let us try to wake her now." Luo Yueting began to softly call Xiao Wenjun's name. Her voice seemed to be converted into information that entered the dream, causing a slight ripple in Xiao Wenjun's dreamscape. Every time Luo Yueting called, the dream seemed to sink deeper. Xiao Wenjun in her sleep heard the call and began searching for its source, and then the dream shattered instantly. The materialization of a dream is a gradual process, but the disappearance of a materialized dream happens in a single moment. The dream disappeared, but Xiao Wenjun did not wake up. She had only drifted into a dreamless, light sleep. Luo Yueting stopped calling. Once the dream vanished, her eyes immediately fell upon the two motionless mice on the bed. "Are they dead?" Seeing this, Zhang Qinghe gasped. Before Xiao Wenjun could start dreaming again, he took the two mice out of the room. "They still have a heartbeat," Zhang Qinghe said. The three of them stepped back 20 meters, and Luo Yueting called for the assistants who had been on standby to perform a comprehensive check on the two mice. While waiting for the results and for Xiao Wenjun to dream again, Zhang Qinghe said, "Her dream can trap biological organisms. Could it also trap high-dimensional beings? Combined with her immunity to death within the dream, would not that mean? The prerequisite is that she can enter the dream at will," Luo Yueting interrupted. "Relying on medication to fall asleep does not trigger dreaming. If we want her to become a mobile containment unit for high-dimensional entities, we have to keep her in a state of constant exhaustion where she can sleep on command." He Anzai imagined it briefly. Xiao Wenjun trapping criminals or ordinary thieves in the dream, leaving them to wail in despair, unable to escape, just like in one's own dreams. But if an armed robber were trapped, Xiao Wenjun would have to constantly avoid being killed just to maintain the prison of the dream. With training, Xiao Wenjun might be able to subdue armed robbers in the dream. But what about things that are not human, like tigers, lions, brown bears, or other entities, things like movie zombies or ghosts? Then she would only be able to maintain the dream's cage by running and hiding. That would be a lonely, grueling, and endless nightmare for her. "That is far too inhumane," He Anzai said. Luo Yueting turned to look at He Anzai and said, "I feel the same way. If it were me, I would not dare either, but some people do. They are called national scholars." He Anzai smiled and did not respond. Before Xiao Wenjun could dream again, the results of the check on the two mice came back. The results were incredibly bizarre. The two mice were biologically alive with autonomous breathing and a heartbeat, yet they could not wake up. They had become vegetable mice, but not just that, it was as if they were brain dead. No brain waves could be detected, and the brain provided no feedback whatsoever, as if they had lost their souls, Luo Yueting said in astonishment. Zhang Qinghe was drenched in cold sweat. With lingering fear, he patted He Anzai on the shoulder and chuckled, "Kid, I owe you my life." They entered Xiao Wenjun's dream. When she woke up, the dream vanished and there remained trapped within it. Luo Yueting's expression turned grave. "So you mean there were two mice in her dream?" Zhang Qinghe's joking tone did little to lighten the atmosphere. It was chilling to think about. Xiao Wenjun could materialize her dreams, allowing people and objects from reality to enter them. However, when she woke up, the materialized dream would dissolve. While the physical bodies would return to reality, their souls and consciousness would be forever trapped within that dream. No, Luo Yueting flipped through Xiao Wenjun's initial assessment report. This characteristic was not in the original record. Could it be a dimensional shift? Her voice cut off abruptly. She whipped her head toward He Anzai, then immediately looked away. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Though nothing was said, they both understood, both reached a tacit agreement. He Anzai retreated silently, distancing himself from the unsettling atmosphere. Luo Yueting's ability must have picked up that I was hiding what I saw. She was one step away from asking me directly. He Anzai had a suspicion. The brain death of the two mice was likely related to that eerie presence in the dream. He did not participate in the subsequent assessment trials, choosing to watch from afar. As Xiao Wenjun drifted between wakefulness and sleep, she fell back into that same dream. Unlike before, where she manifested the entire environment, this time she only manifested He Anzai and Chen Xiaoqing. In the dream, Xiao Wenjun was sharing a bed with He Anzai when Chen Xiaoqing showed up to catch them in the act, demanding to know why she was sleeping with him. Wait, why was she sleeping with He Anzai anyway? Xiao Wenjun spotted the logical hole in her own dream. In an instant, He Anzai and Chen Xiaoqing vanished and Xiao Wenjun fell into a deep sleep. She is just too exhausted today. Her desire to rest is peaking. She is even dreaming about sleeping. Should we call it a day? Luo Yueting peered through the one-way glass at the sleeping girl. Do you think she is not dreaming right now? No, she is still in the dream, just without a manifested environment. Luo Yueting scanned the room. There is no sense of displacement between the dream and reality, meaning she is not dreaming of her own room. With that, Luo Yueting gently pushed the door open. Zheng Qinghe tried to stop her, but she silenced him with a finger to her lips before slowly walking inside. If Xiao Wenjun was dreaming about sleeping, what else besides her had been materialized? Relying on her memory, Luo Yueting found an item in the room that should not have been there. It was a card on the nightstand that read Golden Holiday Amusement Park membership card, issued to He Anzai and Chen Xiaoqing. The two people Xiao Wenjun had dreamed of had manifested into this membership card. Luo Yueting picked it up and began to back away 1 step, 2 steps, until she exited the room, at which point the card vanished instantly. The effective range of her dream must be the entire room. Luo Yueting re-entered, closing her eyes to listen carefully, hoping to find any trace of the two mice, but found nothing. If only they were here. What were their names again? Qin Qishu and Feng Zai, I think. Luo Yueting stepped out, wearing an obsequious smile, and waved at He Anzai in the distance. He Anzai stepped forward, understood what Luo Yueting needed, and quickly left the assessment area as there was no cell signal inside. Once outside, he contacted Wang Lu and asked him to reach out to Qin Qishu and Feng Zai to see if they were available. The day had been too hectic. He had not even had the chance to add the new students to his contacts. Just a moment ago, when Luo Yueting waved, he had genuinely feared she was going to ask what he had seen. But looking at her eager smile, it clearly was not about that. Soon an unknown number called. He answered, and it was Qin Qishu on the other end. Class monitor, is something up? Feng Zai is asleep, but I am free. If it is convenient, come to the assessment center. Oh, okay, I will be there in a bit. Qin Qishu hung up in a hurry. About 15 minutes later, Qin Qishu arrived on her bike. The smile she forced when she saw He Anzai was bitter and strained, and her legs were still trembling slightly. Poor girl. Thanks for the trouble, coming all this way so late. It is nothing. Even if Feng Zai had not been asleep, she probably could not have made it. She had pushed herself for 10 hours today. She probably could not even walk. An assistant, coordinated by Luo Yueting, led Qin Qishu to where the two mice were kept, asking her to see if she could read any information from them. What happened to them? It is like they have lost their souls. Qin Qishu poked at the mice while wearing safety gloves, but they did not react at all. He Anzai kept his expression neutral, but he was secretly stunned. He had not expected Qin Qishu to see through it so easily and hit the nail on the head. What do you see? He Anzai asked. Qin Qishu frowned slightly and pondered. They have no consciousness. I cannot read anything other than pure fear. Fear? Even in a coma or deep sleep, I can usually read some traces of thought. But these two have no mind, no mental fluctuations. It is like they are empty, soulless corpses. The only thing left is a remnant of fear. For example, when a cat bristles, it is signaling shock or anger before their souls vanished. These two mice bristled. All right, I understand. He Anzai remained calm and took her to the lounge. Get some rest here for a while. Chin Kishu did not press for answers, she simply followed his lead. He Anzai stayed with her, realizing from several details that something was not right. Usually, for assessment sessions, the presence of anyone other than the mentor required the approval of the rating officer, Luo Yueding. But with Xiao Wenjun, Luo Yueding had not just asked him to call Chin Kishu, she had to report the situation to superiors. This meant Xiao Wenjun's unique case had exceeded Luo Yueting's authority from the start. That left He Anzai pondering another question. His own presence had been approved by the academy. Was it just because he was the substitute mentor? Perhaps not. The academy might have known all along there was something in Xiao Wenjun's dream, or perhaps they suspected it and sent me here to verify it. In the silent lounge, the two sat in quiet contemplation. He Anzai suddenly felt that the grueling training of his first few days here was a luxury, at least then he did not have to deal with these mind-numbing complications. Throughout He Anzai's academic life, he had served as a class monitor many times, but he had never taken it as seriously as he did now, perhaps because of his role as a substitute instructor. In 9-year compulsory education, a class monitor is mostly a figurehead, with class representatives for every subject and various committee members and vice monitors to do the legwork. The monitor just focuses on studying and upholding the class's reputation, especially for top-tier students like He Anzai, whom the school values so highly. When other students are summoned by teachers, they are called to the office, but when a teacher looks for He Anzai, they come to the classroom in person. Even if they cannot find him, they ask classmates where he is instead of sending a message to the office. Monitor Chin Kishu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. She was somewhat shy and introverted, and while alone with He Anzai, she had been wanting to talk to this monitor, someone she rarely met but had a great impression of. After building up the courage and being encouraged by her roommates, she finally spoke up. Thank you for applying for the dormitory for us. Chin Kishu held her phone, which was still lit and buzzing with constant incoming messages, close to her chest. The girls wanted to thank you together, but we never found a good chance. I will thank you on their behalf. Thank you, Monitor, Chin Kishu said with a beaming smile. As for the dormitory, Xiao Wenjun had already thanked He Anzai for them. It started because after standing practice today, Liu Beiyi was rejoicing in the group chat that his ability meant he did not have to climb stairs, not realizing that among the 12 freshmen, he was the only one living on the second floor. The girls also understood why He Anzai applied for the dormitory for them. Besides the good environment, the most important thing was not having to climb the stairs. He Anzai, just coming back to his senses, instinctively wanted to say that Xiao Wenjun had already thanked him on their behalf, but seeing the genuine expression on Chin Kishu's face, he swallowed the words back. You are welcome, He Anzai replied with a smile. He Anzai's polite tone made Chin Kishu blush, her smile growing even brighter. She quickly glanced at her phone and added, everyone wants to invite you to dinner together. Does the monitor have time? No matter how busy someone is, they still have to eat, but as for the kind of dinner Chin Kishu and the others had in mind, he certainly did not have the time. He Anzai said, none of us have time. Let us wait until the new year. If you get full marks on your final exams, there will be a few days of holiday. Then I will let them know, Chin Kishu wilted instantly. Chin Kishu sent the message to the dormitory group and the others exploded, bombarding the chat with questions about having only a few days off. Apparently, they were not very clear about the arrangements for the first academic year. They told Chin Kishu to ask He Anzai, but before she could, Luo Yueding's assistant came to notify He Anzai that he could bring people over. He Anzai took Chin Kishu to the underground grading lab and arrived outside the makeshift room. Are you here? Zheng King spoke up. Scholar Luo is already inside. The dream state is still relatively stable, but we must hurry. She could wake up at any time. Yeah. He Anzai brought Chin Kishu into the room, where Luo Yueding was waiting with a card in hand. Luo Yueding gave Chin Kishu her mission instructions, and after understanding the task, Chin Kishu began searching the room. After searching, Chin Kishu did not find any information about animals in the room. Luo Yueding seemed to have anticipated this result. She took a deep breath and told her assistant to take Qin Qishu to rest, as she might be called back at any time later. Now for the questions. Is Xiao Wenjun's dream materialization a case of creating things in a specific blank dream space, or is every one of her dreams a random dream space? Like the special space belonging to Yan Zheqian. He Anzai thought it over carefully. It was not impossible. Let us make an assumption. Suppose Xiao Wenjun is creating objects within the same blank dream space, then when she wakes up and everything vanishes, the consciousness that entered it would also disappear. If every one of her dreams is a random space, does that mean if she randomly enters that space again, we could find the two white mice? Luo Yueding and Zhang Qinghe discussed this. Because Xiao Wenjun's dreams were completely uncontrollable and random, progress was slow. It was too difficult to get to the bottom of it, and it was certainly not something that could be finished in one night. Humans dream through the brain. If she possesses a dream space, does this space exist inside her mind? Is the consciousness that disappears along with the dream being consumed by her? Does this consumption have any impact on her, and in the future? Will it actively consume the consciousness of living beings? Zhang Qinghe raised a series of questions, none of which had easy answers. Xiao Wenjun did not have any other dreams that night, and neither Luo Yueding nor Zhang Qinghe could find the two mice in her dream state. They reached one conclusion tonight: the two types of dreams Xiao Wenjun has are related to the depth of her sleep. Light sleep does not manifest environments, only deeper dreams materialize those dream spaces which function like parallel dimensions. Xiao Wenjun was given an A rating, but she would have to participate in follow-up observations. Her ability was complex and strange. Before fully understanding it, Luo Yueding suggested moving her dormitory away from the crowd. He Anzai rejected Luo Yueding's suggestion point-blank. They are all freshmen. She needs to build relationships and bond with her roommates, not be isolated. For all these years, she has relied on sleep aids and has never lost control. Let her continue with the medication and observe her regularly. This will not interfere with the first-year courses. Luo Yueding was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I will report your opinion to the academy. But you must understand that as a substitute instructor, you are responsible for them. If anything happens, you will be directly liable. He Anzai was also silent for a moment, then nodded. As a class monitor and substitute instructor, he had to look out for his students. Ensuring their safety was his duty, and maintaining their physical and mental health was also his responsibility. He could not just prioritize Xiao Wenjun's mental health at the expense of the other students' safety. He Anzai felt it was necessary to go to the girls' dormitory himself to arrange their rooms. The grading of Xiao Wenjun's ability continued until the early hours. She stayed there sleeping while Luo Yueding and Zhang Qinghe kept watch and organized their report data. He Anzai went back, but he did not rest. He still had to arrange training plans based on the new students' test results. When he saw Feng Zai, who had held on for 10 hours, he could not help but lose focus and fall into deep thought. He Anzai knew Feng Zai had pushed through for 10 hours because Xiao Wenjun had already told him. Having that willpower was good, but it did not necessarily mean she could handle the intensity of a training regimen that required 10 hours of endurance. He Anzai respected Feng Zai's persistence, but he did not rigidly plan the intensity of her training. A proud and prickly little girl, she softened up after just a few days of training. By the time he finished planning the students' training schedules, it was almost dawn. As usual, He Anzai went for a morning workout, picked up breakfast at the cafeteria, and delivered it to Shiting. He did not have time to spar with Shiting today, so he went back, washed up, and took a short nap. When it was time to assemble, the 13 students led by Wang Lu lined up in the order of yesterday's roll call. Among the 12 new recruits, except for Yu Li and Yan Zheqian, the others were more or less exhausted, some even having legs that were trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Wenjun looked particularly awful. Her face was flushed red, then turned purple, then green, and even showed hints of black. She knew exactly what she had dreamed about last night. Ever since she awakened her ability through dimensional ascension, every dream had been incredibly vivid. She had dreamt that Chen Xiaoqing caught her and He Anzai in a compromising situation. Her ability had presented her private dream like a stage play, and not only was it broadcasted to everyone, but it happened right in front of He Anzai himself. She felt this was on par with the social death of having one's private life exposed back home. At the same time, it hit her hard. Was she incapable of having erotic dreams anymore? Xiao Wenjun could not face He Anzai. She looked everywhere else, at the sky, the ground, the air, just to avoid meeting his eyes. I will skip the roll call today. He Anzai looked at the roster in his hand, then at the few students standing before him whose number could be counted on one's fingers and toes. And I will not be doing roll call from now on either. Feng Zai in the line took a deep breath. She had lost the energy she had yesterday. Just as she gathered her breath to speak, Qin Qishu and Gong Chizhou beside her pressed down on her, forcing her to let that breath out. Feng Zai resisted, broke free from the two, and raised her hand. Report. The new students were startled by the sound. Training was about to begin, and she was already challenging their instructor's assistant. Feng Zai might not be afraid of being targeted, but the rest of them were worried about being implicated. You have a question, student Feng Zai. I would like to know about our curriculum and holidays for the coming academic year. Seeing that she was not defying the instructor, the new students let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they all pricked up their ears. Did not they tell you the curriculum for the first year when you received your admission letters? He Anzai asked back. Everyone shook their heads, while Yan Zheqian raised his hand and said they only said it would be very hard. Then everyone nodded. He Anzai explained, our first academic year is divided into 2 semesters, 5 months each, counting from the day you enrolled. First semester is basic physical training, followed by a physical fitness exam at the end. I arrived 3 months earlier than you, so my final exam is also 3 months ahead of yours. I have my final exam in 2 months. Of course, if I were confident, I could apply for it now. The Academy's specified time is just the latest deadline. You can take it earlier whenever you want. Likewise, the same applies to the next semester. I am 3 months ahead of you. If I pass my final exam next semester, I get 3 months more of summer vacation than you do. If I fail, I get 3 months of time for makeup exams. If anyone does not pass their makeup exams by September 1st, they will be held back. As for the next semester's curriculum, it is advanced training based on physical fitness, including but not limited to close quarters combat, cold weapon usage, wilderness survival, and so on. And as for holidays, your effort determines your freedom. Those who get a perfect score on the final physical exam get a few days of annual leave. Those who finish the year's curriculum early get to start their summer break early. It is fine if you want to take it easy during your first year, but you will just have to repeat the grade. A senior once told me that a master can lead you through the door, but individual progress depends on oneself. Once you enter the academy, everything depends on your own self-discipline. Since you were all accepted, your character is already vetted, and you are definitely not the type to waste time. After finishing your daily training, you can choose to rest, add extra training if you are not overexerting yourself, or choose to study on your own, learn professional skills, or take professional skill exams. It is entirely up to your own self-discipline. Those who can be here are definitely not weak-minded. After the initial shock and pain of having no holidays, they quickly adjusted their attitudes and accepted the facts. He Anzai was not good at giving motivational speeches. After a few simple words, he laid out today's training tasks and provided guidance. At first, take it slow. It is fine if you cannot finish. This is just a warm-up. The key is to challenge your own limits. He Anzai trained with the new recruits for the entire day. Some had weaker constitutions, while others were in better shape than when they first started warming up. During the break, Chu Tianjiao and Liu Beiyi pretended to go to the bathroom to sneak a cigarette, only to run into Wang Lu, who was actually using the restroom. They offered Wang Lu a cigarette, but he politely declined, telling them they should cut down. He added that he had 2 spare packs of Yujing cigarettes and could give them to the pair later. When the 3 returned, He Anzai had been waiting for a long time. The academy does not forbid smoking, and I do not mind you smoking, but I still advise you to do it less. It is not just about health. What I am worried about is this. If you cannot even resist the most basic cigarette addiction now, will you be able to avoid falling into ruin when you face bizarre, alluring threats later? He Anzai looked at Wang Lu and called out with a smile, "Uncle Wang." Wang Lu gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. Take your time. You can finish your own cigarettes and the Yujing ones from Uncle Wang. If you smoke more after that, I will not say anything and it will not affect your final grades. As soon as He Anzai finished speaking, Chu Tianjiao and Liu Bei handed over their cigarettes as a show of commitment. Everyone admitted to the academy is rational. They did not argue or talk back. They agreed with He Anzai and handed over their cigarettes to show their stance. After that, He Anzai's ability became the biggest mystery in the class, and the topic everyone was most curious about. Based on how He Anzai knew about Chu Tianjiao and Liu Bei's secret smoking and his conversation with Wang Lu, everyone let their imaginations run wild, trying to guess his ability. The most popular guesses were clairvoyance or super hearing. In truth, it was Yi Suifeng who had snitched on them. Wang Lu's bond with Yi Suifeng as a roommate was still shallow, and without other connections, Wang Lu usually would not be able to notice Yi Suifeng. If you have things to do, go ahead. Uncle Wang is here in the open and I am here in the shadows, Yi Suifeng said to He Anzai. I feel busy, like there is never-ending work to do, but when I think about it, there is really nothing. He Anzai sighed. It was all caused by that strange letter. The first day of warm-up training ended and none of the 12 freshmen completed the training tasks. Feng Zai did not even finish a quarter of hers. She knew how to rest when tired and He Anzai did not bother her. After the training for the day, while the girls had just returned to their dorms, He Anzai took Wang Lu with him to the girls' dormitory to rearrange Xiao Wenjun's room according to the layout of the courtyard. Xiao Wenjun's new room was changed to the one in the very corner, swapped with Dai Yuiheng, and the bed was positioned in the furthest corner of the room. Next to Xiao Wenjun was Zhu Jingjing, whose room was also rearranged. Her bed was placed in the furthest possible corner, about 20 meters away, to ensure she would not be disturbed by Xiao Wenjun's dreams in case of any accidents. At the same time, He Anzai instructed Zhu Jingjing that if she sensed anything unusual in her sleep, she should immediately swap places with Zhu Bujian to notify him. After finishing this, He Anzai and Wang Lu left. During the process, Xiao Wenjun stood on the side without saying a word, and the other girls ducked into their rooms and did not come out again. They were exhausted from the day, and he did not expect them to help, which is why he called for Wang Lu. Before leaving, He Anzai called out to Xiao Wenjun. Xiao Wenjun. Xiao Wenjun raised her head, looked at He Anzai and said nothing. I will be back to bring you guys some food in a bit. Ask them what they want to eat. After saying that, He Anzai left with Wang Lu. Barely 3 days had passed. Just as He Anzai was getting used to leading the freshmen, one piece of news and one incident after another came pouring in, leaving him extremely agitated when he was already mentally overwhelmed. First, it was about Mei Xinyu. The academy confirmed that Mei Xinyu had encountered an unstable natural dimensional gate on her way back to school and was transported to a higher dimensional world. The academy had already sent out wing pair butterflies to scout, and there were indeed dimensional fluctuations in that tunnel. Furthermore, the academy decided to abandon the rescue mission for Mei Xinyu. The location of Mei Xinyu's disappearance was too far from the Oasis Academy's dimensional gate. In the past 100 years, the academy had not been able to explore that far, so the financial, material, and even human cost required to rescue her was immeasurable. Moreover, it was unknown which dimensional world Mei Xinyu had traveled to. At the very least, academy interns stationed in the fourth dimension had not been able to contact her. Therefore, without knowing the full situation, attempting a rescue in the fourth dimension could very well be a futile effort. That morning, at the entrance of the guard room, He Anzai was practicing Tai Chi with Shi Ting. How does it feel to be an instructor? Shi Ting asked with a smile. It is all right. He Anzai was listless, looking even more gloomy than Yi Suifeng at that moment. I would like to ask you to take over my classes for a few days if you have the time. Oh, Shi Ting raised an eyebrow. You are going to find Mei Xinyu. Yeah, I want to go and see. If I had not encouraged her to go out and relax, she would not have met with this disaster. Given her personality, if she is still alive, she must be hiding in some corner crying. I am afraid she will lose hope if too much time passes. While I might not be able to bring her back, I can take other things to her like food, weapons, and hope. He Anzai paused for a moment. If she has already met with a misfortune, I can at least bring her remains back. Shi Ting smiled. I will try to help you handle the academy. Thank you. By the way, regarding what you asked me to look into about Xiao Wenjun, I have found out a little. What is it? He Anzai pressed. Shi Ting replied unhurriedly. Aside from the ability rating, freshmen also have a danger rating. Both He Anzai have been rated with the highest SS danger level and placed into a special incident file marked as top secret, numbered 81 and 82 respectively. Highest danger level, special incident file, He Anzai was puzzled. A sword is double-edged. While the Academy has high expectations for you, they are also deeply wary of you. I certainly could not get my hands on the content of those files. You know your own situation best. As for Zio Wenjun, I suspect. Zio Wenjun can turn dreams into reality. Right now, while she is uncontaminated and as pure as a blank sheet of paper, she can conjure sweet, beautiful fairy tale dreams. But in the future, once she experiences contamination from higher dimensions and sees things beyond human cognition, what will she dream of then? And what will those realized dreams be like? The Special Incident Files, also called Divine Imperial Files, are records of special events. Files starting with 0 are top secret and dangerous. The Divine Imperial Register and the Great Cataclysm from 300 years ago were numbered 1 and 2 respectively, which shows how much the Academy values you. He Anzai let out a long sigh and did not respond. These things were already more than enough to trouble him. After finishing a set of Tai Kai with Shi Ting, He Anzai headed back. When it was time to gather, someone was missing. The school term had not even been going for a week, and someone was already asking for leave. It was Feng Zai, who had been putting on a brave face, but had finally reached her breaking point. According to the other girls, she could not even get out of bed. He Anzai was not surprised. In fact, it was exactly as he had expected. He went to check on Feng Zai and knocked on her door, but there was no response for a long time. Everyone else was busy with training, so Feng Zai knew exactly who was knocking. She felt embarrassed, incredibly embarrassed. She did not think He Anzai would mock her, but she could not help but mock herself deep down. Class representative? What right did she have to be one? In this new academic year, she no longer possessed any of her previous advantages. Leaving aside the mature Wang Lu, the steady He Anzai, and the ghost-like Yi Suifeng who had arrived early and built a solid foundation, even Yan Ziqian, who started at the same point as her, had already left her far behind. Although Yan Ziqian only stood in the stance for 9 hours, she did it within her limits and with ease. Feng Zai, having pushed herself for 10 hours, had completely overdrawn her limits during the endurance test, which led to her failing to complete even half of what others finished in the following days of warm-up training. The spark of ambition to run for class representative had been burning in Feng Zai's heart, but it was completely extinguished today as she took leave for being unable to get out of bed. Ask yourself, what kind of leadership role is it when the class representative is lying in bed asking for leave while everyone else is training hard? Even if they let her be the class representative now, she would be too ashamed to take it. If you do not speak, I will take your silence as permission for me to enter. After knocking on the door intermittently for nearly a minute, He Anzai said helplessly. There was not a single sound from inside during that time, but Feng Zai did not seem bothered by the annoyance. With still no movement, He Anzai tentatively reached out and slowly unlocked the door. Inside the room, Feng Zai was lying in bed, the quilt pulled over her head, revealing only the top of her skull. The quilt rose and fell ever so slightly. Well, still alive. He Anzai pulled up a chair in the room, sat down by Feng Zai's bedside and crossed his legs. He did not speak immediately. He seemed to be stealing a moment of peace, a final bit of respite before the life-or-death struggle ahead. Even a September morning can have its cool moments, and with no air conditioning in the room, it did not take long for Feng Zai, buried under the quilt, to reach her limit. Feng Zai slowly pulled down the quilt, revealing her head. Her reddened eyes caught sight of He Anzai sitting steadily by the bed, and immediately tears streamed down her face as she began to sob. "Why are you crying?" He Anzai asked. "I was afraid you would be mean to me," Feng Zai said, her voice choked with tears. She had been scared to tears by He Anzai, who really did not look like a good guy at this moment. Because he was drenched in sweat all day and washed his face frequently, his skin was actually flawless, but his expression was chillingly somber. His eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything, were half-closed, framed by heavy dark circles, and his tight, straight lips showed no trace of emotion. Just sitting there, he radiated such terrifying hostility that he looked like a villain from a movie. Moreover, Feng Zai and He Anzai were positioned against the light, casting an extra shadow over his icy expression. Feng Zai truly felt that He Anzai might just reach out and drag her off the bed. Still trying to be tough, He Anzai asked softly instead of offering any initial comfort. Feng Zai wiped her tears with the quilt and shook her head, remaining silent. He Anzai continued, "This is a long-distance run with no finish line. There is no point in who runs the fastest at the start. Since there is no finish line, there is no such thing as who gets there first. All that matters is who persists the longest and who runs the furthest." Feng Zai sobbed quietly, listening intently. He Anzai went on, "Scholar Luo asked me to mentor you more, but I am afraid I do not have the time. I have something to take care of and might be leaving for a while, just waiting for the Academy's approval. While I am gone, I have asked Uncle Wang to oversee you, but ultimately it depends on your own self-discipline. I have also found a senior student to sub for the class, provided he is available." Feng Zai stopped sobbing. She struggled to sit up, leaning against the headboard. He Anzai did not move to help her, remaining cold and still as a stone statue. "I know I was wrong," Feng Zai said, her reddened eyes fixed forward, avoiding He Anzai's gaze. "You have already apologized to me," He Anzai shook his head. "Now you need to apologize to yourself. Look at how exhausted you are. Nothing is immutable, even stone is weathered away by time. I believe that when I return you will no longer be as fragile as you are today, nor as stubborn as you once were." "I will," she promised, looking straight ahead, though she could not help but remain stubborn. "Fine, then get some rest. If you need anything, find Uncle Wang. I will give you Yi Suifeng's contact information, you can reach out to him too." "Why did not you tell everyone there was a 15th person in the class? Was it to make it easier to spy on us?" Feng Zai finally turned her head. There was doubt in her red eyes, and bolstered by a bit of courage, she glared at He Anzai. He Anzai smiled slightly and retorted, "Could you have detected him without using your abilities?" Feng Zai shook her head. He Anzai explained, "Yi Suifeng did not want me to tell you, just to avoid any awkwardness between you. Talk of comradeship and life-or-death bonds sounds impressive, but that is for the future. Right now, you have barely known each other for a week and your ties are still weak. You cannot see him, yet you would waste your energy looking for him. Given your current situation, you do not have that kind of energy to spare. He was there when I picked you up, he was there during roll call, and he was there during training. He has been with you all along, slowly building connections through everyday life. When you are finally able to see him, you will naturally know he exists. There is no need to worry about his character. He has the best character among us, and his temperament is the most stable of us all." Feng Zai was silent for a moment, then turned her head away again. "I understand." Speaking of Yi Suifeng, his first semester had actually ended long ago, but because of his ability, no one realized that Yi Suifeng was already due for his exams. Yi Suifeng was not in a hurry, intending to take the exam with He Anzai in 2 months. However, He Anzai could not wait 2 months. Shi Ting sent word that, regarding his leave of absence, the Academy would make an exception because he had reported for duty 3 months early, provided he scored perfectly on his final exams. He Anzai could not wait for the finals in 2 months, so he planned to apply to take them early. Yi Suifeng urged him to reconsider. While the matter regarding Mei Xinyu was urgent, there was only one chance for the first semester final exam. If he failed, there were no makeups, and if he did not score perfectly, he would not be allowed to leave the school. But He Anzai had already made up his mind to apply for an early exam. This confidence stemmed from his ascension to the 5th dimension. Compared to 4th dimensional ascenders, he had a higher physical ceiling and a faster rate of improvement. Thus, the final exam designed for 4th dimensional ascenders after 5 months of training was something he had already mastered in just 3. He Anzai did not apply for the exam immediately. There was one more thing he had to do before that. He had to go to the 4th dimensional world and rip the guts out of that mummified corpse. The piling troubles were like gunpowder poured into a barrel. The eerie letter from across time and space was the fuse, and that mummy was the final spark. Boom. So annoying. Warning. Shut up. He Anzai's pent-up resentment erupted. The hostility around him felt almost physical, truly terrifying. With a single swipe, he knocked WD, which was hovering in midair, head over heels. He held a pistol in one hand, carried 2 shotguns on his back, and his waist was draped with grenades and a portable high-frequency speaker playing soothing background music, while hidden high-frequency sound waves broadcasted jamming noise. The bizarre mummy remained in that pitch-black corridor, refusing to come out, just provoking He Anzai. If He Anzai moved in, it retreated. If He Anzai stepped back, it advanced. Even the slightest movement from WD would startle the mummy. The mummy kept its distance from He Anzai at all times. He Anzai could not take it anymore. If he did not rip the internal organs out of that corpse, he would not be able to eat or sleep, and no matter what he did, he felt a weight hanging over his heart. He Anzai reached the corridor entrance, stuck his hand into the dark, and beckoned toward the black abyss. Moments later, the mummy slowly emerged from the darkness deep within the corridor. He Anzai raised his gun and emptied the magazine directly into the mummy's head. Every bullet hit, and a piece of the mummy's skull was blown clean off. The mummy, however, merely curled its stiff lips into a smile at He Anzai.